This is a planet where time serves as currency. On this world, legions abound, and hunting the time beasts yields precious time. An unjust appointment at the outset thrusts Du Fei into the role of commander of an extraneous legion. This legion is impoverished, equipped with exceedingly outdated gear, lacking combat prowess, and, crucially, composed entirely of female soldiers. Living on meager rations? Short on weapons and artillery? Such notions are non-existent, as a series of cutting-edge technologies emerge, allowing Du Fei to lead his female subordinates to overwhelming victories. As the Women's Combat Brigade gradually grows in strength, Du Fei uncovers the hidden truths of this planet. Chapter 1. Have you made a mistake? Brother, wake up, hurry. With a bright call, Du Fei feels a finger poking insistently at his backside. What are you poking for? Be careful, or I'll poke you back, he grumbled impatiently. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback by the sight of a blossoming young girl, around 15 or 16 years old. Brother, you. The girl's face flushed crimson, feeling that his words, poke you back, sounded rather lewd. She picked up a pen and poked on the backside twice more, declaring, your report card has arrived, your first place at Dad's office. Silly brother, sleeping for 2 days. It's such an important day, and he's still lazing in bed without a hint of urgency. Du Fei rubbed his eyes, staring at the girl. Who is this sister? Where am I? He surveyed the cramped room, with bunk beds stacked above and below, feeling an overwhelming sense of strangeness. That hurts. Du Fei cradled his head in his hands as a flood of memories surged into his mind. Soon, he realized he had traversed worlds. The girl before him was his sister, Du Xiaoya. He also had a father named Du Lei, who ran a clinic. Goodness, how did I end up in such a situation? Du Fei, originally a resident of Earth, awoke to find himself inexplicably transported to this world. Coincidentally, the original owner of this body was also named Du Fei, aged 18, with a physique and appearance that were identical. Still reeling from the shock, he noticed a series of numbers pulsating on his wrist. Remaining lifespan, 176 hours, 23 minutes and 36 seconds. 35 seconds. 34 seconds. Wow. Stunned once more, Du Fei quickly grasped the reality of his new existence based on the memories flooding his mind. This is a world governed by time. Every individual is marked with their lifespan from birth. Lifespan is the sole currency in this world, exchangeable and required for all purchases. The amount of time one possesses equates to their wealth, meaning that running out of time is tantamount to losing one's life. The city in which Du Fei resides is called Fuxing City, part of the territory of the Time Federation. It is a large bay city spanning over 10,000 square kilometers, home to millions of humans. Surrounded by thick steel walls, this area is designated as a safe zone. Outside the steel barriers, mutated beasts and terrifying time beasts roam freely. The Time Federation mandates that all individuals under 18 may live in the Bay City, attending various military academies according to their family circumstances. After turning 18, based on academic performance, each person will be sent to the hunting legions outside the city to hunt time beasts and acquire time. Only upon delivering 30 years of time to the Time Federation will one be allowed to return to base city life. Of course, the children of wealthy families can avoid the front lines, as their families will directly contribute 30 years of time to the Federation. However, Du Fei's father, despite running a clinic, faces significant living expenses and cannot produce 30 years of time in one go. Thus, hunting time beasts is Du Fei's only option. Du Fei grew up without knowing his mother, but fortunately, his father cherished him like a treasure, allowing him to attend the best advanced commander academy in the Bay City. Du Fei did not disappoint his father, graduating at the top of his class. If all goes well, the appointment letter will arrive today, and he will surely become a senior commander in a federal legion. Many students with lower grades can only become ordinary commanders. The situation is promising. Compared to most students, Du Fei feels quite fortunate. Brother, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and get your report card, urged Du Xiaoya. Got it. Du Fei quickly adapted to his current role. He patted his sister's head, astonished that, as an orphan, he now had family. After a quick wash, he headed out. The Lace private clinic. Dad, I'm here to get my report card, Du Fei called out as he entered. Crash! For soldiers clad in black lightweight armor simultaneously aimed their guns at him. Du Fei was startled, but when the soldiers noticed his student uniform, they relaxed their vigilance. Sir, he is the young master of our clinic, just graduated from the Federation's Advanced Commander Academy. Uncle Chen, the clinic assistant, hurried over to explain, then whispered to Du Fei, your dad is in the emergency room. Oh, Du Fei replied, seeing the soldiers lower their weapons, and he took a seat on a long bench to wait. After more than an hour, The emergency room door finally swung open. A graceful woman with a rosy complexion emerged, her beauty still intact. She elegantly adjusted her collar to conceal several bruises on her chest and neck. Once she had arranged her clothing, she looked up and saw Du Fei, offering a slight smile before departing under the escort of the 4 soldiers. Du Fei smacked his lips. According to his memories, he recognized this emergency patient. Her name was Wang Shuzhen, a figure of high society in Fuxing City. Her husband was the commander of the Federal Military District, overseeing 3 entire hunting legions. Your old man works hard, doesn't he? Du Fei entered the emergency room, spotting his father Delay wiping sweat from his brow. The bond between the two was strong, akin to that of friends, and their banter was always lighthearted. To save lives and heal the wounded, a physician's heart is compassionate. This is a doctor's duty, Delay replied, his expression calm, then added, besides, for your sake, what are a few hardships to me? What ailment does Aunt Wang have? Du Fei asked with a playful grin, rubbing his nose. What are you laughing at, you little rascal? Do not doubt my medical ethics, Du Lei retorted with a fierce glare. Your Aunt Wang has been feeling unwell, so I administered her an anti-radiation vaccine. Was it a booster shot? Du Fei teased. He was aware that his frugal father and Wang Shuzhen were genuinely in love, but this was exceedingly brazen. How could one rush to the emergency room every couple of days, each time requiring the use of an operating table? Wang Shuzhen's husband was an influential figure in the Federal Military District. Just wait, something was bound to happen. Your Aunt Wang heard that you topped the entire academy and promised to help arrange for you to command the finest military regiment as an intern commander, Du Lei said proudly, handing Du Fei a time storage card. This contains 5,000 hours of time, courtesy of your Aunt Wang. Aha, over half a year's worth of time. Du Fei tucked the storage card away and asked, is this the fee for one emergency visit? Get lost, Du Lei chuckled, playfully slapping his son's head. You need a sturdier operating table, ha ha ha. You little brat. As the father and son bickered, an announcement suddenly blared from outside the clinic. The Federal Military District has issued an appointment. Commander Academy's Du Fei is to report for duty immediately. They froze for a moment and swiftly exited the clinic. In the sky, a screen appeared between 2 drones, displaying Du Fei's resume and appointment letter. 2 wheeled armored vehicles were stationed at the entrance, and an exceptionally beautiful female officer scrutinized Du Fei coldly. Behind her stood a dozen female soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms. Though their attire appeared worn and travel-stained, they held their heads high. Are you Du Fei? The female officer inquired. Yes, and you are? Du Fei frowned. On the orders of the Federal Military District, I, Liu Ruobing, Deputy Commander of the Extraterritorial Women's Field Regiment, report to you. Liu Ruobing saluted, then added, on behalf of all 108 female soldiers in our regiment, I welcome Commander Du Fei, salute. As her words fell, the soldiers behind her saluted Du Fei in unison. An extraterritorial women's field regiment? What kind of unit is this? Only 108 people? Are they like the heroes of Liangshan? Aren't regular field regiments supposed to have at least 1,500 personnel? Right? Extraterritorial means this is a unit outside the official structure? No, this can't be right. My son ranked first in the academy. How could he be appointed to command a ragtag unit without a proper structure? Du Lei, a veteran from the battlefield, grew anxious. A regiment of 108 people? This was clearly a small, disorganized squad. Not to mention the terrifying beasts outside the city. Even a random encounter with ordinary feral beasts would be too much for just over 100 people to handle. If his son became the commander of this unit, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Are you sure you've made a mistake? Du Fei felt somewhat bewildered. This certainly wasn't the treatment one would expect for the top student of the academy. There's no mistake. Liu Ruobing handed him an appointment document. The father and son stared at the official seal of the Time Federation in shock. I need to ask your Aunt Wang about this. Don't ask. She is likely in dire straits herself. Du Fei sensed something was amiss, realizing that trouble had brewed. However, having read plenty of novels in his previous life, he believed that every time traveler must possess a golden finger. System. Du Fei tentatively called out in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully discovering this system. Ding. The strongest commander system has been successfully bound. Congratulations, host, for receiving a novice gift package. The system has proactively opened for the host. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a universal toolbox. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 500 milliliters of rare substance smelting agent. Du Fei exhaled. Indeed, there was a system. At that moment, a crowd had gathered on the street outside the clinic. Hey, are they here to pick up Lao Du's son? Of course, didn't you see Du Fei's name on the appointment letter displayed on the screen? No way, Lao Lu's son has terrible grades. He was picked up by several latest model raptors. I find it strange. Du Fei ranks first, yet is met by two old, armored vehicles. What kind of shabby unit is this? They don't even have planes. The neighbors, witnessing the meager welcome, were abuzz with gossip. Du Lei's face fell, and he pulled out a communicator to contact Wang Shuzhen. However, all he received was a cacophony of static, and he couldn't get through. Please tell me, which part of the federal military district issued this appointment? Du Fei directed his gaze at Lu Ruobing, inquiring. The appointment document bore the seal of the Time Federation, but did not specify which military district. Initially, he thought his start was promising, but little did he know that things would take an unexpected turn. As for the reasons behind it, one could easily guess. There was no other explanation. Du Fei merely sought to confirm his suspicions. Chapter 2. Must it be female attire? The appointment was issued by the Federal Reconstruction Army's 48th Hunting Division. As it did not contravene federal regulations, Lu Ruobing answered candidly. Indeed, it turned out to be as she had suspected. Du Fei shook his head and spread his hands towards his father. Du Lei's face bore an expression of guilt, feeling remorseful towards his son. As a veteran, he was well aware that the 48th Hunting Division was a principal division under Wu Daguai, who just so happened to be the husband of Wang Shuzhen. What a coincidence. Captain Du Fei, we are merely following orders. We hope you do not make things difficult for us. Lu Ruobing's expression remained impassive, her tone tinged with indifference and dissatisfaction. Observing Du Fei and Du Lei exchanging glances of disdain, she felt a deep sense of humiliation. This father-son duo looked down upon her unit. However, it mattered little to her, for she held no regard for the immature Du Fei. Every female soldier in the Women's Field Combat Corps had clawed her way through the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. They were merely facing dire straits at present, were it not for the 20,000 hours of compensation promised by the 48th Division. Lu Ruobing would never have allowed a fresh graduate to assume command. At that moment, Du Lei felt a profound sense of discomfort. Wu Daguai appeared to be settling personal scores, seemingly intending to send his own son to a perilous fate. Meanwhile, Du Fei merely clicked his tongue, satisfied to have clarity on the matter. After all, the federal regulations dictated that everyone must unconditionally comply with appointments. Otherwise, they would be branded as anti-human elements and sent to the mines as laborers. Beep warning. Warning. The extrajudicial Women's Field Combat Corps has not paid the stay fee for the safe zone. They have 10 minutes to leave Rejuvenation City. 2 drones issued a dispersal warning, their bodies revealing ominous weaponry. Lu Ruobing wore a bitter expression and waved her hand towards the female soldiers behind her, saying, Please. Captain Du Fei, board the vehicle. Yes. Captain, please get in. The female soldiers, irrespective of Du Fei's consent, almost physically ushered him towards an armored command vehicle. Stop. You are kidnapping my son, Du Lei exclaimed, both alarmed and frantic, tears welling in his eyes. Yet, the federal regulations left him feeling helpless, forcing him to watch his beloved son being taken away. Dad, don't worry about me. You and my sister must be careful. Du Fei called out as he struggled against the seasoned female soldiers who held him captive, ultimately being shoved into the armored vehicle. Neighbors nearby shook their heads. It was clear Du Lei's son was not going to be a commander, but was rather conscripted. Beep warning. Severe warning. Please leave immediately, or you will be regarded as intruders. Under the drone's directive, the 2 armored vehicles swiftly vanished from sight. Soon, the armored vehicles exited the base city, surrounded by thick steel walls, and entered a rugged mountain road. The surrounding jungle was dense, with distant mountains stretching endlessly, and before long, they drove into a foothill. As they journeyed, Lu Ruobing and the 4 female communication soldiers disregarded Du Fei, their gazes unwaveringly fixed upon the command room's display screen. Their expressions were tense, imbued with a heightened state of alertness, as they maintained constant communication with the armored transport vehicle ahead. Outside the city, danger lurked at every turn. Despite the area having been purged numerous times, peril still loomed large. Should they encounter a time beast, even a level 1-1 would easily overturn their armored vehicle. It could be said that they had risked their lives to welcome Du Fei to his new command. Du Fei leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and accessed the system interface. Ost, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion, Auxiliary Women's Field Corps. Reputation, 0. Affinity, 0. Physique, unenhanced, radiation exposure, 30. Items, Universal Toolbox X1, Rare Material Refining Agent 500 milliliters. The interface was straightforward and easy to comprehend. It appeared that the system had automatically bound him to this unit, designating him as the commander by default. Regarding reputation and affinity, there were indications that he could earn these values through the recognition of his soldiers. Both metrics could be exchanged for various items and blueprints in the technology repository. However, as Du Fei had just joined the ranks, he was still unfamiliar with these female soldiers, resulting in both his reputation and affinity remaining at zero, with the technology repository temporarily locked. Concerning his physique, everyone in this world had generally suffered from radiation exposure, albeit to varying degrees. For these female soldiers who had long been stationed outside the city, their exposure was relatively severe. Although Du Fei's radiation exposure was rated at 30, it paled in comparison to theirs, rendering him a veritable picture of health. The universal toolbox? Du Fei opened the toolbox from his inventory, revealing a multitude of tools, from precision instruments and screwdrivers to welding guns and extending to lathes and hydraulic mechanical arms. The array was dazzling. Additionally, there was a bottle of 500 milliliters of metallic liquid, an extraordinary item indeed. The rare material refining agent could extract any unrefined rare material in this world. Remarkable. A mere toolbox contained such an abundance of advanced tools. Du Fei felt a surge of delight. Modestly, he thought that with this universal toolbox, combined with the knowledge he acquired from the officer academy, he would have no trouble crafting superior weaponry. In the future, he might even forge a formidable legion. After nearly 2 hours of jostling, they were fortunate not to encounter any dangers along the way. Before them appeared a camp enclosed by stones, marking their destination. The two armored vehicles entered a dimly lit air raid shelter and came to a halt. Du Fei followed Lu Ruobing as they disembarked and were promptly ushered into a chamber carved from rock. This was the highest standard room in the entire corps, and it would serve as his bedroom from now on. Lu Ruobing glanced at the student uniform worn by Du Fei and remarked, "Since the Women's Combat Brigade lacks male members, you might as well wear my uniform for the time being." She retrieved a set of camouflage attire from the makeshift wardrobe and placed it on the bed, then coolly instructed, "Please change within 10 minutes. We shall convene in 10 minutes to introduce you to all the soldiers and familiarize you with the brigade's operations. Lastly, refrain from touching anything in the wardrobe." With that, she abruptly closed the door behind her and departed. Du Fei surveyed the room, which was illuminated by glowstones, furnished with a wooden bed, a table, a wardrobe, and a bathing area. The space was reasonably adequate, well-equipped, albeit somewhat austere. Was this truly the finest accommodation within a brigade? What could the quarters of ordinary soldiers possibly resemble? Furrowing his brow, he pondered her request to leave the wardrobe untouched. Curiosity compelled him to open it, releasing a delicate fragrance into the air, revealing some sheer black garments hanging inside. A warmth flushed through his nostrils. These must belong to Lu Ruobing. It appeared she had once been the occupant of this room and had now vacated it for his use. Closing the wardrobe, his gaze fell upon the camouflage outfit. Du Fei couldn't help but feel a wry smile form. Was it truly necessary to don women's clothing for his first encounter with the soldiers? Knock, knock. Brigade leader. "Are you ready?" Came a voice from outside the door, belonging to a female soldier. "Just a moment. I'm changing," he replied. In the air raid shelter, a spacious area was filled with assembled female soldiers. Lu Ruobing frowned, rubbing her forehead. "Ruobing, has the male brigade leader arrived? What are his capabilities?" inquired a beautiful soldier with dimples, a cigarette dangling from her lips. "He's a recent graduate, completely devoid of combat experience," Lu Ruobing replied. "I expected an experienced warrior. Turns out he is just a child. What can such a soft-spoken figure accomplish? Can he engage in field combat? Can he drive? Can he handle a pistol?" The dimpled beauty exhaled a ring of smoke, her voice laced with skepticism. "Alas, let's not dwell on that. Without him, we would be utterly cornered. Tomorrow's mission is perilous. We cannot take Du Fei along, as he is merely an inexperienced student." Lu Ruobing sighed softly, addressing the dimpled soldier. At that moment, a sharp cry pierced the air. "Wow, look!" Every soldier turned toward the source of the sound. "Is this our new brigade leader? So young, but he's undeniably handsome. Can good looks sustain one? Will they shield him against mutated beasts and time beasts? Indeed, he will likely be the first to flee upon encountering a time beast. He'll be terrified." The female soldiers whispered among themselves, most expressing mockery, though a few gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. "Attention! Salute!" Lu Ruobing commanded with composure, saluting Du Fei. "Greetings, brigade leader." At her command, the previously scoffing soldiers instantly straightened their posture and saluted in unison. "Greetings, brigade leader." Du Fei donned a female camouflage uniform, which, despite its snug fit, elegantly accentuated his robust and well-proportioned physique. Coupled with his chiseled, handsome visage, he radiated an invigorating and sunny disposition. "Greetings, everyone. Thank you for your hard work." Du Fei saluted, his gaze sweeping across all the female soldiers, a flutter of excitement stirring within him. Although the group comprised merely 100 individuals, these female soldiers were undeniably captivating, tall, and leggy, each possessing striking beauty. Chapter 3. Where has time gone? Following a brief introductory ceremony, Deputy Commander Liu Ruobing began to elucidate the overall situation of the regiment to Du Fei. "Commander, this air raid shelter serves as our regiment's base, comprising a total of 108 personnel. Our regiment includes 3 commanders, 60 armored infantry, 10 artillery gunners, 10 machine gunners, 8 signal soldiers, and 17 medical and logistics personnel. We are equipped with 2 armored vehicles, and each individual is armed with either a submachine gun or a pistol, with various ammunition remaining." Upon mentioning the equipment and ammunition, Liu Ruobing's confidence wavered slightly as she continued, "There should still be over 3,000 rounds left. I can take you to the ammunition depot shortly, though in all honesty, our supplies are dwindling. Are there no drones?" Du Fei inquired. Liu Ruobing shook her head, a wry smile crossing her face. "Drones? That's sheer fantasy. Such equipment is beyond our wildest dreams." At that moment, Du Fei realized that the regiment's most valuable assets were the 2 armored vehicles sent to fetch him. "Report." Suddenly, a female communications soldier interjected. Liu Ruobing turned to her. "What is it?" "The 48th Division has relayed orders for our women's field regiment to arrive at coordinates 269-71, the Heishui River, by 10 a.m. tomorrow to engage in combat." "What? Heishui River?" The dimpled beauty, Xia Ying, leaped up in indignation. "They are utterly outrageous. Were we not supposed to head to Honggu Dam?" Liu Ruobing's brows furrowed in concern. "How far do we need to detour?" "An additional 30 kilometers, Deputy Commander. This isn't merely a matter of taking a longer route. It's about our equipment." "Enough said. Respond to the 48th Division. Our women's field regiment will depart at 6 a.m. tomorrow, ensuring arrival at Heishui River by 10 a.m. Liu Ruobing commanded. With the orders issued, Du Fei frowned, sensing a hint of helplessness and sorrow in the expressions of the female soldiers. "May I interject? Although I have just assumed my position, I am now part of the field regiment and should rightfully be informed of the specifics of this operational mission," he remarked with an impassive gaze directed at Liu Ruobing. "I just briefed you on our regiment's 3 commanders, and Xia Ying is one of them. If you wish to know the details of this mission, she shall report to you." Liu Ruobing gestured towards the dimpled beauty, then rubbed her temples and departed. Du Fei turned his attention to Xia Ying. "Commander, since you are keen to understand the details of this mission, please have a seat." Xia Ying kicked a stone beside her and then offered a cigarette, a slight smile dancing at the corners of her lips. "This one is coated in my saliva. Care for a puff?" Du Fei accepted the cigarette and took a seat. Xia Ying, slightly surprised, retrieved a lighter adorned with a skull motif to ignite it for him. He coughed violently, tears spilling from his eyes. "This is quite potent," he exclaimed. Xia Ying and the female soldiers around them burst into laughter. Du Fei, undeterred, took another drag, coughing as he gazed at Xia Ying's exquisite face. "Are you trying to say I'm beautiful?" he teased. "Cough, cough, I meant to ask if your lungs are black," she retorted with a chuckle. Xia Ying inhaled deeply and exhaled a smoke ring, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her beautiful eyes. Her expression suggested she had reached the brink of existence, rendering the notion of blackened lungs inconsequential. "Let me elaborate on our situation," she began. "Allow me to introduce you to our Women's Combat Brigade. We are not officially recognized. A ragtag army without the privilege of federal financial support. Many years ago, we were discarded by the Federation like refuse, and we rely entirely on our own resources for all expenses. I trust you understand this?" Xia Ying stated calmly. Du Fei nodded slightly. He was aware of this harsh reality. In this world, social classes were starkly defined, and human rights were nearly non-existent, especially for an unrecognized militia like theirs. Our Women's Combat Brigade is currently in dire straits, to the point of starvation. Fortunately, we received a mission from the 48th Division, for which we owe you a debt of gratitude. Xia Ying fixed her gaze on Du Fei, continuing. "The 48th Division has appointed you as our commander and instructed us to assist in their beast hunting operation tomorrow. Upon completion of the mission, we will receive a grant of 20,000 hours. They have 2 hunting zones, the Honggu Dam and the Heishui River. The 48th Division plans to launch an operation to eliminate the time beasts at the Honggu Dam. However, those scoundrels have just issued an order for us to head to the Heishui River instead. Du Fei interjected with a question. What's the difference? Xia Ying shot him a glance, her eyes reflecting the kind of look one might give a child. For us, the Honggu Dam still holds a glimmer of hope. The Heishui River is a certain death. She lit another cigarette and elaborated, the time beasts at the Honggu Dam are level 1, while those at the Heishui River are level 2. Even hunting a level 1 time beast with our current weaponry is quite a challenge, let alone a level 2 beast from the Heishui River. Though our task is to assist in their encirclement, the enraged time beasts show no fear of gunfire. A single swipe from a level 2 time beast could obliterate our armored vehicle. It is beyond terrifying. Du Fei fell into deep contemplation. Although he had never encountered time beast, he had studied this subject extensively during his time at the academy. In a state of fury, the time beast indeed appeared as terrifying as Xia Ying had described. Does this imply that the wilderness combat team is essentially marching towards certain death? Du Fei raised his head and remarked. At that moment, Lu Ruobing, having finished her tasks, approached and said, regardless of the circumstances, we must make an attempt. There's hope in going, while abstaining only leads to demise. What shall we use to fight? The lives of the 108 members of the wilderness combat team? Who grants you such authority? Du Fei shot Lu Ruobing a glare and continued. I vehemently oppose this. His voice echoed throughout the air raid shelter, plunging the space into an instant silence, with all the female soldiers rendered speechless. Lu Ruobing bit her lip and said coldly, I am aware that this mission equates to a death sentence, but do you comprehend how vital 20,000 hours are for us? This is the only hope for our women's wilderness combat team to survive. You are the scion of a wealthy family, able to ascend to the role of commander without understanding the trials we have endured over the years. At 18, we, like you now, departed from the base city to join the Legion, dreaming of accumulating 30 years of time to surrender to the Federation and then return to live peacefully in the base city. But in reality? Lu Ruobing smiled bitterly and continued. All I have witnessed is the tragic deaths of loved ones and the relentless fall of my sisters around me. Radiation, viruses, and ferocious beasts torment us ceaselessly. For every time beast we hunt, the Federation takes away 20 hours, and for every transfer of time, a fee of 10 is levied by the Federation. Drinking water, food, and essential supplies must be purchased from Federation outposts at 3 times the cost of the base city. We long to return to the base city, yet must surrender 30 years of time to do so. We have hunted many time beasts and accumulated a fair amount of time, yet we possess nothing to show for it. I wish to ask, where's all the time gone? Lu Ruobing fixed her gaze on Du Fei and inquired, can you provide me with an answer? Du Fei was momentarily taken aback, falling silent. Everything Lu Ruobing spoke of was absent from his memories, meaning it had never been taught at the academy. Where's all the time gone? It was evident that the time had been drained by the Time Federation. Every individual must leave the base city at 18, save for those affluent enough to afford 30 years of time. Thus, the children of the impoverished are destined to become mere instruments for the Federation to extort time from the moment they arrive in the outer city. Returning to the city is nearly an insurmountable challenge. At this moment, Du Fei felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow as he observed all the female soldiers, heads bowed, concealing their faces in tears. This included Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, both of whom bore tears on their cheeks. Chapter 4. Her craving for smoke after a while. The female soldiers steadied their emotions and quickly resumed their usual demeanor. Very well, I have some time I can spare for emergencies. We need not risk our lives for 20,000 hours, Du Fei declared. Lu Ruobing's eyes glimmered with surprise, but it swiftly faded, and she shook her head, saying, if only you'd spoken those words 3 days ago. The task has already been accepted. Whether you wish to or not, you must comply. Surely you understand the consequences of defying orders at such a critical moment? Du Fei slapped his forehead, his concern for the safety of his subordinates having caused him to forget this crucial point. The Federation's regulations, damnable regulations. As darkness fell, the hour for dinner arrived, and all personnel were dismissed. Lu Ruobing waved her hand to the female soldiers and then spoke to a sweet and innocent-looking soldier, Gan Ting. Please accompany the commander to dinner. With that, she took Su Ying aside to discuss the battle plan. Good evening, Commander. Gan Ting approached Du Fei, offering a respectful salute. My name is Gan Ting, a communications officer. I shall guide you to your meal. It was evident that she possessed a gentle and somewhat introverted disposition. Du Fei nodded and followed her toward the logistics area. The dining area was a sizable natural cavern, with wooden planks serving as tables and stones as seats. Upon entering the cave, Du Fei observed the female soldiers orderly queuing for their meals. Having not eaten since his arrival, he felt a twinge of hunger. "Commander, please take a seat on the stone while I fetch your food," Gan Ting said before heading over to a few cooks. Du Fei casually selected a stone to sit upon, surveying the meals of the female soldiers nearby. Their bowls contained a thick porridge-like substance accompanied by a small dish of dark brown side dishes. "Commander, your food has arrived. Please enjoy." Gan Ting set down Du Fei's meal and then picked up her own bowl, quietly beginning her meal to the side. Du Fei glanced at his food, which consisted of a large bowl of noodles with scallions and a sausage. Looking back at Gan Ting's bowl, he noted that her meal was similar to those of the other soldiers, thick porridge and dark brown side dishes. "Why is my meal different from yours?" Du Fei inquired. "Originally, everyone's meals were the same, but the deputy commander instructed that your rations should be superior to ours. When the deputy commander went to the base city to fetch you, he purchased some white flour, vegetables, and meat. Having done so, we now have less than 50 hours remaining for all of us," Gan Ting explained. Du Fei frowned and then asked, "How is time typically allocated in the field?" "The time is divided equally among all members. If there are expenditures, we share the costs. Essentially, everyone possesses an equal amount of time. We share life and death together. If we are to survive, we shall do so as one. And if we are to perish, we shall face it collectively," Gan Ting replied. Upon hearing this, Du Fei fell into silence, realizing that all the female soldiers had less than 3 days left to live. It seemed the situation for this female combat unit was far worse than he had imagined. "Commander, please eat quickly," Gan Ting urged, lowering her gaze to drink her porridge. "Here, try mine." "What? I wish to taste your porridge." "Commander, that is not permissible. Obey the order." Without further ado, Du Fei lifted the bowl of porridge prepared by Gan Ting and pushed the plate of scallion and shredded pork noodles toward her. He then took a sip of the porridge and sampled the dark brown side dish. "Ugh, Du Fei niodicht. What on earth is this?" The porridge, tasteless and glue-like, was complemented by the unpalatable, dark brown vegetable that was both gritty and possessed a peculiar flavor. "What kind of food is this?" Du Fei's lips twitched as he inquired. The porridge is made from cassava dug up by the logistics troops in the mountains, and the dark vegetable is a type of wild plant. However, the freshly harvested cassava and wild vegetables are radioactive and must be soaked in disinfectant for a while and dried before consumption. The main issue is our lack of resources. We cannot afford the rations from the federal stronghold, but thankfully there is an abundance of cassava in the mountains, and having something to eat is already a blessing. "Captain, this is not appropriate. I have grown accustomed to the cassava porridge," Gan Ting whispered to Du Fei, glancing around. "Do you wish to defy orders? What is wrong with me swapping food with you? Hurry up and eat." Du Fei reprimanded Gan Ting. Then, relying on sheer willpower, he consumed the bowl of porridge. As for the dark brown wild vegetable, he decided against eating it. It was hard to believe that all the female soldiers, including Lu Ruobing, had been subsisting on this kind of food. He couldn't fathom how they had managed over the years. Upon receiving Du Fei's order for a food exchange, Gan Ting had no choice but to comply. Ding. Reputation 10. Du Fei was taken aback and looked at Gan Ting, who revealed a grateful expression, savoring her meal. "Finish this ham sausage as well." "No, Captain, you eat it. I already feel embarrassed eating the shredded pork noodles. Consuming your ham sausage would be excessive." "This is an order. Open your mouth." "Captain, don't." Before Gan Ting could refuse, Du Fei stuffed the ham sausage into her mouth. Ding. Reputation 10. The system notification chimed once more. At that moment, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying entered, taking seats among the female soldiers. Lu Ruobing quietly consumed her cassava porridge and wild vegetables. Xia Ying, however, did not rush to eat. Instead, she languidly puffed on a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. As she blew smoke rings, her lips looked alluring, and her face bore 2 charming dimples. One had to admit she was indeed beautiful, but her smoking habit was excessive. Du Fefroned. "Captain, you may not know, but Sister Xiaoying cannot do without smoking," Gan Ting remarked. "Cannot do without smoking?" Du Fei found this a bit odd. Sister Xiaoying's lungs have suffered severe radiation damage, and tobacco alleviates her pain. Gan Ting, having finished her meal, spoke while tidying up the dishes. "However, the radiation she endured is fatal. She could die at any moment." Du Fei was astonished, for Gan Ting's tone and demeanor seemed so nonchalant. Noticing Du Fei's inusual expression, Ganting offered a wry smile. Too many sisters have perished around us. We have grown accustomed to it. The radiation in the wilderness is several times that of the base city, and each of us has suffered varying degrees of harm. For instance, Sister Xia Ying is affected in her lungs, while Sister Ruo Bing has liver issues, and others among the sisters have ailments in their shoulders, necks, or abdomens. There are far too many to count. Upon learning this, Du Fei truly comprehended the dire circumstances these female soldiers endure. Their existence is nothing short of inhumane. Their remarkable strength can only be attributed to an insatiable thirst for life. Du Fei's heart was a tumult of emotions as he turned to Ganting and could not help but inquire, "Which part of your body has been affected by radiation?" "Me?" Ganting momentarily froze at Du Fei's question. Once she regained her composure, her face flushed crimson as she stammered, "Captain, I cannot bring myself to say it." "Very well, there is no need to elaborate," Du Fei replied, understanding her reluctance. From her expression, it was evident that the affected area was indeed a sensitive subject. Thus, he refrained from pressuring her further. After grasping the situation, Du Fei fell silent. Though the auxiliary troops often behaved like unruly brigands with little military discipline, it was undeniable that these female soldiers possessed kind hearts and were simply unfortunate souls. Moreover, the system had already bound this legion to him, effectively endorsing these subordinates. Therefore, the immediate priority was to address the impending crisis at Blackwater River. Chapter 5. Rare Materials. Secret Silver. Having reached a decision, Du Fei stood and declared, "Who can escort me to the ammunition depot? I wish to inspect it." The female soldiers, who were dining, glanced toward Lu Ruo Bing and Xia Ying upon hearing his request. Lu Ruo Bing massaged her temples, while Xia Ying extinguished her cigarette and remained silent, pouting slightly. "Ah, this student truly is a source of concern. Captain, our living quarters are here. The ammunition depot is in the adjacent air raid shelter," Lu Ruo Bing replied, rising to her feet. Sensing that Du Fei was simply bored, she continued, "It's dark outside. It's unsafe to go out now. Let us wait until tomorrow. I must ascertain the weaponry situation of the field regiment." "Do not forget that I am the captain," Du Fei retorted, fixing Lu Ruo Bing with a stern gaze. Lu Ruo Bing, exasperated by Du Fei's resolute demeanor, knew that despite his inexperience, he was nonetheless the captain appointed by the Federation. Reluctantly, she turned to Sun Shaoqian, who was in charge of the ammunition depot, and said, "Since the captain wishes to inspect it, you should accompany him." She then leaned closer to Sun Shaoqian and whispered, "Just give him a brief look. Those munitions are our lifeline." "Understood." Sun Shaoqian nodded, then stood tall and addressed Du Fei. "Hello, Captain. I am Sun Shaoqian. Please follow me." At the entrance of the air raid shelter, a heavy, old-fashioned combination lock door was firmly shut. Sun Shaoqian approached and grasped the metal wheel, beginning to turn it. 3597. Given the unusual circumstances, Du Fei discreetly memorized the combination. As the combination turned to the correct position, with a sharp click, the gate swung open. At that moment, darkness enveloped the outside, punctuated by distant roars of beasts echoing through the night. Due to the rampant ferocity of nocturnal creatures, the Wild Combat Corps had only set up surveillance instruments outside the air raid shelter, without stationing any soldiers for guard duty. "Commander, we must act swiftly," urged Sun Shaoqian, clutching the detector in her hands. Although it indicated that the vicinity was secure, she nonetheless offered a cautionary reminder. After speaking, she hastily made her way towards the adjacent ammunition depot. Du Fei followed closely behind, and, as they passed a pile of rubble, he inadvertently noticed something peculiar about the stones. Many of them were adorned with silvery speckles, faintly shimmering in the darkness. Beep. Mithril ore detected, capable of refining rare substance. Mithril. The system notification resonated suddenly in his mind. "Oh, these stones are mithril ore?" Description of mithril, a substance for which all would vie, an indestructible magical metal. Can be fashioned into mithril bullets or arrows, possessing lethal potency against all living beings. Can be crafted into defensive armor. As light as a feather, yet as sturdy as dragon scales. Its beauty rivals that of pure silver, its luster undiminished by the passage of time. Click to expand more. This find was indeed a rare treasure, and Du Fei felt a surge of elation within. Noticing him pause, Sun Shaoqian impatiently urged, "Commander, can we move a bit faster?" Du Fei steadied his thoughts and followed her to the door of the ammunition depot. As Sun Shaoqian turned the metal dial, Du Fei discreetly memorized the code once more. The gate opened with another click. With a push, Sun Xiaoqian activated the backup power switch, illuminating several wall lights within the vast cavern. Du Fei entered to inspect the arsenal, while Sun Xiaoqian remained steadfastly by his side. Is this all there is? After a thorough survey, he found the armaments to be outdated and cumbersome, exceedingly antiquated. In a corner lay 2 rugged mountain motorcycles, alongside a few shoulder-mounted grenade launchers and several functional machine guns. The rest amounted to mere scrap metal. The only items of value were the scant remaining ammunition, over 500 rounds of 20mm cannon shells, more than 1,000 rounds of 7.62mm machine gun ammunition, 1,500 standard bullets, and 150 kilograms of gunpowder. Du Fei felt utterly drained. The state of their supplies was abysmal. This meager stockpile of ammunition was woefully inadequate. In a real battlefield scenario, it would last no longer than 5 minutes. However, Du Fei's mind raced, quickly formulating a plan. Despite the remaining 3,000 rounds of ammunition, the presence of 150 kilograms of gunpowder offered a glimmer of hope for crafting additional bullets. Most crucially, the stones outside could be refined into mithril. With mithril in hand, he could easily modify standard bullets into mithril rounds. This prospect made him believe that the mission at Heishui River could indeed be accomplished the following day, Du Fei mused. Yet, uncertainties lingered. Through the expressions and demeanor of Sun Xiaoqian beside him, one could sense her vigilance, akin to that of a guard against thieves. What does this imply? It indicates that in the eyes of the soldiers, he remains merely a fledgling, unworthy of their respect. If he were to claim that he could forge mithril bullets, they would likely deem him a madman, for the world has yet to grasp the art of mithril extraction. Although the elite legions of the Federation possess a scant quantity of mithril, it is merely in the form of naturally occurring particles. Such natural mithril is exceedingly rare, underscoring its immense value in this realm. Regrettably, he currently lacks the esteem to access the technological repository. Otherwise, he could explore the treasures it harbors. Thus, he resolved to craft a batch of mithril bullets himself. After a brief assessment, Du Fei discreetly followed Sun Xiaoqian as she departed. Within the air raid shelter, the female soldiers had extinguished their lights early and succumbed to slumber. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, residing next to Du Fei, had finally solidified their battle strategy. Yingbao, regarding tomorrow's mission, I think Lu Ruobing hesitated, glancing at Xia Ying. Considering your physical condition, I propose that you remain at the camp. What are you doing? Insulting me? Xia Ying rolled her eyes, exhaling a puff of smoke into Lu Ruobing's face. My physical prowess is no inferior to yours. I've matured better than you. If you don't believe me, let us compare. With that, she pinned Lu Ruobing down, preparing to unfasten her clothing for a size comparison. Ah, you little rascal. Stop it. Who asked bigger? You're bigger. You're bigger. Are you convinced? Convinced. They both laughed, engaging in playful banter until they sat disheveled on the floor. A hint of melancholy reflected in their eyes. Yingbao, tomorrow will be a battle with little hope of survival. We may not return, Lu Ruobing remarked. I know. If we die together, Xia Ying nodded, rising to pat Lu Ruobing on the shoulder. I'll head back to sleep now. With that, she exited to her room. Lu Ruobing sighed softly, closing her door to prepare for rest. Before drifting off, a sense of unease compelled her to retrieve her communicator. Xiaoqian, what is the situation with that student? Rest assured, Sister Ruobing, I personally escorted him to his room. He should be sound asleep by now, Sun Xiaoqian replied. Very well. Get some rest. Tomorrow, he will be in your care. Understood. Chapter 6. The Emergence of Mithril Bullets in the Stillness of the Night. Du Fei found himself outside the air raid shelter. He intended to commence the extraction of mithril. However, to guard against potential beastly assaults, he first opened the ammunition depot's gate. Should an emergency arise, he would have a refuge at hand. With everything meticulously prepared, Du Fei approached the pile of mithril ore. The stones were not overly large, thus rendering the mechanical arm from the universal toolbox unnecessary. First, he retrieved a vial of rare smelting agent from the system space and twisted it open. The lid is equipped with a reagent pipette. After drawing a tube of the melting agent, Du Fei commenced an experiment on a small piece of ore. With a gentle drop, he placed a single drop of the melting agent onto the ore. Miraculously, the stone rippled like water, and the silver stars adorning its surface began to converge, gradually vanishing. Where do they go? Du Fei bondit. Just then, a glimmering drop of silvery liquid flowed from within the ore, swiftly solidifying. In the next moment, the stone lost its luster, revealing a small piece of silver metal on the ground, about the size of a fingernail. Is this the secret silver? Du Fei picked it up, discovering it was almost weightless, as light as plastic. When he squeezed it, it proved to be remarkably hard. Indeed, it was as light as a feather and as tough as dragon scales. Du Fei was overjoyed, astonished by how simple the refining process was. He proceeded to refine formally. After extracting several pieces, Du Fei mastered the dosage of the melting agent entirely. The appearance of ripples on the ore signified the agent's effectiveness. A small piece of ore required merely a drop, while larger pieces necessitated 2 to 3 drops before ripples manifested. After half an hour, Du Fei had sifted through the entire pile of ore, ultimately refining it all. He expended approximately 30 milliliters of melting agent, yielding over 40 pieces of secret silver, ranging from the size of a fingernail to that of a bottle cap. The entire process ran smoothly, without any encounters with ferocious beasts, which greatly uplifted Du Fei's spirits. Having finished, he swiftly entered the ammunition store and closed the door behind him. He aimed to coat the existing bullets with secret silver, opening all the ammunition boxes. He gazed at over 3,000 rounds and shells, musing to himself. It was not particularly difficult. He simply needed to coat all the bullet heads with a layer of secret silver. However, the shells posed a bit of challenge, requiring disassembly to apply the silver to the projectiles inside before reassembling them. Du Fei took a deep breath and retrieved an array of essential tools from his versatile toolbox. First, he fashioned a melting apparatus from discarded steel plates. He then placed all the secret silver pieces inside and added an entire pipette of melting agent. After a minute, the secret silver began to liquefy. Remarkably, there was little to no heat generated. If high temperatures were produced, it could lead to catastrophic explosions when applied to the bullets. Coating the bullets with silver required minimal skill. One merely needed to apply a thin layer of secret silver to the bullet heads. It was a delicate application, not fully covering them, as the supply of secret silver was limited. Despite the modest coating, these bullets would prove lethal when fired into mutated beasts or time beasts. After over an hour, Du Fei had finished coating all the regular machine gun bullets with secret silver. With unwavering focus, he began to disassemble the shells, one by one. The internal structure of fuses, cartridges, and belts was remarkably simple for him. Disassembling and assembling them was second nature. After a considerable amount of time, every projectile had been coated with secret silver and reassembled. These shells appeared unchanged, but had transformed into the most formidable weapons in existence. Previously, these ordinary shells inflicted only minimal damage upon the time beasts, but now, a single shot could obliterate one. As for the mutated ferocious beasts, they could devastate entire swathes. Du Fei believed that this would undoubtedly astonish everyone present. Next, he began utilizing several types of gunpowder and some scrap copper from the storeroom to manufacture ammunition. The simplest tasks often prove to be the most challenging. Although bullets are fundamentally uncomplicated, crafting them with precision is no trivial endeavor. The 4 components, case, primer, propellant, and projectile, must be flawlessly executed. The entire process is rather intricate, and patience is paramount. He employed a press, lathe, molds, and various measuring instruments. By nearly 6 o'clock, the sky began to brighten. The ammunition depot had accumulated over 2,000 brand new secret silver bullets. In the air raid shelter, the female soldiers had already risen. Report: an emergency has arisen in the ammunition depot. One soldier conducting a routine check on the surveillance equipment suddenly spotted a figure and immediately reported to Lu Ruobing. What? Emergency assembly. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were taken aback. They swiftly rushed out, with all the female soldiers following closely, pouring out of the air raid shelter. With a sudden click, the ammunition depot's gate swung open. Du Fei was taken aback. He had been discovered. It's you? What are you doing in the ammunition depot? Upon seeing Du Fei, covered in dirt, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were momentarily stunned. Du Fei smiled nonchalantly. Nothing much. I merely modified the ammunition. Wow, wow, Xia Ying exclaimed, stamping her foot and letting out a string of expletives that nearly broke her voice. Lu Ruobing's face turned pale with anger, almost fainting. Heavens! You actually tampered with our ammunition. Chapter 7. Bird eggs against steel balls. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were filled with rage, as if they were ready to devour Du Fei whole. Noticing the armored vehicle had emerged, Du Fei disregarded them and turned to exit the ammunition depot. He grabbed a brush and quickly applied the remaining liquid secret silver to the 2 armored vehicles. With little secret silver left, he could only coat the most critical areas. Xia Ying chased after him, gritting her teeth. You little brat. Are you insane? That ammunition is our lifeline. Lu Ruobing also angrily inquired. What exactly have you done? I can't explain it to you right now, but once we reach the Blackwater River, you will follow my command, Du Fei replied without looking back. Hastily applying the secret silver, fully aware they might not even comprehend what it truly was. How dare they refer to him as a little brat? When the time comes, you will be utterly convinced and kneel before me. Xia Ying was extremely exasperated, her chest heaving. Listen to your commands? You? Lu Ruobing issued a decisive order. Sun Xiaoqian. Come here. Sun Xiaoqian responded promptly, drawing her gun and pressing it against Du Fei's forehead. Don't move. Du Fei trembled. What do you intend to do? Lu Ruobing narrowed her brows. Take him back and keep a close watch on him. Understood. Sun Xiaoqian restrained Du Fei and nudged him with her knee. Commander, please accompany me to the room and cooperate obediently. An external military unit, undeniably barbaric behavior. You dare to imprison the highest commander. Du Fei struggled in vain against Sun Xiaoqian's tight grip, finally exclaiming in frustration. Those bullets have been modified into mithril bullets. Use them sparingly. As soon as he finished speaking, he was seized by Sun Xiaoqian and taken into the air raid shelter like a chick by an eagle. Infuriating. Dealing with an unpredictable lunatic. What mithril bullets? Just mad ramblings. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying shook their heads and exchanged glances before swiftly entering the ammunition depot, each grabbing a handful of bullets. They then loaded them into empty magazines and emerged one after the other. Bang, 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 wood chips flew from two distant trees. Thankfully, all was well. Lu Ruobing sighed in relief. As the gunfire rang out, Du Fei, confined in the room, shook his head in silence, muttering about the mithril bullets. Foolish waste. Should we try a few more shells? Xia Ying inquired. No need. The shells haven't been tampered with, and there's no time left, Lu Ruobing replied. Then commanded all the female soldiers. Everyone, prepare your equipment. Yes. Report. A portion of bullets has appeared in the ammunition depot. Lu Ruobing was slightly taken aback and said, Take them all. Ruobing, is it appropriate to confine him? After all, he is our commander. Xia Ying frowned. Sigh. This is for his own good. He is still just a child. Lu Ruobing sighed softly and continued. Rest assured, if we do not return by nightfall, Sun Xiaoqian will find another way for him. After hearing this, Xia Ying gazed up at the dim sky and nodded silently. Target. Heishui River, let's depart. Yes. Two armored vehicles roared to life, and the female soldiers jogged alongside, heading towards the Heishui River. The moment the women's field unit left the camp, a gust of mountain wind swept through, turning the distant trees to ashes, scattering them into the breeze. In the Revival Military District, 48th Division. Sir, the external women's field unit has made contact. They have set off and are making their way to Heishui River. An aide reported to the division commander, Diao Dek. Very good. Diao Dek nodded and commanded. Notify all units to withdraw from Heishui River and head to the Honggu Dam hunting area. Subsequently, he dispatched drones to lure the temporal beasts and mutated creatures of Heishui River to coordinates 269-71. Commander, are we to abandon the Heishui River hunting grounds? The adjutant expressed his confusion. This is a mission assigned to the 48th Division by the higher-ups. That madwoman who established the Women's Field Corps has always been a thorn in their side. Now, the remnants of her faction must be eradicated, along with that 18-year-old harbinger of doom. Under the watchful eye of the celestial surveillance, we are obligated to execute this task with utmost precision. After making his statement, Diao Dequay's face twisted into a sinister smile. The Federation's regulations prohibit inter-corps combat. Any violation would incur severe punishment. However, allowing the Women's Field Corps to perish at the jaws of the time beasts would not contravene these rules. Indeed, your brilliance shines, Commander. The adjutant turned to relay the orders. At 9:30 a.m., the deputy commander declared, We will reach coordinates 269-71 in 10 minutes. Command, advance at full speed to arrive at the destination ahead of schedule. Inside the armored command vehicle, Lu Ruobing issued her orders. Affirmative. The female soldiers of the field corps pressed on without respite, their pace quickening. Report. Urgent situation. Communication officer Ganting urgently relayed, clutching the detector. Lu Ruobing glanced at the instrument, alarmed to see a multitude of green and red dots converging upon them. The green dots represented mutated beasts. while the red dots indicated time beasts. Lu Ruobing's heart raced. What is happening? Where are the forces of the 48th Division? Why are there so many beasts? Simultaneously, the female soldiers, including Xia Ying in the transport armored vehicle, detected the anomaly. Report. A significant number of mutated beasts and time beasts have been confirmed at coordinates 269, 71. Beasts are approaching from both the left and right flanks. All personnel, assume battle readiness. Lu Ruobing's expression turned grave. Confirm the exact numbers. The female soldiers of the field corps, tense and alert, swiftly gathered near the two armored vehicles. Soon, Gan Ting reported, there are 8 level 2 time beasts commanding 2 groups of mutated beasts within 3 kilometers of our position. Before she could finish, the ground trembled, and the roar of the beast surged like a tidal wave, drawing nearer. 8 level 2 time beasts and 2 groups of mutated beasts. Lu Ruobing clenched her fists, perspiration accumulating in her palms. Leading the beast horde were 1 level 2 time beast on each flank. This posed a significant threat. With a speed of 150 miles per hour, the level 2 time beasts left no time for retreat. Any one of them could annihilate us all. Given our current ammunition, the cannons and machine gunners would barely sustain a defense for 10 minutes. Most critically, there were still 6 more level 2 time beasts trailing behind the 2 beast groups. Gan Ting quickly assessed the dire situation. The predicament was grave, a catastrophic encounter. The women's field corps stood no chance against the level 2 time beasts, akin to fragile eggs against steel balls. Command, target the time beasts with the cannons and machine guns of the command and transport vehicles. All soldiers, retreat to the right rear ravine, using the rocks as cover, and focus on the mutated beast groups. Strive to keep the herd at bay, no closer than 300 meters, and prepare for a desperate fight. After issuing the battle command, Lu Ruobing turned to Gan Ting and inquired, have we established contact with the 48th Division? They have shut down their channel. I suspect this is a trap set against us, Gan Ting responded. Damn Wudagaway, how infuriating. Lu Ruobing's eyes widened in rage, her anger manifesting in rare expletives. After venting, she grasped a submachine gun and swiftly opened the armored vehicle door. Ruobing, what are you doing? Gan Ting looked at her in alarm. Gan Ting, our once proud battalion of over 2,000 warriors now counts merely 108 remaining. My mother once told me that you could be an excellent commander, yet I have not afforded you that opportunity. I should not have accepted the mission from the 48th Division. That was my error. I apologize for disregarding your past counsel. I will provide full cover for the command vehicle alongside our sisters outside. I hope you can lead these women to safety, Lu Ruobing commanded. Her gaze fixed on the surging herd in the distance, her back turned to Gan Ting. Chapter 8. Did I cause this? Ruobing, you cannot leave the command vehicle. Gan Ting urgently protested. Gan Ting, this is an order. You few among the sisters have endured lighter radiation. You are the hope for the continuation of our women's field battalion. Lu Ruobing's expression turned grave as she added, once we breach their ranks, you must retreat without concern for us. With that, Lu Ruobing leaped from the command vehicle. The eyes of the 5 or 6 female communicators glistened with tears as they covered their faces and wept. Gunners, machine gunners, take your positions. Open fire with all your might once the beasts are within range. Gan Ting commanded, wiping away a tear. Yes, all units prepare. Offload all ammunition from the transport vehicle. Cried the infantry commander outside the command vehicle. Report, we have an excess of 600 rounds of ammunition without federal markings. Without federal markings? The infantry commander paused, finding this rather peculiar. There was no time to ponder, and she waved her hand. Forget the details, distribute all of it. You are all commendable, Lu Ruobing remarked. The commander was momentarily taken aback. Ruobing, utilize the rocks and ravines as advantageous cover and prepare for battle. Lu Ruobing's brow furrowed as she focused on the approaching herd. Ruobing, I still have a machine gun here, though the ammunition is running low, the commander informed her. Then hand me the machine gun. We must conserve the ammunition. Lu Ruobing replied, plunging into the ranks of the female soldiers to construct a defensive line. All the female soldiers saluted her with tearful respect. The herd entered the range in 30 seconds. Prepare the howitzers. 30, 29, 28, 27 inside the command vehicle. Gan Ting intently monitored the detection equipment, issuing commands. The female soldiers concealed themselves behind the rocks, anxiety palpable in the air. Lu Ruobing's finger rested upon the machine gun's trigger, her gaze fixed intently ahead. Lu Ruobing, what in the world is this? We promised to face death together. I will not let this go. In the armored transport vehicle, Xiaoying spotted Lu Ruobing and immediately erupted in a torrent of curses. She was poised to disembark and fight alongside Lu Ruobing, but it was too late. A thunderous roar resonated. In an instant, the ground quaked violently, trees in the distance swayed, and dust billowed. Two monstrous creatures, terrifying in their appearance, led a dark horde of mutated beasts, surging from either side. These colossal beasts alternated between crawling and running upright, towering over 3 meters. Their heads were flat, sunken eye sockets glowing with a sinister red light, with tendrils and fangs protruding from their mouths, occasionally emitting a cacophonous cawing directed at the beastly throng. Their pitch black, razor-sharp claws, and glistening, thick scales resembled an impenetrable armor. They were truly grotesque and fearsome, unmistakably alien life forms. These two aberrant giants were classified as level 2 temporal beasts. All the female soldiers braced themselves, determination etched on their faces. They understood that the probability of survival against the level 2 temporal beasts was virtually non-existent. This would be the final battle of their lives. Despite their weaponry being ineffective against the level 2 temporal beasts, they resolved to fight to the bitter end. As the horde entered firing range, fire the grenades. The next moment, whoosh, 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 boom! Several grenades detonated amidst the horde. The battle commenced. What is happening? Ganting exclaimed upon detecting an anomaly on the monitor. She observed that many of the previously dense clusters of mutated beasts had substantially diminished, revealing several blank spots where the grenades had struck. Clearly, the grenades had obliterated a significant number of these creatures. Impossible. When did the power of ordinary grenades become so formidable? She pondered. Continue firing the grenades. Ganting swiftly issued another command, her eyes glued to the monitor. Boom! Boom! This time, she clearly saw that the explosions had resulted in considerable casualties within the horde. Could it be the commander? Ganting suddenly recalled the words spoken by Du Fei when he was escorted into the air raid shelter by Sun Shaoqian. Could it be that he had indeed increased the power of the ammunition? Order. Artillery aim at the temporal beasts, machine guns sweep the horde, and all infantry engage the advancing mutated beasts. Do not waste ammunition. Victory is ours, Ganting commanded with fervor. Upon hearing Ganting's orders through the communicator, Lu Ruobing's face paled. What does this girl intend to do? We agreed to cover the command vehicle's retreat. Why is she disobeying? However, given the urgency of the situation, Lu Ruobing had no time for further contemplation. 2 level 2 chrono beasts led a horde that surged towards them. Open fire, commanded Xiaoying. As the female soldiers unleashed a torrent of gunfire from their submachine guns, handguns, and grenades. Aim the autocannon at the chrono beast and fire. From within the armored transport, her voice resonated with authority. A barrage of 20mm autocannon shells erupted from the barrel, hurtling towards one of the level 2 chrono beasts. The firepower of the antiquated armored vehicle was modest at best, failing to inflict any substantial damage on the formidable creature. It was akin to a mere tickle. In Xia Ying's estimation, merely slowing the beast's advance with dozens of shells would be a notable achievement. However, to her astonishment, the shells detonated against the level 2 chrono beast, causing a cascade of devastation, while a multitude of mutated beasts fell around it. The massive creature, once imposing, was now reduced to a shattered form, blood and flesh exploding in every direction. Heavenly Eye Report. Level 2 Chrono Beast slain, granting 3,626 hours. The Chrono Federation extracts 20, while the External Women's Combat Brigade receives a credit of 2,901 hours. External Women's Combat Brigade storage card balance, 2,901 hours. What did I just witness? The Chrono Beast is dead? My heavens. Xiaoying, we have accrued 2,901 hours. The armored transport erupted in jubilant screams from several female soldiers. Xiaoying was momentarily speechless. How could this be? Simultaneously, all the female soldiers observed the extraordinary scene. A level 2 chrono beast had been felled by their autocannon. It had succumbed to mere dozens of shells. Furthermore, incredulously, the mutated beasts fell one after another under their relentless assault. When had these creatures become so fragile? Unbelievable. Lu Ruobing's eyes widened in disbelief, recalling the enigmatic words of Du Fei. With fervor, she squeezed the trigger, unleashing a volley at another level 2 chrono beast. The creature emitted a harrowing wail. Its iron-like body was riddled with numerous bloodied holes, dark green blood gushing forth. Boom! The colossal form of the level 2 chrono beast trembled before crashing to the ground. My heavens, it was dispatched by a machine gun. Our storage card has gained over 2,000 additional hours. The communication device crackled with the excited shrieks of the female soldiers on the armored vehicle. Did I truly slay that beast? With a machine gun, I killed a level 2 chrono beast? Lu Ruobing gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her face trembling with disbelief. She stared wide-eyed at the bullets, now smeared with a silvery substance, unable to comprehend the magnitude of this moment. Goodness, the power of these bullets is extraordinary. It is something I have never heard or seen before. Are these truly silver alloy bullets? This type of bullet, it seems, has yet to be produced even by the Temporal Federation. Chapter 9. A resounding victory in this campaign as the two leading level 2 temporal beasts fell. The mutated beast horde descended into chaos. Sisters, it has been confirmed that Captain Du Fei has modified our ammunition. The voice of Gan Ting echoed through the communicator. The modified bullets possess great power and are exceedingly precious. Just aim carefully. One shot, one kill. Do not waste them. Sisters, rally your spirits. Victory shall ultimately belong to us. With her words, the morale of all the female soldiers in the field combat brigade surged. Roars and cackles erupted as 6 more level 2 temporal beasts surged forward, driving the horde onward. Fire grenades at the dense clusters, commanded Lu Ruobing. Aim and fire with your pistols. From within the transport armored vehicle. Xiaoying also issued orders. Target the temporal beasts with the autocannon and machine guns. Do not squander our resources. Precision fire. The memory of the dozens of shells that had struck a single temporal beast still pained Xia Ying's heart. The target is within range. Open fire. The women, emboldened and brimming with confidence, plunged back into the fray. Good news. Our female combat brigade's storage card has received an influx of 3,016 hours. Good news. Our female combat brigade's storage card has again received an influx of 2,852 hours. Soon, they had eliminated 2 more level 2 temporal beasts. At that moment, without any warning, 2 colossal figures suddenly appeared in midair. They were 2 level 2 winged temporal beasts, diving towards the command vehicle and transport truck at an astonishing speed. Invisible winged beasts. This is bad. Gan Ting, Xiaoying, watch out. Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers gasped in shock. Gan Ting in the command vehicle and Xiaoying in the transport vehicle simultaneously spotted the descending winged beasts. These temporal beasts could fly at high speeds and excelled at stealth, making them difficult to detect. They only revealed their presence when launching an attack, at which point they would disengage from their cloaked state. The invisible winged beasts could be deemed the most terrifying entities among all temporal beasts. In that instant, the 2 level 2 winged temporal beasts hurtled downwards, and the autocannons and machine guns were utterly unable to intercept them in time. Under such circumstances, the command vehicle and transport truck would undoubtedly be obliterated. Sisters, farewell. Ruobing, you must live on. Despairing voices from Gan Ting and Xiaoying resonated through the communicator. These were their final words. Bang! Bang! The 2 level 2 winged temporal beasts collided with the command vehicle and transport truck, producing 2 deafening booms. Gan Ting, Xiaoying, Lu Ruobing, and all the female soldiers cried out simultaneously, some closing their eyes in sorrow. Yet, to their astonishment, the command vehicle and the transport vehicle were both hurled far away, colliding with several large boulders before coming to a halt. The car bodies merely exhibited a few dents, not shattering as one might have expected. Observing the 2 level 2 time-winged beasts, one had a broken wing, flapping helplessly on the ground, while the other, due to the impact, had its own claws pierced into its body, gasping for breath. Inside the command and transport vehicles, all the female soldiers experienced a ringing in their ears, clutching their heads and shaking them in confusion. In the next moment, we were all alive. We were unscathed. Gan Ting and Xiaoying each lifted the hatches of their armored vehicles, their voices nearly a roar due to the lingering tinnitus. My heavens, they were not dead? This was utterly astonishing. At the moment of the assault, the 2 armored vehicles seemed to shimmer with a silver sheen. It must have been the protective material on the vehicles that absorbed the impact of the 2 level 2 time-winged beasts, sparing Gan Ting and Xiaoying from harm. In an instant, Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers recalled the scene of Du Fei brushing something on the armored vehicle before their departure. Wonderful. Let us continue the fight. Lu Ruobing snapped back to reality, raising her machine gun and firing at the struggling time-winged beasts. Heavenly Eye message. Killing a level 2 time-winged beast grants 3,954 hours. The Time Federation deducts 20. The extrajudicial female combat unit storage card credits, 3,163 hours. Heavenly iMessage. Killing a level 2 Time Wing Beast grants 3,628 hours. The Time Federation deducts 20. The extrajudicial female combat unit storage card credits, 2,903 hours. The 2 level 2 Time Wing Beasts fell, and the female combat unit received further credits. The battle intensified. Both armored vehicles sustained damage to their cannons, prompting Ganting, Xia Ying, and the communication soldiers to open the doors and join the infantry ranks. Fire the machine guns. Unleash a fierce barrage. Shell commence firing. Boom, boom. The time beasts and mutated creatures lay scattered across the battlefield, their anguished cries filling the air. Soon, the remaining 4 level 2 time beasts fell one after another, with the female combat unit's storage card continuously receiving credits. 10 minutes later, the leaderless horde of mutated beasts disbanded under the onslaught of artillery, fleeing in all directions towards the forest. Cease fire. We have triumphed. Well done. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Ganting exchanged glances, their faces reflecting complex emotions of excitement. This was exhilarating, truly thrilling, almost unbelievable. Indeed, we had hunted down 10 level 2 time beasts and defeated 2 packs of mutated creatures. All the female soldiers embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. What an inspiring achievement. They had never experienced such a thrilling battle in their lives. Assess the casualties and report the losses, Lu Ruobing commanded. Understood. 3 minutes later. Report. The command vehicle and transport vehicle reported that 13 soldiers experienced mild tinnitus. Apart from this, the entire regiment suffered no casualties. A total of 263 rounds of various ammunition remain. The cannon and machine guns on the command and transport vehicles are severely deformed, and the vehicle bodies and communication equipment are somewhat damaged, yet this does not impede mobility. Our women's field regiment has annihilated 10 level 2 chrono beasts, earning a remarkable 27,875 hours. This campaign has culminated in a resounding victory. Report concluded. All the female soldiers of the women's field regiment erupted in cheers. A miracle. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Ganting simultaneously inhaled deeply. For the first time, they perceived the radiated air as refreshingly pure. At this moment, they understood clearly the triumph in the battle at Heishui River, without a single loss, was entirely due to Du Fei. That seemingly insignificant child in their eyes had saved all the sisters of the field regiment. Ganting and Xia Ying. See if you can still establish contact with Sun Xiaoqian, quickly, Lu Ruobing exclaimed, as she was the first to dive into the command vehicle. All right. Ganting and Xia Ying, along with the communication officer, swiftly took their positions. Calling Sun Xiaoqian. Calling Sun Xiaoqian. After a brief pause, crackling static filled the communicator. Received. Sun Xiaoqian responding. Sun Xiaoqian, what is the current situation with Captain Du Fei? Please respond. Report, Deputy Commander. I fear the little brat might misbehave, so I've temporarily tied him up. Sun Xiaoqian's voice came through the communicator. What? I command you to untie Captain Du Fei at once. Do not mistreat him. Lu Ruobing urgently shouted into the communicator. The signal is poor. I cannot hear. Please repeat. Please repeat. The signal was interrupted. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Ganting exchanged worried glances, stamping their feet in frustration. Assemble. Return to the camp at full speed. We must arrive by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 10. The Return of Victory Revival Military District, 48th Division. Calculating the time, it should be about right. The remnants of the women's field regiment and that genius from the command academy should all be devoured by the beasts. Division Commander Diao de Quay lounged confidently in a beast-skin sofa, his legs crossed, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even if the Federation Sky Eye detects the malicious operations of the 48th Division, the worst that could happen is a minor fine. After all, the contributions of a ragtag army like the Women's Field Regiment to the Federation are negligible throughout the year. The Sky Eye is also influenced by appearances. Sometimes it turns a blind eye. Commander, we have miscalculated. The adjutant rushed in, visibly flustered. What have we miscalculated? Diao de Quay, slightly startled. You must take a look at the latest news released by the Sky Eye. The adjutant activated the laser screen and accessed the Sky Eye website. It displayed the status of various military districts, along with countless rankings and battle records of different military groups. A rather inconspicuous piece of recent news was steadily gaining traction. In the Revival Military District, During the Battle of Heishui River, the detached women's field corps successfully annihilated 10 level 2-time beasts, including 2 stealth wing beasts. The corps ranking surged from 318, 895 to 97, 566, placing it within the top 100,000 in performance, earning a contribution star from the Heavenly Eye. The commander, Diao Dek, inhaled sharply, his expression darkening. What on earth is happening? I am equally perplexed, the adjutant replied, shaking his head. Logically, given their numbers and equipment, they should not have been able to withstand even mutated beasts. However, it is astonishing that they managed to slay 10 level 2-time beasts, including 2 level 2 stealth wing beasts, and even routed 2 groups of mutated beasts. With fewer than 100 personnel, the entire battle lasted less than an hour. Such achievements are beyond what our own mobile brigade of 7,000 could accomplish. Commander, I suspect the Heavenly I may be malfunctioning. How can this be possible? It's utterly unbelievable. Diao Dek stared at the news on the website, his heart filled with shock. He found it hard to fathom, as it seemed too implausible. Yet, the Heavenly Eye could not be mistaken. After a moment, Diao Dek inquired, were there casualties? It is unclear. The Heavenly Eye has not indicated. Investigate. Uncover the details of their battle at Heishui River and, if possible, ascertain their weaponry and equipment. Yes. By the way, Commander, the evaluation report for the Qingchuan Ruins hunting grounds has been released. Experts suggest it is quite suitable for establishing a new hunting ground. Understood. 2 deformed armored vehicles billowed black smoke, with all the female soldiers sprinting behind. The women's field corps hurried along, additionally hunting 5 or 6 level 1-time beasts along the way, accruing thousands of hours in their storage cards. They deeply appreciated the benefits bestowed by the silver bullets. Each one was akin to a protective talisman. Of course, these blessings were granted by Du Fei. 3 hours later, they finally returned to the camp, with the entire corps entering the air raid shelter. Lu Ruobing was the first to leap from the armored vehicle, making a beeline for Du Fei's quarters. Xia Jing, Gunting, and all the female soldiers followed closely behind. Bang! Lu Ruobing crashed through the door with her body. Sun Xiaoqian was startled. Upon seeing Lu Ruobing, she was momentarily taken aback. Then, Xia Ying and Gan Ting appeared, panting, with the other female soldiers surrounding them in layers. Heavens, they have all returned. How wonderful! Sun Xiaoqian exclaimed in delight. Lu Ruobing pushed her aside and immediately spotted Du Fei bound to the bed. Hurry, untie the commander. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Gan Ting urged simultaneously. Sun Xiaoqian, huh? Seeing the 3 approach to unravel the ropes, she hurriedly joined them. Lu Ruobing glanced at the half-open wardrobe and, with a swift kick, admonished Sun Xiaoqian, little rascal, who permitted you to touch my belongings? After uttering this, she quickly yanked the black silk fabric from Du Fei's mouth. Captain, I apologize, Lu Ruobing said, concealing the fabric behind her back, her cheeks flushed. I assure you, it has been thoroughly cleaned. Xia Ying and Gan Ting could no longer contain their laughter, while the female soldiers outside the door stifled their giggles, hesitant to laugh aloud. Sun Xiaoqian truly was a remarkable character. Are they all back? Du Fei sat up, moving his jaw. He then stood to stretch his limbs, casting his gaze upon the female soldiers gathered at the door. In that moment, everyone was taken aback. They had expected Du Fei to erupt in anger, and Lu Ruobing had braced herself for punishment. However, Du Fei's expression revealed no emotion, leaving everyone uncertain whether he was harboring anger within. Captain, Lu Ruobing began to speak, but Du Fei waved his hand, directly stating, first, tell me about the battle situation at Heishui River. He was eager to learn about the effectiveness of his secret silver bullets against the ferocious beasts. Observing Du Fei's earnest demeanor, Lu Ruobing felt a deep sense of guilt. This man had tirelessly crafted secret silver bullets for the women's combat unit overnight, yet he had yet to witness their power. To make matters worse, he had been ridiculed by her and all her sisters, and even imprisoned and bound. Reflecting on this, Lu Ruobing felt an even greater remorse towards him. She took a moment to compose herself before earnestly reporting to Du Fei. Reporting, Captain, we suspect that the mission at Heishui River was a conspiracy orchestrated by the 48th Division against our women's combat unit. By the time we arrived at the operational site, the 48th Division had already retreated and maliciously severed communication channels. Du Fei nodded thoughtfully. He had anticipated this development. However, he had not expected Wu Daguai to go to such lengths to eliminate him. Yet, unbeknownst to Du Fei, Wu Daguai's intentions extended beyond merely targeting him, as there were deeper motives at play. Subsequently, The detection device indicated a large number of ferocious beasts at the operational site, and we were soon besieged by 2 groups of mutated beasts. Among the beast horde were 8 level 2-time beasts, and we found ourselves unable to retreat in time. Sun Xiaoqian gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment, and quickly inquired, "How did you manage to escape?" Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at her before continuing. Thanks to the captain's modified secret silver bullets, their power was beyond imagination. We effortlessly killed 10 level 2-time beasts and routed the 2 mutated beast groups. Suffering no cachuetis. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoqian was stunned, feeling as if she were in a dream. However, something seemed amiss. After pondering for a moment, she questioned, "How could it be 10 level 2-time beasts? Wasn't it 8? Ganting stepped forward and spoke. 2 level 2 stealth wing beasts launched a surprise attack on the command vehicle and the transport vehicle. At that moment, our demise seemed inevitable. What? 2 level 2 stealth wing beasts? Sun Xiaoqian was taken aback, and even Du Fei felt a slight tremor in his heart. The stealth wing beasts are notoriously elusive, among the most formidable and terrifying of the time beasts. Could you refrain from overreacting? Lu Ruobing shot her a glare and continued. Fortunately, prior to our departure, the commander applied a mysterious substance to the vehicle's exterior, which spared Ganting, Xia Ying, and the other sisters from calamity. And then, Du fait incroyable de fureté, eager to ascertain the efficacy of the protective substance. When the 2 stealth wing beasts collided with the command and transport vehicles, our vehicle sustained minimal damage, while the 2 beasts were severely wounded. One of their wings was severed, and 1 claw impaled its own body. I subsequently dealt with them both with a couple of rounds. Furthermore, on our return journey, we hunted down an additional 5 or 6 level 1-time beasts. In this operation, we acquired a total of 569 hours, though it is disheartening to note that we are left with merely over 900 rounds of ammunition. Lu Ruobing concluded her report. Excellent. As long as there are no casualties, Du Fei nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers. Ammunition is meant to safeguard your lives. Should you encounter a situation and deliberately conserve ammunition, your actions may easily place your comrades in peril. He then solemnly added, "I do not wish to see any harm come to any of you, the 108 of you." As his words fell, silence enveloped the room. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ganting, Sun Xiaoqian, and all the female soldiers bowed their heads. At that moment, their feelings towards Du Fei transcended mere guilt. Chapter 11. Unlocking the technology repository. After a brief silence, Sun Xiaoqian, her expression laden with remorse, spoke up. "Commander, I am truly sorry. I should not have treated you that way. Please punish me." Lu Ruobing took a deep breath and turned to Du Fei, saying, "Commander, I was wrong. Reflecting on how we treated you before, I believe we all now deeply regret our actions and hope you can forgive us. The orders regarding Sun Xiaoqian were mine. If punishment is to be meted out, it should be directed at me." Witnessing Lu Ruobing's sincere apology, all the female soldiers outside echoed in unison. "Commander, we are sorry." Xia Ying, discarding her cigarette, similarly lowered her head. "I misunderstood you, and I am willing to accept any punishment." She dared not meet Du Fei's gaze. Speaking softly as if she were a shy girl, "You may strike me harshly until you find it in your heart to forgive me." It is noteworthy that Xia Ying was renowned for her stubbornness. She had never bowed her head to anyone in her life, embodying an indomitable spirit akin to that of a wild stallion. In her childhood, her stepfather subjected her to a brutal punishment, hanging her for 3 days and nights in an attempt to force her into submission. Yet she did not so much as furrow her brow. Now, in this moment, bowing her head to Du Fei signifies the immense courage she has summoned, not for any trivial reason, but for the sake of the battle at Heishui River. After this confrontation, her respect for Du Fei has been irrevocably cemented. All her sisters returned unscathed, their lives preserved. The man possesses the remarkable ability to craft such formidable ammunition, underscoring his extraordinary prowess. He has saved the lives of the entire regiment, only to be insulted as a mere child before so many. One can only imagine the sorrow he must feel. Thus, Xia Ying is now wholly focused on seeking Du Fei's forgiveness, ready to accept any punishment he may impose. At that moment, only Ganting remained silent, her eyes fixed on Du Fei's expression. His brow was furrowed, his countenance dark. Ganting felt a surge of panic. She sensed that Du Fei was on the verge of an outburst. "Commander, I implore you to forgive them. The mission at Heishui River was perilous, and if Sister Bing ordered your confinement, it was merely to prevent you from taking risks. If punishment is necessary, Then let me share their fate. Gunting, no. We're the ones at fault, cried Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Sun Xiaoqian, all turning their gazes toward Gunting. Enough, du fait acerted. Understanding that this was not the time for reprimands, as he still sought something from them. If there had been casualties in this battle, I would have held you accountable. However, since you have returned safely, I shall forego punishment. I do not wish to witness such incidents again. Then why did your expression seem so fearsome just now? Gunting injured softly. I was merely conflicted, wondering whether that garment had been thoroughly cleaned, Du Fei replied, glancing at Lu Ruobing, who instantly blushed. Wow, the commander isn't angry. How splendid. The commander is so handsome. The female soldiers erupted into joyous tears, embracing one another in celebration. Ding. Reputation 10. Ding. Reputation 10. Ding. Reputation 10. Ding. Reputation 10. Ding. Technology repository unlocked. Corresponding items can be exchanged. Indeed, the system's notifications rang out in a cacophony. Du Fei felt a surge of joy within. The technology repository was now accessible. Alas, enduring humiliation for the sake of earning reputation points is no easy feat. Thankfully, there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, someone might accuse me of sycophancy. Attention, all personnel. Assemble in 20 minutes. I have an announcement to make and to clarify the preliminary development direction of our field regiment. Du Fei's gaze swept over all the female soldiers as he spoke with solemnity. Yes, Commander, replied Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gunting, Sun Xiaoqian, and the others, standing tall and offering him a respectful military salute. Subsequently, all the female soldiers dispersed with alacrity. Du Fei closed the door and opened the system interface. Ost, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion, Extraterritorial Women's Field Corps. Prestige, 1370. Intimacy, 0. Physique, not enhanced, suffered radiation 30. Items, Universal Toolbox 1, Rare Materials Smelting Agent 450 milliliters. General reminder, the technology library has been unlocked and corresponding items can be redeemed. Du Fei quickly glanced at the system interface, eagerly opening the technology library. A myriad of items presented themselves, leaving him momentarily stunned. Rare Material Smelting Agent, 500 milliliters requires 200 prestige. Light Armor, Blueprint requires 200 prestige. Land King Tracked Battle Vehicle, Blueprint requires 500 prestige. Energy Crystal, System Produced, Irreplicable, can sustain power for a year requires 100 prestige. Rehabilitation Pool, Blueprint requires 500 prestige. Water Purifier, Blueprint requires 200 prestige. Predator Stealth Drone, Blueprint requires 1500 prestige. Vibranium Synthesis Technology, requires 100 intimacy. URU Synthesis Technology, requires 500 intimacy. Intelligent Laser Defense System, Blueprint requires 1000 intimacy. Click to expand more. All items within required prestige and intimacy for redemption, diverse and dazzling. Du Fei took a deep breath, unable to contain his excitement. Although most items in the technology library consisted of blueprints and technologies, each represented advanced black technology, especially vibranium and URU, which surpassed mithril as high-tech metals. Crafting armor from either of these metals would render one nearly invincible. However, they required a certain level of intimacy, making immediate redemption impossible. It seems that prestige and intimacy hold great significance. Gazing at the array of items in the technology library, Du Fei fell into contemplation. From this moment onward, his position in the Women's Field Corps was officially established. He had truly become the supreme commander. Thus, he would forge a legion of immense combat strength, ensuring the health and happiness of his female soldiers. Furthermore, there was his father and sister, whose current circumstances remained precarious. After all, Wu Dagui was considered a mid-level figure in the Light Federation, capable of easily expelling his father and sister from Revival City with a mere maneuver. He now understood that the inside and outside of Revival City were akin to two separate worlds, the Federation's surveillance severing all communication. Individuals within the city could not contact those outside, as though they existed in utterly different realms. He must strengthen himself without delay. Du Fei clenched his fist, beginning to ponder. With a current prestige of 1370, what should he redeem first? After a period of contemplation, Du Fei arrived at a decision. The system chimed. Congratulations to the host for exchanging 500 reputation points for a design blueprint of the Land King tracked vehicle. As the notification echoed in his mind, a plethora of schematics, parameters, and performance descriptions of the armored vehicle materialized within his consciousness. The Land King tracked vehicle, equipped with a large caliber cannon, with a lethality radius exceeding 5,000 square meters, specifically an explosion radius of 36 meters, fully automatic defensive cannons, machine guns, and lightweight Gatling guns, featuring long-range detection devices, early warning systems, night vision, secure communication, autonomous driving capabilities, and powered by energy crystals. It can attain a maximum speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Click to expand further. Impressive. The exchange was undoubtedly worthwhile. With merely a cursory glance at the Land King tracked vehicle's specifications, Du Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately bent over his desk to draft a simple schematic, annotating its features and compiling a list of required materials. Then, recalling the radiation concerns affecting himself and the female soldiers, he decisively exchanged for 2 additional items. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 200 reputation points to exchange for a water purifier design blueprint. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 500 reputation points to exchange for a rehabilitation pool design blueprint. Once again, images of these 2 items, along with their manufacturing parameters and functionalities, flooded his mind. Water purifier, capable of automatically filtering out radiation, viruses, bacteria, and impurities, providing purified water that is safe for direct consumption. Rehabilitation pool, facilitates healing, detoxification, eradicates bodily radiation, enhances physical fitness, and promotes overall health. Fantastic! It is worth noting that the drinking water sold at the federal outpost costs 3,000 hours per ton and contains slight radiation along with viruses and bacteria. In contrast, the water produced by this purifier is entirely free of radiation and impurities, comparable to the renowned Nongfu spring from his previous life. As for the rehabilitation pool, it is akin to a panacea for all ailments. Whether minor or severe, even including poisoning and gunshot wounds, it can facilitate recovery. With regular use, it won't be long before all the female soldiers completely rid themselves of radiation, transforming into truly healthy individuals. This would be an immense boon for all the female soldiers. Du Fei swiftly sketched another simple diagram and compiled a list of necessary components. He envisioned the scene of the female soldiers restored to health, their happiness index soaring, and naturally, his reputation points would flourish in abundance. Knock, knock, knock. Captain, all the troops have assembled and are awaiting your instructions, came the gentle yet respectful voice of a female soldier from outside the door. All right, I will be there shortly. Chapter 12. A talented assembly in the open space of the air raid shelter. All the female soldiers had gathered. Before Du Fei's arrival, they were animatedly whispering among themselves, their faces alight with excitement. Did you see the Sky Eye website? Yes, our field regiment has become famous. The achievements of the Blackwater River have propelled us from a ranking of over 300,000 into the esteemed top 100,000. Indeed, our Women's Combat Brigade has ascended to this distinguished echelon and has even received a star mark from the Celestial Eye. What an exhilarating moment. This is all thanks to our commander. As Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and others listened to the discussions among the female soldiers, their eyes sparkled with pride. The Women's Combat Brigade had long been abandoned by the Federation. Unexpectedly, a single battle significantly improved their ranking and garnered the attention of the Celestial Eye. Though they did not particularly care about the ranking or the star mark, it undeniably represented honor, providing a long-awaited release for the pent-up emotions of the female soldiers. Most importantly, Lu Ruobing and her comrades, along with all the female soldiers, glimpsed a hope for survival. Attention! Salute! A Lu Ruobing noticed du fait approching. She promptly shouted to the female soldiers. In an instant, all the soldiers stood at attention, saluting Du Fei in unison. Commander, good day. Good day, everyone. Du Fei returned the military salute. The demeanor of the female soldiers had markedly changed, particularly the respect, anxiety, and apprehension evident in their gazes towards Du Fei. Observing this, Du Fei chuckled. There's no need to be so tense. I'm not accustomed to this. With that, he gestured for them to relax. Due to time constraints, I shall be brief. Du Fei surveyed the room and directly stated, Today marks my official first day in command, and I have one question for you all. Do you wish to lead a good life? Yes. The female soldiers replied in unison. Excellent. I believe that as long as we work together, we will indeed lead a good life. Nodding, Du Fei continued, Now, I need to familiarize myself with the talents we have in our brigade. He then turned his gaze to Lu Ruobing. Understanding his intent, Lu Ruobing immediately began to introduce the members. Ganting is adept with various communication and electronic devices. Sun Xiaoqian excels in weaponry and ammunition. Xia Ying is skilled in combat and tactics. Su Ning is a biologist. Zhao Feifeng specializes in agricultural cultivation. And Song Jia is proficient in civil engineering. After a brief span of minutes, Du Fei nodded repeatedly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated the wealth of talent within the Women's Combat Brigade. With such capabilities, the tasks ahead would certainly be more manageable. Who is currently responsible for the storage card? Du Fei inquired. Reporting to the commander, I am temporarily in charge of the storage card, Ganting replied. What is the current balance? 33,569 hours. I command that, excluding myself, each of you is to be allocated 100 hours. Du Fei issued his first order. He still had over 150 hours left for himself, not factoring in time distribution for now. Moreover, he possessed another storage card with 5,000 hours from his father. Presently, all the female soldiers had merely over 40 hours remaining. Allocating them 100 hours would at least sustain them for nearly a week. Commander, each person's allocation of 100 hours amounts to a total of 10,800 hours. After deducting a fee of 10, the total comes to 11,880 hours. Ganting reported this with familiarity. It must be said that the storage cards of the Federal Union are quite exploitative. However, the necessity of using the federal storage card for any transaction is an inescapable reality. Thus, let us distribute the 11,880 hours. Du Fei stated. Indeed, Ganting nodded and began to transfer the hours to each female soldier's wrist. Commander, I do not require any at that moment, Xia Ying said to Du Fei with a wry smile. Her complexion was pale, and she clutched a cigarette tightly, refraining from lighting it out of respect for Du Fei. It was evident that she was enduring excruciating pain, and her condition was unlikely to last more than 2 days. Therefore, she deemed the 100 hours a mere waste. Du Fei stepped forward, pried her hand open, and took the lighter and the cigarette. With a sharp flick, he lit the cigarette himself and brought it to Xia Ying's lips. Smoke it. The allocated time is a necessity for everyone, and you are no exception. After saying this, he gently patted her shoulder. Do not worry, you will recover. Xia Ying's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she shook her head slightly. Commander, do not waste time on me. I am aware of my condition. Then let us make a wager, Du Fei suggested, looking at her intently. A wager? Xia Ying blinked in surprise. If you recover within 3 days, then in front of the entire regiment, you must kiss me. Du Fei déclarait d'honnêteté, secretly thinking perhaps he could gain some intimacy points. Ha, men, Xia Ying wiped the corner of her eye and was immediately amused. She took a deep drag from the cigarette, regaining her former audacity. If you want to take advantage, just say so. I wouldn't mind kissing you right now. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, Sun Xiaoqian, and all the other female soldiers laughed along. However, it was a bittersweet laughter, mingled with gratitude towards Du Fei. They understood that Xia Ying was approaching the end of her life, and even the Federal Union's exorbitant anti-radiation injections could not save her. They believed that Du Fei's jest towards Xia Ying was an attempt to comfort her, and Xia Ying, in her heart, wished for that very comfort as well. Du Fei smiled slightly, not pursuing the matter further with Xia Ying, but instead turned his attention to a female soldier named Song Jia. Are you proficient in civil construction? Yes, Commander. Song Jia stepped forward and saluted. Come, take a look at this blueprint. Du Fei handed her a sketch he had personally drawn of the rehabilitation pool. Upon receiving the blueprint, Song Jia frowned. A pool? According to the blueprint, the location is set in the living area. Can you guarantee it will be completed by tomorrow? It is quite simple. I assure the task will be accomplished, Song Jia declared confidently, though she was unaware of the pool's intended purpose. The task assigned by the commander excited her. Lu Ruobing and the others curiously gathered around, their faces reflecting confusion upon seeing the blueprint. Commander, what is the purpose of constructing such a large pool? Lu Ruobing could not help but inquire. Confidentiality shall be maintained, and the truth will be revealed in due time, Du Fei remarked with a mysterious smile. Lu Ruobing and the others exchanged glances before shaking their heads in resignation. After all, they had previously agreed to adhere to the man's directives, so secrecy it would be. Their sole hope now rested upon whether Du Fei could produce additional secret silver bullets. From where did that pile of stones beside the ammunition depot originate? Du Fei inquired soudainly. Lu Ruobing hesitated for a moment before responding. 2 years ago, a landslide occurred, and they cascaded down from the mountain. Ah, understood, Du Fei thought to himself with a flicker of joy. If his conjecture was correct, This mountain harbored a significant deposit of secret silver ore. Chapter 13. Look at your naive countenances. Du Fei's speculation remained unconfirmed at this juncture. Should there indeed be secret silver ore atop this mountain, the fabrication of secret silver bullets would pose no obstacle. All that would be required were gunpowder and brass. Although these materials would necessitate procurement from the federal outpost, our command and transport vehicles are woefully outdated. The weaponry and communication devices currently at our disposal are in disrepair. Du Fei turned to Liu Ruobing and the others, stating, I propose we retire these two-wheeled armored vehicles and replace them with the latest tracked armored vehicles. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruobing, Gan Ting, Xia Ying, and Sun Shaoqian were left utterly astonished. Commander, you must be aware of our circumstances, Gan Ting said with a wry smile. The latest tracked armored vehicles are exceedingly costly. The cheapest of the old models sold by the Federation is priced at 100,000 hours. As for the latest models, each would likely cost around 500,000 hours. Gan Ting's assertion was not unfounded. Liu Ruobing raised her hands in exasperation. Where do we find such time? Xia Ying chimed in. Commander, I believe our two armored vehicles could still be repaired. They perceived Du Fei's thoughts as fanciful, deeming the suggestion impractical and unrealistic. If the Women's Field Brigade had 500,000 hours at their disposal, why would they risk their lives to undertake a 2,000-hour mission for the 48th Division? The allure of the latest tracked armored vehicles was undeniable, but how could they possibly afford them? Allow me to finish my statement. While purchasing them is indeed out of the question, my intention is for us to construct them ourselves, Du Fei clarified. What? Construct them ourselves? Commander, surely we did not mishear you? The production of tracked armored vehicles is solely within the purview of the Federal First Military Industry Group. Even the major conglomerates, renowned for their temporal wealth, lack such capabilities. The crux of the matter lies in where to obtain the design blueprints and manufacturing technology, along with an entire suite of precise parameters. Indeed, we are utterly unqualified to undertake such an endeavor. How can we possibly construct them? Liu Ruobing, Xianying, Gunting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged bemused smiles. Had he lost his senses? To suggest self-manufacture? Did he think it akin to molding clay? In their view, this proposition was even less feasible than spending 500,000 hours on a purchase. I possess all the design blueprints, technology, and parameters we require. I merely need your assistance, Du Fei stated earnestly. As his words resonated, silence enveloped the room. Liu Ruobing and her companions gazed at Du Fei with expressions of sheer astonishment, as if they were encountering a stranger. What a jest! It is essential to understand that tracked armored vehicles are considered high-end military equipment within the Federation, renowned for their exceptional performance and astonishing complexity. Particularly, the blueprints and manufacturing techniques are regarded as the utmost secrets of the foremost military-industrial conglomerate. The Federation has invested a considerable amount of time and effort, enlisting the expertise of hundreds of top specialists in the military field, who dedicated over 2 centuries to the development of such technology. Yet this man claims to possess all technical parameters related to the fabrication of tracked armored vehicles. Even senior officials of the Federation would not dare to make such a statement. The design schematics, technology, and specifications of tracked armored vehicles are beyond the reach of a mere 17 or 18-year-old graduate. Look at your bewildered expressions, as if you have never witnessed the world beyond your confines. Du Fei chuckled, then continued, Do you not find it curious where I acquired the secret silver? Does the Federation possess the technology to refine secret silver? Liu Ruobing and her companions were momentarily taken aback. They were indeed uninformed about the intricacies of secret silver. Gan Ting swiftly retrieved the sole intelligent tablet of the field unit and began to search online. Liu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Sun Shaoqian immediately gathered around. Soon, they discovered that secret silver cannot be refined. Only a limited quantity of natural secret silver particles exists within the Federation. Moreover, dissolving natural secret silver remains a significant challenge for the Federation. All secret silver weapons in the Federation utilize natural secret silver particles as ammunition fillers, rendering it impossible to coat the surface of bullets. Instantly, Liu Ruobing and the others gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. The bullets modified by Du Fei were silver-coated, and he had also applied secret silver to the armored vehicle surface. Clearly, this man had mastered the technique for dissolving natural secret silver. Previously, they were entirely ignorant of this mysterious substance and thought it was not a particularly challenging technical endeavor. Now, however, they were utterly astounded. Could it be that he truly has the capability to refine secret silver? My goodness, to possess the technology of refining secret silver, or even merely dissolving it, would ensure a lifetime of comfort if sold to the Federation. What kind of genius is this man? How is he so formidable? Lu Ruobing and her companions were deeply shaken. They began to believe more in the words Du Fei had spoken earlier. If he can refine secret silver and create secret silver bullets, then he is undoubtedly capable of constructing tracked armored vehicles. Du Fei turned to Lu Ruobing and her companions, stating, I intend to construct the Land King tracked armored vehicle, and I will show you the blueprint shortly. Upon hearing this, the attitudes of the beautiful women shifted entirely. Although they remained somewhat skeptical, it was evident that their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Lu Ruobing's expression turned serious as she scanned all the female soldiers and solemnly declared, Attention, everyone! From this moment forth, no information regarding my Women's Field Unit shall be disclosed to the outside world, not even a word. Although these women were her trusted sisters in arms, she felt it prudent to issue a particular reminder. Absolutely no leaks. The female soldiers responded in unison. Du Fei nodded, expressing her satisfaction with the contingent report. At that moment, a communication soldier suddenly interrupted with a report. What is it? Du Fei inquired. Lu Ruobing and the others frowned and turned their gazes toward the soldier. The 48th Division has sent a message congratulating us on our resounding victory in the battle at Heishui River regarding our Women's Field Corps. They claim that due to a sudden alteration in the operational plan, the communication system experienced a malfunction, preventing them from contacting us, thus rendering the Heishui River mission effectively canceled. The promised allocation of 20,000 hours is temporarily unavailable to us. In light of our outstanding performance, the 48th Division has revised the operational task, scheduling it for 15 days hence at the Qingchuan Ruins to establish a hunting zone. They further stated that this mission at the Qingchuan Ruins is expected to yield substantial rewards, with numerous auxiliary military units collaborating. And they invite our Women's Field Corps to undertake this task once again. Due to the presence of level 3 chrono beasts at the Qingchuan Ruins, they have pledged an allocation of 100,000 hours if we accept this mission. Additionally, they promised to grant us a total of 120,000 hours, including the previous 20,000 hours. The communications soldier concluded her report. Bah, what nonsense! Exclaimed one soldier. The 48th Division is nothing but a bunch of scoundrels. They clearly do not intend to provide us with the funds. How shameless! In an instant, the room erupted with outrage. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, Xia Ying, Sun Xiaoqian, and the others trembled with fury, their beautiful eyes ablaze with indignation. Chapter 14. The Qingchuan Ruins Mission. We shall accept it, bah! A pack of bastards. Xia Ying cursed vehemently. What the hell do you mean, communication equipment malfunction? Do they think I'm ignorant of communications? Ganting, unable to contain her anger, spat out profanities, exclaiming, What do you mean they couldn't contact us? They simply shut down the communication channels. It was utterly shameless. They clearly intended to renege on their promise. Lu Ruobing gritted her teeth. Our Women's Field Corps undertook the perilous risk of total annihilation for those 20,000 hours. And now they claim they won to honor it. All right, let us all calm down for a moment. Du Fei gestured for the agitated soldiers to settle, stating coldly, This entire situation has arisen because of me. They are targeting me. Everyone fell silent, taken aback. Captain, it's not about you. Lu Ruobing shook her head at Du Fei, asserting they are undoubtedly acting on Wu Dague's orders, aiming to eliminate our Women's Field Corps. Wu Dague? Now, Du Fei was taken aback as well. Could it be that they had a grudge against Wu Dague? Lu Ruobing clenched her fists, declaring, The 48th Division is one of Wu Dague's principal divisions. Years ago, my father and Wu Dague were both mid-level officials in the Federation. When my father advocated for the welfare of the common people, threatened Wu Dague's interests. Consequently, he fell victim to Wu Dague's nefarious schemes and ultimately perished in the mines. In a bid to confront Wu Dague, my mother established a women's field regiment, initially comprising over 2,000 members, officially sanctioned by the Federation. However, due to rampant corruption among the higher-ups and Wu Dague's adeptness of flattery, his influence grew increasingly formidable. Under his suppression, the women's regiment gradually became weakened, ultimately stripped of its official status by the Federation. Without federal funding, the regiment swiftly descended into dire straits. with female soldiers falling one after another, and my mother succumbed to despair. Now, merely 108 women remain in the regiment, and to my astonishment, after all these years, Wu Dagui has yet to relent. Upon hearing Liu Ruobing's account, Du Fei comprehended the situation. It became evident that Wu Dagui was not merely targeting him, but rather employing a strategy to achieve two objectives at once. Commander, how can we allow the 48th Division to treat us this way? Xia Ying asked furiously, her face taut with anger. Allow it. I shall make Wu Dagui realize that appointing me as the commander of the women's regiment will be the gravest mistake of his life. Du Fei declared, his eyes narrowing as he spoke each word with conviction. We will undertake the mission at the Qingchuan ruins. The moment these words left his lips, Liu Ruobing and the other female soldiers were taken aback. Xia Ying, regretting her earlier inquiry, quickly added, Commander, let us not act impulsively. I believe it would be best to reconsider. Liu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shao Qian also exhibited signs of panic in their eyes. Commander, we cannot accept the mission at the Qingchuan ruins. It is evidently a trap set against us. Indeed, should we proceed, the dangers would far exceed those we faced at the Blackwater River. They knew that the Qingchuan ruins were infested with level 3 temporal beasts, and even level 4 beasts lurked there, the terror of which was beyond imagination. They were not afraid of death. The crucial point was their newfound clarity. They would never gamble with the lives of over 100 sisters again. Surviving the battle at the Blackwater River was already a stroke of luck. The mission at the Qingchuan ruins was one they must categorically refuse. Not to mention the 120,000 hours promised by the 48th Division might never be fulfilled. Even if it were, it would be a case of risking their lives for a reward that could not be enjoyed. I am not acting recklessly. Rest assured, I will not gamble with the lives of the entire regiment, Du Fei asserted confidently. Gan Ting remained apprehensive and interjected, Commander, you must think carefully. Liu Ruobing raised a hand to her. Gan Ting, trust the commander. Du Fei's self-assured demeanor inexplicably instilled in her profound trust. Moreover, she had already pledged to follow this man as lead. Gan Ting resignedly raised her hands, having failed to dissuade them during the last Blackwater River mission, and now faced another impending failure. The mission at the Qingchuan ruins was set for 15 days hence, ample time for us to prepare. Trust me when the time comes. I will personally lead you all to a triumphant turnaround. Du Fei cast a glance at Liu Ruobing and the others before issuing a command to the female communications soldier. Reply to the 48th Division that we are willing to undertake the Qingchuan ruins mission and will cooperate fully. However, there is one stipulation. Half of the 120,000 hours must be allocated to the Women's Field Corps in advance. Otherwise, we cannot accept the mission. The communications soldier nodded immediately. Yes, Commander. A profound silence enveloped the air within the air raid shelter. After a few minutes, the soldier reported, Commander, the storage card has credited 60,000 hours, which is the funding from the 48th Division for the Qingchuan ruins mission. Gan Ting's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Excellent. They're indeed willing to invest heavily. It seems they perceive us as easy prey, Du Fei remarked with a nod. Under such a substantial sum, one would expect jubilation. Yet, an air of despondency hung over the female soldiers, and even Liu Ruobing and her companions wore somber expressions, as if the 48th Division had handed them a ticking time bomb. All right, let us all cheer up and disperse, Du Fei said with a smile, noticing their demeanor. He then addressed Song Jia. Make sure to expedite your assignments. Rest assured, Commander, I will complete the tasks. Song Jia replied with resolute confidence. You four, come to my room. I will show you the blueprints. Du Fei instructed Liu Ruobing and the others before striding away. Liu Ruobing, Tianying, Gunting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances, then silently followed. Are we going to see the blueprints for the tracked armored vehicle? Even if we could produce one, it would hardly withstand an assault from a level 4 temporal beast, they mused, feeling a mix of complex emotions and curiosity. What could possibly embolden this man to accept the Qingchuan ruins mission? Chapter 15. The Silver Mine? In the Revitalization Military District, 48th Division. Division Commander Diao Dekui reclined on a fur sofa, savoring an exquisite cigar. Commander, did you not state that we need not allocate funding to them? Why then we transferred 60,000 hours in one go? His aide inquired, bending slightly as he presented an ashtray, puzzled. One cannot expect to catch fish using a dry hook, Diao Dekui replied, flicking the ash from his cigar with a displeased countenance. The ferocious beasts that perished in the Heishui River have been entirely consumed by the horde, leaving us without any clarity on the matter. The news of the Women's Field Corps achieving resounding success has alarmed our superiors. They are furious with me. If this endeavor fails again, I fear for my position. One must understand, without risking something, one cannot gain anything. The 60,000 hours are their lifeline. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Giao Dequi's lips as he instructed, formulate the hunting zone for the Qingchuan ruins, as it will inevitably attract the attention of the Eye of Heaven. Arrange accordingly, enlist several auxiliary forces, and ensure the deployment is flawless. I intend to have the remnants of the Women's Field Corps, under the scrutiny of the Eye of Heaven, serve as legitimate cannon fodder. Yes, Commander, your wisdom is unparalleled. The adjutant bowed and sycophantically remarked, this time, the Women's Field Corps will undoubtedly meet with utter destruction. In the air raid shelter, within Du Fei's chamber, several blueprints were spread across the table, ranging from exterior schematics to intricate structural diagrams, all lined up in a row. Land King tracked vehicle, performance introduction, large caliber cannon, lethal radius of 36 meters, extraordinarily powerful, defensive cannon, all-around automatic defense, emergency delay of 0.01 seconds, machine gun, lightweight Gatling, manual and automatic operation, long-range detection device, early warning system, night vision apparatus, secure communication, capable of autonomous driving, powered by crystal energy, with a maximum speed reaching 150 kilometers per hour. Is this truly your design? Lu Ruobing gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Du Fei with adoration. Du Fei smiled silently, gesturing towards one of the diagrams. This vehicle is unlike any existing tracked vehicle. In essence, it is yet to be unveiled. He then proceeded to elucidate to the group of stunning women, detailing some significant aspects of the Land King tracked vehicle. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with excitement, their entire beings electrified. The Land King tracked vehicle truly lived up to its name. The performance of this vehicle was nothing short of perfection, far surpassing the latest models from the Federation's military districts. Comparatively, the Federation's newest tracked vehicle seemed like a mere novice, especially considering the all-encompassing defensive cannon that posed no threat from stealth-winged beasts. I am utterly enamored. Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian, both experts in this domain, exclaimed, animatedly gesturing as they spoke. Commander, are you certain we can construct it? Xia Ying's beautiful eyes glimmered with fervor as she fixed her gaze on Du Fei. Du Fei replied with a gentle smile, what else could it be? Commander, you must understand that we only have a mere few tens of thousands of hours in our account. Lu Ruobing, striving to steady her excitement, pondered for a moment and said, setting aside the need for a workshop and machinery, merely the components and raw materials will require a substantial sum. This vehicle is too advanced. The more sophisticated the technology, the pricier the parts and materials will be. Despite her yearning to possess such extraordinary equipment, she had to confront a significant dilemma: our poverty. The scan hours we have would not suffice to establish a workshop, let alone acquire the various precision instruments and machinery. This reminder dampened the fervor of Gan Ting, Xia Ying, and Sun Xiaoqian, who promptly fell into a state of concern. We can clear out the ammunition depot and convert it into a workshop. I'll devise a way to procure various tools. And as for the components and raw materials, that is quite simple. Du Fei mused for a moment before continuing. We can fabricate the components ourselves. Here are blueprints for everything, from engines to screws. The raw materials can be sourced from items others discard, such as obsolete circuit boards, integrated modules, scrap steel, and iron. I believe these materials should be quite affordable. Upon Du Fei's conclusion, the beautiful women stared at him, mouths agape, as if beholding a marvel. Is that truly feasible? Are you certain it can be done? Lu Ruobing inquired. It can be done, he affirmed. Du Fei nodded confidently, then turned his gaze towards Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian. I aim to transform our 2 armored vehicles into this combat vehicle within 15 days. You may need to exert yourselves regarding the communication devices and weaponry. What? You plan to produce 2 vehicles in just 15 days? The 4 beautiful women could hardly believe such a bold assertion. It seemed utterly outrageous. Captain, it's not a burden at all. We will wholeheartedly support you, and we will follow your lead. Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian swallowed hard, nodding emphatically. Even if we can just manage to produce one, we would be overjoyed. Lu Ruobing was also swept up in the excitement, a glimmer of eagerness gracing her exquisitely beautiful face. However, Xia Ying, amidst her enthusiasm, felt a tinge of sadness as she murmured, "It's a pity I won't be able to witness the test drive." She longed to personally pilot such a combat vehicle in her lifetime, yet she was painfully aware of her physical condition. She could endure no more than 3 days at most. All she could do was lament the unfulfilled desire. "Don't worry. You will recover. Remember our bet." Du Fei reassured her with a comforting smile. Noticing Xia Ying's demeanor, Lu Ruobing shifted the topic, inquiring, "Can we produce more mithril bullets?" "That should be possible, but we need to check the mountain shortly." Du Fei contemplated for a moment before asking, "How far is the nearest Federation outpost?" "Less than 20 kilometers, Lu Ruobing replied. "Are there any discarded items for sale there?" "Yes. I know there's a marketplace for surplus materials," Sun Xiao Qian interjected eagerly. "Excellent. We shouldn't delay. I suggest we head there at once." Du Fei glanced at the time and added, "It's 3 in the afternoon. We should be back before nightfall." "Captain, I fear the command and transport vehicles will be unusable. We only have 2 mountain motorcycles left," Ganting remarked. "Motorcycles will suffice. The 3 of you will accompany me." Du Fei nodded, then looked at Xia Ying, saying, "You stay behind and arrange for the munitions depot to be cleared." "All right." Xia Ying managed a wry smile, understanding that Du Fei's decision was motivated by concern for her health. "Before we depart, take me to the mountain," Du Fei instructed. Liu Ruobing, Gunting, and Sun Shaoqian nodded in agreement. Although they were unsure of Du Fei's intentions regarding the mountain, they did not press for further details. From this moment forth, everything revolved around this man. Once their plans were settled, they exited the room. As they passed through the living area, the sound of clanging and hammering resonated incessantly. It was Song Jia leading the female soldiers in their work. A satisfied smile graced Du Fei's face. He hoped to have the water purifier and rehabilitation pool ready by tomorrow. This way, the women could experience the therapeutic benefits by evening, potentially earning him a surge of prestige. In his mind, he could already envision the healthy figures of the female soldiers emerging from their cleansing rituals. As they stepped out of the air raid shelter, they soon, Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian led Du Fei up the mountain. The landscape was adorned with bizarrely shaped vegetation, including wild grasses, shrubs, and fungi, their vines and roots exposed, entwined in a chaotic embrace. The trees, in particular, grew with wild abandon, their canopies dense enough to obscure the sky. This was merely a manifestation of the radiation in the area. At a ravine halfway up the mountain, Du Fei came to a halt, his gaze captivated by the cliff face adorned with shimmering silver stars. He felt an exhilarating joy within him. Indeed, those secret silver ores had cascaded down from this very spot. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian also discerned the significance. "Captain, could those silver stars on the rocks be the secret silver?" Lu Ruobing tentatively inquired. "Indeed, this is a vast deposit of secret silver." Du Fei inhalait deeply, responding, "Secret silver mine? Oh my goodness, is this truly real? This is fantastic. It seems we are destined for wealth." Liu Ruobing, Gunting, and Sun Shaoqian came back to their senses, each brimming with excitement. Chapter 16. Can riding a motorcycle cause motion sickness? After pausing for a brief moment, the group began their descent from the mountain. Du Fei felt a wave of contentment wash over him. With this secret silver mine, the women's combat brigade was poised for a remarkable rise. Furthermore, they need not fear being coveted, as the Chrono Federation had already identified numerous such mineral deposits, leaving major corporations at a loss, rendering them nearly useless. For the women's brigade, however, it represented boundless wealth. Buzz. Suddenly, a faint sound of disturbed air resonated above. Du Fei furrowed his brow and looked up. 2 silver-gray aircraft, each measuring several meters in length, circled overhead. "Those are reconnaissance drones from the Federal Military District," Lu Ruobing remarked, her brows knitted. "I suspect these 2 drones belong to the 48th Division. They must be attempting to monitor or probe our situation." Ganting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged angry glances and concurred. Before they could finish their sentence, a loud bang echoed. The 2 drones plummeted from the sky, engulfed in black smoke as they descended into the forest. A chilling cry erupted, revealing a massive level 1 stealth-winged beast that unfurled its wings and vanished into the clouds. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian swiftly raised their weapons. Standing on high alert, the stealth-winged beast had a peculiar tendency to attack only those it perceived as threats. Each time it struck a target, it expended a significant amount of energy to become invisible again, making it rare for them to target weaker foes. Despite this, Lu Ruobing and her companions remained tense. shielding Du Fei in their midst. Only when they confirmed that the level 1 stealth-winged beast had departed did they exhale in relief. Du Fei gazed at the site where the drones had fallen, smiling to himself. What a treasure. Gan Ting, relay the order to retrieve those 2 drones, he instructed. Understood. Gan Ting's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she promptly took out her communicator to issue the command. Soon, a contingent of infantry and logistical personnel swiftly mobilized to commence a search up the mountain. In front of the air raid shelter, 2 antiquated mountain motorcycles were brought forth. Gan Ting and Sun Xiao Qian shared one, while the other was reserved for Du Fei and Lu Ruobing. Are you capable? Lu Ruobing inquired of Du Fei, her concern evident as she questioned his ability to handle the cumbersome, outdated model. Fear not, I am an experienced rider, Du Fei replied confidently, mounting the motorcycle and starting it with a few vigorous kicks. After revving the engine, clouds of blue smoke billowed from the exhaust, and he felt a satisfactory surge of power. As Lu Ruobing mounted the bike, the rear seat dipped slightly, and an ephemeral fragrance wafted into Du Fei's senses. Unintentionally, her upper body grazed his back, sending a jolt through him. Realizing the proximity, she quickly shifted back, maintaining a cautious distance. Momentarily lost in thought, Du Fei was jolted as the motorcycle lurched unexpectedly, nearly causing him to lose control. Lu Ruobing instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, suspecting him of deliberately causing the commotion. Initially, she intended to keep some space between them. However, as Gan Ting and Sun Xiao Qian revved their engine and sped off, Du Fei twisted the throttle and surged ahead. In a flurry, Lu Ruobing felt the motorcycle swaying precariously, and she couldn't help but mutter her frustrations. What a so-called experienced rider. Clearly, he is a novice. The Women-S Combat Group S camp was approximately 20 kilometers from a nearby federal outpost, traversing a rugged and treacherous mountain path. Concerned about being thrown off, Lu Ruobing abandoned her reservations and clung tightly to Du Fei's waist. Through the thin fabric of their military uniforms, Du Fei could sense the heat radiating from her body and the rapid thumping of her heart, causing his muscles to tense and adrenaline to surge. Fortunately, Du Fei's remarkable composure allowed him to navigate the rough terrain with skill. After half an hour, a towering steel wall loomed ahead, stretching for several kilometers. They had arrived at the federal outpost. Welcome to Federal Outpost number 83. Please pay your stay fee. Each person pays 100 hours for a 3-hour stay, 500 hours for 1 night S accommodation, and 30,000 hours for a 30-day stay, which includes complimentary meals. At the entrance, 2 hummingbird drones announced the information, while a row of weapons on the wall pointed menacingly at Du Fei and his companions. We will opt for a 3-hour stay. Gan Ting addressed the drone. Please remit 400 hours and present your storage card. Gan Ting produced the card, and one of the drones scanned it. Ding. Payment successful. You may freely move within Federal Outpost number 83 for 3 hours. Any disturbances will be regarded as malicious intrusion. Amidst the drone's warning sounds, Gan Ting and Sun Xiao Qian led the way on their motorcycle, while Du Fei, with Lu Ruobing as his passenger, followed closely into the outpost. This outpost sprawled across approximately 5 to 6 square kilometers, encompassing several blocks. Within its confines, Du Fei navigated the motorcycle, surveying his surroundings. Wooden shanties and tents lined the streets, where vendors offered fresh vegetables, meats, drinking water, and other essential supplies. There were also some solidly built structures, predominantly hotels and restaurants. The streets bustled with activity, alive with the essence of human society. What is the price of white flour? 150 hours per pound. And vegetables? 80 hours per pound. Could you lower the price a bit? A weary crowd meandered through the market, haggling at the stalls. Most of these individuals belonged to armed groups living in the wilderness, temporarily entering the outpost to procure necessities. Du Fei felt a profound sense of disparity. Prices here were significantly higher than in the Rejuvenation City, making such outposts mere machines for profit. This world. The upper echelons of the Time Federation possessed vast amounts of time, granting them immortality, while the common folk struggled like ants, enduring exploitation generation after generation. After traversing several blocks, they arrived at the used goods trading market. Gan Ting and Sun Xiao Qian parked their motorcycle aside and dismounted to wait. Lu Ruobing released her grip on Du Fei's waist, elegantly swinging her long legs off the back seat. Commander, why aren't you getting off? Gan Ting inquired as she approached. You two go ahead and see what materials are available. Find out which vendor is the most affordable, Du Fei replied. bending slightly to hand the materials list to Ganting. I'll take a moment. I'm feeling a bit queasy from the ride. Ganting and Sun Xiao Qian exchanged puzzled glances, surprised. Feeling carsick from riding a motorcycle? That essay first, they thought. Why does the commander's expression seem a bit odd? They were merely slightly perplexed, assuming Du Fei was indeed experiencing motion sickness, and continued hand in hand towards the market. Once Ganting and Sun Xiao Qian had moved away, Lu Ruo Bing couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Du Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was evident that Lu Ruo Bing had discerned he was not truly car sick. Take your time to recover, Lu Ruo Bing whispered, her cheeks flushing as she turned away. Du Fei chose to ignore her, inhaling deeply and gazing skyward, striving to contemplate some tragic thoughts. Ding! Affinity value 1. A notification echoed in his mind. Du Fei glanced at Lu Ruo Bing's retreating figure, puzzled. After a moment, he finally regained his composure. All right, I'm no longer feeling queasy, Du Fei remarked, slightly awkward before dismounting and properly parking the motorcycle. Lu Ruo Bing stifled another laugh, but refrained from exposing his ruse. Subsequently, the two hastened into the used goods trading market. From a distance, Ganting and Sun Xiao Qian were gesturing towards a man in uniform. Captain, to procure the scrap materials, we must negotiate with that administrator. Otherwise, the transaction will not be permitted, Ganting remarked softly. Her expression troubled as Du Fei and Lu Ruo Bing approached. Do not underestimate the small administrator in the stronghold. He wields considerable power. Any military units or armed organizations entering from outside, unless they are officially sanctioned, must heed the administrator's disposition. When encountering a dragon, one must be cautious. When facing a tiger, one must remain low, for it is easier to meet the king of hell than to deal with troublesome spirits. Du Fei nodded slightly, gazing at the uniformed administrator across from him. Ganting turned to the administrator and introduced, "This is Captain Du from our Women's Assault Brigade." The administrator glanced at Du Fei, noting his female military attire, which was not particularly surprising given the scarcity of resources. Many makeshift commanders from various armed groups even don miniskirts. The administrator's expression turned slightly disappointed, clearly perceiving that this was not a wealthy individual. Nevertheless, he greeted Du Fei with a measured tone. "I am Hu San, the administrator of this trading market. What do you require?" "We need a batch of scrap materials, such as waste copper and iron, to serve as defensive structures for our camp," Du Fei replied directly. He understood that scrap metals would typically be melted down to create steel walls akin to those surrounding the stronghold, intended to fend off the time beasts. Hu San's interest was piqued. "How much do you anticipate needing?" "The more, the better," Du Fei smiled. "Let me check on that for you," Hu San said, pulling out a smart tablet and turning away to feign diligence. Shortly, he put away the tablet and, with a hint of enthusiasm, said, "Captain Du, I have found the information. Would you like me to show you?" Ganting promptly interjected, "Thank you. Please take us to see it." Ignoring her, Hu San smiled at Du Fei instead. Understanding the implication, Du Fei turned away, retrieving the storage card his father had given him, and transferred 4,000 hours to his wrist. After deducting a 10-hour fee, 600 hours remained. He then handed the storage card to Hu San, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, Brother Hu. Now lead us to see it." Hu San examined the storage card in his hand, noting the display of 600 hours. And instantly his face lit up with joy. "All in service of humanity. It's no trouble at all. Please, Captain Du, follow me." With that, he gestured invitingly and enthusiastically led the way. Typically, Hu San encountered armed organizations that were financially constrained, with the most generous offerings rarely exceeding 300 hours. He had expected Du Fei to provide perhaps over 100 hours, but he was pleasantly surprised that this commander in female military attire was so generous, bestowing an impressive 600 hours in one go, which undoubtedly delighted him. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian trailed behind, pouting in discontent. They had yet to see any tangible rewards, yet this fellow had already received a considerable sum in benefits, leaving them feeling somewhat cheated. Du Fei, however, wore a smile, unperturbed by their sentiments. It was only natural to be avaricious. After all, money could sway even the most stubborn of wills. This modest sum would not be given in vain. By fostering a good rapport with this administrator named Hu San, he might save hundreds, if not thousands, of hours in the future. Before long, Hu San led them to a dilapidated materials yard. "Captain Du, what do you think of this heap?" Hu San gestured toward a mountain of discarded items, addressing Du Fei. "Rusty engines, obsolete robots, armor, circuit boards, integrated modules, old computers, scrap copper. and iron. This vast array totaled several hundred tons. Good heavens! Du Fei's eyes scanned the pile, and he could not help but feel a surge of joy. All of these items had potential, even if weathered and rusty. They could be transformed from waste into treasure. Brother Hu, you must understand. We intend to use these for constructing a wall. This collection of scrap metal is somewhat lacking. It contains too many impurities. Du Fei smacked his lips, feigning a frown. The impurities he referred to were the circuit boards, integrated modules, and old computers. In truth, it was precisely these impurities that he sought, while he required little of the scrap iron. Upon hearing Du Fei's comments, Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, then swiftly grasped his intent. They promptly joined in, adopting stern expressions to convey their dissatisfaction. Captain Du, this pile of discarded materials has been here for over a year, and the vendors looking to purchase them are struggling to cover their management fees. To be candid, I have some rapport with this vendor, and he is eager to sell. Hussein disclosed, sensing Du Fei's discontent. With this revelation, Du Fei's spirits lifted once more. The more dire the situation, the more patience he needed to exhibit. He adopted a look of difficulty, furrowing his brows and falling into silence. Observing this, Hussein pressed on. Captain Du, please consider it. Brother Hu, I trusted you enough to view this merchandise. To be frank, I am indeed not satisfied with this heap. Understood. Whatever you can take from the scrap, we shall regard as a favor to an old friend, Hussein replied. Sighing, Du Fei acknowledged, since you have laid your cards on the table. It can only be said that we are fortunate to have crossed paths. Both of us value loyalty and friendship. Sensing the moment was ripe, Du Fei ceased his hesitations and resolutely stated, It is truly commendable that you think of your friends. For that reason alone, I shall assist you. Let the vendor come over to negotiate the price. That vendor is indeed fortunate to have a friend like you. Who could argue otherwise? Hussein nodded in deep agreement. A look of delight gracing his features as he remarked, My brother, please extend my gratitude to him. I shall contact him immediately. He swiftly produced a communicator to reach out. Nyo Daba, where are you? A cacophony of unpleasant sounds emerged from the device. This antiquated communicator resembled a walkie-talkie, its speaker blaring loudly. Upon hearing such a noise, Du Fei frowned slightly, while Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian felt their cheeks flush. Hurry over to your dilapidated venue. I've got a lucrative deal to introduce you to. What? A lucrative deal? I'll be there right away. Are you seriously going to socialize when you can barely afford a meal? Hussein grumbled as he stowed away the communicator. Yet in the blink of an eye, a smile returned to his face. Those outside might not comprehend that by facilitating this transaction, he stood to gain at least a 30 commission from Yodaba. It was evident why Hussein was so invested. Chapter 18. Abandoned materials, easily acquired moments later, a rather disreputable-looking man hurriedly approached. Yodaba, this is Commander Du. Hussein introduced, gesturing towards Du Fei. Greeting, comment dis-tu? Yodaba bowed slightly. Du Fei nodded in acknowledgement and stated directly, Name your price for this heap of scrap. What can you offer? Yodaba inquired. Let's do it this way. Considering Hu's reputation, if the price is reasonable, I will take it all, he added. What? All of it? Yodaba was momentarily taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. Hussein, equally surprised, quickly cheered, glaring at Yodaba. Did you hear that? Commander Du said he wants it all. This is all for my sake, so don't you dare ask for an exorbitant price. Regaining his composure, Yodaba quickly replied. No, I want to ask for an exorbitant price. The offer will be absolutely reasonable. He was so excited that his words stumbled over one another. Comment dis-tu? This batch of materials weighs over 300 tons. Ordinarily, it wouldn't be less than 50,000 hours. After speaking to Du Fei, he glanced at Hussein and continued. Given that brother who is involved, I will provide you a fair price. How much? Du Fei enquired de coulis. 30,000 hours. What do you think? Yodaba ventured tentatively. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged subtle glances, their eyes sparkling with a hint of joy as they turned to Du Fei. 30,000 hours was already quite a bargain. Du Fei remained expressionless, addressing Hussein, Brother Hu, your friend is indeed a businessman. Everyone knew that the prices of supplies at the base were more than triple those outside. This heap of scrap was likely worth less than 10,000 hours. If this deal falls through, we remain friends. Brother Hu, let us explore other options. Upon hearing this, Hussein grew anxious and urged Yodaba. Lower the price a bit more. If this transaction failed, his commission would vanish. As for Yodaba's potential losses, that was not within his considerations. 33,000 hours is already a reasonable price. Nyodaba, apprehensive about the deal falling through, glanced at Du Fei and inquired, Commander Du, what price can you offer? 15,000 hours? Du Fei replied succinctly. Nyodaba was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. No, that's absolutely too low. The costs associated with receiving these items, along with management fees, already exceed 15,000 hours. Husan, feeling somewhat awkward, also believed that Du Fei's offer was excessively low. It was rather unusual to cut the price in half so bluntly. How about this? Our encampment is less than 20 kilometers from here. In respect for brother, Hu, I can add an additional 5,000 hours. A total of 20,000 hours for delivery. This is my utmost limit. Please consider it. Upon finishing, Du Fei waved to Lu Ruobing and the others, preparing to depart. Seeing this, Husan grew increasingly anxious and remarked to Nyodaba, Commander Du has already offered a substantial amount. If you keep this pile of goods for much longer, it may not even cover the management fees. Selling this scrap for 20,000 hours would net him 6,000 hours, which would be a considerable profit for him. Nyodaba, with a dejected expression, replied, But it will take at least 4 trips to clear these hundreds of tons, and the journey is fraught with uncertainty. Less than 20 kilometers, you say? The time beasts within dozens of miles have been eradicated. Where's the danger? Husan shot a glare at Nyodaba, not wishing for him to dither any longer. Let us settle on this. The loss 1T be significant. Not significant? Nyodaba exclaimed helplessly. Selling for 20,000 hours would result in a severe loss. However, it was rare to encounter a buyer willing to purchase everything at once. If he did not sell, this heap of scrap could very well become a burden. Moreover, given the current financial constraints, he had no choice but to endure the pain and proceed with the sale. Very well, Commander Du. Could you possibly pay half of the deposit up front? Nyodaba gritted his teeth. Payment upon delivery, in full, once everything is brought here, Du Fei stated firmly. After all, a bond of trust had yet to be established between the two parties. Should a deposit be made and the other party back out, it would be challenging to hold them accountable while they remained hidden within the encampment. It was not uncommon for traders at the outpost to abscond with deposits, and Du Fei was not willing to engage in such risky ventures. Do you not trust Commander Du? It's settled then. Hurry and arrange for the loading. Husan waved to Nyodaba, elated that the deal had been struck. Nyodaba wore a face as if mourning a lost loved one, requesting the coordinates of the Women's Battlefield Regiment from Du Fei before departing to arrange for transportation. Wow, the commander is amazing. Liu Ruobing, Gunting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged admiring glances towards Du Fei. If it were them, they would never have been able to close the deal at such a low price. Yet Du Fei accomplished it effortlessly. Of course, Husan played a significant role in this. Had he not hinted at Nyodaba's eagerness to sell and provided subtle encouragement, the matter would not have proceeded so smoothly. At that moment, they realized that the 600 hours as a facilitation fee was indeed well-deserved. Comment dis-tu? How may I assist you further? Husan inquired of Du Fei. We need to procure a batch of essential supplies, such as flour, vegetables, and meats. Additionally, it would be beneficial if you could recommend a few reasonably priced vendors, Du Fei replied, presenting a list to Husan. Upon glancing at the list, Husan couldn't help but be astonished. Aside from a few components and water purification filters, the majority comprised fine rice, flour, vegetables, and eggs, an overwhelming quantity that would require several tens of thousands of hours to purchase. Do we really need this much? Husan muttered, yet internally he was elated. It is well known that the supplies for regular military units are typically supplied directly by the Federation, rarely sourced from outposts. The food in the outpost is predominantly sold to armed groups in the wild or to miners and scavengers, who generally opt for inferior provisions. Although the Federation strictly controls the supply of food and essential goods within the outpost, the administrators still manage to skim some benefits from the transactions. However, the quantity on Du Fei's list was extraordinary. Even a modest extraction would yield nearly 1,000 hours. Husan had initially presumed that the Women's Combat Unit was financially constrained, only to realize they were, in fact, quite affluent. Instantly, his demeanor towards Du Fei shifted dramatically, resembling that of longtime comrades. Commander Du, you truly are a generous benefactor. Leave this to me. I assure you the prices will meet your expectations, Husan declared, patting his chest confidently. Then I must trouble you, Brother Hu. Du Fei replied with a smile and a nod. It seemed that within this outpost, as long as there were benefits to be gained, the administrators would eagerly vie to serve you. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian, upon receiving the list, were rendered speechless. Their storage card contained over 80,000 hours. After deducting 20,000 hours for waste, over 60,000 hours remained. Yet, Dufay's list indicated that at least 50,000 hours would be allocated solely for food purchases. Sister Ruobing, look at this, they said. Indeed, this is excessive, Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian lamented, casting a glance at Lu Ruobing instinctively. Follow the commander's directives. Lu Ruobing admonished them, as if to remind Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian to heed Dufay henceforth. The sisters had already expressed their stance. Why were they still lacking in memory? However, after a moment's thought, Lu Ruobing leaned closer to Dufay and discreetly advised, perhaps we should purchase less. We still have ample cassava and wild vegetables. We can no longer rely on those. The entire unit is currently malnourished and requires better sustenance. Adequate nutrition will bolster our health and enhance our combat capabilities, Dufay asserted, adding, as the commander, my foremost priority is to improve the overall quality of our meals. But the quality is exceedingly high, Lu Ruobing cautioned. Moreover, spending such substantial funds on these expensive provisions will not last us long. After accumulating several thousand hours with great difficulty, I find myself devoid of funds once again. Dufay gazed steadfastly at the heap of scrap and declared, rest assured, I am confident that I can ensure our entire regiment enjoys a daily feast of fine rice and flour. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian felt a surge of emotion. They exchanged bittersweet smiles, but remained silent. The captain's words were indeed beautiful. They too longed for better sustenance, even if it were only once every 3 days. However, given the current economic plight of the Women's Field Regiment, such aspirations seemed somewhat unrealistic. Chapter 19. The slumber meeting. The Pillow Nyo de Bayos handled matters with remarkable efficiency, soon arranging for a high-tonnage heavy-duty truck. This vehicle could carry over 100 tons, and he planned to make 3 trips. While Nyo de Bayos organized the loading, Dufay and others, under Hussein's guidance, commenced their procurement of living supplies, water purifiers, and components needed for the rehabilitation pool. Boss, are you truly resolved to sell the vehicles and equipment? Are we really disbanding? 2 grimy-faced men squatted beside a wooden shed at the street corner. Nearby, 2 mud-covered trucks were laden with equipment and supplies, specifically a heavy truck and a mining vehicle. Alas, we are without food and drink, and we have no shelter. What other options do we have? I cannot just stand by and watch my comrades starve to death. One man, in his 40s, sighed and continued, these 2 vehicles and their cargo should buy us some time. Regardless of how much we obtain, we shall divide it equally and go our separate ways. After speaking, he rose and patted the mining truck's hood, a pained expression crossing his face. Old friend, my brothers have reached their limit. I am truly sorry. His words were laden with sorrow, as if he were confiding in a dear relative. Dufay, who was busy procuring supplies in the shed, was drawn to the conversation between the 2 men. Approaching them, he inquired, my good sir, have you encountered some difficulties? The man paused, taken aback by Dufay's military attire and his approach, instantly becoming wary. Occasionally, extremist armed groups target those who come to trade at outposts to commit robbery. Of course, the outpost itself is relatively safe, but once outside, the risks multiply, and many have fallen victim to such crimes. Please do not be alarmed. I am Dufay, the captain of the Women's Field Regiment of the Revival Military District, he said with a smile, introducing himself in a gentle tone. May I inquire your name? With the revelation of Dufay being the commander of the Revival Military District, the man slightly lowered his guard and replied, albeit nervously, Sir, I am unworthy of such honor. My name is Chen Yuanshan. Chen Yuanshan? Dufay furrowed his brow, studying him intently for a few moments before asking, do you know Chun Qinghe? Chun Qinghe was the assistant at his father's clinic, known as Uncle Chun. In his memory, Uncle Chun had a brother named Chen Yuanshan, who had been mining outside the city. He wondered if this was indeed that very man. Chen Qinghe is my brother. Chen Yuanshan was taken aback and inquired, Commander, how do you know him? What a coincidence. He truly is Uncle Chen's younger brother. I never expected to encounter him here. I naturally know him. In fact, I should address you as Uncle. Dufay chuckled, then proceeded to recount the relationship between Chun Qinghe and his family. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan's eyes brimmed with tears. Chun Qinghe was his only kin in this world, and the brothers had shared a close bond in their youth. Compared to him, his elder brother Chen Qinghe had been fortunate, having once saved the life of a high-ranking federal official's daughter on the battlefield alongside Dufay's father, Du Lei. This daughter was none other than Wang Shuzhen, the future wife of Wu Dage. Owing to this significant achievement, Du Lei and Chun Qinghe received special approval to return to Revival City and establish a clinic. Chun Qinghe had continued to serve as Du Lei's assistant. Unfortunately, Chen Yuanshan was not as lucky. After leaving Revival City at the age of 18, he had not heard any news about his brother. Hearing Du Fei's words, how could he not be moved? What is my brother's current situation? Chen Yuanshan asked, his voice trembling. Everything is well, Du Fei comforted him, then glanced at the mining vehicle nearby. Uncle Chun, I just heard that you were planning to sell the vehicles and equipment. What is going on? Chen Yuanshan took a moment to compose himself, and upon hearing Du Fei address him as uncle, he felt quite flattered. With this familial connection, Du Fei now appeared to him as if he were a relative. Alas, the situation is as follows. Chen Yuanshan sighed and began to explain. It turned out that he had been leading a group of miners in iron ore extraction, with their mining area located 100 kilometers to the east, at the border between Revival City and Bright City. Chen Yuanshan and his crew were employed by a private mine owner in Bright City, enduring years of exploitation, struggling even for basic sustenance. Just 2 days prior, their mining site was attacked by high-level temporal beasts, resulting in countless casualties among security personnel and miners alike. Even the private mine owner who employed them had perished in the jaws of the beasts. By sheer luck, Chen Yuanshan managed to escape with a few remaining miners in 2 vehicles. With the mine owner dead, their overdue wages had naturally vanished as well. Time was running out for them, and in desperation, they had come to the outpost to sell their vehicles and equipment for some reprieve. After understanding the situation, Du Fei couldn't help but marvel at the serendipity. The secret silver mine on the mountain needed workers for extraction. Was this not a stroke of fortune? Uncle, how many people do you currently have? Du Fei asked. Including myself, there are 30 of us, Chen Yuanshan replied. It is indeed a coincidence. To be honest, we have a mineral deposit in our camp that is about to be mined. Du Fei looked at Chen Yuanshan and said, we are currently seeking to recruit a group of miners. Would you consider joining us? Chapter 20. Could it be that she also suffers from motion sickness? Upon hearing the news, Chen Yuanshan could not contain his joy. It is worth noting that he and a group of miners were on the brink of disbanding, with nowhere to seek refuge. This revelation was, without a doubt, akin to grasping a lifeline. The man beside him also exhibited a countenance bright with delight, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Chen Yuanshan. There was little to ponder. As long as there was sustenance and a place to shelter us, that sufficed. Chen Yuanshan declared. Very well, the conditions may be somewhat arduous for the time being. Upon reaching the camp, you will need to construct temporary accommodations in the mining area, and thereafter reside on the mountain, Du Fei elucidated. He continued, furthermore, our regiment is currently experiencing financial constraints, so the wages we can offer you will not be substantial. Each individual will receive a remuneration of 30 hours daily, inclusive of 3 meals a day, ensuring your personal safety. All mining operations will be entrusted to Uncle Chun, and I shall provide an additional daily subsidy of 100 hours, which you may allocate as you see fit. Does that sound acceptable? After speaking, Du Fei looked at Chen Yuanshan, awaiting his response. That works. Chen Yuanshan readily nodded in agreement. 30 hours per person each day, minus the 24 hours needed for personal consumption, leaves 6 hours to earn. Additionally, the 100-hour subsidy, along with 3 meals a day, alleviated concerns regarding sustenance. Most importantly, Du Fei had also promised to ensure their safety. For those in dire straits, the issue of high earnings had ceased to be a consideration. The conditions offered by Du Fei were tantamount to a lifeline for them. Then it is settled. Seeing Chen Yuanshan's immediate agreement, Du Fei smiled and inquired, what about the other miners? They're outside the outpost, Chen Yuanshan replied. Good. Once we finish procuring supplies here, we shall return to the camp together. Du Fei nodded at him, then turned his attention to the 2 trucks. What is loaded on these vehicles? The mining truck is filled with machinery and equipment, while the other truck contains unopened explosives, Chen Yuanshan explained. Explosives? Du Fei's spirits surged as he approached and lifted the canvas for a brief inspection, immediately filled with elation. Indeed, it was a whole truck brimming with unopened explosives. Uncle Chun, we can certainly put these explosives to good use. I will purchase them at market price. However, the payment will have to be deferred. No need for payment. We are already immensely grateful for your hospitality. Since they can be of use, feel free to utilize them entirely as a meager token of our gratitude, Chen Yuanshan said hastily, waving his hands in a generous gesture. Then I must extend my thanks. Du Fei replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Ammunition was no longer a concern. Just then, Lu Ruobing and the others approached. Du Fei succinctly conveyed the situation regarding Chun Yuanshan and the miners to them. Upon hearing the news, smiles blossomed on Lu Ruobing and her companions' faces. Du Fei understood their joy. After all, receiving a truckload of explosives for free was equivalent to saving a significant sum of money. It can only be said that today, as fortune has been exceptionally favorable. Captain, Xiaoying has sent word that they have cleared the ammunition depot. We have a manufacturing workshop, but where can we procure various tools and precision instruments? Ganting asked quietly into the communicator, directing her query at Du Fei. Lu Ruobing and Sun Qian also cast worried glances in his direction, as the lack of manufacturing tools posed a significant dilemma. Do not fret about these matters. I shall devise a solution, Du Fei replied with a smile. What tools are absent from a universal toolbox? After a little over an hour, nearly all supplies had been acquired. Husan had specifically arranged for 2 trucks, which were filled to the brim with various foods and items, all delivered free of charge. The beaming smile on Husan's face revealed that he had undoubtedly profited handsomely from this arrangement. Before departing, Du Fei intentionally had Lu Ruobing and the others wait aside while he called Husan over privately. Brother Hu, I wish to inquire about another matter. Brother, feel free to ask anything. Husan responded, his smile broadening, even altering their mode of address. Is it possible for the base to communicate with those in the city of revival? Du Fei curieux, as that inexpensive old man and his sister were his only family in this world, with deep emotional ties. Due to the merging of memories, Du Fei remained concerned about their current situation, still unaware of whether they faced any threats. Meanwhile, Lu Ruobing and the others, not far off, believed he was merely seeking Husan's assistance in obtaining manufacturing tools. Communication is not feasible. Husan shook his head, his brow furrowed. Are you, perchance, wishing to contact someone in the city? Du Fei nodded. I would like to inquire about my family's well-being. This is rather difficult. Husan's expression turned a bit troubled. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Here is the plan. Leave me the names and addresses of the individuals you wish to inquire about. I will see if I can find a way, though it will take some time. I shall inform you as soon as I have news. Du Fei sensed that Husan was not intentionally deferring, but rather faced a genuine challenge. Since he mentioned he would think of a solution, it was clear he had his methods. Thus, Du Fei wrote down the Clinic's address, along with the names of his father and sister, and also included the communication channel for the Women's Field Unit. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Hu. There will be further rewards. Du Fei expressed his gratitude. Husan pocketed the note and waved his hand at Du Fei, implying that they were like brothers in this regard. Liu Ruobing, Gunting, and Sun Qian observed this exchange with curiosity, wondering if a resolution had been reached. Could it be that the captain's communication skills were exceedingly formidable? With all arrangements in place, Ganting and Sun Qian mounted their motorcycles to lead the way, followed by the supply trucks, the scrap vehicle, and Xin Yuanshan's mining truck. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing also rode motorcycles, bringing up the rear as they escorted the convoy of 5 trucks, departing the base in a grand procession. Throughout the journey, Lu Ruobing continued to embrace Du Fei's waist, her delicate form pressed closely against him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. However, to his surprise, he could not fathom what Lu Ruobing was contemplating, leading to the intermittent chime of the system notification in his mind. The intimacy level inexplicably surged to 5. The convoy traversed the bumpy terrain without encountering any peril along the way. In less than an hour, the camp came into view. Xiaoying and the female soldiers had been waiting outside, and when they spotted Du Fei and the others returning with 5 trucks in tow, astonishment spread across their faces. Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian dismounted their motorcycles and began directing the scene. The female soldiers and Xin Yuanshan, along with a group of miners, busied themselves in the tasks at hand. Du Fei drove the motorcycle directly into the air raid shelter, and after parking, Lu Ruobing sluggishly dismounted from the rear seat. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Du Fei furrowed his brow, noticing a slight flush on her face, her expression seemingly unnatural. As Du Fei fixed his gaze on her and inquired about her discomfort, Lu Ruobing's face reddened further, and she stammered, No, it's nothing. I'm just going to your room to change clothes. With that, she swiftly turned and ran away. Change clothes? Du Fei was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling that there were indeed her clothes in his wardrobe. However, they were all made of sheer black fabric. In an instant, Du Fei seemed to grasp the implication. Could it be that she was also suffering from motion sickness? Chapter 21. Is the water in the stronghold also considered purified? As dusk descended, the women's combat corps camp and the mining area on the mountain began to have female soldiers take turns on guard duty. This camp was relatively close to the Federation stronghold, and all level 2 and above time beasts had been thoroughly eradicated. In the past, this was not the case. However, with the introduction of mithril bullets, the situation had changed dramatically. Even the female soldiers on night duty could easily handle mutated ferocious beasts or level 1 time beasts, which were akin to delivering a meal right to their doorstep. Several bonfires were lit in the mining area, bustling with activity. The slope of the mountain was not overly steep, and Chen Yuanshan along with the miners had carved out a small path, successfully arranging the machinery and equipment. At this moment, they were clearing the surrounding underbrush, intending to set up temporary shelters overnight. Du Fei arrived at the mining area, surveyed the surroundings, and felt quite satisfied with the miners' efforts. Uncle Chun, let everyone take a break for now. Du Fei, accompanied by Gan Ting and 2 female soldiers, approached Chen Yuanshan and said, I will pay each of you 5 days' wages in advance. Thereafter, salaries will be settled every 5 days. What do you think? Wonderful. Thank you very much. Chen Yuanshan nodded repeatedly, quickly calling out to the miners. Everyone stop for a moment. Line up. Commander Du has come to advance our wages. Upon hearing this, the miners ceased their work and, led by Chen Yuanshan, lined up in a row. Gan Ting produced a storage card and first transferred 650 hours to Chen Yuanshan's wrist, which included the 5-day subsidy. Then, she proceeded to transfer 150 hours to each miner individually. The miners gazed at the additional 150 hours on their wrists, their faces reflecting disbelief. After years of laboring as a miner, it was the first time they encountered a boss who paid their wages in advance. They turned their grateful gazes towards Du Fei. The meal was served. At that moment, a group of female soldiers arrived, carrying 2 large wooden barrels, delivering food to the miners. As the lids were lifted, the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air. Chen Yuanshan stared in astonishment. One barrel was filled to the brim with steamed rice, while the other contained stir-fried meat, exuding a mouth-watering fragrance. The quality of the meal was extraordinary, and Chen Yuanshan swallowed hard, overwhelmed with excitement. Du Fei smiled and remarked, as for the meals, you will enjoy the same as we do. The upcoming mining tasks will depend entirely on your efforts. Chen Yuanshan's lips twitched in gratitude, and before he could respond, an older miner shouted, Captain Du, rest assured, we will give our utmost. As soon as he finished speaking, all the miners echoed in unison. We promise to give our all. Their fervent voices resonated through the night sky. All right, let's eat. Du Fei nodded in satisfaction to the miners. Let the feasting commence. Chen Yuanshan gestured behind him. The miners swallowed in anticipation and stepped forward in line to serve themselves. This is delicious. Indeed, I never expected to enjoy such a lavish meal in my lifetime. What a good boss. I would gladly work in this mine for a lifetime. The miners devoured the rice and stir-fried meat, their hearts overflowing with gratitude. A few even shed tears as they ate, feeling as though they had fallen into a nest of fortune. Ding! Reputation points 10. Ding! Reputation points 10. Ding! Reputation points 10. The system notifications echoed continuously in Du Fei's mind, filling him with quiet joy. Captain, we should return for our meal as well. The deputy captain is looking for you, Gan Ting said. Alright, Du Fei nodded. Upon returning to his room, he found Lu Ruobing sitting at the table with damp hair. The room was infused with the scent of soap, mingled with a sharp smell of disinfectant. I just used your shower. I hope you don't mind, Lu Ruobing said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Du Fei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her meaning. Captain, your room is the only one available for bathing, Gan Ting explained from his side. Upon hearing this, Du Fei realized that the female soldiers had been taking turns using this room for bathing. Since his arrival, Lu Ruobing had vacated the space for him, effectively taking away the bathing facility from all the female soldiers. Is there no public bath? And why does the water smell like this? Du Fei frowned, as he had yet to use the water in the restroom. Lu Ruobing shook her head with a bitter smile. We were nearly destitute before. Where we find the funds to build a public bath? This water is from the mountain, stored in barrels. We've added disinfectant to reduce the radiation. Understood. Du Fei turned to Gan Ting and commanded. Notify Song Jia that once the pool is established, we shall construct a communal bath. Henceforth, we shall refrain from using this water. Let the soldiers endure for a couple of days, after which I will ensure everyone has the luxury of bathing in purified water. Lu Ruobing and Gan Ting were taken aback. Are you out of your mind, Commander? I pose the suggestion. All sitting. You must understand that the purified water at the stronghold costs 3,000 hours per ton. We are reluctant to waste it even for cooking. Ting chimed in. I too oppose this. Using it for bathing would be an extravagant indulgence. They could tolerate the expenditure on food, yet the time left on their storage cards was dwindling. If they were to purchase purified water solely for bathing, they would firmly disagree. Look at your anxious faces. Who said anything about buying water from Stronghold? Dufay smirked at the two of them, continuing, what I meant was, we will produce water ourselves. Produce water? Without purchasing? Lu Ruobing and Ting were momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling that the supplies they had procured included components for water purification. It seemed this man had already planned to produce water on his own. However, they also believed in Dufay's capabilities. Exchanging glances, they grew intrigued. But can it eliminate radiation? Commander, you just mentioned purified water. Can it meet the standards of the Stronghold's purified water? Lu Ruobing and Ting asked with curiosity. If Dufay could indeed create purified water, even if it didn't meet the Stronghold standards, it would still be a tremendous boon. The water at the Stronghold is referred to as purified water? Dufay chuckled dismissively, adding, just wait, you will be able to drink while you bathe. The two women couldn't help but laugh at his words. Keep dreaming. If you can drink while bathing, just how pure would that water need to be? Lu Ruobing and Ting looked at him in disbelief. Dufay merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He then turned to Lu Ruobing. What brings you here? Oh, by the way, don't you find it awkward wearing my military uniform? Lu Ruobing smiled, pointing to a brand new military outfit on the bed. I bought you a men's military uniform at the Stronghold today. Why don't you try it on? After changing, remember to join us for a meal. We'll take our leave now. With that, she grabbed Ting and exited the room. Dufay gazed at the pristine men's uniform, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Well, my aide is indeed quite thoughtful. It won't do to always be clad in women's attire. It's time for a change. Chapter 22. The charismatic commander in the vast cavern. The aroma of food wafted through the air. The female soldiers formed a long line to receive their meals, while their comrades behind craned their necks, swallowing in anticipation. Today's fare was no longer the cassava porridge and wild greens. Instead, they were treated to rice and stir-fried meat. Previously, mealtimes felt like a punishment. But today was utterly different. The entire cave resonated with the festive spirit, shedding its previous somberness in favor of a lively and joyous atmosphere. The aroma of rice and stir-fried meat wafted through the air, truly delightful. I have a fondness for such meals. Reminiscent of the two occasions, I enjoyed them 5 years ago when I first enlisted. Having joined the military later than others, I had never experienced such a feast before. It felt extravagant, yet I relished it. The female soldiers feasted heartily, their faces aglow with happiness and delight. This is delectable, exclaimed Xia Ying as she licked the last grain of rice from her bowl, letting out a sigh of contentment. She lit a cigarette, instinctively propping her elegant leg on the wooden dining table, savoring the moment as she exhaled a puff of smoke. However, her lovely dimples soon faded, and a shadow of sorrow clouded her beautiful eyes. With a sigh, she wished she could prolong such days of indulgence. Alas, she was acutely aware that her physical condition would soon falter. Such culinary delights were indeed rare, yet our resources were dwindling. Nearby, Ting, having finished her meal, licked her lips and remarked, I think this kind of fare should be enjoyed once every 3 days. If we maintain this standard daily, we won't last long. The leader's approach would surely spoil the sisters. Sun Xiao Qian chimed in, just wait. In a few days, they'll be back to consuming cassava soaked in disinfectant and wild vegetables. I, for one, won't be able to stomach it. Yet, I truly yearn for this lifestyle. As Ting said, even having rice once every 3 days would suffice. Lu Ruobing sat quietly among them, shaking her head with a wry smile. Indeed, if this continued, all the female soldiers would be utterly spoiled by Dufay. By the way, where's the commander? One of the soldiers inquired. The commander is changing clothes and will join us shortly. Really? Then I shall eat slowly. It was said that Ruobing had purchased a handsome male military uniform for the commander. The commander is already quite dashing, even without it. Indeed, even in women's attire, he exudes a masculine charm. Clad in a male uniform, he is undoubtedly a true gentleman. Keep it down. Can you truly call him a gentleman? Did you not see Ruobing cast you an admonishing glance just now? I believe only Ruobing is worthy of such a gentleman. A chorus of laughter erupted among the female soldiers as they chatted and whispered while dining. Hearing their hushed discussions, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiao Qian exchanged knowing smiles. Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed as she looked at the soldiers, playfully admonishing, "You cannot even restrain your tongues while eating. Continue your idle chatter, and I shall silence you." The soldiers immediately quieted down, making faces and sticking out their tongues, ceasing their discussions. Just then a tall, well-proportioned figure entered the room. Du Fei appeared before everyone, dressed in a crisp, new male military uniform. In an instant, the entire cave fell into profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The rhythmic thumping of hearts echoed as the female soldiers breathed rapidly. "How handsome!" Xia Ying's beautiful eyes widened as she murmured. Quickly, she placed her elegantly poised legs down from the wooden plank and extinguished her cigarette, settling herself with the grace of a gentle girl. "Wow, so striking!" Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian exclaimed in unison. They had always known that their commander looked more stunning in a female uniform than any woman, but they were astonished to find him in a male uniform, more dashing than any man they had ever encountered. "This is our commander. How can he be this handsome? I can't bear it. I'm about to faint." All the female soldiers wore dazed expressions, feeling as if they were suffocating. A few even had drool trickling from the corners of their mouths. Lu Ruobing was equally transfixed, momentarily lost in the wind. Ding. Reputation value 10. Ding. Reputation value 10. Ding. Intimacy value 1. Ding. Reputation value 10. Ding. Intimacy value 1. Ding. Reputation value 10. As the system prompts echoed ceaselessly in her mind, Du Fei approached Lu Ruobing with a smile. "This military uniform fits well. Thank you." Oh. Lu Ruobing snapped back to reality, only then realizing that Du Fei was speaking to her, hurriedly responding, "No need to thank me, Gan Ting. Hurry and prepare a meal for the commander." Observing Lu Ruobing's dazed demeanor, Xiaoying couldn't help but smirk, a hint of playful amusement flickering at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 23. A sudden situation after dinner. The female soldiers were exhausted from the morning's battle at Blackwater River, compounded by a busy afternoon. Du Fei ordered the entire regiment to rest well for the night to regain their strength, as they would embark on a significant endeavor the following day. As night fell, Neo de Bayos delivered the last truckload of scrap materials and departed after settling accounts. The Women's Field Combat Regiment would rise from this pile of refuse. The Qingchuan Ruins mission would mark their first triumph. Du Fei gazed at the mountains of debris in the camp, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. The 48th Division had meticulously laid traps, and soon they would clash, testing who was tougher and who would feel the pain. First, he needed to arrange the manufacturing tools. Du Fei entered the ammunition depot, surveying his surroundings. He began to organize the tools into 3 distinct areas. Area 1 for manufacturing weapons and ammunition. Area 2 for creating communication and intelligent control core devices. And Area 3 for crafting molds, shells, and various components. Soon, an array of tools and precision instruments from the versatile toolbox were placed in their designated spots. These tools possessed inherent energy. With each placement, Du Fei activated the lights atop them, illuminating the vast air raid shelter as brightly as day. In less than half an hour, the once barren ammunition depot transformed into a state-of-the-art manufacturing workshop. Du Fei caressed his chin, surveying the clearly demarcated manufacturing areas, a satisfied smile gracing his face. How astonished would the beautiful ladies, including Lu Ruobing, be when they arrived tomorrow. In the next moment, detailed blueprints of the water purifier and rehabilitation pool surfaced in Du Fei's mind. He resolved to work through the night to assemble these devices for in the forthcoming fortnight. Everyone, himself included, would be plunged into an intense work regimen. The presence of the rehabilitation pool would not only bolster physical health, but also make fatigue a fleeting concern. Taking a deep breath, Du Fei set to work. Some components of the water purifier and rehabilitation pool were readily available, while the others could be crafted with relative ease according to the blueprints. The sounds of clanging and clattering filled the air as various machines and tools came to life. And Du Fei busied himself with the task at hand. In the mountain mining area, the generator hummed steadily, illuminating the surroundings. Chun Yuan Shan led the miners in a determined night effort, erecting makeshift wooden shelters. Despite their sweat-drenched appearances, their spirits remained high. As dawn broke, Du Fei exhaled. Having completed the construction of the water purifier and rehabilitation pool, only the installation remained. Just then, a female soldier burst in, her expression fraught with anxiety as she saluted. Report. What is it? Du Fei inquired, his brow furrowing. Commander, one of the officers, Xia Ying, is in critical condition. The female soldier's face reflected deep sorrow as she continued. The deputy commander and others are by the infirmary, asking if you wish to see Xia Ying one last time. What? Du Fei gesped? Dikanabak. Xia Ying had appeared quite well the previous night. How could her condition have deteriorated so swiftly? Convey my orders. Immediately send personnel to transport the equipment to the pool beside the living area. Yes, Commander. Noting the gravity of Du Fei's expression, the female soldier hurriedly turned and rushed out to execute the command. Du Fei exited the ammunition depot, hastening towards the living quarters. Outside the air raid shelter, near the infirmary, Ruobing, I never expected Xia Ying. The sobs of Ganting and Sun Shaoqian filled the air, their voices quivering with grief. The radiation she endured was fatal. It was bound to catch up with her. Lu Ruobing's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed upwards at the cavern ceiling. Yet the tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. Within the Women's Combat Brigade, Xia Ying stood out as an exceptional commander, a steadfast ally to Lu Ruobing and a dear friend. At this moment, as Xia Ying approached her departure from this world, Lu Ruobing spoke of her sorrow. Yet her heart struggled to bear the immense pain. Just last night, Xia Ying had seemed well. Who could have foreseen this? It's all that wretched radiation. She had told me yesterday that she would hold on until the commander produced the tracked vehicle. Indeed, she had been encouraging herself, hoping to be the first to pilot the new war machine. Outside the infirmary, the female soldiers wiped away their tears, softly weeping. Despite having endured the tragic losses of many sisters before, no one wishes to see such an exceptional commander and cherished companion depart from their midst at this moment. Just as despair envelopes the gathering, Du Fei strides in with purpose, his voice somber as he inquires, "Where is Xia Ying? What is the current situation?" Inside, the medics are fervently attempting to revive her. Lu Ruobing wipes away a tear and softly utters, "No one should cry." Du Fei admonishes the female soldiers gently and turns to Lu Ruobing, saying, "Take me in to see her." All right, Lu Ruobing nods, feeling it is only fitting for Du Fei, as the regiment leader, to accompany Xia Ying on her final journey. Upon entering the infirmary, they find Su Ning, a biology major, along with several medics, engaged in a desperate effort to save Xia Ying. The medical equipment is woefully inadequate, comprising only a few antiquated respirators, a defibrillator, and a functional diagnostic device. At this moment, Xia Ying's complexion is ashen, her body convulsing intermittently, each fit accompanied by violent coughs that cause dark crimson blood to seep from the corners of her mouth. It is evident that even at the brink of death, she is enduring excruciating torment. Xia Ying's eyes widen as she perceives Du Fei's arrival, yet she is too weak to utter a word. "Xia Ying, hold on." Du Fei gently caresses her forehead and turns to Su Ninger, asking, "What is her current condition?" "Report, Commander." Xia Ying has slipped into shock twice already. Her situation is dire. Su Ninger hesitates, her voice trailing off. "Is there any way to prolong her time?" Du Fei inquired gravely. "If we utilize all our radiation antidotes and medications, she may only manage to hold on for about 2 hours, Su Ninger replies. "Good. As long as we can extend it for 2 hours, I have a way to save her." Du Fei commands Su Ninger earnestly, "You must keep her stable. I entrust this to you." With that, he turns and exits the infirmary. "Understood." Su Ninger gazes at Du Fei's retreating figure, momentarily stunned. "What have I just heard?" She struggles to comprehend the meaning of the commander's words. It must be noted that Xia Ying's radiation exposure is in its late-stage manifestation, with no cure available. Yet the commander boldly claims he has a means to rescue her. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian all display expressions of astonishment as they follow him out. Du Fei steps outside the infirmary and waves to the crowd. "Song Jia, stop crying and come with me." Upon hearing the commander's call, Song Jia ceases her tears. Although she is uncertain of his intentions, she swiftly follows Du Fei towards the living quarters. Lu Ruobing and the others grow increasingly puzzled, questioning his motives. Yet, recalling Du Fei's earlier assertion of having a way to save Xia Ying, they hasten to follow him as well. Chapter 24. If you can, then you go in the living quarters at the rehabilitation pool. Song Jia, place the distillation device into the right recess and connect it to the main unit. Yes. You all are responsible for installing the outlet pipes for the pool walls and floor. Ensure that every pipe is thoroughly checked. Understood. Du Fei stood before a meticulously assembled blueprint, directing operations with urgency. Song Jia led the engineering team, diligently engaged in the installation. while Lu Ruobing and others lent their hands, scurrying back and forth. Unaware of the ultimate purpose of the pool Du Fei was constructing, they nonetheless pressed on, motivated by the knowledge that it could save Xia Ying's life, leaving no room for doubt. Over an hour passed. In the infirmary, Su Ninger and several medics were drenched in perspiration, tirelessly injecting the last remaining anti-radiation serum and medications into Xia Ying. Soon, the available doses were nearly exhausted. Without the serum sustaining effects, Xia Ying's condition rapidly deteriorated. Furrowing her brows, Su Ning urgently called into the communicator. "Commander, please respond. Please respond." "Received. What is the situation?" "Xia Ying can only hold on for another 10 minutes at most." "Order. Immediately bring her over." "Understood." With the rehabilitation pool's equipment fully installed, Du Fei exhaled deeply as he set down the communicator. Only one final step remained, activating the main unit. He accessed the technology repository and exchanged 100 prestige points for an energy crystal the size of a walnut, swiftly placing it in the main unit's energy slot. He braced himself. In the next moment, a humming sound resonated as the energy crystal emitted a cerulean glow. The main unit of the rehabilitation pool sprang to life. Streams of white mist began to emanate from multiple outlets at the bottom and walls of the pool, and after about a minute, the azure rehabilitation fluid began to flow. Shortly thereafter, the flow intensified, and the pool transformed into a shimmering expanse of blue. Lu Ruobing and the others widened their eyes in astonishment at this miraculous scene. "Commander, what is this?" Lu Ruobing could not help but inquire. "This is the rehabilitation pool. That liquid is the rehabilitation fluid." Before he could finish, Su Ninger and several medics rushed in, carrying Xia Ying. "Hand her to me." Du Fei swiftly took Xia Ying into his arms and, under the gaze of all present, leaped into the rehabilitation pool. He gently laid Xia Ying in the water, allowing it to envelop her body and face, leaving only her nostrils above the surface. "Commander, what does this mean?" Su Ninger questioned bewildered. "Can this water truly save Xia Ying?" Ignoring her, Du Fei furrowed his brow, closely observing Xia Ying while also sensing the changes within his own body. The technology repository had touted the extraordinary effects of the rehabilitation pool. To be candid, he felt a twinge of anxiety. He lacked complete confidence, as it was his first experiment. 30 seconds passed. 50 seconds. 1 minute. 3 minutes. What is happening? Is it not working? Just as Du Fei felt lost and anxious, notifications chimed. Ding. Radiation eliminated by 5. Ding. Radiation eliminated by 5. Ding. Radiation eliminated by 5. Ding. Radiation completely eliminated. Ding. Constitution increased by 1. Ding. Constitution increased by 1. By the heavens. It works. Du Fei was overjoyed. In just a few minutes, not only had he completely eradicated the radiation he had suffered, but he had also enhanced his physical constitution. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, a palpable transformation in his vitality. It was needless to say that the radiation affecting Xia Ying was also being eradicated. Ding. Physical enhancement has reached its limit. Further consumption is required for continued enhancement. It appeared that the rejuvenating pool had its limitations, yet this was already quite remarkable, Du Fei mused. After a few more minutes, an unexpected scene unfolded. Xia Ying's body ceased its convulsions. Her previously pale face began to regain a healthy flush, and her breathing gradually stabilized. At that moment, she resembled a princess from fairy tale. After a brief interval, she opened her eyes, and upon realizing she was lying in Du Fei's embrace, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Captain, am I not dead?" Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and Song Jia were all utterly astonished. Su Ninger and several medical personnel rushed forward, repeatedly examining Xia Ying's body with a functional diagnostic device. "Heavens, how is this possible? I can't believe Xia Ying is unharmed. The radiation she endured has completely vanished." Isu Ninger gasped, her excitement palpable. "Captain, what on earth happened? Did the water in this pool heal her?" Seeing Su Ninger's astonished expression, Lu Ruobing grasped her arm. "Ninger, are you certain Xia Ying has been completely healed?" "Absolutely. I'm certain." Su Ninger noted emphatically, pointing at the diagnostic device. "Look, her bodily functions are all above normal, with a health rate of 100. She added, "This means Xia Ying is now healthier than any of us." Upon hearing this, everyone, Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, Song Jia, and the medical personnel present, were left astounded. "Yingbao, how do you feel now?" I feel incredible, especially being held by the captain. Xia Ying beamed, her charming dimples appearing as she playfully replied. Afterward, she looked up at Du Fei, her beautiful eyes glistening with gratitude, tears shimmering at the corners. At that moment, submerged in the pool, she felt an unparalleled sense of relief. Though she could not comprehend the nature of the azure waters, she understood that Du Fei had rescued her from the brink of death. That's wonderful, you silly girl. Hurry and thank the captain. Lu Ruobing wiped her tears, her voice trembling. Captain, thank you. Xia Ying's expression was sincere. She was a resolute woman, and this was the first time she had ever expressed gratitude to another. Nevertheless, she knew in her heart that she would never forget the life-saving grace Du Fei had bestowed upon her. Soon, the news of Xia Ying's recovery spread throughout the entire regiment. All the female soldiers rushed over. That's fantastic. Sister Xia Ying is alive. Wow. Sister Xia Ying has come back to life. The female soldiers huddled around the rehabilitation pool, their expressions shifting from sorrow to joy as they joyfully wiped away their tears. Oh, I recall that the commander made a bet with Sister Xia Ying. One of the soldiers chimed in. Indeed. Aukish, hurry up. The soldiers began to shout in unison. Ingbao, give a kiss. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruobing and the others joined in the raucous cheer. Faced with no alternative, Xia Ying swiftly planted a fleeting kiss on Du Fei's cheek. Ding. Affection level 1. Not acceptable. A kiss on the cheek doesn't count. We want to see a real kiss. Yes, it must involve tongues intertwining, the kind that pulls apart. The soldiers felt unsatisfied and resumed their clamoring. You little rascals. How mischievous you are. One must leave some room for others. Do not overreach, Xia Ying remarked. How could it be possible? She had never kissed any man's lips, let alone under such demanding conditions. Why are you dawdling? This isn't like our Ingbao. Yes, Sister Xia Ying, hurry up. Can you do it or not? The soldiers persisted, some employing provocative tactics. Come on, if you're so brave, why don't you do it? Xia Ying pushed Du Fei forward, declaring. This statement immediately evoked a chorus of laughter. Du Fei stood up, shaking his head in bemusement. After a brief bout of merriment, Su Ninger, her eyes sparkling with excitement, inquired, Commander, this pool is truly miraculous. Could you elaborate on its benefits? Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and all the female soldiers, including Xia Ying, eagerly turned their attention to Du Fei. Chapter 25. The efficacy of the rehabilitation pool. This is the rehabilitation pool I developed. It can eliminate radiation, heal various injuries and ailments, and regular use can enhance physical constitution, Du Fei explained, noting their eager anticipation as he recounted the pool's benefits. Does it really possess all these effects? Suniner, a biologist, secretly pondered. Yet, she soon realized how foolish her skepticism was. After all, Xia Ying was a living testament to its efficacy. She felt as though her academic pursuits had been in vain. For the existence of this rehabilitation pool completely dismantled her understanding of biology and medicine. The issue of radiation is a global conundrum, one that remains unsolved. Even the Light Federation and other major powers have invested immense time, producing only a few treatments that can mitigate radiation exposure, but none that can fully eradicate it. Yet, Du Fei's rehabilitation pool not only completely eliminates radiation, but also cures various injuries and diseases. How utterly astounding. It can only be said that Commander Du Fei is an unparalleled genius. Su Ninger's eyes glimmered with astonishment as she exclaimed, I believe that with this rehabilitation pool, and given enough time, we could achieve immortality. No, it should be eternal youth. Du Fei chuckled softly and corrected himself, then continued. There is another remarkable effect I forgot to mention, which is the preservation of youth. The moment these words were uttered, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Lu Ruobing and the other female soldiers were utterly shocked. The concept of immortality was beyond their wildest imaginations. But what did eternal youth entail? As far as they knew, the supreme rulers of the Time Federation had crafted a radiation-free sanctuary. Even so, those rulers could only achieve immortality, not eternal youth. Yet now, the rejuvenation pool developed by their commander could grant everlasting youth and vitality. At that moment, the hearts of Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers trembled with excitement, as if they were living in a dream. Commander, will the rejuvenation liquid in this pool run out? Gunting suddenly injured it. It will not. The rejuvenation liquid, once stripped of radiation, will evaporate, and simultaneously, new rejuvenation liquid will automatically replenish, Du Fei replied. Does that mean we could profit from selling the rejuvenation liquid? Ting exclaimed with enthusiasm, primarily concerned about their dwindling finances. Such an idea is certainly appealing, but one must understand the peril of possessing something precious, Du Fei remarked, casting a glance at Ting. Let's first grow strong enough before contemplating such thoughts. Commander is right, Lu Ruobing nodded, her expression turning grave as she surveyed the group. I must reiterate, no information regarding the women's field corps can be leaked to the outside world. We are not yet powerful enough. If the Federation or other forces were to learn of this, the consequences would be dire. From this moment on, everything will revolve around the commander. If we wish to secure a better future, we must simply follow the orders issued by the commander. Remember to obey and cooperate. Understood? Understood. All the female soldiers responded in unison, their voices echoing through the air raid shelter. With the commander at the helm, the dream of eternal youth was now within reach. From this moment onward, Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers not only glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival, but they also harbored beautiful aspirations for the future. This is merely a small rejuvenation pool for now. We will construct a larger one in due time. Du Fei turned to Lu Ruobing and added, all right. Let's arrange for everyone to experience it in shifts. He paused for a moment before continuing. It would be best to immerse yourselves without any clothing for optimal results. You will have an hour to enjoy this experience. After that, we will gather the entire camp for task assignments. Yes. Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers saluted Du Fei in unison. As Du Fei departed, the female soldiers eagerly began to shed their garments, diving into the pool, unadorned. Hey, why are you still soaking? Lu Ruobing called out to Xiaoying. I didn't undress earlier, so I'm experiencing the nude soak now. Xiaoying replied with a raised eyebrow, reclining gracefully in the pool. It is truly delightful. I can feel warmth radiating through my body. My goodness, the radiation spots on my skin are fading. The pain in my shoulders and neck has vanished. How marvelous. I feel an overwhelming surge of vitality. The female soldiers, immersed in the pool, were expressions of astonishment, their exclamations echoing continuously. Ting, your radiation exposure is rather unique. Spread your legs apart to fully experience the effects. Suning ter adviset. Ting, her eyes closed in contemplation, blushed slightly and retorted, mind your own business, I have already done so. Upon returning to the room, Du Fei found that his once-soaked clothing had become remarkably dry. This was due to the fact that the recovery liquid swiftly dissipated upon contact with the radiation in the air. From this, Du Fei gleaned an important insight. Once the recovery liquid left the pool, it could not be preserved. In other words, selling the recovery liquid alone was impractical. It would be necessary to sell the entire recovery pool. However, that was a consideration for the future, not for the present. Gazing at the blueprints of the Land King tracked vehicle on the table, Du Fei pondered for a moment. He then accessed the system interface, noticing several changes. Post, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion, Auxiliary Women's Field Corps. Prestige, 1967. Affinity, 16. Physique, Primary Enhancement 5, Primary, Advanced, Super. Items, Universal Toolbox, X1. Rare Material Smelting Agent, 450 milliliters. Du Fei's prestige had nearly reached 2,000 points, and his affinity had increased to 16 points. It is worth noting that both prestige and affinity can be repeatedly and infinitely acquired by fostering gratitude or admiration among those around him. One could garner both prestige and affinity. Hence, Du Fei placed great emphasis on the living conditions of the female soldiers, as well as the miners led by Chen Yuanshan. Unexpectedly, after soaking in the recovery pool, his physique had undergone a transformation. It was divided into 3 stages: primary, advanced, and super. Du Fei scrutinized the physique section, intrigued. Presently, he merely sensed an abundance of strength within, unaware of the true extent of the primary, enhanced physique. Driven by curiosity, Du Fei attempted to grasp a small stone protruding from the wall. With a firm squeeze, the next moment brought an astonished revelation. The once solid stone cracked under his grip. Du Fei was taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness! If the primary enhancement 5 is already this formidable, what level of power awaits at the super enhancement stage? Will my female soldiers all transform into indomitable steel warriors?" Chapter 26. One must dare to dream. Subsequently, Du Fei calmed his exhilaration and accessed the technology repository. With a prestige of 1967 points, he recalled that there were 2 drones in the storeroom that had been shot down by the stealth-wing beast. He resolved to exchange for another set of drone blueprints. Ding! Congratulations to the host for utilizing 1,500 reputation points to exchange for a blueprint of the Predator stealth drone. In Du Fei's mind, the design, manufacturing parameters, and functionalities of the Predator drone began to take shape. The Predator stealth drone is equipped with anti-gravity devices, comprehensive detection capabilities, artificial intelligence programming, and can carry various offensive weapons, all under unified control. In its stealth mode, it can interfere with or intercept enemy communications and execute precision strikes on aerial, terrestrial, and maritime targets. The primary materials include mithril or vibranium, as well as energy crystals. Indeed, the ability to eliminate foes unseen from miles away is an exceedingly ambitious weapon. Du Fei silently marveled at its potential. However, utilizing vibranium as the main material would enhance its capabilities even further. Alas, the synthesis technology for vibranium requires 100 intimacy points for exchange, which he currently lacks. Thus, he must resort to mithril as the primary material. It appears that intimacy points hold significant importance. He must find ways to acquire more. Nevertheless, a Predator stealth drone crafted from mithril is already formidable in the current world. With such an aerial weapon, combined with the land-dominating tank, the Qingchuan Ruins mission is bound to succeed. Outside the air raid shelter at the camp, all members of the women's field combat team assembled. Du Fei surveyed the female soldiers, each standing tall and proud, their spirits visibly rejuvenated. We are about to embark on a rigorous 2-week endeavor. Your contributions will not only determine the success of the Qingchuan Ruins operation, but also mark the first step towards a promising future for the women's field combat team. Ganting, you are responsible for sorting the materials for communication devices. Area 2 of the workshop is designated for your use. Yes. Sun Xiaoqian, you will sort the manufacturing materials for weapons and ammunition. Area 1 of the workshop is yours. Yes. Songjia, you are in charge of the team's infrastructure, including the installation of water purifiers, the construction of communal bathing facilities, and the camp's perimeter wall. Additionally, expedite the delivery of purified water to the living and mining areas. Feel free to create any necessary tools in Area 3 of the workshop. Understood. Xiaoying, you will form a special operations team to hunt the nearby time beasts, ensuring the living expenses of the entire team during this period. Yes, Captain. As Du Fei issued his orders, Ganting and the others gathered their blueprints and commenced their tasks. The female soldiers of the women's field combat team busied themselves with their respective duties. Why am I not assigned a task? Liu being approached Du Fei, inquiring. Due to the warm weather, she wore a light camouflage top, and after soaking in the rehabilitation pool, her beauty was further accentuated, especially her curvaceous figure, radiating a mature and enticing allure. Du Fei couldn't help but feel a slight stirring of his heart as he replied, "Your task is of great importance. Come with me to the mining area." To the mining area? Indeed, accompany me to extract mithril, Du Fei stated. Due to the significant amount of mithril required, he needed an assistant. Really? Liu Ruobing was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. She had always been curious about how mithril was extracted and was surprised that Du Fei entrusted her with such an important task. Deep within her heart, she felt profoundly touched. It was evident how much trust Du Fei placed in her. Ding. Intimacy value 5. Du Fei felt a surge of joy. Previously, the increase was merely 1 point of intimacy value. Now it had risen to 5. It seemed that the deeper the connection between them, the higher the intimacy value they generated. In the mountainous mining area, several rudimentary wooden shelters had been erected, serving as accommodations for Chun Yuanshan and the miners. Not far from these shelters stood 2 adjacent wooden houses that Du Fei had specifically instructed Chun Yuanshan to construct, and to his surprise, they were remarkably unique. The wooden houses had several steps leading up to them, elevated over a meter from the ground, connected by a wooden walkway adorned with a few rattan chairs. Inside the houses, there were bedrooms, a simple bathing area, and tables and benches. Given the abundance of trees on the mountain, all materials were sourced locally, showcasing the considerable effort Qin Yuanshan had invested. Approaching the wooden houses, Du Fei felt a sense of satisfaction. Wow, such beautiful wooden houses! Liu Ruobing exclaimed, her eyes widening as she surveyed her surroundings. Turning to Du Fei, she asked, "Did you have them built?" Without waiting for his response, she bounded up the steps and rushed inside. "We will be spending considerable time working on a mountain, and one of these houses is yours." Du Fei called out behind her, admiring her slender waist and curvaceous figure with a slight smile. "Really? That's wonderful." Liu Ruobing turned around, her charming face lighting up with joy. After years of residing in a bomb shelter, the wooden house filled her with delight. How splendid it would be if we could all move out of the bomb shelter and live in such lovely wooden houses, she remarked, gazing at the surrounding mountains with a sense of nostalgia. That's not a difficult task at all. Once the Qingchuan Ruins mission is completed, we can construct as many of these wooden houses as needed, Du Fei replied with a smile. The mountains were teeming with towering trees, each thick enough to be embraced by several people. Felling just a couple could easily yield enough material for a wooden house. Moreover, with the advent of mithril bullets and recovery pools, the dangers posed by wild beasts and outdoor radiation had diminished significantly. If that's the case, even if we have 30 years, we could remain here without returning to the base city, establishing our roots centered around this camp. Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. I find your idea quite appealing. Du Fei nodded in approval. Beyond the federal base cities and outposts, as long as one possessed the capability, they could claim any territory in the wild. Du Fei harbored ambitions of constructing a base akin to a federal outpost. However, such an endeavor would require time and patience, as establishing a comparable base could not be achieved overnight. Are you certain? Absolutely. Then I shall take it seriously, said Lu Ruobing, her eyes blinking earnestly as she gazed at Du Fei. In the future, the territory within 100 miles will belong to us, Du Fei declared, surveying his surroundings. You're just boasting. Doesn't that include the Federation's outpost number 83? Lu Ruobing replied with a playful pout. Well, one must dare to dream. Du Fei chuckled, then continued. Let us proceed to the mining area. Beside the riverbank, the sound of drilling equipment echoed. Chen Yuanshan led the miners, who had already commenced their work with fervor. The secret silver ore was not pure silver, merely containing trace amounts of the precious material, making extraction relatively straightforward. At present, Chen Yuanshan and his team of miners had only one drilling machine, and all tasks from breaking the ore to transporting it were done manually. Logically, a crusher and rail cars for transporting the ore were essential. However, due to a shortage of funds, they had to make do for the time being. Nonetheless, Chen Yuanshan and the miners remained enthusiastic, ensuring a daily extraction of no less than 100 tons of ore. At this moment, within the designated area, 5 or 6 piles of freshly mined secret silver ore lay stacked. Following Du Fei's instructions, these ores were cut to a uniform size, thereby conserving the refining agent and ensuring that a single drop could completely extract the silver from each piece. The silver content of these ores is commendable. We must begin our work, Du Fei stated as he examined the piles of ore, revealing 2 bottles of rare refining agent in his hands. One was left over from before, while the other had been exchanged from the technology repository for 100 reputation points. What is this? Lu Ruobing asked curiously as she took one bottle. This is a specialized solvent for extracting secret silver, Du Fei explained, twisting off the cap and drawing a pipette of the refining agent to demonstrate. With a gentle drop of the solvent on a piece of ore, ripples spread across its surface, and the silver stars began to converge before gradually vanishing. Soon after, a brilliant silver liquid flowed from within the ore, solidifying rapidly. In the next moment, the ore lost its luster, revealing a small piece of secret silver on the ground. Is this secret silver? Did you develop this solvent as well? It's astounding, Lu Ruobing exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Give it a try? Du Fei encouraged with a smile. All right, Lu Ruobing nodded, following Du Fei's method and dropping a drop of refining agent onto another piece of ore. In no time, the ore shimmered, and a silver liquid flowed forth. Is this successful? How simple, she exclaimed, picking up the solidified piece of secret silver, her joy palpable as she cast a glance at Du Fei. How can a boy just past 18 be so impressive? He is truly a genius among geniuses. Chapter 27. What are you researching? 2 days have elapsed, and the various tasks at the camp have progressed quite smoothly. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing have been diligently refining the secret silver in the mining area. Although this material is not particularly heavy, their combined yield has accumulated to over 10 kilograms, indicating a substantial harvest. Sun Xiaoqian, an expert in weaponry and ammunition, and Gan Ting, proficient in communication protocols, possess a solid theoretical foundation, yet they still exhibit some clumsiness in practical application. During this period, Du Fei personally guided them. He meticulously instructed them on the entire process, from crafting secret silver bullets and shells to assembling integrated modules and intricate components. After several iterations, Sun Xiaoqian and Gan Ting have become significantly more adept, and their admiration for Du Fei has grown immensely. With the new batch of ammunition produced, Xiaoying special forces have received ample supplies. They did not disappoint the entire regiment. After merely 2 days of hunting, they managed to increase the storage card's time to over 30,000 hours. Subsequently, Du Fei shuttled between the mining area and the workshop, retreating to the rehabilitation pool for a few minutes whenever fatigue set in. He was personally responsible for manufacturing stealth drones, while simultaneously monitoring the progress of the Land King tracked vehicle. Should any discrepancies arise, he would promptly correct them, maintaining complete control over the situation. By the 5th day, the 2 previously modified wheeled armored vehicles had been fitted with brand new tracks and certain weaponry. The Land King tracked vehicle was gradually taking shape. "Wow, it's absolutely stunning. Our tracked vehicle is about to be completed," exclaimed Ganting, Sun Xiaoqian, and a group of female engineers, their excitement palpable as they gazed at the vehicle's body. "Look at how thrilled you all are. It's still too early," Du Fei chuckled. "This is merely the exterior. The core components have yet to be fully constructed, and it will take some time before it can be operational. Fortunately, these female soldiers are quite perceptive and have grasped the production processes swiftly." In truth, Du Fei felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained a facade of calmness. Recently, everyone had performed admirably, and the coming days would be crucial. "I hope you all continue to strive for excellence." "Yes, Commander," with Du Fei's encouragement and praise. Ganting, Sun Xiaoqian, and the engineering female soldiers beamed with enthusiasm. As night fell, Du Fei arrived at the mining area, quickly consumed a few bites of food, and retreated into the wooden cabin to study some vital components of the drone. The personnel responsible for refining the secret silver had expanded to include Su Ninger alongside Lu Ruobing. This task requires little technical skill, and the 2 of them could easily refine the mind or each day. Du Fei merely needed to gather the available secret silver. "What are you researching?" A voice suddenly broke the silence. Startled, Du Fei turned to see Lu Ruobing standing behind him, having approached silently. "Do you walk without making a sound?" Du Fei remarked, glancing down to discover she was barefoot, which explained her stealthy approach. As the 2 wooden cabins were connected, Lu Ruobing often came over to report on her work after finishing her tasks these past few days. The rapport between them had deepened compared to before, with their words and actions becoming less constrained and more casual. I relished the sensation of my bare feet gently pressing against the wooden planks. It was utterly delightful. Noticing that Du Fei appeared genuinely startled, Lu Ruobing raised one of her delicate feet and smiled shyly. Curiously, she approached the table, leaning down to examine the blueprints. Adorned in a lightweight camouflage outfit, she inadvertently caught my attention as she bent over, prompting me to swallow hard. Despite her posture, Lu Ruobing was deeply engrossed in the drawings. Du Fei even began to suspect that Lu Ruobing had intentionally come over to entice him. "You may find these blueprints difficult to comprehend. They depict the core components of a drone and its anti-gravity apparatus." I mused, realizing why I was so puzzled. It was indeed related to a drone. Upon this revelation, Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing her straighten up, Du Fei felt an immediate urge to slap himself. How could he have said he didn't understand? Why not provide her with a thorough explanation instead? "This is the Predator stealth drone, which should be completed alongside the Land King tracked vehicle in the coming days." "My goodness, so we will have drones in the future?" Lu Ruobing exclaimed with excitement, eagerly asking, "Could you explain the capabilities of this drone to me?" "Certainly." Du Fei nodded, gesturing towards the blueprints. Come, take a look at these designs." Just as Lu Ruobing prepared to lean down again, a female soldier's voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Deputy Commander, good news. The water purifier has been installed, and your bathing area is now supplied with pure water." "Wonderful, I'll be right there," Lu Ruobing replied, turning to Du Fei. "Let me wash up first, and then you can explain it to me. You research for now." With that, she hurried back to her cabin. Du Fei was left speechless. With her flurry of activity, how could he focus on his research? Chapter 28. Has he developed feelings for me? The night was tranquil. The workers in the mining area had succumbed to slumber, with female soldiers on guard ensuring their peaceful rest. Outside the wooden cabin, Du Fei sat in a wrought-tan chair, gazing at the mountains shrouded in nightfall. "Is this drone truly as formidable as you claim?" After her bath, Lu Ruobing emerged wearing a low-cut, lightweight t-shirt, her damp hair still dripping with water. At this moment, she had comprehensively grasped the various capabilities of the Predator stealth drone, leaving her in a state of astonishment. "You will see in due time," Du Fei replied with a calm smile. Continuing, "The Federation mandates that conflicts between legions must not occur. Otherwise, The instigating party will be deemed anti-human. In the eyes of the Time Federation, humanity is esteemed and only includes the elite, nobles, and the affluent. Whenever the lower class rises in rebellion or threatens their interests, it is labeled as an affront to humanity. Lu Ruobing, perplexed by Du Fei's sudden shift to this topic, lamented, "Indeed, it is inherently unjust, yet it is an unavoidable reality." Du Fei, maintaining a serene smile, continued, "I must mention another function I neglected to inform you about. This drone can evade the surveillance of the Temporal Federation's omniscient eye." "What? The Predator stealth drone can operate beyond the oversight of the eye?" Lu Ruobing's face registered shock once again. Suddenly a thought struck her, and she turned to Du Fei. "You cannot possibly be considering." Du Fei interjected. "The humiliation and bullying we have endured are one matter, but to continue suffering without retaliation would be excessive." Lu Ruobing clenched her delicate fist, a glimmer of exhilaration appearing in her eyes. She quickly comprehended Du Fei's intention. He aimed to employ this drone against the 48th Division. Indeed, the Women's Assault Corps had suffered oppression, indignity, and harassment for far too long. It was high time to retaliate. However, with only 2 Predator stealth drones at their disposal, could they truly contend with the formidable 48th Division? Despite a flicker of concern in her heart, Lu Ruobing did not reveal it. Instead, she eagerly gazed at Du Fei. "It seems you have formulated a plan to confront the 48th Division? The 48th Division is merely the beginning. The ultimate objective targets Wu Daguay." "Really?" Upon hearing the name Wu Daguay, a deep-seated hatred surged within Lu Ruobing. Her parents had perished at his hands. She had not anticipated that Du Fei's scheme would involve confronting Wu Daguay. Gratitude welled up in her eyes. "I am thankful to you." "No need for thanks," Du Fei replied, looking up at the night sky, lost in contemplation. Lu Ruobing fell silent, her mind racing with thoughts. Wu Daguay was a prominent figure within the Temporal Federation, currently basking in his glory. According to assessments on the IS website, he was likely to ascend to higher echelons in the near future. Setting aside the 3 divisions under his command, his family background and intricate connections were not something an ordinary person could challenge. This man before her was planning to provoke Wu Daguay for her sake. Lu Ruobing felt a mix of confusion and her heart raced. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? At 23, she was 5 years his senior. Was that appropriate? Contemplating this, she discreetly glanced at Du Fei, her cheeks warming slightly. After a moment, Lu Ruobing steadied her emotions and could not help but inquire. "What are you thinking about?" "About my father and sister," Du Fei replied. "At least you have family to think of," Lu Ruobing sighed, wiping her damp hair. "They should be living happily in the Renaissance City. The situation is not optimistic. Wu Daguay is unlikely to spare them." "What?" Lu Ruobing paused, confused. "Wu Daguay? Has your family crossed paths with him?" It was then that she realized that Du Fei's plan to deal with Wu Daguay was not as she had imagined. Indeed, her father had been involved with Wu Daguay's wife, and the affair had come to light. Du Fei chuckled and recounted how Du Lei had saved Wang Shuzhen on the battlefield, along with the ensuing romantic escapades between the two. After hearing this, Lu Ruobing finally understood, and with a hint of disappointment, murmured, "So that is how it is. My only concern is their current predicament. There's no need to worry. The residents of Fuxing City have a protective mechanism, and besides, your father is a man of merit. They will be safe," Lu Ruobing reassured him. "Let us take it one step at a time." Du Fei exhaled, reflecting that throughout history, illicit affairs have led to tragedy. Just ask Shiminqing. Although the residents within the city are under protection, Wu Daguay is a formidable figure. With merely a flick of his wrist, he could easily expel her father and sister from Fuxing City. As they awaited news from Husan, he sighed, "Oh, how troublesome it is to have so much hair. It itches when unwashed, and it's difficult to dry after washing. My arms are sore." At that moment, Lu Ruobing furrowed her brow and softly complained, her damp, lustrous hair in her hands as she rubbed it with a towel, her movements displaying a hint of impatience. Previously, the women's combat unit lacked the means to procure hairdryers, so all the female soldiers had to dry their hair manually with towels. Women are like that. They cherish beauty and prefer to feel fresh. If their hair remains wet, it becomes uncomfortable. "Here, let me help you dry it," Du Fei offered, taking the towel from Lu Ruobing's hands and starting to assist her. Lu Ruobing did not refuse. In fact, she welcomed such service, bending slightly to cooperate with Du Fei. Ding. Intimacy points, 10. Du Fei felt a surge of delight. 10 points were indeed worth the service. Sitting beside Lu Ruobing, He gently brushed aside a strand of hair that had fallen across her chest. In that instant, his mind went blank as though struck by lightning. Noticing Du Fei's unusual expression, Lu Ruobing glanced down at her neckline and gasped in horror. Realizing she had revealed too much, she hurriedly covered her collar, stood up flustered, and stammered, "I'll go to sleep now." Flushing, she snatched the towel from Du Fei's hand and fled in a panic. Chapter 29. Tremendous joy in the following days. Du Fei immersed himself entirely in his work. The manufacturing of the land-based King-tracked vehicles and the Predator stealth drones was nearing completion. Additionally, through Husan's connections, he acquired 2 second-hand trucks at a low price from the outpost, bringing the total to 3, including Chun Yuanshan's truck loaded with gunpowder. All 3 trucks were coated in mithril and modified into large infantry transport vehicles and containerized ammunition transporters. Henceforth, the female soldiers would no longer need to march on foot to the battlefield. Moreover, due to the timely supply of mithril, the gunpowder has nearly been exhausted, and various munitions are being produced at a frenzied pace. The reserves of mithril bullets and shells are sufficiently ample, even for a large-scale battle. Of course, this is attributed to the tireless efforts of Sun Xiaoqian and her engineering corps. At this moment, everyone is brimming with enthusiasm, and the workshop is bustling with activity. Du Fei had just poured liquid mithril into the drone shell mold when Ganting and a group of female soldiers approached. "Commander, I wish to discuss something." Ganting stammered. "What is it? Could we refrain from discarding the cassava flour and wild vegetables that we have stored?" Ganting insuited. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing furrowed her brows and looked at Du Fei. "Are you planning to throw away our food supplies? Is that even food? Dispose of it all." Du Fei replied firmly. In recent days, he had noticed that his meals were quite lavish, while the female soldiers' rations included those black wild vegetables soaked in disinfectant. He understood that the women's field unit had grown accustomed to frugal living, mixing in wild greens to save bit. However, Du Fei would not permit such a thing. How could he allow his subordinates to consume such fare? Furthermore, a decline in happiness directly impacts the acquisition of prestige points. Very well, then let us discard it, Ganting conceded, sensing Du Fei's annoyance and refraining from arguing. That was my directive to the cooking team. After all, we are not yet affluent, Lu Ruobing said, biting her lip. Every bit saved contributes to our ability to produce more equipment. I understand our financial constraints, and I appreciate your concern for the entire regiment, but we cannot cut corners on meals. We must ensure that such items are never consumed again, Du Fei stated solemnly. Looking at Lu Ruobing, the more challenging our circumstances, the more we must instill warmth and hope in our soldiers' hearts. Trust me, in just a few days, our financial situation will improve. Turning to Ganting, he asked, "Now, how much time remains in the account?" The Xiang Special Forces have accrued a total of 85,630 hours over the past few days, combined with the previous balance, amounts to 92,590 hours. 10,000 hours will cover the miner's wages for 10 days. And each soldier will receive 200 hours, with a 10 processing fee deducted. Thus, we currently have 57,830 hours remaining, Ganting recounted with clarity, accounting for every expenditure meticulously. Du Fei couldn't help but smile inwardly. Ganting was indeed a remarkably competent steward. I thought we were out of funds. It turns out there are still over 50,000 hours in the account, Du Fei said, tapping his fingers on the workbench and addressing Ganting. Order the procurement of food with all 50,000 hours. Such a large purchase? Ganting was taken aback, instantly regretting revealing the account's balance to the commander. Could we perhaps buy less? Lu Ruobing interjected with a wry smile, genuinely feeling a pang of sympathy. It had taken so long to save this time, only for it to be consumed so quickly. No, I still feel that 50,000 hours worth of food is somewhat insufficient. Du Fei's expression was solemn as he turned to Lu Ruobing and inquired, "How long will it take us to reach the Qingchuan ruins?" Lu Ruobing was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why Du Fei had posed such a question. After a brief hesitation, she responded, "Now that we have transport vehicles, we are essentially marching mechanized. It will take approximately a day and a night to arrive at the Qingchuan ruins. Indeed, will our entire regiment not eat or drink during the journey?" Du Fei interjected sharply, continuing, "For this battle at the Qingchuan ruins, part of the cooking team must be allocated to ensure that the entire regiment is well fed. As the commander, I am resolute in providing my soldiers with nutritious meals of vegetables and meat over rice at every meal on the battlefield. As long as I am here, I will not permit my soldiers to suffer even the slightest grievance. His words were definitive and resonant. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, Sun Xiaoqian, and others were deeply moved. They had not anticipated that their commander was constantly concerned for the welfare of all the sisters in the regiment. The female soldiers present felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and admiration. Ding. Reputation 10. Ding. Reputation 10. Ding. Reputation 10. Ding. Reputation 10. The sound of system notifications echoed in Du Fei's mind. Amused, he lowered his head and resumed his serious tasks. Over the course of more than 10 days, the female soldiers at the camp were enveloped in immense joy. The two previously acquired wheeled armored vehicles had been transformed into two brand new tracked battle vehicles. The two recovered conventional drones had also been remodeled into peculiar-looking unmanned aerial vehicles. The two Land King tracked vehicles and two Predator stealth drones, accompanied by 3 transport vehicles, gleamed with a silvery light under the sun. Is this truly our Land King tracked vehicle and drones? Xia Ying exclaimed, caressing the vehicle's body, coated in mithril, with fervor. Come quickly, take a picture with me. Ying Bao, we want to join you. Lu Ruobing and several female soldiers hurried over to stand beside Xiao Ying. The weaponry was impressively complete, exuding an aura of power that was exhilarating. Sun Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled as she remarked, "Who would have thought this was crafted by our commander from a heap of discarded materials purchased for 20,000 hours?" Ganting chimed in. "This is indeed a mithril tracked vehicle, with performance far exceeding the latest models from the Federation. It could fetch at least 1 million hours. Wow, so valuable." Ganting, "What about our drones?" a female soldier inquired. "The drones are even more formidable. They were handcrafted by our commander using pure mithril, and he would never sell them for any amount of time." Ganting replied, "What about the performance of these two drones?" "Performance is currently classified." Ganting cast a sidelong glance at Du Fei, her face displaying a hint of mystery and pride. Under Du Fei's guidance, she had fully mastered the various capabilities of the Predator stealth drones. Du Fei had also entrusted her with the responsibility of controlling these powerful weapons. She will be the first in the entire team to pilot an aircraft. How could she not be thrilled? Chapter 30, Heavy Equipment Testing. Everything is prepared. We now proceed to the debugging phase of the Land King tracked vehicle and the Predator drone. Du Fei exchanged 700 reputation points for 7 energy crystals, utilizing them to power all vehicles, including 3 transporters. Each energy crystal can provide power for an entire year, liberating them entirely from the dependency on fuel. All commanders and fighters are in position. Report the operational status of the vehicle. Report. The Land King number 1 has started normally. All data is functioning properly. Standing by. In the command room of the Land King tracked vehicle, Lu Ruobing focused on the control panel, reporting. Report. The Land King number 2 has started normally. All data is functioning properly. Standing by. Xia Ying followed with her report. Activate the full-range defense system. Conduct a round of tests for the autocannon, machine guns, and Gatling guns. Du Fei commanded. Understood. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang. The ground trembled violently as the 2 Land King tracked vehicles traversed ravines and surmounted hills, advancing at high speed. In the distant, desolate mountains, artillery roared, rocks shattered, creating a spectacle of immense impact. Report. The autocannon's lethal range exceeds 6,000 square meters. The machine guns and Gatling guns precisely hit over 300 targets. Report. The command system, encrypted communication system, vehicle speed, and comprehensive data testing are all normal. They are fully combat ready. Excellent. At this moment, a weight lifted from Du Fei's heart, and he exhaled steadily. The performance would soon reveal itself. It is important to note that the various blueprints exchanged for the technology repository are not one-time use. They are deeply ingrained in Du Fei's mind. If the Land King tracked vehicle performs outstandingly on the battlefield, he would not hesitate to produce several more, or even manufacture them in bulk. Ganting, please acknowledge receipt. Ganting acknowledged. Ganting acknowledged. In another independent control room for the Land King number 1, Ganting, wearing headphones, responded. The next steps are up to you. Yes, Commander. Ganting took a deep breath and pressed the start button on the control panel. Virum. A ripple formed in the air around the 2 stealth Predator drones as they gently lifted off from the camp. Remarkably, upon reaching an altitude of over 10 meters, the drones seemed to merge with the air, instantly becoming invisible. At that moment, Du Fei felt a surge of astonishment. Even he found it somewhat unbelievable. This is true invisibility. Initially, He thought that the stealth of these drones merely meant evading radar detection. He never expected that they could obscure visibility entirely, rendering them completely unseen. Truly a marvel of advanced technology. No wonder the introduction stated they are not subject to surveillance by the heavenly eye. Even if the heavenly eye could detect them, they could only be classified as unidentified flying objects. Ganting, where are the drones now? Du fait incroyable. Commander, it's hovering 15 meters above your head. Ganting exclaimed, her eyes glued to the console screen. Through the drone surveillance apparatus, she could clearly observe the entirety of the camp. Zooming in, she could even discern the expressions on Du Fei and the faces of all the female soldiers. What? Hovering 15 meters above me? Du Fei gazed upward, only to find the sky empty. Incredible. There wasn't even a sound? Order. Engage the Predator stealth drone for testing. Understood, Commander. Ganting replied, gripping the two joysticks and maneuvering deftly. Report. All systems, integrated controls, artificial intelligence, autonomous programs, and weaponry are functioning normally. Current altitude, 729 meters. My goodness. Speed, 100 kilometers per hour. We've reached 7 times the speed of sound. This is astounding. Ganting was awestruck, her excitement palpable. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the console screen displayed 3 red dots emerging from the clouds ahead. Ganting momentarily hesitated as 2 drones zipped past the trio of dots. She quickly decelerated, taking command of one of the drones while programming the other into an AI escort mode, elegantly spiraling to pursue the 3 red dots. Commander, we have a situation. What sort of situation? Du Fei inquired, adjusting his earpiece with a frown. Coordinates 117 east, 43 north. 3 level 2 stealth winged beasts detected. Should we engage? Ganting reported. Du Fei breathed a sigh of relief, having momentarily feared a malfunction with the drones. What is the status of the drones? The drones are in excellent condition, currently flying 30 meters alongside the right side of the 3 level 2 stealth winged beasts. Those 3 fools are completely unaware. Ganting teased with excitement. She had never anticipated that the drones could approach the level 2 beasts so closely without being detected. Ironically, the 3-winged beasts were also cloaked, yet the drones had them perfectly tracked. One could only marvel at how remarkable the Predator stealth drone, developed by the commander, truly was. Authorize engagement. It's an opportune moment to test the drone's weaponry, Du Fei commanded. Certainly, dear Commander. Shall I use the mini-missiles, grenades, or the Gatling gun? Which would you prefer? Ganting playfully asked. Look at you showing off. Just make a decision. Du Fei retorted, exasperated. Yes. In the control room. Ganting stuck out her tongue, then focused intently on the screen. You there. Taste my cannon. She targeted the nearest level 2 stealth winged beast and pressed the cannon button. Tot, 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 tot. The drone unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, erupting in a series of explosive flashes amidst the clouds. The level 2 beast was obliterated without the slightest inkling of danger. Upon vanquishing a level 2 time beast, we accrued 576 hours, with the auxiliary female combat unit storage card reflecting this bounty. Report to the captain. We have slain a level 2 stealth wing beast and directly received 576 hours. Ganting exclaimed, her surprise akin to the discovery of a new continent. The Predator stealth drone evades the oversight of the celestial eye. Thus, the time acquired from slaying the time beast naturally eludes the federal 20 deduction, Du Fei explained. The celestial eye, while overseeing the Legion, simultaneously serves as the federal time collector. Any time beast killed under its scrutiny incurs an automatic 20 deduction. However, should one slay a time beast beyond its watchful gaze, the celestial eye cannot impose such deductions, and the time will seamlessly transfer into the killer's storage card. In essence, the time generated by the time beast recognizes only the slayer in their storage card, even if it is not a federal card, provided it is a valid storage card. My goodness, what a benefit. Ganting quivered with excitement. Possessing a keen acumen for finances, she was acutely aware of the Federal's 20 cut, which had become a source of distress. Previously, each time beast she hunted resulted in a portion of time being siphoned away, causing her considerable anguish. Now, however, every hour gained directly filled her coffers. With the Predator stealth drone, she felt liberated from the exploitation of those wretched individuals. Ganting experienced a sense of satisfaction, her worries wholly alleviated. At that moment, 2 additional level 2 stealth wing beasts were startled. One particularly irate time beast roared, revealing its true form and entering a combat stance. Yet, as it fluttered its wings, it struggled to locate a target. Such an eyesore. I shall eradicate you on behalf of the captain. Without hesitation, Gonting pressed the Gatling button. The drone unleashed a torrent of large-caliber mithril bullets. The enraged level 2 beast let out a horrific cry, its body riddled with holes plummeting from the clouds. Upon defeating a level 2 beast, we received 920 hours credited to the auxiliary female combat unit storage card. As the storage card registered yet another gain, Gonting squinted, raised her middle finger to her lips, and blew lightly. Striking a pose for less than a second, she noticed the remaining level 2 stealthwing beast had already turned tail in terror. Let us see you run 3 kilometers. Beep, beep, beep. Air-to-air, micromissile locked on target. Launch. Gonting pressed the micromissile launch button. Whoosh. A 10-centimeter diameter, 30-centimeter long micromissile traced an arc as it sped toward the fleeing level 2 stealthwing beast. Boom. Upon defeating a level 2 beast, we received 783 hours credited to the auxiliary female combat unit storage card. Hooray. Gonting clenched her small fist, feeling exhilarated. Report. Commander, the testing of the Predator stealth drone is complete. All data is normal, and it is ready for combat. Excellent, du fait commandé. No need to land. Return to the camp airspace and hover on standby. Understood. Chapter 31. Are they invincible now? With the conclusion of the tests, the 2 Land King armored vehicles, rolling on their silver tracks, majestically returned to the camp. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, and others eagerly jumped down from the vehicles. They stood tall and proud before Du Fei, saluting in unison. Good day, Commander. The testing of the Land King armored vehicles and Predator drones has been successful. Du Fei nodded at them, smiling as he turned to Xia Ying. Xia Ying, you are an exceptional commander. How do you find the performance of the current armored vehicles compared to the previous models? At that moment, Xia Ying was still riding the wave of excitement. Upon hearing Du Fei ask for her opinion, her enthusiasm surged even more. Commander, the Land King armored vehicle you created is simply outstanding. It moves swiftly, operates with precision, and boasts excellent communication quality and detection visibility. Especially the weapons like the machine cannon, machine gun, and Gatling gun. Their power surpasses that of other legions by several folds. Coupled with its mithril body and comprehensive defensive machine cannon, I believe it can charge recklessly on the battlefield. Our previous armored vehicles pale in comparison. Even the Federation's latest armored vehicles cannot hold a candle to our Land King. It's like comparing a grandson to a grandfather. I dare say, the Land King armored vehicle you crafted is the most formidable in the world, truly invincible. As Xia Ying finished her enthusiastic declaration, thunderous applause erupted around them, with many female soldiers' hands turning red from clapping. Xia Ying had not exaggerated. The performance of the Land King armored vehicle was indeed evident to all. How thrilling! With the Land King vehicles, the Women's Field Combat Team would undoubtedly triumph in the battle at the Qingchuan ruins. Listening to the praises for the armored vehicles, Gonting couldn't help but smirk slightly. Is this truly invincible? Is this all it takes to make you so jubilant? I would not trade 10 Land King armored vehicles for a single aircraft. If I were to tell you that there are 2 invisible killing machines hovering above your heads, it would surely leave you slack-jawed. It is worth noting that the performance of the Predator stealth drones was currently confidential. Du Fei had only disclosed this information to Lu Ruobing and Gonting. It was no surprise that the female soldiers focused solely on the Land King armored vehicles. They had always believed that those 2 drones were merely for reconnaissance and information gathering, regarding them as lacking any real combat capability. Du Fei chuckled and patted Xia Ying on the shoulder. Since you find it satisfactory, the 2nd Land King armor vehicle is yours. Wonderful. Thank you, Commander. Xia Ying felt an overwhelming urge to hug Du Fei and plant a kiss on his cheek. In her excitement, she cast a proud glance at Gonting. Without a doubt, the number 1 Land King battle tank undoubtedly belongs to Deputy Commander Lu Ruobing. This leaves only the number 2 tank, and Xia Ying is fearful that Gonting might try to claim it for herself. Now that Du Fei has promised the no. 2 Land King battle tank to Xia Ying, one can only imagine her elation, while simultaneously picturing the dismay within Gonting. However, in the next moment, she realizes that Gonting is also gazing at her, wearing a self-satisfied expression that seems to convey, I have no intention of competing with you. This leaves Xia Ying perplexed, sensing something amiss. Commander, I won't even mention the number 1 Land King battle tank, but what about me if you give the no? To Ying Bao. Sun Xiaoqian pouted, visibly displeased. She had exerted considerable effort regarding the weapon systems of these two tanks, as well as the various secret silver ammunition. Du Fei chuckled. You are a significant contributor. A position in the independent control room of the number 1 tank has already been reserved for you. One of Ganting's 2 drones will be assigned to you, which is a crucial role. It is primarily because managing both drones alone is a bit overwhelming for Ganting, and having Sun Xiaoqian share the load would be more efficient. This way, the 2 Predator stealth drones can maximize their effectiveness, allowing them to operate in separate areas. I prefer commanding a heavily armed tank in direct confrontation. Why should I operate a drone with no combat capability? Sun Xiaoqian's disappointment was palpable, her pout resembling one that could hold a beer bottle. With a sigh, she saluted. All right then. Meanwhile, Ganting offered her a slight smile, as if to say, look down upon the drones, and you shall soon realize their worth. At that moment, a communications soldier saluted. Report. What is it? Du Fei inquired, turning to her. The 48th Division has sent the deployment plan for the Qingchuan Ruins mission, stating that other legions have already commenced their operations and urging us to prepare for the pre-battle arrangements, with a deadline to reach the designated position within 3 days. Please provide the details of the 48th Division's deployment plan and the situation regarding our designated position, Du Fei instructed. Yes, Commander. The communications soldier opened the information sent by the 48th Division and began her report. The Qingchuan Ruins lie between the jurisdictions of the Revival Military District and the Holy War Military District. This hunting ground is divided into 4 major positions: east, west, south, and north. In addition to the 48th Division and numerous auxiliary legions, regular troops from the Holy War Military District are also participating. Our Women's Field Corps is assigned to the Eastern Front, which includes 4 legions in total, one of which is a regular troop from the Holy War Military District. However, the position occupied by our Women's Field Corps is a plain with no rocky terrain for cover, placing us at a disadvantage. Upon finishing her report on the situation at the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground, the communications soldier concluded, Damn it, how could they place our position on a plain? I knew the 48th Division had ulterior motives. They have deliberately positioned our Women's Field Corps in a vulnerable area to attract the time beasts. The 48th Division is utterly shameless. This is a blatant attempt to use us as cannon fodder. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian were all incensed, their teeth gritting in frustration. As they wish. Who shall become the cannon fodder remains uncertain. Du Fei smiled faintly, then spoke with a serious demeanor. Convey my orders. All personnel prepare their equipment. Assemble in 10 minutes. Yes. The infantry commander responded promptly. The commander declared, all combatants, prepare your gear. Assemble at the camp in 10 minutes. Repeating once more, all combatants, prepare your equipment. Assemble at the camp in 10 minutes. As the command was issued, all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Battalion sprang into action. 2 infantry transport vehicles roared to life, beginning their warm-up. The rear doors of the ammunition transport trucks swung open, and an array of bullets and shells were continuously loaded aboard. Lu Ruobing turned to Du Fei, asking, Are you planning to set off now? Indeed, we shall depart at once. Since the 48th Division and the other corps have already mobilized, we cannot lag behind. Du Fei affirmed with a nod, then added with a smile, We promise to cooperate thoroughly in this operation. So we shall arrive at the designated position ahead of time to assure the 48th Division. With that, he approached Ganting and whispered a few words to her. Yes. Ganting's face lit up with excitement as she grabbed Sun Xiaoqian's arm, exclaiming, Come on, get in the vehicle. Sun Xiaoqian frowned, reluctantly being pulled into the independent control room of the number 1 Land King battle vehicle. In the independent control room of the number 1 Land King battle vehicle, Sun Xiaoqian gazed at the array of buttons on the console and the vivid images of the female soldiers bustling about on the screen, her excitement causing her to tremble slightly. Within mere minutes, she had grasped the various capabilities of the Predator stealth drone. Look, this is what I collected 400 kilometers away from the camp while you were testing the battle vehicle, Ganting boasted as she opened the storage card balance. Raising an eyebrow. Oh my, how impressive. I always thought this drone was merely for information gathering. But it turns out to be a weapon far mightier than the Land King's tracked vehicle. Sun Xiaoqian laughed heartily, her exuberance causing her ample bosom to sway. The commander is truly wonderful to me. She excitedly took her position at the command station, maneuvering the drone's camera, which instantly displayed Du Fei's handsome and sunny visage on the screen. Then, with her innocent appearance, Sun Xiaoqian revealed her true nature, playfully licking her lips. Mwah. She planted a fierce kiss on the screen, exclaiming, "I think I'm falling in love with him." 10 minutes later, all assembled, with the resounding command. The female soldiers of the Women's Field Battalion lined up in perfect formation. Reporting, the Women's Field Battalion has assembled 90 soldiers. The infantry commander stood tall, saluting. According to Du Fei's directives, a total of 90 combatants participated in this mission, while the remaining 18 female soldiers remained stationed at the camp. Among them were soldiers tasked with guarding the camp and the mining area, medical personnel, and cooks preparing meals for the miners. Du Fei scanned the ranks and delivered a brief address before gesturing with a decisive hand. "Let us depart." Upon uttering this command, he followed Lu Ruobing onto the No. 1 Land King armored vehicle. All aboard. Destination, Qingchuan Ruins. Let's move. The roar of engines filled the air as 2 formidable armored vehicles led the way. Flanked by a container ammunition truck in the center, followed closely by 2 transport vehicles laden with female soldiers. This fully armed convoy, under the watchful gaze of 2 stealthy predator drones overhead, majestically left the camp. The Qingchuan Ruins, once a small base city named Qingchuan, had been overrun by high-tier temporal beasts centuries ago, transforming it into an abandoned ghost town and a paradise for beasts. Located approximately 300 kilometers northwest of the Women's Field Corps camp, the journey was fraught with rugged mountain paths, necessitating manual clearance in sections where landslides had occurred. Thus, despite the relatively short distance, even mechanized travel would require a full day and night to reach the destination. The following afternoon, as the terrain opened up, the Women's Field Corps approached the eastern front lines, now less than 10 kilometers from the Qingchuan Ruins. At that moment, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing, who had been resting their eyes in the command room, simultaneously opened their eyes, sensing that the convoy had come to an abrupt halt. "What is happening?" "Report, roadblock ahead." The driver communicated through the intercom. "Commander, we have reached a fork in the road where 2 legions have appeared. Negotiations may be necessary," came Ganting's voice through the encrypted channel. "Understood." Du Fei and Lu Ruobing exchanged glances, opened the vehicle doors, and disembarked. Meanwhile, Xia Ying and 2 other female soldiers jumped down from the number 2 armored vehicle. "Stop. This is the territory of the Flying Fish Legion and the Wolfpack Legion. Turn back immediately." Before Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xia Ying could approach, the soldiers from both groups raised their weapons, aiming at them. "We are the extraterritorial Women's Field Corps of the Revival Military District, tasked with guarding the eastern front line at Position 3. We request passage," Lu Ruobing asserted. "What do you think the Women's Field Corps is? Are you blind or deaf? Do we need to repeat ourselves? This is the territory of the Flying Fish Legion and the Wolfpack Legion. No one may pass." Several leading officers responded with blatant hostility. "How dare you insult us? This is utterly unreasonable." Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying clenched their fists in anger, yet their expressions betrayed a sense of helplessness. It was evident that they had faced such insults and bullying on numerous occasions before. Du Fei frowned and inquired of Lu Ruobing, "Are the Flying Fish Legion and the Wolfpack Legion truly formidable?" "The 2 legions, like us, are extraneous, notoriously arrogant, and domineering. Their actions no different from those of bandits. However, they rank among the top 50,000 on the Heavenly Eye website's combat strength leaderboard, indicating their superiority over us." Lu Ruobing whispered. "Ah, the lapdogs of the 48th Division, the dregs among extraneous legions." Xia Ying spat on the ground. Du Fei nodded, then stood with hands clasped behind his back, addressing the officers. "I'm the commander of the Women's Field Corps, sent by the 48th Division to secure the number 3 position on the Eastern Front. If you deny us passage and jeopardize our strategic timing, can you bear the consequences?" The officers were momentarily taken aback, finally discerning Du Fei's identity. They had not anticipated a male commander emerging from the Women's Field Corps. This fellow was astonishingly, even more handsome than a woman. After a moment's distraction, one officer responded, "We have orders from above. No one is permitted to pass through this critical area." "Then summon your superior. Otherwise, I shall contact the 48th Division," Du Fei asserted, recognizing his resolute demeanor and the pressure from the 48th Division. The officers hesitated to continue their arrogance. However, they muttered curses under their breath and turned to report via their communication devices. Shortly, 2 military vehicles approached. Several soldiers respectfully opened the doors, and the commanders of the Flying Fish Legion and the Wolf Legion descended from their vehicles. "What is the matter?" The Wolf Legion commander swayed over, casting a disdainful glance at Du Fei and the others, his demeanor lofty. "We are the Women's Field Corps. requesting permission to pass through your defensive zone to reach the number 3 position. We hope for your cooperation, Du Fei said with a polite smile. Huh, our defensive zone does not allow for arbitrary passage, understand? The Wolf Legion commander sneered, flicking his whip to gesture towards the mountains. You may detour around, taking the valley at the foot of the hill. The Flying Fish Legion commander smirked and added, who was it that spoke of jeopardizing the strategic timing? If you fail to arrive at your position on time, that would indeed be a delay. You had best hurry along. Lu Ruobing's face turned pale with indignation as she could not help but exclaim, you are being excessively tyrannical. And what of it? The Wolf Legion commander replied with a derisive tone, his expression darkening. Do not test our patience. Get lost as far as you can. The Flying Fish Legion commander scoffed. Did you not hear me telling you to leave immediately? Do you truly believe that a mere women's field corps can instigate a conflict? Just then, a large contingent of well-equipped legions appeared at a nearby fork in the road. Tanks, armored vehicles, and transport trucks stretching as far as the eye could see. One middle-aged commander, observing the situation, approached with a furrowed brow. Is this the quality of your command in the Revival Military District? The Wolf Legion commander was taken aback, and upon realizing the other party was regular troops, he quickly straightened and saluted. Then, a smile resembling a blooming flower emerged on his face as he inquired. May I ask who you are? In the 56th Division of the Holy War District, the Iron Blood Brigade is commanded by the resolute Chu Zhengxiong, a middle-aged commander who responds with poise. Chapter 33. The young man is quite interesting indeed. Upon announcing his designation and name, he is met with exclamations of recognition. Oh, it is indeed the esteemed Brigade Commander Chu of the Holy War District. What honor! The commanders of the Wolf Legion and the Flying Fish Legion quickly adorned their faces with smiles, revealing a demeanor steeped in flattery. The reputation of the Iron Blood Brigade, ranked among the top 10,000 on the combat strength list of the Tianya Network, precedes them. Their formidable prowess is beyond doubt. Such a powerful regular army naturally draws the attention of the Wolf and Flying Fish commanders, who are eager to curry favor. Knowing that in the event of an emergency during battle, it would be imperative to seek assistance from allies. Indeed, Chu Zhengxiong's Iron Blood Brigade would be their most reliable refuge. Brigade Commander Chu, may I inquire which position your forces are stationed at? The Wolf Legion commander asked with utmost respect. Position 1, Chu Zhengxiong replied curtly, seemingly unimpressed by the sycophantic attitudes of the two commanders. Commander, we must hasten to the position to establish our defensive lines. An aide approached and saluted Chu Zhengxiong. Upon seeing this, the Wolf Legion commander hastily gestured behind him. Quickly, allow the Iron Blood Brigade to pass. The Flying Fish Legion commander followed suit, bowing, Brigade Commander Chu, after you. Chu Zhengxiong chose to disregard them, turning instead to Du Fei. Young brother, which legion do you belong to? The Independent Women's Field Combat Corps, Du Fei replied nonchalantly. Is that an advance unit? Chu Zhengxiong inquired, glancing at the few vehicles behind Du Fei. No, the entire corps, Du Fei clarified. What? Chu Zhengxiong was taken aback, questioning whether the Revival Army had truly depleted its ranks to the extent of sending such a small contingent to hold the position. If battle were to erupt, such a meager force would hardly suffice against the ferocity of the enemy. At that moment, the expressions of the Wolf and Flying Fish commanders, along with the soldiers, turned sardonic. You young brothers must be commended for your audacity. Chuzen Sisun Vima? Well, we are here now. Orders are orders, Du Fei responded with a smile. Chu Zhengxiong nodded, casting a sweeping gaze over Du Fei and the female soldiers in the transport vehicles, reflecting, you evoke a sense of nostalgia in me, reminiscent of my younger days. Come, let us traverse the defense zone together. He extended an inviting hand toward Du Fei. Brigade Commander, I must apologize. They do not possess the clearance to pass through our defense zone. The Wolf and Flying Fish commanders interjected, glancing skeptically at Du Fei and his companions. Indeed, we only grant passage to your esteemed forces, Brigade Commander Chu. In an instant, Chu Zhengxiong's countenance darkened, his brows knitting into a furrow. He felt a surge of anger rising within him, but recognized the inappropriateness of such a response. He belongs to the Jihad Army District, after all. This is an internal matter of the Revival Army District, and it would be inappropriate for him to intervene. Here, the communication channel for my Iron Blood Brigade. Should you encounter any perilous situations, you may seek assistance from our forces. Chu Zhengxiong inscribed a series of numbers on a note and handed it to Du Fei. You too, this is the communication channel for my Women's Field Corps. In case of any emergencies, you can also request our aid. Du Fei likewise presented a note to Chu Zhengxiong, echoing the same sentiments. Ha ha ha, the young man is quite amusing. Casually passing the note to his aide, and continued, I wish you luck. You as well, Du Fei responded with a smile. Commander Chu, please proceed. Clear all obstacles and allow passage swiftly. The commanders and soldiers of the Tianlang and Feiyu legions nodded respectfully, permitting the Iron Blood Brigade to traverse the defensive zone unimpeded. Xia Ying glared in fury, exclaiming, Bastard! Lu Ruobing, equally incensed, trembled with rage and inquired of Du Fei, What shall we do? Du Fei gazed at the commanders of the Tianlang and Feiyu legions, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Noticing Lu Ruobing's question, he tapped his earpiece and asked, Ganting, can we circumvent the area? There is a dry river valley at the foot of the mountain, requiring the removal of a few fallen stones. It shouldn't pose much of a problem, Ganting replied. Very well. Leave one escort vehicle behind while the other assesses the condition of our positions, selecting suitable sites to establish a defensive line. Understood, Ganting acknowledged. Let us proceed. Board the vehicle and take the detour. Du Fei patted Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying gently on the shoulders, offering a calm smile. No need to be angry with them. With that, he led them onto the war vehicle, steering towards the right side of the mountain's base. 1 kilometer ahead, a landslide had scattered debris, and the engineers prepared to clear the roadway. Yes, in the command center of the number 1 Land King tank. Lu Ruobing's face was taut, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Although the convoy had circumvented the obstacle, her anger still simmered. Du Fei stared at her, lost in thought. When Lu Ruobing noticed, she glared back at him in indignation. Their eyes locked for nearly a minute, and Du Fei ultimately succumbed. Indeed, when men and women gaze into each other's eyes, it is often the man who falters. For the eyes are the windows to the soul, and within a woman's gaze lies a gentle warmth. When a man feels this softness, his gaze inevitably drifts downwards. Just like Du Fei at this moment, a mischievous smile playing at his lips, thoroughly defeated. You mustn't look, Lu Ruobing said, her face flushing, quickly crossing her arms over her chest, and her anger dissipated. Oh, by the way, Du Fei, understanding when to relent, withdrew his gaze and asked seriously, for this mission, have all 3 brigades of the 48th Division been deployed? Yes. It is said that Division Commander Yaodequei is personally overseeing the operations, Lu Ruobing replied. Yaodequei is here too? When do they plan to launch the general offensive? Tomorrow at noon, precisely at 12 o'clock. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei addressed the headset with firm authority. Ganting, once the encampment is established, please investigate the military deployments of the 48th Division. Additionally, ascertain the location of their command center. Understood. Chapter 34, Sleepless Night. Uncertainty of Life and Death Position 3 on the Eastern Front. Aside from a modest hillock that offered a slight elevation, the terrain was predominantly flat and featureless. The entirety of the position was laid bare before them. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying surveyed their surroundings, a sense of worry creeping in. With only 90 men in the entire regiment, establishing a defensive line in such terrain posed a significant challenge. The two exchanged glances and turned their attention to Du Fei. Du Fei was acutely aware that on this battlefield, the adversaries were not human, but ferocious beasts. It was not a conventional battlefield characterized by clashing armies. Digging trenches would be futile. A robust defense could only be constructed by leveraging the advantageous terrain. Presently, the only favorable feature was that small hillock. Yet, for Du Fei, this was more than sufficient. Why fret? He chuckled. Let us not forget that we possess mithril ammunition. We shall meet any incoming threats with unwavering resolve. With a determined smile, he issued orders. Establish the encampment behind the hillock. Songjia organized the placement of machine guns and howitzers atop the hill. To the right of the hillock, positioned the Land King tanks at the forefront, with ammunition trucks at the rear, forming a V formation with 5 vehicles. We need not worry from the skies. To the south lies the Iron Blood Brigade, and to the north are the Heavenly Wolf and Flying Fish Legions. Our sole responsibility is to defend the Western Front. Our buffer zone with the beasts is set at 500 meters, and I envision a flesh and blood wall constructed by mutated beasts and time beasts beyond that threshold. Understood, Commander. Let's move. As Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying led the female soldiers into action, Du Fei activated the encrypted communication on his headset. Ganting here. Please provide an overview of the 48th Division and the entire hunting grounds deployment. Certainly, The 48th Division's Hurricane, Thunder, and Lightning Maneuver Brigades are stationed at the southern, western, and northern positions, respectively. Each position is supported by 3 to 5 auxiliary legions. Although we have the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War District on the eastern front, the terrain of the other 3 positions is more advantageous than ours, Ganting reported. The command center of the 48th Division is situated to the northwest, nestled between the Thunder and Lightning Maneuver Brigades. What is the status within the Qingchuan ruins? Du fait inquiétude. Within the Qingchuan ruins, most time beasts are of levels 3 and 4. They seem to sense danger, and the time beasts and mutated beasts currently occupying the area have begun to stir. Understood. From this moment forth, Drone 1 will continuously monitor and listen to the 48th Division's command center, executing the original plan once combat commences. Additionally, ensure timely replenishment of drone ammunition. Yes, Ganting replied promptly. While the Hunter stealth drone was indeed formidable, its only drawback was the limited amount of ammunition it could carry. Currently, it was most suitable for aerial defense, reconnaissance, and precise decapitation operations. The commander recently stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. A report from Sun Xiaoqian echoed through his headphones. What phenomenon? As the number 2 Predator stealth drone approached the interior of the Qingchuan ruins, there was a brief interruption in the signal. I suspect there is some form of potential energy interference. Are you certain? Absolutely. The signal was interrupted twice, at 03 and 6 seconds. Withdraw for now. Focus on defending our airspace. Understood. Du Fei furrowed his brow, pondering what could disrupt the central system of the Predator. It seems the Qingchuan ruins are far from ordinary. Caution is warranted. The night was profound. Occasionally, sharp and piercing beast roars emanated from the direction of the Qingchuan ruins, reverberating through the night sky, sending chills down one's spine. The 4 major fronts, east, west, south, and north, encircled the Qingchuan ruins. The 3 brigades of the 48th Division and nearly 20 auxiliary regiments, all on high alert, listened intently to the terrifying roars. This was the first night before the battle, destined to be a sleepless one, for come dawn. Who would live and who would perish remained uncertain. At the number 1 position on the eastern front, the Iron Blood Brigade was stationed. Above, a dozen drones hovered. On the ground, tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, and infantry were densely positioned, a formidable sight. Chu Jingxiong stood beside a ravine, gazing intently towards the Qingchuan ruins. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "This will be a hard-fought battle." "Commander." At that moment, a young adjutant approached him, also looking towards the direction of the ruins. "Commander, do you believe the 48th Division of the Revival military region can achieve a resounding victory tomorrow?" "It's hard to say. The battlefield is ever-changing with no certainties. Until the battle concludes, no one can claim to be the last one laughing." Chu Zhengxiong's expression grew solemn as he continued. "The Qingchuan ruins harbor numerous level 4 time beasts. They have remained unchecked for centuries, and there could very well be formidable creatures lurking within." "Formidable creatures? Higher-tier time beasts?" The young adjutant felt a chill run down his spine. Having graduated from the Command Academy, he had only recently been deployed to the Iron Blood Brigade. In his lifetime, he had never encountered a time beast above level 4. "Commander, I've heard the 48th Division of the Revival military region does indeed have a stellar reputation. Given your awareness of the situation at the Qingchuan ruins, why accept their mission?" The young adjutant questioned, puzzled. He chuckled softly. "You'll understand once you start family." Chu Jingxiong shook his head with a bitter smile. Little did the young adjutant know the heavy burdens borne by their illustrious commander. Chu Jingxiong's daughter was soon to turn 18. 30 years of responsibilities awaited him. He had to support 5 wives, 2 of whom were on the verge of childbirth, necessitating funds for a baby formula. In principle, as the highest commander of the Iron Blood Brigade, Chu Zhengxiong could siphon a portion of federal allocations, withhold military pay, or exploit the soldiers for a little extra. However, he is decidedly not of that ilk. Thus, despite Chu Zhengxiong's elevated position, his challenges are not commonplace. He too must toil to provide for his family. By the way, what is the location of the small squad we encountered today? Zhuzen in Gui. They are situated to our right, approximately 10 kilometers away at position number 3. I perceive that young man possesses a vibrant spirit and holds promise. Chu Jingxiong nodded and continued. "Very well, relay my orders. Once the battle commences tomorrow, direct our firepower slightly to the right to offer them some cover." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." Within the independent control room of the number 1 Land King tank, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian donned their headsets. Their eyes fixated on the control panel screen. It displayed everything from the command center of the 48th Division. The video and audio relayed by the drone were exceptionally clear. To the northwest of the Qingchuan ruins lies an abandoned power station, nestled between the Thunder Brigade and the Lightning Brigade. After undergoing deradiation treatment and thorough cleaning, this power station has been transformed into the command center for the 48th Division. Division Commander Diao Dequay was quite pleased with this carefully selected command post. At this moment, he sipped red wine while watching the 7-digit time pulsating on his wrist, feeling quite content. This mission not only promises the annihilation of a substantial number of time beasts, yielding a wealth of time, but also the opportunity to eliminate the remnants of the Women's Field Corps, thereby earning accolades from higher-ups. Should all go as planned, the time he possesses could potentially escalate to 8 digits, over 10 million hours, equivalent to more than 100 years. This time is a result of years of unscrupulous accumulation and exploitation. He is acutely aware that, despite being a division commander, he is merely a pawn in the hands of the higher-up Wu Dagui, destined to be discarded one day. Hence, Diao Dequay is constantly strategizing for his future. Once he amasses sufficient time, he could purchase a position within the Federation, perhaps even one that rivals Wu Dagui's standing. Yet, even with an 8-digit sum, he remains unsatisfied. Although Diao Dequay's rank within the Federation is modest, his ambitions are grand. He has set himself a modest goal of at least 100 million. Roar. At that moment, a piercing beastly howl echoed through the night sky. Listen, what a magnificent sound. Diao Dequay raised his wine glass, squinting as he took a sip. The remnants of the Women's Field Corps and that prodigy from the Senior Command Academy shall meet their doom in the belly of beasts under the watchful eye of the heavens tomorrow. Such a flawless plan, yet it is to be executed against a mere horde of ants. It truly seems a disservice to this division commander. Commander, shall I fetch another? The adjutant inquired, taking the empty wine glass with a sycophantic tone. This red wine, priced at 100,000 hours per bottle, is still rather low in quality. Diao Dequay waved his hand dismissively and said, relay the order. Initiate the main assault at 12 o'clock tomorrow. The Thunder Brigade and Lightning Brigade shall remain at ease. The Hurricane Brigade initially launched an assault on the eastern front of the Qingchuan ruins. After breaching the defenses, the remaining 2 brigades concentrated their firepower to drive the chrono beasts towards the eastern positions. Once those positions had completely fallen, our forces, under the guise of support, unleashed a barrage of drone artillery, ensuring that any remnants would be utterly obliterated. Indeed, Commander Gao Ming. Did you all witness that? Du fait choquard. Despicable and shameless. Such malevolence. Commander, we must retaliate in kind. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian seethed with rage. Fear not. Everything is under our control. After Du Fei spoke, he turned to Ganting and instructed, save the video. Yes. Chapter 35. The plan is completely disrupted the following day. At noon, the sky was overcast, and the radiation in the wilds felt stifling. The roars of the chrono beasts and mutated creatures within the Qingchuan ruins intensified, growing increasingly frenzied. The 4 major fronts, east, west, south, and north, were on high alert, awaiting the order for a full-scale assault from the 48th Division. At 11:59, the public channels of various legions finally transmitted the battle information. Attention all legions. Attention all legions. The 48th Division will launch its main offensive in 1 minute. Your task is to annihilate the fleeing chrono beasts and mutated creatures. Be sure to hold your respective positions. We are now entering the countdown. 30, 29, 28. 10, 9, 8, 6:54. Before reaching 1, suddenly, 2 miniature missiles inexplicably shot forth from the position of the Lightning Brigade, hurtling towards the Qingchuan ruins. Boom! Boom! Fire erupted into the sky, the ground trembled, and the explosions were tremendous. 2 large breaches were instantaneously blown open in the walls to the northwest of the Qingchuan ruins. This detonation was akin to stripping the homes of the chrono beast bare. Roar! Roar! A multitude of level 3 and level 4 chrono beasts and mutated creatures surged forth towards the northwest. What is happening? Diao Dequay was taken aback. Be Sigvan. Has the head of your Lightning Brigade been kicked by a mule? Damn it! The Thunder Brigade's commander cursed into the communicator. Damn it! It wasn't us. The Lightning Brigade's commander by Sigwan retorted, bewildered. We haven't even fired a shot. It's utterly absurd. This is bad. The beast horde is charging towards the command center of the division. We must not allow the command center to be threatened. Hold the line. Push them back. The commanders of the Thunder and Lightning Brigades, realizing the situation, yelled into their communicators. The original plan for these two brigades to remain inactive was now completely thrown into disarray. "Commander, what should we do?" The Hurricane Brigade's commander asked in confusion over the communicator. "Stand by and wait until I resolve the situation here," Diao de Quay shouted in exasperation. Tot. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the artillery, machine guns, grenades, and drones of the Thunder and Lightning battalions unleashed a deluge of firepower. Within the command center of the 48th Division, the objects on Diao de Quay's desk were shaken askew. In less than a minute, a rain of fire cascaded from the northwest, igniting a fervent battle. Inside the control room of the Land King No. 1 armored vehicle, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged a knowing smile. The skirmish at the Qingchuan ruins commenced, ignited by the initial strike of 2 miniature missiles. Is this where all begins? Indeed, the main battlefield lies to the northwest. As expected of a regular army. They are fierce right from the start. Who would have thought we would merely be bystanders? Let us hold our ground. On the public communication channel, several auxiliary troops expressed their confusion while still managing to chime in. At the eastern line No. 1 position, the Iron Blood Brigade, Chu Zhengxiong, wielding a high-powered telescope, gazed at the ceaseless barrage in the northwest. Amidst the inferno, numerous beasts fell, and casualties were high, rendering the scene quite harrowing. Unexpectedly, although Chu Zhengxiong was somewhat perplexed, he could not help but exclaim, "The 2 battalions of the 48th Division truly deserve admiration for leading the charge." At the eastern line No. 3 position, the Women's Field Combat Brigade, 2 Predator stealth drones activated their AI autonomous mode, hovering above the battlefield. Du Fei sat atop a small mound, savoring a bowl of stir-fried vegetables and meat, while chuckling as he watched the northwest. Surrounding him were Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian, each holding a bowl, eating while observing. Xia Ying remarked, "The firepower of the 48th Division is indeed formidable." Gan Ting chimed in, "They must be quite wealthy. The ammunition expended in such a short time must cost around 300,000 hours. Let them expend some of their resources, but do not underestimate the 48th Division. This is merely a drizzle for them. Just watch, within 2 hours, they will push those time beasts back. Hurry and finish your meals. It won't be long before we are called to battle." Since last night, Du Fei had been preoccupied with the string of time etched on Diao de Quay's wrist. What does it mean for a division commander to possess over 7 million hours? This illustrates the immense wealth of the 48th Division. "Commander, here, allow me to offer you a piece of meat." Sun Shaoqian placed a morsel into Du Fei's bowl. "You're the one who knows how to curry favor. I will also give you a piece." All right, that's enough. I shall share my vegetables with you." "Is it fragrant?" "Indeed, it is delightful." Ha. Lu Ruobing and the others shared hearty laughter with Du Fei atop the small mound, their spirits high. At this moment, should any other troops witness them, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. This was hardly a scene of battle. It was more akin to a handsome man leading a group of ladies on a picnic. 2 hours later, as Du Fei had anticipated, the flames of war in the northwest gradually subsided, and the beast horde was pushed back. The pause lasted barely 3 minutes. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, with a series of earth-shattering sounds. A gaping chasm, at least a kilometer wide, was blasted open to the east of the Qingchuan ruins. What on earth is happening? What is the 48th Division doing? Alert! Panic ensued among the various legions. The commanders were caught off guard as a dark tide of level 3 and level 4 chrono beasts surged forth from the Qingchuan site. The mutated beasts poured out in countless numbers, resembling a colossal hornet's nest disturbed, or perhaps a swarm of locusts crossing the land. Then, even more bewildering events unfolded. Dozens of bombing drones appeared in the skies above the Qingchuan ruins. Whoosh, boom. Countless bombs were dropped on the beast horde's flanks, causing explosions to erupt on both sides. Simultaneously, the 3 mobile brigades of the 48th Division unleashed a barrage of fire, coordinating with the drones to drive back the beasts. The horde roared furiously, charging relentlessly toward the eastern front line. The drones did not relent, trailing the beasts and continuously dropping bombs. Just then, a large group of stealth-winged beasts appeared in the sky. "This is bad. Quickly recall the drones." The command center of the 48th Division was thrown into chaos, unable to issue the orders in time. Boom. In an instant, dozens of drones were smashed to pieces, their wreckage raining down. The losses for the 48th Division were significant, and Du Fei felt a pang of regret, as if those drones were his own. without the drones to herd them. The beast horde lost control. Roar, roar, roar. The sky was filled with swarms of stealth-winged beasts revealing their true forms, while the chrono beasts and mutated horde on the ground howled and surged in all directions. Now, all four major fronts, east, west, south, and north, were under attack from the beasts. However, the situation at the eastern front was particularly dire, as the majority of the charging beasts were concentrated there. The horde was on the verge of crashing into them. Ready for battle. Du fait commandé. Understood. Inside the number 2 Land King tracked vehicle, Xiaoying stared at the myriad of red dots on the screen, her chest rising and falling unevenly. Sister Xiaoying, they're all level 3 and level 4 chrono beasts. So many of them. Several female communications soldiers appeared visibly anxious. It was their first encounter with such a multitude of high-level chrono beasts. Indeed, I only faced this many chrono beasts once when I first enlisted, but they were all level 1. Xiaoying took a deep breath, her palms slightly sweating on the control stick. No matter how fierce her personality, it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous at this moment. The beast horde will enter range in 1 minute. Prepare everyone. Xiaoying's beautiful eyes narrowed, suddenly filled with excitement. Come on, level 4 chrono beasts, let me show you my prowess. Iron Blood Brigade Frontline. Xu Jingxiong gazed upon the relentless tide of the dark beast horde surging towards them and issued a commanding order. Fire. The sound of gunfire erupted with a resounding cadence, accompanied by the thunderous roar of artillery. Over 7,000 soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade unleashed their fury, transforming the battlefield into a swirling tempest of dust and smoke. The mutated beasts advanced with anguished cries. Countless level 3 and level 4 temporal beasts, battered yet determined, continued their charge amidst the bombardment. The temporal beasts entered a state of frenzied rage. Concentrate fire and eliminate them one by one. Hold your ground. Chapter 36. Are there actually level 5 temporal beasts? At the eastern front, position 3, the Women's Combat Corps stood poised for action. The Iron Blood Brigade had commenced their assault. Attention! In 10 seconds, the beast horde will enter firing range. All personnel, be prepared. It is imperative to keep the horde at bay beyond the 500-meter buffer zone. The voice of Du Fei echoed through the communicator, his excitement palpable as it marked the first battle he had ever commanded. Understood. The female soldiers of the Women's Combat Corps tightened their expressions, standing tall against the oncoming wave of beasts. Despite their nerves, each one was ablaze with fervor and fighting spirit. The artillery and machine gunners were in position. A dozen female soldiers crouched atop a mound, their eyes fixed intently on the horizon. The number 1 Land King battle vehicle has locked onto the left front, with a range of 1 kilometer, reported Lu Ruobing. The number 2 Land King battle vehicle has locked onto the right front, with a range of 1 kilometer, reported Xiaoying. All infantry targets straight ahead are in position. The infantry commander announced. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Du fait commandé. Fire. Fire. The sounds of gunfire erupted. Whoosh bang bang. The artillery first unleashed a volley of secret silver shells into the densest part of the beast horde. The infantry's machine guns and submachine guns roared to life, followed closely by the continuous barrage from the 2 Land King tracked vehicles equipped with self-propelled artillery and Gatling guns. In an instant, the beast horde emitted chilling cries of despair as they fell in droves, their bodies torn apart, blood and flesh scattering through the air. The mutated beasts and level 3 temporal beasts were shattered, exploding on the spot. Even the formidable level 4 temporal beasts succumbed, most collapsing and struggling for breath. Heavenly Eye notification. Killing a level 3 temporal beast grants 106 hours. The Temporal Federation takes 20, and the Women's Combat Corps storage card receives 85 hours. Heavenly Eye notification. Killing a level 4 temporal beast grants 783 hours. The Temporal Federation takes 20, and the Women's Combat Corps storage card receives 127 hours. Heavenly Eye notification. Killing a level 4 temporal beast grants 512 hours. The Temporal Federation takes 20, and the Women's Combat Corps storage card receives 210 hours. The balance of the Women's Combat Corps storage cards surged continuously, the speed of accumulation astonishingly rapid. Currently, aside from the time obtained from the Predator stealth drone's annihilation of the time beasts not being subject to extraction, the time acquired from the Land King tanks still faces a 20 deduction by the Federation. Nevertheless, the gains of the Women's Field Corps remain significantly substantial. Following a vigorous assault, all the female soldiers were exhilarated, panting heavily, their arms trembling with excitement as they grasped their weapons. What a thrill! How exhilarating! This battle was utterly delightful. They once again witnessed the immense power of the mithril bullets. The two Land King armored vehicles, equipped with an array of upgraded weaponry, resembled dual-time harvesters. Report to the commander. 2 level 5-time beasts have appeared at the rear of the beast horde. They seem to be summoning a retreat. Sun Xiaoqian, controlling the number 2 predator drone, focused intently on the screen, reporting with astonishment. There are indeed level 5-time beasts. They must be of leader caliber. They are not foolish. We should refrain from reckless actions. Du Fei, feeling somewhat intrigued, then commanded, while the beast horde is still within range, let us harvest another wave. Yes, continue firing. The Women's Field Corps launched their second wave of attack. The doors of the ammunition container truck were wide open, with logistics personnel ceaselessly delivering ammunition. Fire! Fire vigorously! The Women's Field Corps was well prepared this time, with an abundance of ammunition. This was the first time I had encountered level 5-time beasts. I wonder if one shot could take it down? Alas, we are too far away. Xia Ying excitedly stared at the control panel screen and said to the communications soldier beside her, "Give me a cigarette." All right. The communications soldier quickly rolled a cigarette and handed it over. "Keep an eye on the control panel for me." Xia Ying, with a cigarette in her mouth, climbed onto the top of the Land King tank after exiting the control room. "Tiger Girl, take a break. I'll handle a few shots." "Yes." Tot. Boom. Boom. Shells exploded everywhere, taking down a multitude of beasts within a 6,000 square meter radius, while the surrounding beasts fled in terror. What a rush! Xiaoying squinted her beautiful eyes, took a deep drag on her cigarette, and blew out a ring. Witnessing the prowess of the Women's Field Corps, the beast horde began to scatter rapidly to the left and right. Consequently, the positions of the Iron Blood Brigade, the Sirius Legion, and the Flying Fish Legion became increasingly precarious. Within an hour, the battle at the Qingchuan ruins escalated to a fever pitch. All 4 front lines of various legions unleashed fierce attacks. However, the number of beasts occupying the Qingchuan ruins was terrifying beyond imagination. It was as if they were emerging from the earth, continuously surging from the Qingchuan ruins in all directions, intent on a life-or-death struggle with humanity. Before long, many legions found their situations deteriorating, with positions falling consecutively and large-scale casualties occurring. The 48th Division, South Hurricane, Thunder, and Lightning Brigades, having depleted their resources, faced immediate threats to their positions the moment their attacks slightly weakened. After 2 hours of intense combat, the more formidable legions managed to maintain control of the situation, while the weaker ones faced a dire fate, either retreating in disarray or being overwhelmed by the relentless tide of beasts. At this moment, the Flying Fish Legion had lost their position and retreated to the stronghold of the Wolf Legion. Given their proximity, the 2 legions joined forces, resolutely defending a single position. However, the circumstances at the Wolf Legion's outpost were far from optimistic in the face of the surging horde of beasts. As the beasts roared and howled, the soldiers stationed at the front lines of the Wolf Legion suffered continuous casualties, with tanks and armored vehicles being overturned and shattered in succession. Report to the commander. The number of beasts ahead has suddenly increased, and the pressure on our position is immense. A communication officer relayed in a panicked tone. How many more beasts have appeared? The Wolf Legion commander inquired grimly. The numbers have increased more than 3-fold. At this rate, it won't be long before our position falls as well, the communication officer replied, just as an aide, bloodied and bandaged, limped over with the support of 2 soldiers. This aide had narrowly escaped a dire fate, having been thrown aside by an overturned armored vehicle. Our front line has already been breached, he said, his expression one of despair. A bunch of useless fools. Can't you hold out for even a moment longer? The Wolf commander berated the aide. At that moment, the commander of the Flying Fish Legion, visibly anxious, interjected. Brother Duanmu, I suggest we urgently request assistance from the Iron Blood Brigade. Commander, the Flying Fish Legion leader, is right. If we don't call for help soon, we may not even be able to protect the command center, the aide added, wiping the blood from his face. Our front line faltered because 2 chrono beasts with glowing blue spines emerged from the horde. They are twice the size of regular chrono beasts, capable of crawling and walking upright, and their speed is astonishing. Such chrono beasts exist? The Wolf commander gasped, turning to the aide. Don't we have enhanced long-range, armor-piercing shells? Are you all fools? Can't you use them? Chapter 37. The last straw has also been cut in response to the commander's reprimand and inquiry. The aide, with a mournful expression, replied, "We have fired those shells, Commander. However, they shattered against the scales of those chrono beasts as if they were mere scratches. Worse still, we have provoked them. They seem capable of commanding and rallying the horde, their roars amplifying the ferocity of the beasts severalfold." "Brother Guamu, I understand now," the flying fish commander said, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at the wolf commander. "Those are level 5 chrono beasts." As soon as the words left his lips, a shudder ran through everyone in the Wolf Legion's command center. What? The wolf commander was taken aback, asking, "Are you certain they're level 5 chrono beasts?" "I am certain." The Black Dragon Legion encountered a level 5 chrono beast and was completely annihilated. The leader of the flying fish nodded, then urged anxiously, "We must quickly seek assistance from the Iron Blood Brigade. It will be too late if we delay." Upon hearing this, the leader of the Celestial Wolf turned pale. He had heard of the Black Dragon Legion, renowned as one of the foremost among the irregular troops, their strength rivaling that of regular military brigades. The annihilation of the entire Black Dragon Legion by a single level 5-time beast underscored the terror of such creatures. The critical situation lay in the fact that 2 level 5-time beasts now appeared on the Celestial Wolf's front lines, making the entire brigade seem as good as buried. Quickly check the communication channels of the Iron Blood Brigade and establish contact. The Celestial Wolf leader commanded the signal operator without hesitation. "Yes." The operator responded promptly, beginning to search on the Tianyan website. Soon, he found the desired information and hurriedly passed the communicator to the leader. "Commander, the connection is established." Taking the communicator, the Celestial Wolf leader stood tall and called out, "This is a call to the Iron Blood Brigade. Please respond if you receive this. We acknowledge your call." "Where are you? What is the matter?" A young officer's voice crackled through the communicator, accompanied by the distant sound of cannon fire. The Celestial Wolf leader, overjoyed, spoke with utmost respect. "We are the Celestial Wolf Brigade, allies of your esteemed forces. Our positions are severely compromised, and the situation is dire. It is not due to our incompetence that we suffer, but because 2 level 5-time beasts have appeared on our front lines. We are on the brink of losing our position and humbly request your assistance." However, before the Celestial Wolf leader could complete his explanation, the response came. 3 level 5-time beasts have appeared on our Iron Blood Brigade's front, and our situation is also quite precarious. Apologies, we are under heavy fire. The explosion of cannon fire interrupted the signal, cutting off communication. The Celestial Wolf leader and the Flying Fish leader exchanged a glance, their faces ashen. The emergence of 3 level 5-time beasts on the Iron Blood Brigade's front indicated an even more critical situation than their own. It was over. Completely over. Their last hope had vanished. In that moment, a terrifying and piercing roar of beasts surged from the distance, growing ever closer. "Report. Our tanks and armor positions have fallen." "Report. Our artillery positions have been breached." Startled, the Celestial Wolf leader quickly inquired, "What about the infantry? What is the status of the other battalions?" "Report. 3 of our infantry battalions have suffered over 80 casualties, and we are on the verge of losing our positions." Panic ensued among the command staff. Almost immediately, another report came through. "Commander, the beast horde has broken through our lines. They will reach the command center in 10 minutes. "What?" Upon hearing this final report, the Celestial Wolf leader staggered, nearly losing his balance. At this moment, not only he but also the Flying Fish leader and all personnel in the command center felt utterly despondent. Yet, the injured officer remained tense, diligently fiddling with the detection device. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he raised his head and said, "Commander, do not panic. There is still time. I have discovered a safe route for our withdrawal." "What? A safe route for retreat?" Hope flickered in the eyes of everyone present. "Are you certain there is a secure escape?" inquired the leader of the Tianlang Brigade. "Indeed, Commander, come see." The adjutant wiped the blood from his forehead and pointed at the detection device, stating, "If we proceed 15 kilometers to the left, we can reach the valley at the foot of the mountain." Why is there not a single-time beast in sight?" "Yes, Commander, it is exceedingly safe." The adjutant exclaimed with enthusiasm. If memory serves, that area should be the position of the Women's Combat Brigade. How could this be? The Tianlang leader expressed his confusion. It is quite normal for such a situation to arise," replied the leader of the Feiyu Brigade with a dark smile. "If a powerful army like ours cannot hold its ground, those insignificant insects have likely long since met their demise in the jaws of beasts." The adjutant nodded in agreement, adding, "The beast horde must have devoured them completely, and upon finding no further threat, they naturally dispersed. Indeed, both Commander Feiyu and Adjutant Zhang present reasonable analyses. It must be so. No errors in logic, echoed several other adjutants present. Ha ha! I, Duanmu Chuanfu, am blessed with great luck. I never anticipated that fate would grant me an avenue of escape. The Tianlang leader laughed heartily. Report to the commander. The beast horde will arrive at the command center in 5 minutes, the communications officer stated, now devoid of panic due to the newfound escape route. Relay my orders. The command center has limited vehicles. Everyone must abandon heavy equipment and withdraw lightly. After issuing his command, the Tianlang leader turned to the adjutant. Adjutant Zhang. How is your injury? Thank you for your concern, Commander. I am fine, merely a surface wound, the adjutant replied, astonished. Believing he had accomplished a great feat by finding a safe route and that the commander was inquiring about his well-being. Little did he know, the Tianlang leader's expression shifted slightly as he smiled ominously, saying, a surface wound is still an injury, and the crucial point is that you are bleeding. If we take you with us, the scent of blood may attract the beasts, and it could spell trouble for us all. However, I am grateful for your assistance in finding a safe route. Rest assured, I shall take good care of your 3 wives and daughter. With that, the Tianlang leader drew his sidearm. The adjutant's eyes widened in terror. Commander, spare my life. Bang! Before the adjutant could finish his plea, his head burst open. Adjutant Liu, once we return to the military district, please report to the higher-ups that Zhang Ergu has shaken the morale and fled in the face of danger. You understand what to do, correct? The Tianlang leader directed his gaze towards another adjutant. Understood, the adjutant replied with a sinister smile. Duanmu commander maintains strict discipline, serving as a model for us all. Those who flee in the face of danger should be executed on the spot, the leader of the Feiyu brigade remarked, a sly grin appearing on his face. The commander is indeed wise. Everyone present echoed the command. All right, everyone board the vehicle and evacuate immediately. With a wave of his hand, Commander Tianlang and Commander Feiyu swiftly entered a luxurious military vehicle. Proceed at full speed to the left. Yes. A minute later, all personnel from the Tianlang Legion boarded 6 military vehicles, departing the position and hastily heading towards the Women's Field Corps. Chapter 38. Confirming he is only 18? Brother Duanmu, I am profoundly grateful for this fortunate escape. My father has made arrangements. Upon my return, I may assume the role of commander of the Eagle Falcon Legion. At that time, I shall express my gratitude anew. Inside the luxurious military vehicle, Commander Feiyu turned to Commander Tianlang Duanmu, a smile gracing his face. Haha, congratulations in advance. I, on the other hand, must await my orders. I trust the forthcoming new legion will not be lacking. Indeed, after all, the graduates of the Command Academy possess no combat experience. How can they possibly compare to seasoned commanders like us? You speak the truth, my brother. Armies are easily amassed, but a competent commander is hard to find. Haha. Duanmu and Commander Feiyu engaged in jovial conversation, both wearing expressions of pride. Such is the nature of the federal military district. When a unit falls, as long as the commander survives, they will be reassigned to lead another legion. For some commanders, this is a commonplace occurrence. Flowing legions, steadfast commanders. Although Duanmu and Commander Feiyu have been reduced to mere figureheads, they would soon rise to command once more. This means that the loss of their current legion would not only fail to harm their interests, but could, in fact, present new opportunities for wealth. Report. An emergency situation has arisen. A horde of beasts is closing in. The messenger relayed in a frantic tone. Upon hearing this, Commander Feiyu's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Duanmu. Brother Duanmu, this is dire. Do not panic. A hint of cunning appeared at the corner of Duanmu's mouth as he nonchalantly commanded through the communicator, Lieutenant Liu, leave the last 3 vehicles behind. We shall advance at full speed. Understood, sir, came Liu's response from the communicator. With Duanmu's orders given, the first 3 vehicles roared to life and accelerated rapidly. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion echoed as the road beneath the convoy was torn apart, leaving a massive crater. What is happening? We cannot pass. Commander, do not leave us behind. The personnel in the last 3 vehicles looked on in terror and despair as the first 3 sped away. It turned out Brother Duanmu had anticipated this. What brilliance! Hee, those who achieve great things must learn to let go. Sometimes, one must sever their own arm to survive. Duanmu mused darkly. What you say is indeed true. If one does not act for oneself, they invite their own demise, Commander Feiyu replied. Glancing back at the three vehicles soon to be engulfed by the beasts, his heart secretly astonished. Initially, I believed my own tactics were sufficiently unscrupulous and despicable. Yet I was taken aback by the insidiousness of Duanmu-chan's schemes, which surpassed my own in treachery. In comparison to Duanmu-chan, Captain Feiyu felt as pure as a white lotus. The remaining three vehicles of the Tianlang Legion sped onward, and soon the view ahead opened up as they entered the vast plains. The position of the Women's Assault Corps was soon reached, and the second wave of attacks yielded substantial gains. The female soldiers beamed with smiles, their faces aglow with the joy of victory. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying meticulously organized the control room's affairs before descending from the battle vehicle to join Du Fei. At that moment, the artillery roared along the southern, western, and northern fronts, still engaged in fierce combat. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying gazed at the distant barrage from the other fronts, contrasting it with the desolation on their own side, and felt a wave of ennui wash over them. Noticing that Du Fei seemed lost in thought and had not issued further commands, Xia Ying, unable to bear the silence, lit a cigarette. Lu Ruobing also found herself unable to suppress her impatience, turning to Du Fei and inquiring, "Captain, slaying a level 4-time beast yields over 5,000 hours. Why do we not pursue this victory further? Indeed, if we could eliminate a level 5-time beast, the rewards would likely be even greater. I am quite eager to test my firepower against such a creature," Xia Ying added, her charming dimples appearing as she playfully remarked, "Captain, this beauty intends to be the first goddess of the Women's Assault Corps to slay a level 5-time beast. Why the rush? The Emperor is not anxious. Yet the eunuchs are. We have matters to attend to shortly," Du Fei replied, ignoring their banter as he gazed into the distance. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying simultaneously stamped their feet in frustration, casting him a resentful glance. What matters could possibly be so pressing? Furthermore, we cannot be likened to eunuchs, Xia Ying teased, wrapping her arm around Lu Ruobing's neck and whispering with a laugh. His choice of words is inappropriate. He should say the Emperor is not anxious. But the Empress is. Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "Your analogy is even more unsuitable. If you wish to be the Empress, then so be it. But would you truly dare? I can see through your thoughts. You insolent girl, what are you implying? How old do you think he is? How do you know he is not older? Oh, wait. Could it be you shameless minx? I shall tear your lips apart." Laughter erupted as the two beauties playfully chased one another. Unbeknownst to Du Fei, their whispered exchange had been filled with mischief, and he turned to witness their playful antics with a bemused expression. At that moment, a voice crackled through his earpiece. "Captain, just as you anticipated, the Tianlang Legion and the Feiyu Corps have been routed. Currently, the two commanders are fleeing towards our position." Du Fei nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. Please assess the situation of the Ironblood Brigade." "Yes." Sun Shaoqian responded promptly, maneuvering the cloaked drone, the Predator, towards the Ironblood Brigade's position. Enough of the frivolity. Come here. Du Fei beckoned to the two beauties with a smile. "The matter we discussed has arrived." "What matter?" Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying hurried to his side. "Do you still remember the Wolf Legion and the Flying Fish Legion? They're now fleeing towards our position in 3 vehicles. Du Fei glanced at the two of them and continued, "You should now understand why I suggested yesterday that there was no need to be angry with them, right?" "What? The Wolf Legion and the Flying Fish Legion are coming this way?" Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exchanged glances, and immediately, a fierce glint akin to that of a mother tiger flashed in their eyes. Recalling the events of yesterday, they gritted their teeth in resentment. It is worth noting that yesterday they had been berated by the Wolf Legion and the Flying Fish Legion, and the feelings still lingered uncomfortably. Du Fei had told them not to be upset. Could they really not feel anger? Just yesterday, while taking a detour, they had been grumbling internally, merely venting their frustrations at their commander, the only man in the entire regiment, who was an honest-to-goodness ninja, turtle type. However now, upon witnessing the expression on Du Fei's face, the two beautiful women felt a twinge of regret for having misunderstood this young man. Was he really only 18? How could he be so assured? It turned out he had anticipated such a day for the Wolf Legion and the Flying Fish Legion long ago. Truly, the wheel of fate turns in mysterious ways. "Calm down, steady yourselves," Du Fei said with a smile, stepping between Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, patting their shoulders. "Let's reclaim our dignity." "All right." Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying nodded in unison. With their eyes narrowing in determination, they followed Du Fei, accompanied by a group of female soldiers, towards the front line. Chapter 39. Aren't you all that? The 3 vehicles of the Wolf Legion sped forward. Look ahead, exclaimed one. So many fierce beasts are dead, and there must be over 10,000 mutated beasts, with at least 100 time beasts. Indeed, all blown to bits. Look at that large expanse of level 3 time beasts, utterly shattered. The aides in the 3 vehicles of the Wolf Legion gasped in astonishment. Before them lay a scene of carnage, with the bodies of beasts scattered everywhere, piled high as mountains, their severed heads and limbs littering the ground, black blood flowing freely. Duanmu Chuan and the commander of the Flying Fish Legion gazed out the window, their brows furrowed in disbelief and shock. Logically, even if the fierce beasts were blown to bits, their remains should still be somewhat intact, yet the sight before them was one of utter devastation. There were hardly any complete bodies, even among the level 4 time beasts. Could it have been the work of the 48th Division? No, that seemed unlikely. The 48th Division belonged to the Ground Combat Corps, possessing only a few drones and no fighter jets. Even if they had shoulder-fired miniature missiles, the power would not be sufficient for such destruction. As Duanmu Chuan and the commander of the Flying Fish Legion processed the shocking scene, they were left perplexed and confounded. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 vehicles of the Wolf Legion suddenly came to a halt. What is happening? Duanmu Chuan inquired. Commander, we've encountered a barricade ahead. It appears to be the Women-S Field Combat Unit, reported a subordinate responsible for driving the vehicle. What? How can this be? Duanmu Chuan and Commander Feiyu exchanged glances. Bewilderment etched on their faces. The Women-S Field Combat Unit still has survivors? Both men instinctively peered through the windshield and indeed discerned figures ahead. Consequently, Duanmu Chuan and Commander Feiyu disembarked from the vehicle. Halt! You are in the defense zone of the Women's Field Combat Unit. Divert immediately. As Duanmu Chuan and Commander Feiyu, accompanied by several aides, approached, a group of female soldiers aimed their rifles at them. With a clatter, 3 machine gunners atop the earth mound released their safety catches, similarly targeting the men. The situation was dire. Should they dare to advance a single step further, a barrage of gunfire would ensue. Duanmu Chuan, Commander Feiyu, and their aides widened their eyes, aghast at the sight before them. It was indeed the soldiers from the Women-S Field Combat Unit. They were all taken aback. Why were these women still alive? However, this was not the moment for such contemplations, as beasts were swiftly closing in from behind. The urgency of the situation demanded that they negotiate for passage. Duanmu Chuan exchanged a meaningful glance with Lieutenant Liu and instructed, "Go and speak with them." "Yes, Commander." Lieutenant Liu replied, his expression betraying unease. He had personally led a unit to intercept the Women-S Field Combat Unit the previous day and felt apprehensive. Yet, given the commander's directive, he dared not disobey. "Stop! Which part are you from? Advance another step, and you shall be shot." Several female soldiers barked coldly. "Please, do not fire." Lieutenant Liu raised his hands, forcing himself to maintain composure. "We are from the Tianlang Corps and the Feiyu Corps, allies of your unit. We are stationed at the 2 positions on the right. Our positions have been overrun by beasts, and we request safe passage. What are the Tianlang Corps and the Feiyu Corps to us? Are you blind or deaf? Do we need to repeat ourselves? This is the defense zone of the Women's Field Combat Unit, and no one is permitted to pass." The female soldiers retorted with a dismissive tone, their demeanor quite arrogant. Lieutenant Liu opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, his face alternating between shades of blue and red. The scene was painfully familiar to him. Helpless, he turned back with a mournful expression towards Duanmu Chuan. Duanmu Chuan and Commander Feiyu's faces darkened, reminiscent of the previous day's events. They understood that the Women-S Field Combat Unit was clearly seeking retribution against them. "Duanmu, time is of the essence. We must bow our heads under the eaves," Commander Feiyu whispered. Duanmu Chuan nodded, suppressing his anger, and addressed the female soldiers. "I am Duanmu Chuan, commander of the Tianlang Corps. We are retreating under the orders of the 48th Division. You refuse to allow passage. Once the 48th Division holds you accountable. Can any of you bear the consequences?" As the words fell, several female soldiers glared coldly, disdain evident on their faces as they regarded Duanmu Chuan and Commander Feiyu, their lips curling into mocking smiles. "Were you not so formidable yesterday? Did you not flaunt your authority? It appears the tides have turned. What the 48th Division? We care not for the 48th or 49th Divisions. In our eyes, there exists only the higher command. Indeed, our superiors have decreed that this vital area is off limits to all." The female soldiers spoke obstinately. "Very well, you dismiss even the 48th Division. It seems you have truly gone too far. Duanmu Chuan's face turned ashen with anger, deeming these female soldiers ignorant and outrageous. He turned to the signalman and commanded, "Swiftly inform the 48th Division, stating that this group of unruly women intends to harm our allies." "Understood, Commander." The signalman immediately began to contact the 48th Division. But the next moment, he was taken aback. "Commander, our signals are experiencing severe interference, and it seems the 48th Division has shut down all communication channels." Duanmu Chuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had intended to request the 48th Division's intervention to apply pressure and to report these women. But now it appeared futile. "Brother Duanmu, sometimes it is wise to endure a moment of indignation. Stepping back could lead to broader horizons," Commander Feiyu cautioned softly, sensing the situation escalating. "Alas, I have never endured such humiliation before. It seems I must concede for the greater good." Duanmu Chuan rubbed his face and turned back to the female soldiers with a forced smile. "Ladies, please do not take offense. I was impulsive earlier, and I sincerely apologize. Get lost. Bah, who do you think you are, calling us your sisters? With your demeanor, can you not maintain some semblance of dignity? Were you?" The female soldiers glared fiercely, hurling insults at Duanmu Chuan. At that moment, Duanmu Chuan trembled, yet he suppressed his burgeoning fury and said, "I misspoke. My apologies. Might I request an audience with your superior?" Before his words could fully dissipate, a man and two women appeared in the distance. "Salute." The female soldiers promptly stood at attention, saluting the trio with utmost respect. "What is the matter?" Du Fei approached, accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, casting a casual glance at Duanmu Chuan and the others as he inquired nonchalantly. The trio exuded an air of superiority. "We are from the Tianlang Corps and the Feiyu Corps, ordered to withdraw, and we hope your esteemed unit will allow us passage," Duanmu Chuan implored. Forcing a smile and adopting a humble tone, Du Fei smiled slightly. "Our defensive zone does not permit passage so easily. Do you comprehend?" Lu Ruobing, wielding a small whip she had procured from somewhere, gestured towards the artillery-ridden northwestern front. "You may detour and pass around via the 48th Division." Xia Ying, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, exhaled a plume of smoke towards Duanmu Chuan and his companions, then scoffed, "Who just claimed we were overstepping? Weren't you all planning to report to the 48th Division? That's the command post of the 48th Division. If you wish to lodge a complaint, do so quickly. The beast horde is approaching swiftly, so it would be prudent to retreat." Duanmu Chuan felt as though his heart were bleeding, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. "Are you implying that we are being too overbearing?" he stammered. Lu Ruobing's lips curled into a slight smirk. "What is wrong with being overbearing?" Xia Ying let out a derisive laugh, her expression suddenly turning frosty. "Know your place and get as far away as possible. Did you not hear me? Leave at once." Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity as she coldly declared, "Do you truly think that your mere Tianlang Legion and Feiyu Legion can instigate trouble?" As her words fell, a cacophony erupted around them. The ground trembled, and from a distance, dust billowed forth alongside a series of piercing, shrill roars. 5 or 6 level 4-time beasts, leading a horde of hundreds of mutated ferocious beasts, surged forth like a tidal wave, roaring violently. It was over. Duanmu Chuan, the commander of the Feiyu Legion, and several aides turned to glance behind them, and an icy dread gripped their spines, their legs trembling in fear. To arms. On the mound, 3 machine gunners and a dozen artillerymen swiftly took their positions. Simultaneously, 2 armored land vehicles repositioned their cannons, ready for action. "Please let us pass. We beg you." Duanmu Chuan and the commander of the Feiyu Legion sank to their knees, their faces pale with desperation. The aides witnessing this also fell to their knees, even bowing their heads in supplication. However, a few female soldiers stepped forward, their submachine guns aimed at them. "Do not advance another step, or it will be deemed a malicious invasion. Indeed, should you disregard our warning, you will be shot without hesitation." While any ordinary person might have felt a pang of compassion, the demeanor of these female soldiers was chillingly indifferent. This indicated the depth of their hatred. The humiliation and grievances they had endured were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The members of the Tianlang Legion felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Casting pitiful glances at Du Fei, Duanmu Chuan seemed to have an epiphany, hastily retrieving a storage card from his person. He shouted at Du Fei, "I possess 300,000 hours. If you can save me, I will give it all to you." Upon seeing this, the commander of the Feiyu Legion also produced a storage card, crying out, "I have 250,000 hours. Please save us." Du Fei remained silent, instead looking towards Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, awaiting their reactions. Lu Ruobing cast a disdainful glance at Duanmu Chuan and the others, her voice icy as she stated, "Do you understand the concept of karma? Without even considering the other legions you have harmed, if you had shown us a modicum of respect and allowed us safe passage yesterday, we would not be facing this situation today." Xia Ying discarded her cigarette and said nonchalantly, "This is a reciprocal countermeasure. Do you understand? Anyone daring to trespass into the territory of my female combat unit shall be shot on sight." As Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying's words resonated, a series of gunfire erupted. Several female soldiers raised their submachine guns and unleashed a barrage on the ground before Duanmu Chun and his companions. The members of the Heavenly Wolf Legion were plunged into despair, their eyes filled with rage as they glared at Duanmu Chun and Captain Feiyu, wishing they could tear them apart. Exchanging a glance with one another, Duanmu Chun and Captain Feiyu turned pale, realizing that they were reaping the consequences of their actions. Yet it was too late. Roars of beasts echoed as a horde surged forward. In an instant, Duanmu Chun and Captain Feiyu were seized by two level 4-time beasts, their heads bitten off and consumed whole. The remaining officers were engulfed by the swarm, and even the 3 luxurious military vehicles were not spared. Target-the-time beasts opened fire. The air was filled with the sounds of artillery, grenades, and machine guns, unleashing a fierce assault on the beasts. After a relentless series of explosions, several level 4-time beasts fell, howling in agony, while the rest of the horde, suffering heavy casualties, turned and fled in disarray. As the beasts were repelled, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying wasted no time and led a group of female soldiers towards 2 level 4-time beasts. The beautiful women commenced their dissection, with some pressing down on heads, others pulling limbs, and some twisting legs, delving into the grotesque carcasses of the beasts. How hideous! So much slime. Their stomachs are enormous. Ugh, revolting. Before long, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying completed their task. They extended their delicate hands, wiping off the dark green blood in the grass. Xia Ying was the first to rush to Du Fei, excitedly presenting a storage card, playfully saying, "Here, Captain." Lu Ruobing also handed a storage card to Du Fei, gently stating, "We cannot afford to discard these cards." At that moment, the two women had shed their earlier ferocity, their eyes brimming with tenderness. "Perhaps you should wash up." Indeed, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying nodded sweetly, then turned with radiant smiles to join their fellow soldiers in departing. Du Fei glanced at the severed limbs of Duanmu Chun and his companions, silently resolving never to offend women in the future. At that moment, a voice crackled through his earpiece. "Report, Captain. 3 level 5-time beasts have appeared at the position of the Iron Blood Brigade, and they have suffered significant casualties. Over a company has already fallen." Du Fei furrowed his brow and inquired, "How long can they hold out?" Although their ammunition is ample and their firepower is formidable, facing level 5-time beasts is utterly futile. "I estimate they won't last half an hour," Sun Xiaoqian responded. "Understood." Du Fei nodded, pondering for a moment before declaring, "The number 2 predator shall return first. Await my command." "Understood." Chapter 41. Where did the reinforcements come from? After issuing instructions to Sun Xiaoqian, Du Fei switched the headset channel. "What is the situation with the 48th Division?" Reporting to the commander. 3 brigades of the 48th Division have encountered level 5-time beasts, suffering casualties amounting to 1/3 of their forces. Currently, the 5 auxiliary corps on the southern front are unable to hold their ground. 2 have been completely annihilated, while the other 3 are retreating one after another. The Hurricane Brigade shows signs of converging with the other 2 brigades. What movement has been detected at their command center? Du Fei inquired. Nothing significant so far, but Giao de Quay, in a fit of displeasure, has shattered several cups and is fervently devising a strategy to reverse the tide of battle. I suspect that the ongoing setbacks in the Qingchuan Ruins campaign have alerted the higher echelons of the Federation, and he likely received a reprimand. Very well. Du Fei acknowledged with a nod. Issue the order to sever all external communications to the 48th Division's command center in 2 hours, then proceed according to the original plan. Yes, Commander. Repliganting promptly. After finalizing arrangements, Du Fei arrived at the encampment. "Commander, we can't simply wait idly, can we? The troops are growing weary," Xia Ying remarked, glancing towards the other positions. She then struck a deliberately enticing pose, stretching languidly, revealing her smooth, flat abdomen beneath her uniform. Beside her, Lu Ruobing felt her lips twitch in irritation, wishing to kick her for such antics. Yet, Du Fei relished the view, chuckling. Didn't you wish to be the first to slay a level 5-time beast? Indeed, I am merely awaiting your command, Commander. With Lu Ruobing obstructing his line of sight, Du Fei spoke earnestly. Very well, I now entrust you with a task. What sort of task? Xiaoying perked up immediately. Order the number 2 Land King tracked vehicle to replenish its ammunition. It shall proceed to the Iron Blood Brigade's position in 3 minutes, representing our Women's Field Corps to provide them with the necessary support. Yes. Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she saluted Du Fei. She swiftly led a few female soldiers into action. Sun Xiaoqian, ensure the number 2 Predator follows closely for support. Understood, Sun Xiaoqian responded. And what about us? Lu Ruobing asked. We shall hold our position and rest. We'll have our work cut out for us once night falls. We have to wait until night? Very well. Lu Ruobing murmured as she made her way towards the number 1 Land King vehicle. Du Fei watched her graceful figure, stifling a smile. Sister, slaying 1,000-time beasts pales in comparison to the string of numbers on Jiao Dequay's wrist. 3 minutes later, we Jin represent the Women's Field Corps in support of the Holy War District's Iron Blood Brigade. Let us commence. Inside the control room of the number 2 Land King tracked vehicle, Xia Ying and her fellow female soldiers were brimming with extraordinary enthusiasm. After years of combat, this was their first official mission to support Allied forces. It can be said that a precedent for the support of irregular forces by the regular army has been established in the annals of federal military history. As the No. 2 Land King tracked vehicle departed from its position, Du Fei allowed a faint smile to grace his face. The Iron Blood Brigade must be preserved. His support for the brigade was driven by ulterior motives. First, he regarded the brigade commander, Chu Zhengxiong, as a commendable leader, a rarity among the federal military commanders. Second, the significant impact of the battle at the Qingchuan ruins necessitated a partner for Du Fei's subsequent plans, essentially a shield. Throughout the course of the battle, all legions had either fled or perished. If, in the end, only the Women's Field Combat Corps remained, unscathed and boasting remarkable achievements, what consequences might that entail? Thus, it was imperative that a victorious legion emerged from this conflict, and the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War District stood as the optimal choice. The news of the Holy War District's legion achieving final victory in the hunting grounds of the Revival District would undoubtedly be entertaining. Du Fei could even envision the immense psychological burden that the Revival District would bear. At the Iron Blood Brigade's position, the report came in. Brigade Commander, the Beast Horde has displayed increasing ferocity, with each wave more violent than the last. The situation at the front lines is critical. The command post, a makeshift wooden shelter, was filled with tension as Chu Zhengxiong furrowed his brow. Report our current casualties, he commanded. The young officer hesitated momentarily before delivering the grim news. We have lost 16 tanks and several armored vehicles. His concern centered solely on the fate of his soldiers, deeming all else insignificant. What about our soldiers' casualties? So far, over 360 from the 1st Regiment have perished. Over 530 from the 2nd Regiment, and the 3rd Regiment is in dire straits with more than 800 casualties, the young officer reported cautiously. In the span of mere hours, over 700 lives have been lost. Chu Zhengxiong's clenched fist struck the wooden pillar of the shelter. These soldiers were his own, nurtured under his guidance. In that moment, a profound sorrow enveloped him. Brigade Commander, the primary issue lies with those level 5-time beasts. They are indeed formidable, remarked the officer. Formidable? They are simply insurmountable. Chu Zhengxiong sighed, gazing at the 3 substantial red dots on the radar. What is the status of the 48th Division? All their channels are closed, but reconnaissance reports indicate their situation is even worse than ours. I suspected this would be a grueling battle. It seems that both we and the 48th Division may incur significant losses, Chu Zhengxiong replied with a grim smile. Then, seemingly lost in thought, he murmured, I fear that the small squad on our right may have already ceased to exist. Such a pity for those young souls. He then turned to his aide and instructed, contact them and ascertain if there are any survivors. The aide, taken aback, hesitated, revealing a hint of guilt. Brigade Commander, I seem to have misplaced their communication channels. Misplaced? However, upon observing the young officer's expression, Chu Zhengxiong quickly grasped the full implications. Losing it was merely an excuse. It was likely discarded carelessly at that moment. Regardless, such forgetfulness should not recur in the future. Chu Jingxiong waved his hand at the adjutant, choosing not to address the matter directly. One cannot overly reproach him, after all, for this is often the manner in which the youth handle situations. Moreover, the Iron Blood Brigade, being the elite of the regular army, would never seek assistance from a small auxiliary unit of fewer than 100 personnel. Such a scenario is entirely implausible. The young adjutant seemed to realize his mistake. Lowering his head as he replied, "I shall heed the commander's teachings. The operation at the Qingchuan ruins is set for a duration of 20 hours. We must endure until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Relay my orders. If necessary, we may abandon the forward position to minimize personnel casualties." Chu Jingxiong fixed his gaze on the detection device and commanded, "Yes, Commander." The adjutant had scarcely finished speaking when a thunderous explosion erupted, causing the watchtower constructed outside the command post to collapse in an instant. Cacophony followed, accompanied by a chilling, ear-piercing shriek. "Not good. Protect the commander." The adjutant immediately became alert, swiftly positioning himself beside Chu Jingxiong, while a dozen soldiers quickly surrounded them, weapons raised in tense readiness. "It's the cloaked winged beasts," Chu Jingxiong observed gravely as he peered outside the wooden shelter. "Alert! Protect the commander. Let us draw these creatures away." Outside, several dozen soldiers shouted as they opened fire toward the sky. The sound of gunfire echoed as 5 or 6 enormous level 3 cloaked winged beasts appeared. Each flapped their wings, emitting piercing roars as they dove towards the soldiers with lightning speed. The soldiers scattered, unleashing a fierce barrage from their submachine guns. However, standard bullets were ineffective against the level 3 cloaked winged beasts, causing minimal harm. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 soldiers fell beneath the sharp claws of the beasts. Screams of anguish ensued as soldiers continued to perish. The entire command post was thrown into chaos, with personnel scattering in panic. The adjutant urgently called into the communicator, "The command post is under attack. The command post is under attack." Yet before he could finish, a deafening roar resounded, and the entire wooden command post was uprooted. The adjutant gasped in alarm. Fortunately, with soldiers surrounding them, Chu Jingxiong was merely struck on the shoulder by a wooden beam, sustaining no serious injury. With the assistance of the adjutant and the soldiers, Chu Jingxiong rose, his heart racing. A colossal level 4 cloaked winged beast circled above them, its eyes glowing red. The state of fury was evident. Despair flickered in the eyes of Chu Jingxiong, the adjutant, and the soldiers. It was over, without giving them a moment to react. The level 4 cloaked winged beast screeched and plunged down towards them. As the level 4 invisible winged beast charged downward, a terrifying roar echoed from the direction of the distant formation. The beast abruptly altered its course above the heads of Chu Jingxiong and his companions, swiftly flying towards the formation. Simultaneously, several level 3 invisible winged beasts ceased their assault on the soldiers and hastened towards the same direction. Chu Jingxiong, the adjutant, and the soldiers were momentarily stunned. In an instant, realization dawned upon them. The earlier roar belonged to a level 5-time beast, and these invisible winged beasts had been summoned. At that moment, a call emanated from a fallen communicator on the ground. "Calling command, calling command. Reinforcements have appeared at our forward position. Repeat, reinforcements have appeared at our forward position." Chu Jingxiong, the adjutant, and the soldiers were taken aback once more. Reinforcements? How could that be? Where would reinforcements come from? The young adjutant hurriedly picked up the communicator and replied, "Command, we copy. Command, we copy. Please respond. Which unit do the reinforcements at our forward position belong to?" Chapter 42. The Land King tank shocks the audience reply to command. Currently, it is unclear which legion it belongs to, but we are being supported by a silver tracked vehicle. Although it is merely a single tank, its firepower is formidable. It seems that one level 5-time beast has already been eliminated. Our forward position is prepared for a counterattack. Please provide instructions. Command. The voice of the commander of the 3rd Regiment at the forward position crackled with excitement and joy through the communicator. What? Did I hear that correctly? We're being supported by just a single track vehicle, and it has managed to eliminate a level 5-time beast? Chu Jingxiong, the adjutant, and the soldiers felt a sense of incredulity. "Dong Biao, this is Chu Jingxiong. Are you certain that the enemy has been defeated? A level 5-time beast?" Chu Jingxiong urgently grasped the communicator to reconfirm. "Commander, I assure you, the tank is currently pursuing a 2nd level 5-time beast. Please authorize our 3rd Regiment to launch a counterattack. Hold steady until I give the command." "Understood, Commander." Chu Zhengxiong took a deep breath, surveying the ruins around him, and said, quickly, find the detector. Yes. The adjutant and the soldiers swiftly searched through the collapsed wooden structures. Soon, the detector was found, and a soldier handed it to Chu Zhengxiong. Fixating on the detector, Chu Zhengxiong's eyes widened in astonishment. Hiss! There were indeed 3 sizable red dots representing level 5 beasts, and one was conspicuously absent. Only the Federation's secret silver particle shells could effortlessly eliminate time beasts of level 5 and above. Could it be a tank from a top-tier legion ranked among the top 500 in the Tianyan rankings? However, that seemed unlikely. A hunting ground as minor as the Qingchuan ruins would be insignificant in the eyes of top-tier legions, which held a godlike status and would never deign to appear here. Chu Zhengxiong, perplexed, swiftly commanded, "Prepare the vehicle." Rushed to the front line. Within 5 minutes, he arrived at the forward position, escorted by his aide and soldiers. Commander reporting in, "I am Dong Biao, the leader of the 3rd Regiment." A burly man with a thick beard saluted before him. However, Chu Zhengxiong paid little attention to the commander, as he was utterly astonished by the scene unfolding ahead. Where did this war machine come from? The young aide and the soldiers stood in stunned silence. Before them, the right front of the position erupted with cannon fire and roars, as the entire beast horde descended into chaos. A dark silver-tracked vehicle surged through the throng, unleashing havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. As it moved, it resembled a reaper, with explosive rounds scattering across the area, splattering the mutated beasts and time beasts with gore. In less than 2 minutes, it had completely cleared a vast expanse of the beast horde to the left front. The commander was a female soldier. The aide gaped at the scene, struggling to swallow. The war machine and the tattered military uniform worn by the female soldier seemed vaguely familiar. It was the small unit known as the Women's Field Combat Team. Chu Zhengxiong thought, his lips twitching in disbelief. This young aide likely hadn't taken notice yesterday. But Chu Zhengxiong had deliberately observed the 2 vehicles of the Women's Field Combat Team. At that time, he had assumed they were part of an advance unit from a certain regiment. Thus, he was left with a lasting impression of the silver, tracked vehicle ahead. This type of tracked vehicle appeared no different from their own, yet its speed and agility were twice that of theirs. Indeed, did you see that drift? The rapid acceleration and sharp turns? If our vehicle attempted such maneuvers, it would surely have toppled. The firepower was astonishing. That beautiful soldier, smoking a cigarette, took down a whole swath in one volley, raising suspicions that the beasts had cooperated intentionally. Such a scene was one he had only witnessed in videos from top-tier military textbooks. Now, it was clear, this was undoubtedly a vehicle from one of the top 500 elite legions. The pressure at the forward position eased somewhat as the soldiers continued their assault, casting glances at the Land King vehicle, discussing its formidable power, which far surpassed their own. Truly incredible. The aide exclaimed, "Uncle, the vehicle is impressive, but have you not noticed the critical issue?" Dong Biao, the commander of the 3rd Regiment, turned to the aide and inquired, "What weapon is that last female soldier wielding?" Dong Biao and the aide were of the same family, despite the aide's youth. He held a seniority that compelled Dong Biao to address him as uncle. "A handgun? Are you insulting me?" The aide kicked Dong Biao playfully. Chu Zhengxiong shook his head slightly and addressed the aide. "Have you ever seen a handgun capable of killing a level 4 time beast?" The aide paused for 2 seconds, then realized the crux of the matter, the weapons and ammunition they possessed. Dong Biao, kick back, Chu Zhengxiong commanded. "Yes, commander." Dong Biao said shook softly, "Ankh y apologies. But I must obey my orders." With that, he delivered a forceful kick to the aide's backside. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from a level 5 time beast within the horde, its back radiating a dazzling blue light. The beast leaped and howled, seemingly invigorated, spiraling into a frenzy once more. Almost immediately, a cacophony of screeches filled the air as several level 3 and level 4 stealth-wing beasts appeared, hurtling toward the ground-based King land cruiser. "This is bad. The horde is going wild again. So many stealth-wing beasts have appeared," exclaimed Chu Zhengxiong, Dong Biao the aide, and the soldiers at the forward position, all taken aback. Chapter 43. Where did the missiles come from? As the soldiers at the Iron Blood Brigade's position grew increasingly anxious, inside the control room of the King land cruiser, an alert sounded. Air raid warning. Threat detected to the vehicle. All-around automatic defense cannons activated. In the blink of an eye, a row of defensive machine cannons extended from the front and rear of the vehicle. Boom! 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 Over 100 specially designed cannon shells, with no delay, soared into the sky, creating a net-like barrage aimed at the diving stealth wing beasts. In midair, hundreds of silver cannon shells exploded like a celestial display, causing the level 3 and level 4 stealth wing beasts to shriek in agony, torn apart in the ensuing chaos. The King Land cruiser passed through unscathed, while the remnants of the stealth wing beasts rained down around it, creating a truly spectacular and awe-inspiring scene. Go ahead, scream your heart out, and summon more of your minions. Let us see how fierce you really are. Xiaoying, cigarette in mouth, fixed her gaze on the level 5-time beast glowing blue in the distance, and commanded through the communicator, Warner, accelerate and pursue it. Yes. A female soldier in the control room excitedly pushed the control stick. Ingbao, you're insane. This is exhilarating. You haven't seen anything yet. Today, I intend to bring all of you to the peak of excitement. Ha ha! With Xia Ying's flamboyant laughter echoing. The King Land cruiser surged forward. Boom! 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 The treads rolled swiftly, racing toward the level 5-time beast at maximum speed. The automatic machine guns and Gatling guns unleashed a relentless barrage. The beasts ahead fell in droves, while the wounded, mutated, and time beasts fled in panic. This vehicle was beyond the comprehension of the horde. Such reckless behavior was utterly insane. Roar! The level 5-time beast seemed to sense the impending danger, immediately dropping to the ground and scurrying away at great speed. Faster! Faster! Yes, just like that. Xia Ying was filled with exhilaration as her fingers hovered over the cannon button, her gaze fixed intently on the fleeing level 5-time beast. 3, 2, 1 within range. Lock on. Prepare to take it down. Xia Ying pressed the button with fervor. The cannon roared as dozens of shells erupted from the barrel, thundering in a cacophony of explosions. The ground trembled violently, rocks and trees soaring into the air. A piercing scream erupted from the level 5-time beast as its body exploded, the blue light along its spine dissipating with a finality. As the level 5-time beast collapsed, the surrounding horde of beasts descended upon it, ravenously devouring it as though vying for a prized morsel. Heavenly Eye notification. Killing the level 5-time beast yields 56, 326 hours. The Time Federation takes 20, and the auxiliary female combat unit storage card gains 45, 061 hours. Hooray! Exhilarating. Ingbao, that's the second one. On the Land King battle vehicle, several female soldiers cheered with excitement. There is still one left, but alas, it managed to escape that coward. Xiaoying took a deep drag from her cigarette, squinting her captivating eyes toward the distance. Initially, there had been 3 level 5-time beasts, and now 2 lay dead. The remaining level 5-time beast, likely frightened, had abandoned the pack and was now fleeing towards the Qinchuan ruins. If not for the dwindling ammunition on the vehicle, Xiaoying would have pursued it further. Just as Xiaoying felt a pang of disappointment, a sudden whoosh erupted. A miniature missile shot forth from the top of the Land King battle vehicle, racing toward the retreating level 5-time beast. What the? Xiaoying and the other female soldiers jolted in surprise. Where did that missile come from? At the Iron Blood Brigade S-base, Chu Zhengxiong and his comrades were still reeling from the earlier spectacle. Now, witnessing a missile inexplicably launch from the vehicle's roof, they were once more left in stunned silence. Was this an illusion? From which part of the vehicle did that missile emerge? Boom! With a violent explosion, the miniature missile struck true, obliterating the fleeing level 5-time beast in an instant. In the following moment, the communicator crackled to life with the voice of a female soldier in the control room, exclaiming, Ingbao, the storage card balance has increased by 57, 812 hours. What? Such a significant increase? Xiaoying and her fellow soldiers were taken aback. Could that miniature missile have been ours? This beautiful lady is the second goddess to slay a level 5-time beast. Just then, laughter echoed through the communicator. Sun Xiaoqian? Xiaoying quickly pieced it together, bewildered as she spoke into the communicator. Was that missile you launched? A drone? Chapter 44. The hope of the Iron Blood Brigade's rise indeed, replied Sun Xiaoqian, her tone brimming with pride. How could that be? Xiaoying looked up at the sky and scanned her surroundings, but aside from the overcast clouds, there was nothing to be seen. Your mission has been accomplished. Return to replenish your ammunition. Du Fei's voice rang out. The drone is right above you. Stop looking. The cigarette, but is nearly burning your lips. Captain, Xiaoying exclaimed in astonishment as she tossed away her cigarette. The drone is directly overhead? She and several female soldiers finally grasped the situation. Goodness, who would have thought that the Predator stealth drone could achieve complete invisibility? How extraordinary. It turns out this drone surpasses the Land King armored vehicle in capabilities, No wonder Gan Ting refrained from competing for the vehicle. Xiaoying mused to herself before shaking her fist at the sky. Ah, Captain, you show favoritism. I have suffered a great loss. However, despite feeling somewhat shortchanged, Xiaoying quickly reconciled with the fact that she was not cut out for piloting aircraft. Ultimately, she preferred the Land King tracked vehicle, as it aligned with her straightforward and tenacious personality. Mission accomplished, we commence our return. The rumble of the second Land King armored vehicle's machine gun echoed as it swept through the surrounding beast horde, crushing the carcasses of ferocious creatures as it passed before the Iron Blood Brigade's position. At that moment, a commanding order rang out across the Iron Blood Brigade's encampment. Attention! All soldiers facing the Land King armored vehicle saluted in unison, filled with profound respect. Brigade Commander Chu Zhengxiong, Adjutant, 3rd Battalion Commander Dong Biao, as well as the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Battalions, all saluted towards the vehicle. Xia Ying and her fellow female soldiers, witnessing this, stood atop the armored vehicle and returned the salute, their chests held high, exuding elegance and valor. At that moment, their hearts brimmed with excitement, exhilaration, and joy. They were facing a legitimate elite force ranked within the top 10,000 of the Heavenly Eye leaderboard, and having endured humiliation for so long, they had never received such high-level respect. As they watched the Land King armored vehicle depart, Chu Zhengxiong found himself at a loss for words. He could not calm the shock that consumed him. Unbelievable. Brigade Commander, it is time for us to counterattack, 3rd Battalion Commander Dong Biao urged. Regaining his composure, Chu Zhengxiong nodded and commanded, launch a full-scale counteroffensive, suppress the beast horde to beyond 1 kilometer. Yes, artillery units, tank battalions, and mechanized infantry, reinforce your firepower. Strike hard. The ground shook with thundering explosions as artillery rained down in a carpet bombardment, filling the air with dust and debris. With 3 level 5-time beasts now eradicated, the pressure on the Iron Blood Brigade's position was significantly alleviated. Although the beast horde remained ferocious, the spirits of the soldiers soared as they initiated a large-scale counterattack. Minutes later, Brigade Commander, here are the recovered shell casings. Dong Biao presented a handful of shells to Chu Zhengxiong. Inspecting one closely, Chu Zhengxiong frowned. There is no federal designation. Indeed, Brigade Commander, I find it puzzling as well. Dong Biao remarked quietly. This indicates that the ammunition used does not belong to the federal military district. I suspect it is homemade. Homemade? That is indeed a possibility. Chu Zhengxiong pondered for a moment before inquiring. Have the warheads been located? Dong Biao shrugged his shoulders and offered a wry smile. We cannot find them. The ferocious beasts that were slain were immediately devoured by their pack. If we cannot locate them, so be it. Nevertheless, this women's combat unit is extraordinary. Their ammunition possesses a lethal efficacy against the chrono beasts. Chu Zhengxiong's gaze sparkled with fervor as he exclaimed, this may indeed be the hope for the rise of our Iron Blood Brigade. A glint of fervor appeared in Dong Biao's eyes. Are you suggesting we procure the ammunition from the women's combat unit? The adjutant also looked at Chu Zhengxiong with excitement. Acquiring such ammunition would truly elevate the Iron Blood Brigade. However, it is easier said than done. The potency of that ammunition is unparalleled, and they would not part with it lightly. Moreover, the creation of such ammunition is undoubtedly a closely guarded secret. Still, the fact that they are willing to risk revealing their secrets to aid us suggests that the young commander holds us in high regard. Thus, we still have hope and must seize this opportunity. Sometimes, not everything can be purchased. Remember, one must exchange sincerity for sincerity. Chu Zhengxiong earnestly instructed Dong Biao and the adjutant. The commander is indeed correct. We shall bear this in mind. Dong Biao and the adjutant nodded emphatically. There is one more matter that you must ensure is handled properly. Chu Zhengxiong took a deep breath and solemnly cautioned. The support from the women's combat unit for our Iron Blood Brigade must remain strictly confidential. Not a word should be leaked to the outside. Yes, rest assured, Commander. We will guarantee the information remains sealed. Dong Biao and the adjutant responded in unison. They understood perfectly well that such matters must remain unknown to other brigades. The formidable combat vehicle and the powerful ammunition would certainly pique the interest of even the most elite of brigades. They were well aware of the principle that proximity begets advantage. As long as the Iron Blood Brigade establishes a friendly relationship with the women's combat unit, the future benefits would be substantial. Let us contact the women's combat unit and express our gratitude. Chu Zhengxiong began, but then paused, suddenly recalling in his excitement that the communication channel with the women's combat unit had been misplaced, casting a glance at the adjutant. The adjutant, feeling ashamed, lowered his head, wishing he could slap himself. Fortunately, the Iron Blood Brigade's position is nearly 10 kilometers from that of the women's combat unit, and the beasts in between have been eradicated. Prepare a vehicle at once, and also gather some gifts. You shall accompany me to personally express our thanks to the women's combat unit. Chu Zhengxiong instructed the adjutant. Yes, the adjutant responded promptly and hurried away to prepare. Chapter 45. Is this enough? At the position of the women's combat unit, the No. 2 Land King tracked vehicle had returned to the base, and the logistics personnel began swiftly replenishing ammunition. Du Fei had issued orders for all personnel to rest in place, as they needed to conserve their energy for a task that lay ahead after dark. As for the nature of the task, none were privy to that information. However, as this battle has progressed, every female soldier in the Women's Field Corps has developed an unwavering admiration for their commander, while other fronts are engulfed in cries of despair. The atmosphere within the Women's Field Corps is filled with laughter and joy. After enduring years of conflict, they have never experienced such ease as they do now. Many female soldiers have even expressed their astonishment, remarking that it feels less like a campaign and more akin to a holiday retreat. The cooking team is once again preparing to fry, and today we have already enjoyed several meals. The commander seems determined to ensure we are well fed, though I find myself increasingly concerned about this indulgence. Indeed, I have gained quite a bit of weight these past few days. My waist feels noticeably thicker. The buttons on my blouse are nearly impossible to fasten, and I cannot simply leave it unbuttoned, can I? This must be a sign of adequate nourishment. Clearly, you are undergoing a second growth spurt. Let us extend our gratitude to the commander. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and a group of female soldiers are seated together, engaging in light-hearted conversation punctuated by laughter. As it often happens, when women find themselves at leisure, their discussions tend to shift from culinary delights to matters of physique. I truly envy Yingbao and Sister Ruobing for their figures, which they have maintained so impeccably, especially Yingbao, with her ample bosom and slender waist. Indeed, could they not share their secrets with us? A few female soldiers' eyes glimmer with envy. Xia Ying casts a furtive glance at Du Fei from a distance, stretching languidly as she declares, "What secrets could there be? This beauty's figure is simply a natural gift." Lu Ruobing, glancing at Xia Ying's slim waist, cannot help but feel a twinge of envy, her lips curling slightly. Though her chest may not rival Xia Ying's, it is certainly not insignificant. Her proportions are quite perfect, albeit with a waist that is a tad wider than Xia Ying's. Lu Ruobing instinctively touches her waist, unable to resist stealing another glance at Du Fei. Nearby, Du Fei smiles to himself, amused by how women are prone to comparison. Lu Ruobing's figure is already quite admirable. It baffles him why she harbors such concerns. Although Xia Ying's physique may appear enticing with her slender waist, it conveys a hint of fragility. In contrast, Du Fei finds Lu Ruobing's waist to possess a perfect balance, exuding a mature and curvaceous allure that is utterly irresistible. Yet, Lu Ruobing remains oblivious to Du Fei's preferences, still troubled by her own waistline. At that moment, Gan Ting leaps down from the armored vehicle and rushes to Du Fei, exclaiming, "Commander, can you guess how much time we have left?" Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and all the female soldiers gather around in anticipation. "How much?" Du Fei inquired. "With the 2 storage cards from the Skywolf Corps and the Flying Fish Corps, we currently have a balance of 167,350 hours. Gan Ting's eyes sparkle with excitement, her chin quivering in delight. "Goodness, that is an astonishing amount. Nearly 1.7 million hours. I cannot be dreaming, can I? My word, we have struck a veritable fortune with this Qingchuan Ruins mission. Our Women's Field Corps has truly become overnight millionaires." The female soldiers were solely focused on the battle, unaware of how much time they had accumulated. When they learned that they had amassed such a considerable amount, they were utterly astonished. 1.67 million hours is indeed substantial. Xia Ying pulled out a crumpled cigarette, her excitement palpable as she said, "Let me smoke one to calm my nerves." Lu Ruobing reflected, "Our women's field regiment has never had this much time. We should be content." Du Fei chuckled inwardly, thinking, "So this is contentment? Just wait until after tonight, and I shall show you what true satisfaction feels like." Ganting, how much time do we have left? A few days prior, each person had received 200 hours, and Du Fei estimated that the female soldier's time was nearly depleted. Each of us has about 60 hours remaining, Ganting replied. Du Fei nodded, then inquired further, when was the last time our regiment received military pay? Ganting was taken aback. Military pay? What military pay? Lu Ruobing chuckled wryly. You know our situation. We've never received any. Very well, I hereby command. Du Fei surveyed the room before addressing Ganting. Now, distribute 10,000 hours to each person. Chapter 46. The commander is our eternal god. What? What have we just heard? The moment the order was given, everyone present was left in a state of shock. Good heavens. 10,000 hours for each individual. One of the female soldiers exclaimed in excitement, but upon realizing that all eyes were upon her, she quickly lowered her head, embarrassedly covering her mouth. Commander, we have only just managed to accumulate such a significant sum in our account. If distributed, that amounts to 1.8 million hours, and after deducting a 10 fee, we would be left with 198,000 hours. If that happens, we will only have a few 100,000 remaining. Even according to the highest standards of the Federal Regular Army, the annual salary for each soldier is only a little over 20,000 hours. You are giving away 10,000 hours at once. Ganting looked pained, earnestly calculating the implications for Du Fei. The most concerning aspect was that there would be many future needs for funding, and just as the time in the savings account was beginning to warm up, it would soon be dispersed again. She truly regretted having boasted about the large sum at such a moment. Oh, other regiments pay over 20,000 hours? Du Fei appeared contemplative, rubbing his temples. It seems that 10,000 hours per person is indeed a bit insufficient. For now, we can only distribute this amount. However, I assure you that next time, there will be more. Did he not comprehend what I just said? Ganting thought, exasperatedly stomping her foot and glancing at Lu Ruobing, deputy commander. Could you please say something? Commander, did you not mention that we would be establishing a permanent base at the camp? Lu Ruobing gazed at Du Fei and gently remarked, consider this. The construction of our camp demands a substantial amount of funding. We should adopt a steady and sustainable approach. I understand your concern for the soldiers, but if we truly need to distribute military salaries, I suggest we start with a few 100 hours for each person. Moreover, with our current ample provisions, it is unnecessary to allocate so much to each individual. As soon as Lu Ruobing finished speaking, the female soldiers present began to voice their agreement. The commander and deputy commander are correct. We do not require such an abundance, one said. Indeed, a few 100 hours would suffice. With our current rations being so satisfactory, we are already quite content. Absolutely, our living conditions are more than adequate now. If the female soldiers from other regiments were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly flock to join us, another added. Commander, perhaps we should retain a bit more funding in our reserve. All the female soldiers turned their attention to Du Fei, collectively expressing their desire for a reduced distribution. It is worth noting that previously, each of them possessed a meager amount of time, teetering on the brink of deprivation. They lived in constant anxiety, fearing that time would slip away while they slept, leaving them unable to awaken. In truth, they longed for thousands of hours so they could live without fear, finding solace in mere observation. Yet now, they found the proposed allocation excessive and actively requested Du Fei to lessen it. The reasoning behind their sentiment is quite straightforward. Having grown accustomed to frugal living, they felt immense gratitude for their present circumstances. Each of them wished for this lifestyle to endure, fearing the day when they might no longer enjoy such comforts. Thus, they aimed to conserve a little for their regiment. Enough of this discussion. Each of you shall receive 10,000 hours. That is an order. Du Fei accepted firmly, her gaze sweeping across all the female soldiers. I recognize that your intentions stem from a desire to benefit the regiment, and I appreciate how you have embraced it as your home. This unity is vital for our prosperity. However, I have heard that most of you still have families, correct? I must ask, how are they faring? As her words hung in the air, an immediate silence enveloped the entire camp. Liu Ruobing, Xianying, Ganting, and all the female soldiers fell into a contemplative hush. Du Fei's unexpected mention of their families evoked a wave of sorrow and melancholy in their eyes. Indeed, most of the female soldiers still had relatives, with many residing outside the city. Some were laboring to construct walls for the Federation, while others eked out a living in scavenger camps, and some toiled in mines. It can be said that their families were enduring lives of hardship, often facing hunger and intermittent sustenance. Among them were female soldiers born in mining areas, sent to the talent cultivation center in the revival city shortly after birth, and only departing the base city at 18 to join the regiment. In other words, these female soldiers born in the mining area are acutely aware of their relatives, yet they have never laid eyes on them throughout their lives. Each member of the women's combat regiment can be regarded as a pitiable soul struggling in the depths of society. At this moment, without needing further words from Du Fei, Gan Ting, with tears in her eyes, silently produced the storage card. The other female soldiers had already succumbed to tears, with even Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying covering their faces in sorrow. Is it truly so difficult to feel joy when each of you is granted 10,000 hours? Do you find it insufficient? Du Fei inquired with a deliberately stern expression. Come now, everyone should be elated. There's ample time to share with family. Lu Ruobing, wiping her tears, managed to regain her composure and exclaimed, You all should hurry and thank our commander. Upon hearing this, the chorus of gratitude erupted. Thank you, Commander. The commander is magnificent. The commander is our eternal idol, the most handsome of heroes. The commander treats us so well. We love you dearly. In an instant, all the female soldiers cheered with exuberance, many even expressing their excitement in a frenzy of words. Ding. Reputation value 10. Ding. Affinity value 1. Ding. Reputation value 10. Ding. Affinity value 1. Ding. Reputation value 10. Ding. Reputation value 10. Now, this is more like it. As the system notifications rang ceaselessly in his mind, Du Fei smiled, feeling quite content. Chapter 47. Can the physical limit be expanded? At this moment, the female soldiers lined up, and Ganting no longer felt the pang of regret over the time on the storage card, transferring hours to them one after another. Wow, 10,000 hours. I have never possessed so much time before. I will transfer 2,000 hours to my father so he can buy some decent food. Me too. With this much time, my grandfather will be saved. My mother will surely be delighted upon receiving it, though she might hesitate to spend it on food. If my brother gets this, he will definitely say, I've become a wealthy woman. The female soldiers beamed with joy, each planning how to allocate their newfound time. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying observed the happiness radiating from their sisters, simultaneously glancing at Du Fei, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Du Fei, Stepinezid, contentedly opened the system interface, discovering some new changes. Ost, Du Fei, position, commander, Legion, Auxiliary Women's Combat Regiment. Reputation value, 2886. Affinity value, 57. Physical condition, primary enhancement 5, primary enhancement, advanced enhancement, super enhancement. Warm reminder, exposure to radiation has expanded the physical limit. Currently, an additional 5 points of enhancement can be achieved. Items, Universal Toolbox X1, Rare Material Melting Agent 500 milliliters. The reputation value had surged to nearly 3,000 points, and the affinity value had reached 57. Oh, after enduring radiation, can one's physical limits be expanded? Du Fei stared at the warm prompt, a novel revelation indeed. Previously, when his physical capacity had reached its peak, he had pondered how to transcend that limit. Unexpectedly, it seemed that exposure to radiation could naturally facilitate such an expansion. This was rather delightful, he mused. However, another question lingered. Thus far, it was known that the radiation affecting the female soldiers had been largely eradicated after their immersion in the recovery pool. Yet, it remained unclear whether their physical capabilities had also been enhanced. Du Fei contemplated that once this battle concluded, he would need to allocate time to examine their physical fortitude. At that moment, a voice from his earpiece interrupted his thoughts. Report to the commander. The Iron Blood Brigade, led by Chu Zhengxiong, is en route, arriving in 5 minutes. Sun Xiaoqian reported. Understood. Du Fei nodded slightly and instructed, closely monitor the situation of the 3 brigades in the 48th Division. Yes. Sun Xiaoqian responded promptly. Meanwhile, Ganting had completed her tasks, and Du Fei beckoned her over. She approached swiftly, her excitement palpable. Commander, it's almost dark. Should we prepare for action? From now on, Sun Xiaoqian will oversee the 3 brigades of the 48th Division, and you will be responsible for their command center, Du Fei stated after glancing at the time. 1 hour from now, await my command. Understood. Ganting straightened her posture and quickly returned to the independent control room of the number 1 Land King track vehicle. Once everything was arranged, Du Fei approached Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying with a gentle smile. The commander of the Iron Blood Brigade, Chu Zhengxiong, is on his way. The two women were momentarily taken aback. Zhu Zhen Si-sun. They exchanged glances, surprised. It was clear that the Iron Blood Brigade was coming to express their gratitude, but they had not anticipated that the brigade commander himself would make the visit. Lu Ruobing turned to Du Fei and inquired, "Should we prepare to welcome them?" Du Fei nodded. After all, this was their first official visit, and as a commander of a regular army brigade, appropriate etiquette was essential. Moreover, he had future plans concerning this commander from the Holy War Military District. "All personnel, assemble. Take your positions." With a commanding call, all the female soldiers returned to their posts, their spirits high. Du Fei, along with Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and several female soldiers, proceeded to the forward position. Boom! 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 Soon, 3 armored vehicles of the Iron Blood Brigade arrived at the position. As Chu Zhengxiong, his aide, and a contingent of soldiers disembarked, a resounding female voice rang out. "Salute!" All female soldiers at the forward position stood tall and saluted in unison. Chu Zhengxiong, his aide, and the soldiers immediately straightened, returning the military salute. With a smile, Du Fei approached them, flanked by Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying. At this very moment, Chu Zhengxiong's expression was somewhat agitated. He felt truly honored. Chapter 48. The young commander before him was someone he must befriend. As Du Fei and his companions approached, Chu Zhengxiong quickly took 2 steps forward, extending his hand with a beaming smile. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chu Zhengxiong of the Iron Blood Brigade, the young lady from the Women's Combat Brigade." Du Fei smiled and shook his hand. Beside them, the adjutant saluted Dong Jie, the confidential secretary of the Iron Blood Brigade headquarters. Du Fei nodded in acknowledgement and returned the military salute. After a brief introduction, Chu Zhengxiong, with a sincere expression, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Your brigade's generous support for our Iron Blood Brigade is something we shall never forget. On behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade, I extend our deepest thanks to your esteemed brigade." "Commander Chu, there's no need for such formalities. Our 2 armies are allies on the same front. Assisting one another is only natural," Du Fei replied with a calm smile, which secretly impressed Chu Zhengxiong. The demeanor of this young commander was so poised and composed that he hardly resembled a mere 17 or 18-year-old. Moreover, despite being the commander of an auxiliary brigade, he maintained an attitude of equality, neither condescending nor overly humble in the presence of a regular army brigade leader. This clearly indicated the young man's remarkable capabilities, and it was evident that the Women's Combat Brigade he commanded was far from ordinary. "Commander Du, please do not say that. Your troops have saved the lives of thousands within my Iron Blood Brigade. Such a life-saving grace cannot be taken lightly. I, Chu Zhengxiong, must express my gratitude in person," he declared. "Furthermore, since our initial meeting yesterday, I felt an immediate kinship with you, Commander Du. I cannot let this opportunity slip away." Zhu Zhen Si-sun spoke Gandhi, laughing heartily as he made his intention to befriend Du Fei clear. Without waiting for Du Fei to respond, he commanded his soldiers to unload a substantial array of gifts from a vehicle. "A mere token of my esteem," he said, offering premium red wine, specially crafted cigars, and various exclusive beverages from the Federation. Most of the offerings, apart from the cigars, were favored by women. Summer Ying's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the cigars, as she had a penchant for them. Du Fei, noticing this, graciously accepted the gifts after a few polite words. Since they were here, it was only natural to invite them to tour the defensive zone. In truth, there wasn't much to see. The entire area revolved around a single earthen mound, easily comprehensible at a glance. However, as they walked, Chu Zhengxiong was both astonished and exhilarated. He was astonished to discover that the Women's Combat Brigade comprised fewer than 100 personnel, with only 5 vehicles in total, 2 battle tanks, and 3 transport vehicles. Aside from the relatively modern weaponry aboard the tanks, the arms held by the female soldiers were quite outdated, featuring submachine guns, machine guns, and grenade launchers that were several years old. It was hard to believe that such a contingent had effortlessly withstood the onslaught of a ferocious beast horde without sustaining any casualties. What did this signify? It has been unequivocally established that the ammunition possessed by the Women's Field Corps is undoubtedly a formidable adversary against the fearsome beasts. This realization is what fuels Chu Zhengxiong's excitement. It is important to note that, despite the Iron Blood Brigade's current situation, where slaying a single-time beast can yield several thousand hours, hunting a level 4-time beast often results in a financial loss. The expenditure of ammunition valued in the tens of thousands of hours is required to vanquish such a creature, and, at times, even after the beast appears to be defeated. Several thousand additional hours of ammunition may still be necessary. Consequently, regular military units typically focus on hunting level 1 and level 2 time beasts, as only these lower-tier beasts can yield a modest return time. In battles like those in the Qingchuan ruins, where level 4 time beasts are present, regular military units are inclined to engage in extermination efforts only because of federal funding and subsidies. Thus, despite the Iron Blood Brigades ranking within the top 10,000 on the Tianyan leaderboard, the burdens of military salaries and other expenditures render their situation quite challenging. Often, each battle yields minimal gains. However, the Women's Field Corps has ignited a spark of hope for Chu Jingxiong. Should he establish a cordial relationship with them and procure this type of ammunition, he would alleviate his pressing concerns. The 30 years of time his daughter must contribute, the support for his 5 wives, and the expenses for the milk of his soon-to-be-born twins would no longer weigh heavily on his mind. Furthermore, if the ranking could improve further, he would also secure additional federal funding. Chu Jingxiong firmly resolved to cultivate a friendship with the young commander before him. Chapter 49. Human nature is self-serving, incredible, truly remarkable. Commander Du, you are indeed a prodigy, Chu Jingxiong exclaimed, gazing at the impeccably arranged female soldiers. Indeed, Commander Du is an exceptionally skilled leader. His aide, Dong Jie, nodded in agreement. Oh, you flatter us, Commander Chu and Vice Commander Dong. Du Fei responded with feigned modesty, secretly amused, as he suspected they had a different opinion yesterday. Throughout the exchange, Chu Jingxiong maintained a low profile while Du Fei remained at ease. Each harbored their own intentions, engaging in light banter, and their conversation flowed amiably. During this period, Chu Jingxiong was eager to witness the nature of the Women's Field Corps ammunition. However, despite several attempts to voice his curiosity, he ultimately refrained from expressing it. After all, such specialized ammunition is a closely guarded secret, and it would be inappropriate to covet their treasures upon first meeting. Patience is a virtue. He believed that inquiries regarding the ammunition should not be rushed. He intended to first cultivate a good rapport with Du Fei, trusting that everything else would fall into place naturally thereafter. The battle at the Qingchuan ruins has been quite arduous thus far, Du Fei casually remarked. Indeed, most military units have suffered heavy casualties, and those who could withdraw have already retreated to the periphery. Chu Jingxiong let out a faint sigh, then, with a hint of concern, remarked, were it not for the unwavering support of the 48th Division, this cleansing operation would likely have ended in failure long ago. It is imperative to understand that for the Federal Regular Army to ascend the ranks of the Tianyan leaderboard, they must undertake hunting missions. Completion of these tasks yields substantial funding and subsidies from the Federation. Conversely, failure not only results in the forfeiture of these resources, but also adversely affects their ranking. Consequently, military divisions of varying calibers select hunting grounds commensurate with their strength. For instance, elite or advanced divisions equipped with mithril particle ammunition typically establish expansive hunting grounds, predominantly consisting of level 5 and above temporal beast nests. In contrast, locations such as the Qingchuan ruins are merely suitable for standard regular divisions. The 48th Division is the architect of the current cleansing mission at the Qingchuan ruins. Should they falter, any regular army that participated will not only miss out on federal funding, but will also see their Tianyan ranking diminish. The significance of the Tianyan ranking cannot be overstated, as it directly influences the level of federal support received. Thus, it is understandable that Chu Jingxiong is troubled, after years of bloodshed. The Iron Blood Brigade has only recently clawed its way into the top 10,000. A failure in the Qingchuan ruins mission would undoubtedly lead to a decline in their ranking, compounding Chu Jingxiong's woes. The 48th Division, too, is keen to avoid such a debacle, prompting Division Commander Jiao Dequay to be in a state of frantic urgency, striving to salvage the situation. Commando Du, what are your thoughts on the eventual outcome of this cleansing mission organized by the 48th Division? Du Fei inquired, casting a deliberate glance in Chu Jingxiong's direction. One might say that human calculations pale in comparison to the whims of fate. The emergence of a hunting ground housing level 5 temporal beasts is likely something the 48th Division did not anticipate. Their superior weaponry is more than sufficient to contend with level 4 temporal beasts, yet facing level 5 creatures is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Chu Jingxiong shook his head helplessly, then offered a wry smile. To be candid, I believe this mission lacks any chance of success. If the 48th Division can retreat unscathed, that would be quite fortunate. Truth be told, he harbored some regret about undertaking this mission with the 48th Division. However, after a moment's reflection, he turned to Du Fei and continued, if the 48th Division wishes to emerge victorious, there is but one avenue left. What avenue? Du Fei inquired. Noticing Du Fei feigning ignorance, Chu Zhengxiong chuckled and candidly stated, naturally, it pertains to your women's field combat unit. I have witnessed firsthand the lethal efficacy of your specialized munitions against temporal beasts. Nonetheless, despite his words, he harbored a fervent hope that the women's field combat unit would not engage with the 48th Division. Human nature is inherently self-serving, and Chu Zhengxiong is no exception. Should the 48th Division cultivate a favorable rapport with the women's field combat unit, the hopes of the Iron Blood Brigade would be dashed. Du Fei, upon finally addressing the main topic, turned to Chu Zhengxiong and remarked, as Commander Chu has observed, we share a remarkable affinity, a sentiment I wholeheartedly echo. The reason our Women's Field Corps has extended a hand to the Iron Blood Brigade is precisely because we perceive it as a rare and righteous force. As these words left his lips, Du Commander's commendation of the Iron Blood Brigade was exceedingly flattering, leaving him both humbled and honored. After Chu Zhengxiong spoke, he exchanged glances with his aide, Dong Jie, their expressions illuminating with delight, their hearts brimming with comfort. What did this signify? It indicated that forging a rapport with this young commander could yield promising prospects. Chapter 50. The shield is secured. Du Fei observed the reactions of Chu Zhengxiong and his aide, and continued to speak candidly. That particular type of specialized ammunition is something we have only recently developed, and it remains in the experimental phase. What I wish to convey is that before we formally announce it to the outside world, I prefer that too many factions remain unaware. I trust Commander Chu comprehends my intent. Indeed, absolutely. Both Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie nodded in unison, their thoughts aligning perfectly with Du Fei's. Fearing that Du Fei might harbor doubts, Chu Zhengxiong solemnly pledged, rest assured, Commander Du, the Women's Field Corps secrets shall remain strictly confidential. The Iron Blood Brigade guarantees not to disclose even a whisper to the outside realm. I have every confidence in you, Commander Chu, Du Fei replied, smiling. Otherwise, how can we claim to be fated to cross paths? I was just about to say the same. There's another matter I wish to clarify, Du Fei said, gazing towards the northwest. Our Women's Field Corps has no affiliations with the 48th Division. We accepted this task solely to hunt the time beasts and gain time. Therefore, the outcome of the Qingchuan Ruins mission holds little significance for us. Once he finished speaking, both Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie grasped the implications. Du Fei's message was unmistakable. The Women's Field Corps had no familiarity with the 48th Division and would not extend assistance. Moreover, the Women's Field Corps was not a regular military unit and did not benefit from federal funding or subsidies. The success or failure of the Qingchuan Ruins mission was of no concern to them. At this moment, upon hearing Du Fei's words, Chu Zhengxiong felt a mix of joy and apprehension. The joy stemmed from the realization that the 48th Division's hope to cultivate a positive relationship with the Women's Field Corps was now dashed. The apprehension arose from the potential failure of the Qingchuan Ruins mission, which would result in the Iron Blood Brigade receiving no funding and suffering a decline in rankings, an immense loss indeed. Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie could not help but feel a tinge of envy. It seemed that the Women's Field Corps would be the only ones to profit significantly from this mission, just as they were consumed by their worries. Du Fei unexpectedly added, however, the Women's Field Corps would not be averse to collaborating with the Iron Blood Brigade. Both Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie were taken aback, but upon processing this revelation, their eyes brightened simultaneously. Commander Du, are you truly intent on aiding my Iron Blood Brigade? I, Chu Zhengxiong, am immensely grateful. Chu Zhengxiong exclaimed with palpable excitement. As the commander of the Iron Blood Brigade, he held the honor of his regiment in higher regard than his very life. With the assistance of a women's field battalion, disregarding the 48th Division, the Iron Blood Brigade alone could undoubtedly achieve a resounding victory in this mission. Commander Du, you flatter us. The Iron Blood Brigade is an elite force among regular troops, serving as the backbone of the Eastern Front for the Qingchuan Ruins mission. My women's field battalion, however, is but a modest contingent of fewer than 100, with outdated equipment. We lack the capacity to truly assist the Iron Blood Brigade. Du Fei replied with a smile, then added with a significant tone, we can only offer support. We will follow the Iron Blood Brigade's lead to sweep through the Qingchuan Ruins. Surely, Commander Chu understands my intent? Absolutely. Chu Jingxiong was rendered speechless with gratitude. How could he not comprehend? Du Fei was reluctant to reveal the true capabilities of the Women's Battalion, content to let the Iron Blood Brigade take the lead while the Women's Battalion remained an unnamed support. However, this meant that all the glory and fruits of victory would belong solely to the Iron Blood Brigade, as the Federation only recognized regular troops. Once triumph was achieved, the accolades would primarily reflect on the regular forces, with auxiliary teams receiving only a nominal boost in the rankings. How can we ever express our gratitude to the Iron Blood Brigade? Chu Jingxiong's eyes brimmed with appreciation. He knew that once victory was secured, the Iron Blood Brigade's ranking on the Heavenly Eye leaderboard would see a significant rise, not to mention the Federation's funding and subsidies. The rewards from the Holy War Military District, where the Iron Blood Brigade was stationed, would be bountiful. It was a fortuitous windfall. The Women's Field Battalion willingly humbled themselves to assist the Iron Blood Brigade in obscurity, a tremendous boon for them. Commander Du, I shall say no more. After our victory, you shall witness my heartfelt gratitude. Chu Jingxiong even altered his form of address, recognizing the gravity of the situation regarding the fate of the Iron Blood Brigade, leaving him overwhelmed with emotion. Let's await victory then. As I said, it is fate that has brought us together, Du Fei replied with a smile. You speak wisely, Brother Du. I relish your words. Now, the commander of the Iron Blood Brigade had begun to address Du Fei as a brother. Their relationship had swiftly grown closer. At that moment, the aide Dong Jia was equally enraptured, holding his commander in the highest esteem. Meanwhile, Chu Jingxiong and Dong Jia remained unaware that nearby, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were silently giving Du Fei a thumbs up. The shield had been secured. Their eyes sparkled with admiration, utterly captivated by their handsome commander. Chapter 51. A public path with a hidden agenda. Following this, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and the two commanders, Chu Jingxiong and Dong Jia, engaged in a brief discussion to strategize their combat plan. As the Hurricane Brigade of the 48th Division has aligned with the Thunder Brigade on the Western Front, it is evident that the Southern Front has fallen. The plan is set for precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, with the Iron Blood Brigade advancing towards the Southern Front. In conjunction with the deployment of the No. 2 Land King tracked vehicle commanded by Xia Ying, the Iron Blood Brigade is solely responsible for eliminating the mutated beasts, while the No. 2 Land King will hunt the time beasts, thus allowing both factions to conserve ammunition. Du Fei will lead the No. 1 vehicle along with the female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps to reclaim the positions lost by the Canis Major and Flying Fish Legions. Once the territories are regained, the two armies will converge and then collaborate with the 48th Division to launch a final assault on the Qingchuan ruins. The strategy is simple yet flawless, ensuring a win-win outcome. Previously, the Iron Blood Brigade faced financial losses when combating the time beasts, but now, they only need to eradicate ordinary ferocious beasts to earn funds from the Federation. In other words, the Iron Blood Brigade's sole aim is to accomplish this mission for the sake of their ranking on the Eye of Heaven list and the Federation's allocation of resources. Meanwhile, the Women's Field Corps aims to hunt the time beasts to gain time. This arrangement benefits both parties. Commander Chu, what do you think? Du Fei inquired. I believe it is feasible. Chu Jingxiong responded without hesitation. Killing only ordinary ferocious beasts has never been so effortless for the Iron Blood Brigade. Chu Jingxiong even mused internally that should this campaign succeed, the 48th Division would undoubtedly owe their fortune to the Iron Blood Brigade. How splendid it would be if the 48th Division faltered at this moment and relinquished all positions. At that point, the Federation's funding would not merely be allocated to the Iron Blood Brigade's 30%, but would belong entirely to them. However, Chu Jingxiong deemed such thoughts absurd. After all, how could a full division possibly crumble? All right, Du Fei nodded, then it is settled. We can discuss the specific details over the communication channel. The communication channel of the Women's Field Corps will remain open to the Iron Blood Brigade, allowing for constant contact. Upon hearing this, both Chu Jingxiong and his aide, Dong Jia, displayed a hint of embarrassment. Just as Chu Jingxiong was about to speak, Dong Jia interjected, "Commander, allow me to clarify." He then turned to Du Fei and apologized, recounting how he had misplaced the communication channel of the Women's Field Corps. "Commander Du, it was my oversight, and I hope you can forgive me," Dong Jia expressed with sincerity, his countenance reflecting his remorse. Through this incident, he had come to understand certain truths, realizing that the commander's teachings were indeed wise. One must exchange sincerity for sincerity. He recognized that the Women's Field Corps would become the most reliable ally of the Iron Blood Brigade and a beacon of hope for a promising future. Although he held a higher rank as a confidential secretary within the regular Army's brigade, this matter transcended mere rank. In just a brief interaction, Du Fei's charismatic personality had profoundly impressed him. The brigade commander is willing to lower his stance to befriend this young leader. He feels it is necessary to sincerely admit his mistakes to Du Fei. At this moment, Chu Zhengxiong gazes at his adjutant with a hint of appreciation, recognizing the young man's progress. Du Fei, however, remains unfazed, smiling as he writes the communication channel on a note, which he personally hands to Dong Jie, jesting. The Women's Field Corps may lack many things, but not paper. Upon hearing this, everyone present bursts into laughter. Make sure to keep it safe. Don't lose it again, Chu Zhengxiong admonishes. Rest assured, if I lose it again, you can have my life. Dong Jie replies, carefully placing the note into his pocket. Du Fei and Chu Zhengxiong exchange a knowing smile. With the plan finalized and time pressing, they do not linger. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xiaoying escort them to the front lines, where they bid farewell with a handshake. As Chu Zhengxiong and his companions depart, the two beautiful women turn their attention to Du Fei simultaneously. Xiaoying speaks first. Commander, if we follow the battle plan you just devised, wouldn't that benefit the 48th Division? Lu Ruobing furrows her brow and adds, are you truly intending to allow the 48th Division to achieve victory? Remember, I once told you that Wu Dagui's appointment of me as the commander of the Women's Field Corps will be the greatest mistake of his life. A fleeting glimmer of coldness passes through Du Fei's eyes as he looks at them and smiles. Do you believe the 48th Division will survive the night? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying exchange glances, their beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. It appears the commander has a different strategy in mind, one that is subtly concealed. Chapter 52. The battle proceeds smoothly as night falls. The front lines of the Iron Blood Brigade are shrouded in an eerie green glow amidst the rocks and trees, where ferocious beasts lie in wait, emitting low, ominous growls. The beast horde is poised to launch their next assault on the Iron Blood Brigade's position, while thousands of soldiers within the brigade prepare for battle. Report. The artillery battalion is in position and ready. The tank battalion is in position and ready. The armored infantry battalion is in position and ready. As each unit reports in, the Iron Blood Brigade's counteroffensive is set into motion, commencing precisely before the beast horde can attack. All units prepare. Target the beast horde directly ahead. 3, 2, 1. Fire. The sounds of cannon fire, shells, and various heavy weaponry erupt as they rain down on the beast horde with reckless abandon. The ground shakes with thunderous roars, and the night sky is illuminated by brilliant flames. The beast horde, suddenly caught in the onslaught, descends into chaos, their anguished cries echoing through the night. Recapture the southern line. Charge! Xiaoying's No. 2 Land King tracked vehicle is shielded by the Iron Blood Brigade's armored vehicles and tanks as they advance towards the beast horde. The female soldiers aboard the Land King armored vehicle wore expressions of pride, their regal treatment stemming from the respect bestowed upon them by the Iron Blood Brigade. Yet, deep down, they understood that their current sense of superiority was a gift from their commander, Du Fei. The rhythmic sound of automatic gunfire and the thunderous roar of the Gatling gun targeted only the level 3 and level 4 time beasts, while the ordinary ferocious beasts were left to the Iron Blood Brigade's capable hands. As the massive time beasts fell one after another, the mutated horde became a disorganized mob, posing little threat to the valiant soldiers of the brigade. Under the relentless barrage of firepower, the beast pack scattered, most fleeing towards the distant mountains and jungles, while those unable to escape were swiftly eradicated by the Iron Blood Brigade. Led by Chu Zhengxiong himself, the 3 regiments of the Iron Blood Brigade steadily advanced southward. Commander, we have pushed 3 kilometers forward with only a few sustaining minor injuries and no casualties. This battle is proceeding remarkably well, exclaimed the enthusiastic aide, Dong Jie. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Chu Zhengxiong responded thrice, standing atop the armored vehicle with night vision binoculars in hand, surveying the retreating beast horde, feeling a rush of excitement. In that moment, he was filled with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. This spectacle reinforced his resolve to cultivate a strong alliance with Du Fei. Commander, at this pace, we should be able to reclaim the southern position by dawn. Dong Jie market. Splendid. Chu Zhengxiong's gaze was intense as he commanded. Relay my orders to adhere strictly to the operational plan devised by Commander Du Fei of the Women's Field Combat Brigade. Center our maneuvers around the armored vehicles and ensure the safety of all female soldiers. Understood. Inside the control room of the number 2 Land King armored vehicle, the balance of the Women's Brigade storage card fluctuated rapidly, accumulating an astonishing amount of hours. 3,269 hours, 4,832 hours, 5,175 hours. Incredible, exclaimed one soldier. Xingbao, we've already amassed nearly 100,000 hours in just this short time. If this pace continues, by the time we regain the southern position, our No. 2 vehicle could easily surpass 1,000,000 hours. What a pity there's so few time beasts. If only there were as many as the mutated horde. Are you not scared anymore, you little rascal? One teased. Indeed, her courage had grown. She recalled a time when a mere ordinary mutated beast had nearly frightened her into fleeing. Hush your mouths. Keep talking, and I'll deal with you. They laughed, as several female communication soldiers monitored the night vision equipment while keeping an eye on the storage car balance, exchanging excited banter. Xia Ying displayed her charming dimples, comfortably savoring a thick cigar, exuding an air of blissful contentment. She gazed at the beaming faces of the female communication soldiers, unable to suppress her inner admiration. In less than a month, the transformation had been profound. Compared to before, the women's battalion had turned a new leaf. Each sister had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, including herself. They all seemed to have emerged from their cocoons anew. Chapter 53. An eye for an eye at the forefront of the women's battalion, the number 1 Land King tank. Ammunition transport vehicles, and 2 troop carriers filled with female soldiers stood ready for deployment. However, Du Fei had yet to issue orders, leaving all command personnel unaware of their imminent destination. Report to the commander. The Iron Blood Brigade has successfully advanced to the southern front. The voice of Sun Xiaoqian crackled through the earpiece. Currently, disturbances are emerging within the beast horde at the southern front, with 2 level 5-time beasts directing part of the horde toward the western line. I must say, Commander, your foresight is truly remarkable, and I am in awe, she added, her admiration flowing like an uncontrollable river. Less flattery, and swiftly report on the western front situation, Lu Ruobing interjected, adjusting her earpiece with a frown. She glanced at Du Fei, silently admonishing him for spoiling the soldiers. Du Fei offered an innocent, rueful smile. The deputy commander is also listening. Sun Xiaoqian, surprised that Lu Ruobing had activated encrypted drone communication, promptly adopted a more formal tone, reporting to the commander and deputy commander. The situation of the Western Front is as follows. The Hurricane and Thunder Brigades are already stretched thin, and, after previous exertions, they will likely be unable to hold against the sudden surge of beasts at the Western Front until dawn. Excellent. Du Fei nodded slightly, then inquired, what is the status of the Lightning Brigade at the Northern Front? The Lightning Brigade has been more conservative in combat, consuming fewer resources compared to the other 2 brigades. Currently, there are no level 5-time beasts at their position. Although they are facing challenges, the situation remains relatively optimistic, Sun Xiaoqian reported. Have the ammunition depots for all 3 brigades been located? Du Fei asked again. They have been found long ago, awaiting your command. Command first. Deal with the Hurricane and Thunder Brigades at the Western Front. Once the Iron Blood Brigade recaptures the Southern Front, immediately destroy their ammunition depots, ensuring discretion to avoid drawing the sky eye's suspicion toward our women's battalion. Subsequently, prepare to stand by at the Northern Front. Understood. In the independent control room of the number 1 Land King tank, Sun Xiaoqian stuck out her tongue. What's wrong? Asked the nearby Ganting. Be cautious. It seems Sister Ruobing has activated encrypted communication as well, Sun Xiaoqian warned. Before her words had fully settled, Du Fei's voice resonated in her earpiece. Commander, Ganting responded, her tone firm and resolute. Order. In 3 minutes, disrupt all external communications from the 48th Division's command center, including their communications with the Iron Blood Brigade. Maintain internal communications for the 48th Division's command center and the Hurricane, Thunder, and Lightning Brigades, as well as communications between our forces and the 48th Division. Subsequently, closely monitor the movements of the command center of the 48th Division and await my next order. Du Fei commanded. Understood, Commander. Ganting responded promptly. All arrangements are in place. Du Fei faced the northwest, gazing towards the direction of the 48th Division's command center, exhaling deeply. The Federation stipulates that Corps must not engage in mutual slaughter. However, If the enemy were to perish at the jaws of beasts, it would not contravene the regulations. Wasn't he the commander of the 48th Division, Diao Dek, fond of employing such methods? Then, let it be a case of returning what is due. Commander, in accordance with your orders, all personnel are prepared. What shall be our next move? Lu Ruobing inquired, looking at Du Fei. We shall proceed as per the original plan to the positions of the Sirius Corps and the Flying Fish Corps, Du Fei replied. Although this was the operational plan devised with the Iron Blood Brigade, Lu Ruobing felt a tinge of confusion upon hearing it. Du Fei was intertwining two plans, alternating between them, leaving her perplexed as to which specific strategy he intended to implement. Did he truly intend to reclaim the lost positions of the Sirius Corps and the Flying Fish Corps? It was incomprehensible. A faint smile of frustration appeared on Lu Ruobing's face. The tactics of this man were beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Chapter 54. Report to the commander. The fish has taken a bait. At the command center of the 48th Division, Diao Dek scrutinized the meager influx of funds from the Corps storage card, his expression darkening. 3 brigades have been engaged in a full-scale assault for 8 hours, yet the total revenue barely exceeded 2 million. The scant earnings were utterly insufficient to cover the cost of ammunition, leading to significant losses. Initially, he had hoped to reap substantial rewards from the Qingchuan Ruins mission. But to his dismay, a level 5 temporal beast had emerged. Coupled with the current battlefield setbacks and repeated reprimands from his superior, Wu Dagui, Diao Dek felt as though he had swallowed 25 cats, his heart in turmoil. Those so-called hunting ground assessment experts were utterly incompetent. How could they fail to detect the presence of so many level 5 temporal beasts? A bunch of useless fools. I shall lodge a complaint against them for crimes against humanity and send those imbeciles to the mines. Diao Dek paced back and forth, cursing incessantly. The reliability of the hunting ground assessment experts was diminishing, and he felt utterly betrayed by their incompetence. With the current weaponry of the 48th Division, they were utterly incapable of confronting level 5 temporal beasts. Diao Dek was already contemplating declaring the mission a failure and ordering a complete retreat. Just then, his aide rushed in, a look of excitement on his face. Commander, good news, splendid news. What good news? Has the tide of battle turned? Diao Dek asked, frowning. It is indeed a shift in the battlefield, but not in our favor. Rather, it concerns the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military District. The aide replied, The Iron Blood Brigade? What good news could they possibly have? Commander, just moments ago, an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft transmitted imagery indicating that the Iron Blood Brigade is advancing south from the Eastern Front, poised to reclaim the southern line. Now, they have advanced nearly 10 kilometers, annihilating dozens of level 3 and level 4 chrono beasts along the way, and have even vanquished a level 5 chrono beast. The aide reported, his face alight with excitement. What? This is utter nonsense, Diao Dek exclaimed, casting a skeptical glance at his aide. How could a mere brigade possess the strength to slay a level 5 chrono beast? Sir, it is absolutely true, the aide insisted, his tone growing more earnest. However, the footage indicates that it was a female soldier who defeated the level 5 chrono beast. It appears to be from the Auxiliary Women's Field Corps. The Auxiliary Women's Field Corps? So, that band of survivors has not been completely eradicated. They have allied with the Iron Blood Brigade. Diao Dek waved his hand at the aide. Bring up the footage. I wish to see it. Yes, sir, the aide responded, activating the laser screen to display the images sent by the unmanned reconnaissance drone. A segment of aerial footage immediately materialized on the screen. Under the night sky, the cacophony of artillery echoed as the ferocious beasts roared in agony. A legion of several thousand was advancing while unleashing a relentless barrage upon the horde of beasts. It was evident from the footage that this legion was none other than the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military District. However, as the drone's camera zoomed in, a conspicuous tracked vehicle came into view within the Iron Blood Brigade. A group of female soldiers aboard the vehicle was firing at 5 or 6 level 3 and level 4 chrono beasts, their machine guns unleashing brief bursts, causing the beasts to collapse one after another. Diao Dek gazed at the screen, his eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Yet, the scene that followed caused him to draw a sharp breath. He witnessed an unbelievable sight. The footage revealed a terrifying roar as an enormous chrono beast suddenly emerged. This colossal creature had a flattened head, deep-set, glowing red eyes, and tentacles and fangs sprouting from its maw, with viscous slime oozing and stretching as it moved. Its limbs were pitch black, with sharp claws and glistening, thick scales particularly radiant blue light emanating from its spine. This was indeed a level 5 chrono beast. One female soldier on the silver-tracked vehicle rotated the Gatling gun, aiming directly at the level 5 chrono beast. The gun erupted with a cacophony of gunfire. The beast emitted a ghastly wail, its massive form swaying before crashing to the ground. Subsequently, the horde scattered in panic, and the thousands of warriors from the Iron Blood Brigade launched a large-scale extermination. What kind of vehicle is that? Diao Deek's muscles twitched in disbelief as shock flickered in his eyes. The aide replied, "That is a vehicle from the Auxiliary Women's Field Corps. 2 of such vehicles participated in this mission. No, what puzzles me is the type of Gatling gun on that vehicle. How could it so effortlessly slay a level 5 chrono beast?" Diao Deek furrowed his brow, turning to the aide. "Moreover, let us not forget their remarkable achievements in the battle at the Blackwater River." "Understood, sir. You mean to imply that the issue lies with their ammunition?" "This is the only explanation. Their ammunition possesses a lethal potency against the temporal beasts." After a moment of contemplation, Diao Deek seemed to grasp the implication and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, the Iron Blood Brigade must have reached an agreement with those remnants. The key to the Iron Blood Brigade's smooth advancement lies in their utilization of this special ammunition. One must admit, Diao Deek is indeed a distinguished commander." With just a slight analysis, he arrived at this conclusion. "Your insight is unparalleled, Commander. Nothing escapes your deduction. However, I believe this is, in fact, a fortuitous development." The adjutant complimented. "Indeed, the Iron Blood Brigade is driven by immediate gains. Even if they achieve victory, the credit will primarily belong to our 48th Division, which is undoubtedly advantageous for us." Diao Deek nodded, his spirits lifted. He then instructed his adjutant, "Contact the Iron Blood Brigade and convey my regards to Chu Jingxiao." "Understood." The adjutant picked up the communicator, but was met with static interference. "Commander, we are temporarily unable to establish contact." "Then let it be for now." Diao Deek spoke with an air of arrogance, pouring himself a glass of red wine and savoring a sip. "Aren't those remnants still in possession of a battle vehicle? Find out its location and ascertain what type of ammunition they are employing." "Certainly, Commander." Meanwhile, the female field regiments know. One Land King tracked vehicle was slowly advancing towards the besieged position of the Wolf Legion. Trailing behind were container ammunition trucks and 2 transport vehicles filled with female soldiers. In the control room of the battle vehicle, Du Fei received a report from Gonting. "Report, Commander. The bait has been taken." "Excellent, Du Fei nodded approvingly." Noticing a hint of a smile at the corner of Du Fei's mouth, Lu Ruobing touched her headset, her delicate face tinged with confusion. "What do you mean by the bait being taken?" 5 minutes later, the position of the Wolf Legion loomed in the distance. The ravines, forests, and rocky terrains were teeming with temporal beasts and mutated creatures. 2 level 5 temporal beasts led nearly 100 level 3 and level 4 temporal beasts, as well as large swarms of mutated beasts, ravenously devouring the corpses of soldiers on the battlefield, oblivious to their surroundings. They had indulged in several feasts at the positions of both the Wolf Legion and the Flying Fish Legion. At that moment, a low hum resonated. With the cover of night, 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones appeared above the female field regiment as convoy. "Report, Commander. The 2 unmanned drones from the 48th Division have arrived." Gonting announced. "Understood." Du Fei acknowledged, then inquired, "Has Su Ning transmitted the video?" "It has been transmitted." "Good. Continue to monitor the 48th Division Command Center closely." "Affirmative." Gonting responded. Listening to their exchange, Lu Ruobing felt increasingly perplexed. Unable to contain her curiosity, she whispered, "What exactly are you planning?" Du Fei smiled faintly and inquired, "What methods might I employ to obtain your time?" Lu Ruobing paused, taken aback by the simplicity of his question, yet she responded, "I would transfer it to you." "Are there any other methods?" Du Fei pressed furté. "Indeed. One could transfer it into a time storage card and then present it to you." Du Fei nodded and remarked, "Diao de Kuei possesses over 7 million hours." "What?" Lu Ruobing's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling with astonishment. It seemed she grasped the man's intent to acquire the vast amount of time Diao de Kuei held. Such an immense sum overwhelmed her, rendering her momentarily speechless. 7 million, an unfathomable fortune. Lu Ruobing grew animated, turning to Du Fei. "I see now. You intend to rob him?" "Rob is too harsh a term. One might say we wish to persuade him to generously bestow it upon us," Du Fei replied. "It is imperative to note that humans differ from the time beasts. The time-to-time beast may be regarded as a gift from this world to humanity. Slaying a time beast grants one its time, but taking a human's time through death results in its disappearance, returning to the flow of time itself. Such considerations made Du Fei hesitant to employ the Predator's stealth drone for a decapitation strike against Jiao Dekui. As Lu Ruobing elucidated, there are but two methods to procure a person's time, through transfer or by utilizing a time storage card. Given the enormity of Jiao Dekui's 7 million hours, the former option seemed implausible. The sole viable approach would be to have him deposit his time into a storage card. Given that the time resides with Jiao Dekui, he would not relinquish it easily. Are you confident in securing it? Lu Ruobing asked, her excitement palpable. I believe it should be manageable. Du Fei replied with a subtle smile, glancing at the night vision device. All right, we must prepare for battle. As he spoke, the female combat unit's convoy neared the position of the Tianlang Legion. The beasts ahead became immediately alert. All units stand by. Du Fei commanded as he emerged from the armored vehicle. Yes. The female soldiers swiftly disembarked from the transport vehicle and commenced their preparations. The Land King know. One self-propelled artillery, machine cannons, and machine guns are in position and ready. The artillery is in position and ready. The armored infantry is in position and ready. The female soldiers took their places, swiftly gearing up for combat. At that moment, two level 5-time beasts in the horde emitted blue light from their backs and let out a simultaneous roar. Roar! Gaga gaga! The herd erupted into a frenzy, surging toward the female combat unit like a tidal wave. All units prepared. Let these ferocious beasts taste our mithril bullets and shells. Strive to reclaim the eastern line position number 2 within 30 minutes. 3, 2, 1, fire. With Du Fei's commanding voice resonating with authority, the air was filled with the thunderous sounds of artillery and machine guns. Countless shells were unleashed towards the advancing beast horde. The ground shook violently as explosions erupted among the creatures, with the ethereal beasts and ferocious monsters scattering flesh and blood, their anguished cries echoing through the chaos. Focus on the ethereal beasts. All units advance. The number 1 Land King battle tank led the charge, unleashing a torrent of fire from its Gatling gun and machine guns upon the horde. As level 3 and level 4 ethereal beasts fell one after another, panic began to spread among the ranks of the beasts. Shielded by the battle and transport vehicles, the female soldiers advanced with unwavering determination. Roar! 2 level 5 ethereal beasts let out furious roars, attempting to incite the horde once more. Target those 2 level 5 ethereal beasts first. Du Fei returned to the control room, issuing commands to the gunners. Lock on. Fire. The earth trembled under the relentless barrage, debris and severed limbs flying through the air like confetti. The 2 level 5 ethereal beasts shrieked in agony before collapsing under the onslaught. In an instant, the remaining ethereal and mutated beasts' frenzy subsided, scattering like headless flies as they fled towards the Northern Line Lightning Brigade's position. Observing this, the No. 1 Land King tracked down the fleeing creatures, disregarding the mutants and specifically targeting the ethereal beasts. Tot. Simultaneously, the female soldiers of the Field Corps launched their charge, resembling tigers unleashed from their cages. Resupply ammunition. Hurry up. The logistics team busily attended to the task. The doors of the ammunition containers swung open, swiftly delivering crates of silver bullets and shells. Chapter 56, Reclaiming Eastern Line Position Number 2. In less than half an hour, the battle concluded. The ground was strewn with corpses, predominantly level 3 and level 4 ethereal beasts. The operational efficiency was remarkable, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. It could only be said that these female soldiers were even more fervent than the ferocious beasts. Du Fei opened the vehicle door and jumped down alongside Lu Ruobing. Reporting to the commander and deputy commander, Eastern Line Position Number 2 has been reclaimed. Nearly 100 level 3 and level 4 ethereal beasts were exterminated, along with 2 level 5 ethereal beasts. Our female field corps suffered no casualties. The infantry commander reported in a resounding voice. Du Fei nodded in satisfaction and then inquired of Lu Ruobing, how much time did we gain from this battle? A total of 358 hours. Lu Ruobing replied with joy, without hesitation. Order. Stand by for rest. The cooking team fired up the stove, preparing a late-night meal. As everyone finished their meals, they prepared to support the 48th Division's Lightning Brigade on the northern front, eager to hunt the time beasts and strive to seize the Qingchuan ruins in one decisive stroke. Yes, with Du Fei's command issued, All female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps took a moment to rest, their spirits lifted as laughter and conversation filled the air. In the command center of the 48th Division, a video captured by unmanned reconnaissance drones soon appeared on the laser screen. Moments later, the report came in. Commander, their firepower is astonishing, almost unbelievable. A barrage of dozens of shells obliterated 2 level 5-time beasts, while those of level 3 and level 4 crumbled before their onslaught. In less than half an hour, they had recaptured the Eastern Line No. 2 position, securing over 600,000 hours without suffering any casualties. The adjutant's voice trembled with excitement, almost frenzied. Where did these remnants acquire their secret silver bullets? Diao Dequai paused the screen, fixating intently on the boxes of ammunition being opened, utterly captivated by the silvery projectiles. A profound shock coursed through him, leaving him unsettled. Previously, their victory in the Blackwater River campaign had come in under an hour. Now, they were aiding the Iron Blood Brigade in their successful advance along the southern front. Just moments ago, they had reclaimed the Eastern Line No. 2 position in less than 30 minutes. All of this was tied to their possession of secret silver bullets. No wonder. Snapping back to reality, a sly smile crept across Diao Dequai's face. These remnants are living quite comfortably now. Commander, if we could acquire such ammunition, we would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a top-tier legion. The adjutant was still brimming with enthusiasm. Diao Dequai shot him a glance, as if to say, "Am I unaware of that? Do you need to spell out for me?" "Go. Immediately summon a few military research personnel." "Yes, Commander." The adjutant turned and hastily departed. More than half an hour later. "Commander, based on our thorough analysis of the footage, these bullets and shells bear no federal markings. The silvery substance on the projectiles appears to be a coating. This indicates that their ammunition is self-manufactured," one of the researchers pointed out while gesturing to the images on the screen. "Self-manufactured?" Diao Dequai's eyes narrowed slightly as he inquired. "Is that silvery substance secret silver?" "We compared images of natural secret silver particles, and the color, luster, and patterns align closely. However, we cannot yet confirm this, as the extraction and smelting techniques for secret silver remain a significant challenge for the Federation. Nonetheless, given the damage inflicted on the time beasts, it seems that only secret silver possesses such lethal potency. Thus, we collectively believe that they have likely mastered the extraction and smelting technology of secret silver," the researcher said with palpable excitement. "Excellent." Diao Dequai's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light, and he turned to his aide, saying, "They have worked diligently. Arrange for them to enjoy some time at the social camp." "Yes, Commander," the aide replied. "Thank you, Commander." "Many thanks, Commander," several researchers exclaimed with beaming smiles. As the aide escorted the researchers away, Diao Dequai took a deep breath. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, his hands gripping the hem of his clothing as if he might tear it apart. He murmured with trembling lips, the technique for refining and melting mithril. Chapter 57. At least 10 million hours before long, after the aide had finished arranging for the researchers, he returned to the command center. "Commander, I believe the researcher's analysis holds merit. That young man is a genius from the Federal Academy of Senior Commanders in Revitalization City." Noticing Diao Dequai lost in thought, the aide spoke cautiously. "Indeed, you have reminded me," Diao Dequai said, fixing his gaze on the screen, which captured Du Fei's confident demeanor during combat. He then muttered to himself, "So it must be this young man who has developed the techniques for refining and dissolving mithril." "I believe so, ever since he took office. The Auxiliary Female Combat Brigade has achieved remarkable results," the aide concurred. Diao Dequai nodded thoughtfully and then commanded the aide, "Destroy all combat footage of the Female Combat Brigade captured by the drones. All information regarding these remnants must be strictly sealed. As for whether they have truly mastered the techniques of mithril refinement and dissolution, I will need to verify that further. Additionally, execute those researchers discreetly. Once that is accomplished, connect me to the communication channel of the Auxiliary Female Combat Brigade." "Yes, Commander," the aide replied, unable to suppress a slight tremor of apprehension. Did the commander harbor certain intentions? Should the higher-ups be informed of the situation regarding the Auxiliary Female Combat Brigade? The aide hesitantly inquired. "Higher-ups?" A warm smile spread across Diao Dequai's face as he squinted at him. The aide suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, regretting his question and wishing to slap himself. Though Diao Dequai wore a friendly smile, he appeared exceedingly menacing at that moment. "Understood, Commander," the aide said, his voice trembling, before turning to execute the order. "Position number 2 on the Eastern Front. In a nearby dense forest, green lights flickered as countless mutated beasts licked their lips, greedily eyeing the carcasses of the temporal beasts on the battlefield. Perhaps the bodies of the temporal beasts were immensely enticing to the mutated creatures, drawing them back time and again. Despite their overwhelming desire to devour the delicious prey before them, none dared to show themselves, opting instead to watch from a distance. At that moment, all members of the female combat brigade had finished their meal. Previously, Dufay had mentioned that after their late-night snack, they would head to the northern front to support the Lightning Brigade. The female soldiers had long been prepared for departure, yet the order to advance remained elusive, leaving them perplexed. Even the mutated beasts waiting nearby appeared restless. Inside the control room of the No. 1 Land King battle vehicle, Dufay sat with his eyes closed, brow furrowed in contemplation, his fingers gently tapping rhythmically on the armrest of his seat. Out of boredom, Lu Ruobing turned her body sideways, resting her chin on her hand. Observing him with keen interest, she found that Dufay's thoughtful demeanor belied his 18 years, exuding a maturity that seemed incongruous with his age. Typically, Lu Ruobing had not scrutinized Dufay closely, as he was the commander, and she deemed such scrutiny somewhat disrespectful. Moreover, deliberate attention would appear overly intimate, likely inviting teasing from her comrades if they were to witness it. Of course, this was only set aside during their private moments in the small wooden cabin at the mine. At that moment, under the soft illumination of the control room, Dufay's chiseled features and straight nose rendered him exceptionally handsome and robust. This scene unfolded before Lu Ruobing like a portrait of a striking young man, captivating her completely. Ding. Affinity value 20. Initially lost in thought, Dufay jolted at the system notification. Suddenly opening his eyes, their gazes met for an instant. Lu Ruobing hastily averted her eyes, a flush of embarrassment washing over her. She turned her face towards the display screen, as if guilty of some transgression. Dufay was poised to tease her when the voice of Gan Ting echoed through his earpiece. Report, Commander. Diao Dekel has played the footage of our recapture of position number 2. What was his reaction? Dufay inquired. As you anticipated, he is now convinced that we have mastered the extraction and smelting technology of the secret silver. The command center of the 48th Division has opened a communication channel with our women's field combat unit, and Diao Dekel is preparing to speak with you, Gan Ting reported. Excellent. Continue monitoring. Dufay commanded. Yes, Commander. With that, Dufay pulled Lu Ruobing along, saying, let us head to the independent control room for the drone. All right. Lu Ruobing nodded, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to uncover how Dufay had managed to secure Diao Dekel's 7 million hours. Before long, Dufay and Lu Ruobing arrived at the independent control room. Within a minute, the communicator sounded call. This is the command center of the 48th Division. Calling the Auxiliary Women's Field Combat Unit. Please respond. I repeat, this is the command center of the 48th Division, calling the Auxiliary Women's Field Combat Unit. Please respond. Gan Ting glanced at Dufay, who nodded in affirmation. The Auxiliary Women's Field Combat Unit acknowledges. Gan Ting replied, swiftly zooming in on the no. One Predator stealth drone's camera. Diao Dekel, along with his adjutant and the interior of the command center, instantly appeared on the surveillance screen. I am Diao Dekel, commander of the 48th Division. I need to speak with your commander. In the scene, a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of Diao Dekel's mouth as he addressed the communicator. Yes, Commander Diao. Please hold on for a moment. After responding, Gan Ting grimaced in distaste. A few seconds later, Dufay picked up the communicator. Commander Diao, I am Dufay, the commander of the Auxiliary Women's Combat Regiment. So you're Dufay? Diao Dekel's tone was courteous. Indeed. Haha. It's no surprise that a genius from the Federation Advanced Academy has swiftly rejuvenated the regiment within such a short span of time. Quite impressive. The surveillance footage revealed Diao Dekel's insincere smile as he spoke into the communicator on behalf of the 48th Division. I extend my congratulations and condolences to your Auxiliary Women's Combat Regiment. Thank you, Commander Diao. Dufay replied with a light chuckle, then continued. I suspect that your sudden call is not merely to express your condolences, is it? Upon hearing Dufay's inquiry, Diao Dekel's expression darkened immediately. This young man is quite astute. Apart from conveying my condolences, there is indeed another matter I wish to discuss. What is it? During this mission, did your Auxiliary Women's Combat Regiment utilize mithril bullets? Diao Dekel, wishing to be direct, posed the question without preamble. Dufay chuckled inwardly, noting Diao Dekel's straightforwardness. In feigned confusion, Commander Diao, I'm afraid I do not comprehend the implication of your question. Haha, young man, Do not feign ignorance before me, Diao Dek sneered, thinking to himself that this lad still had much to learn. I wish to inform you that I am fully aware of the circumstances surrounding your auxiliary women's combat regiment. In the Battle of the Blackwater River, you achieved a resounding victory within 48 minutes. During this mission, your position 3 easily withstood 3 waves of beast attacks. Furthermore, you reclaimed the eastern position 2 in just 25 minutes tonight, successfully coordinating with the Iron Blood Brigade to launch a counteroffensive and are on the verge of reclaiming the southern position. Additionally, your developed mithril bullets have eliminated 3 level 5 time beasts. Am I correct in my assertions? Diao Dek concluded. Du Fei remained silent, deliberately choosing not to respond. Ha! Noticing Du Fei's silence, Diao Dek smirked coldly and continued. If I am not mistaken, you have mastered both the extraction and smelting techniques of mithril. These 2 techniques have long posed insurmountable challenges for the Federation. Should the Federation become aware of this, your technology would be confiscated entirely, and you may very well be erased from this world. After stating this, Diao Dek's tone softened, and he added, what I mean to convey is that possessing such technology in your current state is not advisable. However, my 48th Division has successfully sealed all information regarding your auxiliary women's combat regiment, and the Federation is currently unaware. This means you are still safe for the time being. I trust you understand the implications of what I am saying. It seems I have grasped the situation. Could it be that Commander Jiao desires our techniques for the refinement and smelting of secret silver? Du fait incroyable de directly. He chuckled, stating, I told you. Commander Du is an astute individual. He comprehends swiftly. In the scene, Diao Dequay appeared exceedingly confident, continuing, as long as you are willing to entrust me with the techniques for refining and smelting secret silver, I can assure your safety and provide you with ample time. With such time at your disposal, you need not fear the battlefield any longer. I guarantee that by tonight, all of you will return to the city of revival, ensuring that you can lead a stable life henceforth. The terms I propose will undoubtedly satisfy you, but you must relinquish these 2 techniques to me tonight. I shall grant you 5 minutes to consider. Upon concluding his statement, Diao Dequay awaited Du Fei's response with unwavering confidence. After a moment of silence, Du Fei replied, I fear this arrangement may not be feasible. Is it that you are unwilling to sell the techniques to me? Diao Dequay furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he threatened, do not forget, with a mere word from me, the Federation will dispatch personnel immediately. You would do well not to regret it. Commander Jiao may have misunderstood. What I meant by not feasible was, do not forget there is still the Iron Blood Brigade, Du Fei clarified. You needn't worry about that. As long as you surrender your remaining ammunition and equipment to my 48th Division, you can withdraw with ample time. As for the Iron Blood Brigade, leave that to my 48th Division, Diao Dequay replied, a hint of malice creeping across his features. The implication was clear. Should the 48th Division acquire secret silver ammunition, the Iron Blood Brigade would meet its demise within the beastly confines of the Qingchuan ruins. It must be said, Diao Dequay was indeed a ruthless individual, willing to employ any means necessary. Du Fei took a deep breath, feigning contemplation as though he had reached a decision, and asked, Then how much time do you intend to provide us? How much do you desire? Diao Dequay retorted nonchalantly. At least 10 million hours, Du Fei replied without hesitation. 10 million? The trio of Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian turned to Du Fei in astonishment, their eyes wide. Do you truly comprehend the magnitude of 10 million? You are quite the audacious negotiator. Diao Dequay laughed. Commander Diao, I'm not being unreasonable. If you were to resell the techniques for refining and smelting secret silver, it would likely fetch far more than 10 million hours. Du Fei continued, taking a breath before elaborating. 10 million is merely a safeguard for our continued existence. Therefore, without that sum, we would prefer to surrender the techniques to the Federation. After a moment's reflection, he added, we do not require a bank transfer. A storage car will suffice. Diao Dequay feigned contemplation before replying. Then it shall be as you say. 10 million, it's a deal. Commander, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Du Fei suddenly interjected. Diao Dequay paused. What do you mean? Are you certain that 10 million is available? There may be a deception at play. Du Fei's tone was laden with skepticism. Are you doubting that I, your commanding officer, cannot produce 10 million hours? Diao Dequay scoffed. It is not that I lack faith in you, Commander Diao, but one must remain vigilant, Du Fei replied, his tone still laced with skepticism. Unless you can send me a segment of footage, I will not be at ease until I see with my own eyes that the storage card contains 10 million hours. Diao Dequay shook his head in silence, pondering for a moment before saying, I can show you the storage card that holds 10 million hours. However, how can you prove that you possess the skills to refine and smelt mithril? Du Fei anticipated this query and declared, I can indeed provide proof. I have the entire detailed process of mithril refinement and smelting captured on video, which I can send to you at any time. Very well. I wish to verify this now. Please send me the footage you mentioned. Diao Dikui responded, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Once I have verified it, you shall certainly see the storage card with 10 million hours. Understood. Du Fei replied into the communicator. Let be settled then. Transfer the data to the 48th Division's archive within 5 minutes. With that, the communication channel was severed. Diao Dikui lit a cigar, a sly smile creeping across his face. While Du Fei, observing the surveillance feeds, returned a cold smile. Ganting, transmit the footage to the 48th Division, he instructed. Yes. Ganting responded promptly. I understand. So there is no need for further communication with Diao Dikui? Lu Ruobing, standing nearby, expressed her surprise, glancing at Du Fei. Indeed, he affirmed, inhaling deeply. We merely need to wait. Let us hope Diao Dikui transfers his time to the storage card. Lu Ruobing said, her anxiety apparent. He will, Du Fei assured her. At that moment, the surveillance feed revealed that the aide had accessed the archive. Commander, the footage from the external women's combat unit has been transmitted, the aide announced. Quickly, open it, Diao Dikui urged impatiently. Soon, a clear video materialized on the laser screen. The scene opened with a camp, where 2 female soldiers stood by the walls of an air raid shelter, their gaze fixed intently ahead. Commander, this is the camp of the external women's combat unit. The aide reported, focusing on the laser screen. Diao Dikui nodded. He had previously dispatched unmanned reconnaissance drones to monitor the women's combat unit and recalled the camp vividly. As the camera panned to another air raid shelter, a sophisticated production workshop came into view, divided into 3 areas: weapon and ammunition manufacturing, intelligent control core production, and comprehensive manufacturing. Notably, the ammunition manufacturing sector was filled with heaps of semi-finished bullets and completed mithril bullets. Diao Dikui and his aide gaped in astonishment, their expressions betraying disbelief. As the camera shifted to a mountainous region, a mining area emerged, bustling with dozens of workers engaged in fervent labor. No wonder. Their camp actually harbors a mithril mine, Diao Dikui realized, taken aback by the revelation. Diao Dikui stared intently at the gleaming piles of ore, murmuring to himself. At that moment, a striking female soldier named Su Ninger appeared before the ore heap. She produced a vial of refining agent, and, with a single drop upon a piece of ore, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. A silvery liquid seeped from within the stone, rapidly solidifying into a small chunk of secret silver. In this manner, she swiftly extracted 5 or 6 pieces of secret silver. Subsequently, Su Ninger employed the refining agent to liquefy the secret silver, then proceeded to silver plate the projectiles, culminating in a trial shot. As the entire detailed process concluded, Diao Dikui and his aide were utterly astounded. They found it simply unbelievable. Undoubtedly, the refining agent in the hands of that female soldier was developed by Du Fei. It was nothing short of miraculous. This group of remnants had indeed mastered the techniques of extracting and refining secret silver. Moreover, it was unexpected that they possessed such advanced manufacturing facilities. Diao Dikui was filled with exhilaration, his fingers clutching the cigar, trembling with anticipation. Commander, it seems this is undeniably true, his aide remarked, his face etched with astonishment. Indeed, I never imagined the extraction process could be so straightforward. Diao Dikui struggled to contain his excitement, continuing, if we obtain the formula for that liquid, it would equate to mastering the techniques of extracting and refining secret silver. With these 2 technologies, no, to be precise, possessing the formula for that liquid would mean holding the world's secret silver in our grasp. What a profound concept that would be. A mere few drops of that liquid could yield vast quantities of time, transforming our ambitions from minor objectives to monumental aspirations. Time, immortality, command over the most elite legions, and perhaps even becoming one of the highest rulers of the Federation. This implies that a significant portion of the entire Federation could bear the surname Diao. At that point, who would still venture into battle? A mere command would summon elite legions at one's beck and call. Even if Wu Dagui ascended to the upper echelons of the Federation, he would have to bow before me. In this moment, Diao Dikui's ambitions soared to new heights. Before his eyes, everything he desired seemed to materialize. I must acquire the formula for that liquid. Diao Dek appeared almost mad with fervor, causing his aide to sense that the commander was on the verge of losing his sanity. Destroy this footage, leave no trace, Diao Dek commanded, finally calming his tumultuous emotions. Yes, Commander. Soon, the aide meticulously obliterated all recordings of the female combat unit's entire secret silver extraction process. Then cautiously he inquired, Commander, do you truly intend to allocate 10 million hours to the auxiliary female combat unit? A mere group of doomed souls, Diao Dek replied with a sly smile. Once I obtain the formula, the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground will become the grave for these remnants in the Iron Blood Brigade. However, for now, we must maintain a facade of stability. Diao Dek finished speaking and took out a storage card, glancing at the series of timestamps on his wrist. If those remnants wish to witness 10 million hours, then let them behold it in their final moments. Commander, how much longer? The adjutant inquired hastily. Shall we temporarily utilize the balance in the Legion's storage card? Yes, transfer 270,000. Diao Dek handed over the storage card. Understood. The adjutant took the card, turned, and began the transfer from the Legion's account. Inside the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King tank, Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian were transfixed by the surveillance footage, their chests rising and falling anxiously. They clenched their fists, palms sweating, fearful of any unforeseen circumstances. Du Fei squinted from the side, for they had reached the most critical juncture, awaiting Diao Dek to transfer the time from his wrist to the storage card. Soon, the adjutant completed the transaction. Diao Dek took the storage card and began the synchronization with his wrist. Ganting, prepara. Du Fei commanded. Yes, Ganting responded, pressing her hand against the weapons button. At that moment, Diao Dek had successfully transferred over 7 million hours into the storage card and turned to the adjutant, stating, It's done. No sooner had he spoken than Du Fei issued the order. Fire. Gan Ting slammed down the weapon's launch button. The concealed no. One predator unleashed a torrent of gunfire at Diao Dek and the adjutant. Their anguished cries echoed as their bodies were riddled with bullets, rendering them lifeless on the spot. Justice served. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Lu Ruobing's eyes as she gazed at the fallen figures in the pool of blood. Thud! At that moment, the storage card containing 10 million hours slipped from Diao Dek's grasp and fell to the ground. Command center under attack. Alert! Rapid assistance required. Instantly, the command center of the 48th Division erupted into chaos. Guard the storage card. Do not let anyone near. Du Fei instructed Gan Ting. Yes. Gan Ting nodded in affirmation. Sun Shaoqian, immediately destroy the ammunition depots of the Western Front's Hurricane Brigade and Thunder Brigade. Understood. Sun Shaoqian swiftly pressed the missile launch button for the no. 2 Predator stealth drone. Whoosh. A miniature missile shot forth from the Hurricane Brigade's position, trailing smoke as it sped toward the rear ammunition depot. Boom! The ammunition depot erupted in a violent explosion, the ground trembling, flames soaring high, and a massive shockwave surged toward the front lines. In an instant, the Western Front was thrown into disarray, cries of despair filling the air. Roar! In front of the position, 2 level 5-time beasts emitted a blue glow from their backs, taking the opportunity to howl at the sky. Caw 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 caw. Roar! The densely packed herd of beasts erupted into a frenzy, roaring with ferocity as they surged towards the Western Front like a torrent. Xiang. Du Fei seized the moment to call into the communicator. Xiang here, came the reply from within the Land King No. 2 armored vehicle. Order. Upon reclaiming the Southern Front, immediately assist the Iron Blood Brigade in exterminating the temporal beasts at the Western Front. Understood. Xiang affirmed. Chapter 59. The 48th Division. No more after organizing the Western Front, Du Fei finally managed to calm himself somewhat. The primary concern of dealing with Diao Dek had been resolved, leaving little else to dread. However, although the Qingchuan Ruins represented a minor skirmish, dwarfed by the grand battles involving hundreds or thousands of legions, it still had the potential to attract the attention of the Celestial Eye. Therefore, while the herd of beasts could be utilized, the Women's Field Corps should strive to avoid direct confrontation with the 48th Division. In this crucial final moment, it was time for the Predator stealth drones to truly come into play. The Hurricane Brigade and Thunder Brigade at the Western Front were already in disarray, compounded by the destruction of 2 ammunition depots that had severed their supply lines. It would not be long before they faced annihilation. The only force remaining was the Lightning Brigade on the Northern Front. Although there were no level 5 temporal beasts at their position, The level 3 and level 4 temporal beasts were sufficient to obliterate them. Thus, the final task remained, to eliminate the temporal beasts. Once the temporal beasts at the Qingchuan ruins were vanquished, the mutated herd would naturally disperse. This meant that once all temporal beasts were hunted down, victory in this battle would be assured. Du Fei quickly organized his thoughts and issued another command. Sun Xiaoqian, destroy the ammunition depot of the Lightning Brigade on the northern front in 3 minutes. Subsequently, assist Ganting in clearing the command center of the 48th Division. Once that is completed, begin bombing the interior of the Qingchuan ruins, aiming to finish the task by dawn. Yes, Commander. Sun Xiaoqian redirected the Predator No. 2 stealth drone and swiftly flew towards the northern front. Order. All personnel, except for the Land King No. 1, advance towards the northern front. Focus on driving away the temporal beasts, with hunting as a secondary objective. Understood. The infantry commander finally received the command from the brigade leader. Advance to the northern front. Move out. With a single order, 2 transport vehicles laden with female soldiers and an ammunition truck sped towards the northern front, following the shortcut previously identified by Ganting. The Land King No. 1 armored vehicle headed straight for the abandoned power station in the northwest. 3 minutes later, a thunderous explosion erupted from the Lightning Brigade's position, illuminating the night sky with a fiery glow. Sun Xiaoqian completed her task, and the Predator No. 2 drones circled before heading directly to the command center of the 48th Division in the northwest. At this moment, the commanders and soldiers of the Lightning Brigade were thrown into chaos, their ranks in utter disarray. Lightning Brigade, calling command center. Calling command center. The ammunition depot at our stronghold has exploded. The situation is critical. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. The communications soldier exclaimed to the commander of the Lightning Brigade, Sir, the command center is unresponsive. Have all the communication personnel at the command center perished? The brigade commander, overwhelmed, seized the communicator, declaring, This is Brigadier by Siguan of the Lightning Brigade. Command center, please respond. Acknowledge receipt. In the next moment, a cacophony erupted. Hordes of level 3 and level 4 chrono beasts, along with a dark mass of mutated creatures, surged past the defenses, bearing their sharp teeth and wreaking havoc. Report. The infantry battalion has suffered heavy casualties. Report. The artillery battalion is engulfed by the beast horde. Commander, our stronghold has completely fallen. Hold the line. Everyone, hold the line. Sir, we have exhausted all weapons and ammunition. We cannot withstand any longer. The roars of the chrono beasts and mutated creatures filled the air, accompanied by the continuous screams emanating from the Lightning Brigade stronghold. If only we had ammunition resupplies, but at this moment, the Lightning Brigade was utterly powerless against the level 3 and level 4 chrono beasts. In an instant, even the command center of the Lightning Brigade was overwhelmed by the dense throng of beasts. To the northwest, at the command center of the 48th Division, Sun Xiaoqian collaborated with Ganting, conducting a thorough sweep. The sound of gunfire echoed through the air as the guards at the command center fell, many of them caught off guard. The abandoned power station was filled with cries as numerous officers and soldiers, panic-stricken, fled outside. However, those who escaped became mere prey for the ferocious beasts lurking beyond. Within half an hour, the gunfire at the 48th Division's command center ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Report, Commander. The 48th Division command center has been completely cleared. Ganting reported. Excellent. Du Fei nodded, then commanded Sun Xiaoqian. Go assess the current situation at the western and northern front lines. Understood. The Land King No. 1 tracked vehicle rolled into the abandoned power station, coming to a halt before the command post where Jiao Dek was located. Du Fei opened the door and jumped down. 2 minutes later, Du Fei returned to the vehicle, a smile gracing his face. Did you get it? Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes widened as she quietly grasped Du Fei's arm. Du Fei nodded. Yay! Lu Ruobing clenched her fist, her excitement causing her chest to rise and fall, nearly leaping into Du Fei's arms. Drive! Yes! At Du Fei's command, the Land King No. 1 swiftly departed the abandoned power station. In the next instant, whoosh! Whoosh! 2 miniature missiles shot forth with great speed, with a thunderous roar. The command post where Jiao Dek resided was reduced to rubble, engulfed in flames in an instant. Report to the commander. The western and northern positions have completely fallen, with all 3 brigades of the 48th Division annihilated. Currently, the western position harbors 2 level 5 time beasts and over 100 level 3 and level 4 time beasts. The northern position contains more than 50 level 3 and level 4 time beasts. The Iron Blood Brigade has reclaimed the southern position and is advancing towards the western position for a thorough sweep. My Women's Field Regiment's infantry is closing in on the northern position. Sun Xiaoqian has completed her report. Hunters 1 and 2. Replenish ammunition and prepare for bombardment of the Qingchuan ruins. Understood. In the control room, Du Fei let out a sigh of relief. From this moment on, the 48th Division of the Reconstruction Army no longer exists. It is important to note that the 48th Division was one of Wu Dagui's main forces, which effectively weakens a portion of his power. Yet, this is merely the beginning. With the assassination of Division Commander Jiao Dek, Du Fei immediately thought of Wu Dagui. Although it would be possible to utilize the stealth drones to carry out a decapitation strike against Wu Dagui, the risk is currently too great. Individuals like Jiao Dek are merely small fry. Their deaths on the battlefield are to be expected. Dagui, however, is different. He is currently on the rise and is about to enter the upper echelons of the Federation. The Time Federation is a colossal entity. If we act recklessly, who knows what consequences may ensue? The root of the issue lies in our own lack of strength. Therefore, the Women's Field Regiment must first strengthen itself. To avoid being bullied or to act freely, one must possess sufficient power. Report to the commander. We are approaching the northern position, and a herd of level 3 and level 4 time beasts has appeared ahead. The communications soldier, fixated on the detection device, reported to Du Fei. Charge forward. Coordinate with the infantry and commence the sweep. Understood. Chapter 60. Is it the secret weapon of a top-tier legion? At the northern position, with Du Fei's command given, the sweep commenced. The sound of gunfire erupted as countless shells were unleashed from the cannons. The No. 1 Land King tank was the first to blanket the densely packed area of level 4 time beasts with its full firepower. Thunderous roars reverberated as shells carpet-bombed the beast horde. The dark mass of time beasts and mutated creatures let out anguished cries, their flesh scattering amidst the thick smoke. As a significant number fell instantly, after breaching the gap, the No. 1 Land King tank surged into the beast horde, its machine guns and Gatling guns unleashing a frenzied barrage. As the surrounding level 3 and level 4 time beasts fell, the mutated beasts began to rout, fleeing in panic. On the other side of the horde, the stealth-winged beasts appeared. Maintain aerial vigilance. Those creatures have revealed themselves, entering a frenzied state. Once within range, open fire immediately. The infantry of the Women's Field Regiment, while advancing, encountered the stealth-winged beasts, taking cover behind transport vehicles and gazing up at the night sky. A dozen level 3 and level 4 stealth-winged beasts have revealed their forms, circling in the air, just beyond the range of the Women's Field Brigade. In the distance, under the night sky, another group of stealth-winged beasts is swiftly approaching their position. Report to the commander. The infantry has encountered a large number of stealth-winged beasts at coordinates 726, 39. The infantry commander, sensing the urgency of the situation, immediately picked up the communicator to relay the message to Du Fei. I'm already aware of the situation. There is no need for concern. In the control room of Vehicle No. 1. After responding, Du Fei instructed Lu Ruobing, open a gap from the right front and converge towards the infantry convoy. Understood. Lu Ruobing nodded. Meanwhile, the infantry commander had just received a reply from the commander. In less than 2 seconds, the air erupted with the sound of gunfire. Suddenly, 2 fiery tongues shot forth from the sky, unleashing a fierce barrage upon the stealth-winged beasts. The piercing screams of the level 3 and level 4 stealth-winged beasts resonated in the air as their massive bodies tumbled downwards. The fallen beasts crashed like cannonballs, some landing amidst their own kind, while others struck against rocks and trees, sending plumes of dust into the air. Those are drones. Incredible. This is my first time witnessing such power, exclaimed the infantry commander and the female soldiers, gazing at the night sky in awe. They had only heard of the prowess of the Predator stealth drones from the female soldiers on the Land King vehicle, but had never witnessed it firsthand until now. At this moment, the infantry beheld the might of the Predator drones, leaving them profoundly astonished. The crisis has been averted. All units, ready yourselves and continue advancing. The infantry commander shouted with fervor. Yes. The female soldiers, invigorated, swiftly took their positions and pressed forward. Simultaneously, 2 Predator stealth drones soared through the air to confront the approaching stealth-winged beasts, embarking on a relentless hunt. In an instant, the newly arrived stealth-winged beasts were shot down one after another, their wretched cries echoing through the night. while dark green blood rained down upon the ground. As the drones continued to unleash their fiery onslaught, many stealth-winged beasts were struck down before even revealing their forms. This left the remaining beasts bewildered. Sensing an inexplicable threat, they panicked and turned to flee towards the Qingchuan ruins. The drones, adept at hunting the time beasts, proved more efficient than a Land King vehicle. Facing such a multitude of stealth-winged beasts, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian were determined not to let any escape. They piloted their two predators in relentless pursuit, adjusting their positions to systematically eliminate the stealth-winged beasts. Watching their storage card balance rise steadily, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian were filled with exhilaration, their cheeks flushed with excitement. At the edge of the Qingchuan ruins, on the ground, among the grass and stones, soldiers with ashen faces were scattered everywhere. Some were cleaning their rifles, others indulging in cigarettes, while a few lay on the ground, slumped in exhaustion. Most appeared dejected. A group of over a dozen commanders from auxiliary legions had gathered, each wearing a mournful expression. The 48th Division was unreachable, and their situation remained uncertain, hinting at dire straits. Indeed, the emergence of numerous level 5 time beasts, in addition to the already formidable level 4, posed an insurmountable challenge. Retreating from our position meant that the rewards for this mission were likely lost. Having come from far away, the loss was particularly disheartening, as it not only meant forfeiting rewards, but also a significant setback. Yet, amidst the despair, the prevailing sentiment was that survival itself was a modest victory. This operation had lasted 20 hours, and we had to endure until 8 in the morning, an arduous wait. What else could be done? The 48th Division had not declared the mission a success or a failure. All we could do was wait. Indeed, we remained within the combat zone, and any further retreat would violate the Federation's hunting grounds regulations. The commanders, exchanging their woes, were lost in conversation. Suddenly, one commander, equipped with night vision goggles, seemed to spot something, pointing towards the Qingchuan ruins and exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" Instantly, everyone lifted their night vision goggles, gazing in the direction indicated, their faces reflecting astonishment and confusion. In the distance, 2 tongues of fire inexplicably emerged in the night sky, relentlessly pursuing a large group of level 3 and level 4 stealth-winged beasts, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. As the bullets flew, the stealth-winged beasts writhed in agony, plummeting to the ground. Incredible! What manner of weapon was this? How could the source of the bullets remain unseen? Could it be the secret weapon of a top-tier legion? What a jest it would be for such a legion to appear here. Nonetheless, the possibility could not be dismissed. Indeed, this was the only plausible explanation. At that moment, 2 Predator stealth drones were in relentless pursuit of those stealth-winged beasts, swiftly reaching the airspace above the Qingchuan ruins. Just then, a crackling sound interrupted the air. Ganting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that their screens displayed brief signal interruptions. Alarmed, they hastily commanded the 2 Predator drones to return swiftly. Report to the commander. The previous situation has recurred. This time, the number 2 Predator experienced a 7-second signal interruption. Sun Shaoqian reported. Report to the commander. The No. 1 Predator also experienced a 5-second signal interruption. Ganting followed suit. Chapter 61. Reclaiming 2 fronts upon receiving Ganting and Sun Shaoqian's reports. Du Fei did not hesitate and immediately proceeded to the adjacent independent control room for drones. At this moment, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian had already maneuvered the 2 Predator stealth drones back to the northern front, entering autonomous mode. "Commander," Sun Shaoqian remarked as Du Fei entered. "Both Predator drones have experienced signal interruptions simultaneously. I analyzed the imagery captured during the disruptions, and it appears they were affected by some form of oscillatory wave." Ganting gestured towards the spectral images displayed on the control room screen, directing her attention to Du Fei. He approached and scrutinized the various spectral graphs for a considerable time. Yet ultimately, he could discern no clear explanation. "What is the status of the 2 drones?" he inquired. "Currently, all data from both Predators is normal. There are no indications of malfunction," Ganting replied. Du Fei nodded. "That's reassuring. Let's take a moment to regroup, resupply ammunition, and remain on standby." "Understood." Upon returning to the battle vehicle's control room, Du Fei furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Previously, Sun Shaoqian had reported a signal disruption while the drones were surveying the Qingchuan ruins, a matter he had not taken too seriously at the time. However, with the battle nearing its conclusion, prudence was essential. Even a minor misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. The nature of the interference affecting the drones remained unclear to him for now. He could only proceed cautiously, step by step, hoping to navigate the situation with care. At that moment, Lu Ruobing observed Du Fei silently from the side. For reasons unknown, she found herself inexplicably drawn to his contemplative demeanor, setting aside his handsome exterior. It was the inner aura he emanated that seemed to hold a peculiar allure for her. This attraction was indescribable, yet undeniably addictive, particularly in the past few days. Lu Ruobing sensed that she had become somewhat entranced. Ding! Intimacy level 20. Suddenly, the notification echoed in her mind, jolting Du Fei from his thoughts. He looked up at Lu Ruobing, smiling as he teased, "Is there something on my face? I may start charging if you keep staring. Who is looking at you?" Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed as she quickly averted her gaze. Straightening her posture, she took a moment to compose herself before asking earnestly, "Is there something wrong inside the Qingchuan ruins?" "It seems so, but the specifics remain unclear," Du Fei responded thoughtfully, rubbing his face. "We'll address it when the time comes." Boom, boom, boom. With a thunderous rumble, the Land King No. 1 battle vehicle barreled forward, swiftly reuniting with the Women's field combat transport. "Look, the commander is back." The female soldiers beamed with joy upon seeing the return of the Land King. The absence of the vehicle had left them feeling a profound emptiness. Despite the brief separation, the longing had been palpable. In that moment, they felt akin to lonely little girls returning to their father's embrace, filled with elation. The presence of their commander was, after all, the source of their security. Orders. As the armored vehicle approached, Du Fei promptly issued commands through the communicator. All personnel, cooperate with the Land King armored vehicle to commence the dispersal of the mutated beast horde and eliminate any lingering time beasts. Understood, came the response from the infantry commander, who then relayed the order. Everyone, take your positions. Artillery, target the time beasts. Fire, fire. In the next instant, a series of resounding explosions erupted. The shoulder-mounted grenade launchers unleashed fiery projectiles, followed by the thunderous blasts of numerous artillery shells detonating amidst the beast horde. The female soldiers of the Women's Assault Brigade, in tandem with the Land King armored vehicle, initiated a large-scale sweep of the northern front. Grenades, machine guns, and Gatling guns unleashed their devastating firepower. In a cacophony of chaos, the beasts were thrown into disarray, their terrified roars and blood-curdling screams echoing incessantly. Under the relentless assault from the Women's Assault Brigade, the beast horde began to falter. Approximately an hour later, the red dots on the detection device completely vanished. All level 3 and level 4 time beasts scattered across the area had been eradicated. However, a significant number of mutated beasts managed to flee into the distant, dense mountains. The Women's Assault Brigade did not pursue. Their objective was merely to disperse the mutated beast horde. At this moment, the northern front was drenched in dark blood, with the corpses of time beasts and mutated beasts strewn across the battlefield, a grim sight of severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing disembarked from the armored vehicle. Report to the commander and deputy commander. The northern front has been successfully reclaimed. The infantry commander stood tall, saluting with pride. Excellent. Rest for 10 minutes on the spot, then proceed to the western front to rendezvous with the Iron Blood Brigade. Yes. At that moment, 2 Predator drones automatically disengaged their cloaking devices and descended beside the ammunition truck. Gan Ting and son, Xiaoqian, also exited the vehicle, directing the logistics personnel to replenish ammunition. The female soldiers, witnessing this, rushed over to observe, some in awe, others reaching out to touch the wings. Wow, they're stunning. I thought they were mere reconnaissance drones, but they turn out to be such formidable weapons. It's truly unexpected. Operating such drones must be exhilarating. I envy Ting Ting and Xiaoqian. Indeed, the commander is exceedingly kind to them. The expressions of envy were evident on the faces of the female soldiers as they expressed their admiration. Gan Ting and son Xiaoqian exchanged a glance, their pride evident as they raised their brows, feeling a rush of joy within. Not far away, Du Fei, holding a night vision binocular, gazed toward the Qingchuan ruins. The mutated beasts within the city had nearly all fled. There should still be a portion of high-level guardian beasts remaining, such as level 5 and level 4 time beasts. I suspect the majority left are juvenile beasts or pregnant ones, Du Fei murmured to himself as he observed. Lu Ruobing stood beside him, soon lost in her thoughts, leaving no one to discern what occupied her mind. After a moment, she cast a glance at Du Fei, touched her waist, and a hint of worry appeared on her face. At this juncture, the communicator crackled to life with Xia Ying's report. The number 2 Land King tank, in conjunction with the Iron Blood Brigade, has successfully reclaimed the Western Front. Excellent. Please provide your current coordinates, came the response. Coordinates 562, 73, Xia Ying replied. Lu Ruobing glanced at the detector and turned to Du Fei, saying, "We are approximately 40 kilometers away. We should arrive in half an hour." Du Fei nodded and promptly commanded Xia Ying, "Inform Commander Chu to rest in place. In half an hour, my Women's Field Corps will rendezvous with the Iron Blood Brigade." Understood, Commander. Chapter 62. What profound affection is this? Half an hour later, at coordinates 562, 73, the Women's Field Corps and the Iron Blood Brigade converged. Just as Du Fei and Lu Ruobing disembarked from the battle vehicle, a fervent command echoed through the air. Present arms. Thousands of soldiers from the Iron Blood Brigade faced Du Fei and Lu Ruobing, saluting in unison. Brigade Commander Chu Zhengxiong, his aide Dong Jie, and various commanders of the Iron Blood Brigade also saluted respectfully. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and the female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps returned the military salute. After a round of cordial exchanges, Chu Zhengxiong turned to Du Fei with a sigh. "Brother Du, Commander Xia Ying has likely informed you. When our forces reached the Western Front, the Hurricane Brigade and Thunder Brigade of the 48th Division had already been completely annihilated." He shook his head slightly. "It is truly heartbreaking." "Indeed, Commander Chu, I have only just learned of the situation on the Western Front. I had hoped they could hold out until the Iron Blood Brigade arrived, but I never anticipated the position would fall so swiftly," Du Fei replied, shaking his head in agreement. "Yes, the main issue was that the beast horde on the Western Front was twice that of the other fronts, exerting immense pressure. The emergence of 2 level 5-time beasts ultimately led to their complete collapse. In such circumstances, had it not been for your army's robust assistance, the Iron Blood Brigade would surely have met the same fate." Chu Zhengxiong looked at Du Fei with gratitude in his eyes and continued. "The 48th Division has been uncontactable until now. We remain unaware of their true circumstances." "Commander Chu, this is precisely what I wish to discuss with you," Du Fei said, gazing up at the night sky, his expression tinged with sorrow. "The plight of the Lightning Brigade on the Northern Front mirrors that of the Western Front. By the time we reclaim the number 2 position on the Eastern Front and rush to their aid, it will be too late. Not only has the Lightning Brigade been utterly decimated, but the entire command center of the 48th Division has also been engulfed by the beast horde." "What?" Zhu Zhen Si Sun Jianbo, his face registering immense shock. "The command center of the 48th Division has fallen as well? No wonder we have been unable to make contact. So, an entire division has been lost. Alas, how tragic." As Chu Zhengxiong's voice faded, Du Fei's expression grew somber, and he nodded silently in agreement. "Indeed, it is a matter of profound sorrow." Lu Ruobing, observing the expression on Du Fei's face, nearly succumbed to laughter. How adept he is at masquerading. Yet simultaneously, she felt a surge of astonishment within. It was evident that this man was a genius. She had not anticipated that his strategic acumen would be so impeccably orchestrated. The annihilation of the 48th Division had been meticulously planned by him, with every detail seemingly falling into place with perfect logic. How could he be so intelligent? In that moment, Lu Ruobing was overwhelmed with admiration, her eyes betraying an indescribable peculiarity. Ding! Affection level increased by 20. Du Fei, initially engulfed in sorrow, was momentarily taken aback by the system notification, noticing Lu Ruobing gazing at him with a slight daze. He mused to himself that it seemed this elder sister had expanded her focus upon him. Who would have thought that even a tragic performance could garner 20 points of intimacy? How much more would a passionate scene yield? At that moment, Chu Zhengxiong had regained his composure from the grim tidings concerning the 48th Division. Observing Du Fei still enveloped in silence, he gently offered words of comfort. "Brother Du, I understand that both your forces and the 48th Division belong to the Revival Military District. I can empathize with your current sentiments. However, the Federation witnesses the demise of countless legions on the battlefield daily. Such occurrences are unavoidable. The departed have passed, and I hope you will not grieve excessively." Upon hearing this, Du Fei nodded in agreement. "You are right, Commander Chu. There is no need for concern on my behalf. I am merely affected by the circumstances." This remark stirred profound reflections within Chu Zhengxiong. Such kindness at a young age is indeed a rarity. "Very well," Du Fei said, rubbing his face. "Since the 48th Division of the Revival Military District no longer exists, the command of this mission naturally falls to the Iron Blood Brigade. Our victory henceforth entirely depends on them. Brother Du, you flatter me, Chu Zhengxiong replied with feigned modesty, though his heart raced with excitement. Initially, it had merely been a fleeting thought. He had not anticipated the 48th Division would truly falter. How incredible! Brodel Du. How do you propose we proceed with the upcoming battle? Chu Zhengxiong inquired, suppressing his inner exhilaration. Du Fei glanced towards the direction of the Qingchuan ruins. Frowning as he said, "We are left with the siege battle. I believe it would be best for us to deliberate together." Absolutely. Zhuzen si se not det fati sali. Du Fei. Lu Ruobing, Chu Zhengxiong, and Dong Jie gathered to strategize their offensive plan for the Qingchuan ruins. Half an hour later, the plan was essentially finalized. Considering the limited number of infantry in the Women's Field Corps, the northern and western gaps of the Qingchuan ruins were minimal, and the female soldiers would be tasked with containing those two directions. The number 1 and No. 2 Land Kings would support the Iron Blood Brigade in encircling the eastern and southern fronts of the Qingchuan ruins. As the battle commenced, they would first unleash artillery fire to blanket the entirety of the Qingchuan ruins. After clearing the escape routes of the light beasts, they would simultaneously advance into the city from the east, west, south, and north. As the four parties converged, it signified the triumphant announcement of the Qingchuan site mission. The general plan was outlined, with specific details to be adjusted as the operation unfolded. Du Fei cast a glance at Chu Zhengxiong and spoke. Regarding the anomalies observed within the Qingchuan site, Du Fei chose not to inform Chu Zhengxiong, as even he remained uncertain. Thus, it was decided to initiate a bombardment to gauge any subsequent reactions before making further determinations. Very well. Chu Zhengxiong and his aide both nodded in agreement, exchanging a meaningful glance, their emotions transcending mere gratitude. The women's field combat team possessed only these 2 armored vehicles, and Du Fei had allocated all his resources for the Iron Blood Brigade's use. Such camaraderie defied description, transcending mere words. Ding. Reputation 50. Ding. Reputation 50. With the sound of 2 system notifications echoing in his mind, Du Fei felt a surge of joy. Chapter 63. Unleashing such a colossal force, let it be decided then. Du Fei glanced at the time and declared, "Prepare for battle. Be ready by 5 a.m. Understood. Both Chu Zhengxiong and Deputy Officer Dong Jie responded affirmatively. Subsequently, both parties returned to their respective camps to commence their preparations. At the Women's Field Combat Team's camp, after assigning the tasks, Du Fei entered the independent control room of the number 1 Land King armored vehicle to individually confer combat assignments upon Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian. At this moment, the female soldiers sprang into action, initiating their pre-battle preparations. Xiaoya, load more the better. Xia Ying, with a cigar in her mouth, descended from the No. 2 Land King armored vehicle and patted a logistics female soldier on the shoulder. The number 2 Land King had seen considerable profits this time, amassing nearly 1,000,000 hours. Xia Ying and the female soldiers aboard had spent the entire night in a state of exhilaration, with the only regret being the rapid depletion of ammunition. They felt constrained, yearning for more intense combat. Ing Bao, the number 2 Land King, is already sufficiently loaded, remarked the logistics soldier named Xiaoya. The Women's Field Combat Team had consumed a fair amount of ammunition in this campaign, and only a third of a large container remained. The logistics personnel were meticulously calculating the distribution of supplies, yet the remaining ammunition was deemed adequate for the final battle at the Qingchuan site. Look, there's still space at the back. Fill it up. All right. The logistics female soldier Xiaoya, seemingly exasperated, waved her hand and called out, "Come, everyone, gather around and fill Ing Bao's rear. Here they come, both large and small, various models to satisfy her." A group of lively soldiers laughed and bantered, inadvertently catching sight of Lu Ruobing, who was seated on a stone, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Xia Ying stealthily approached her from behind and playfully wrapped her arms around her neck. Lost in daydreams? Lu Ruobing was startled and snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing. "You little rascal, you scared me. Why is your face so red?" Xia Ying gazed at her with a playful smile. "I see. Are you thinking of the captain?" "What nonsense. There are so many sisters around," Lu Ruobing replied, casting a shy glance at the female soldiers nearby. "Oh, come on, you can pretend all you want. But there's nothing to hide about it. When the time comes, one must act swiftly. Just think about it. With so many sisters in the entire regiment, and the captain being so handsome, those little vixens are eyeing him hungrily, dreaming of taking a bite. With so many wolves and so little prey, You must at least secure the position of the leader, Xiaoying remarked. What are you talking about? Can you be serious for once? Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at Xiaoying, her cheeks flushing even deeper. In front of her best friend. She felt as if she were completely exposed. All right, that's enough. Listen if you want, but just a little reminder, Xiaoying said, narrowing her eyes and licking her lips. If you don't make a move soon, I might just stretch my legs over there. Long legs, right? Ouch, that spot is tender. Don't pinch. It hurts, it hurts. They laughed together. At 5 a.m, the female combat team and the Iron Blood Brigade had all positioned themselves around the perimeter of the Qingchuan ruins. All combatants were in place at the east, west, south, and north, ready to launch the final assault. Report. The howitzer is in position, awaiting orders. Report. The self-propelled artillery is in position, awaiting orders. Report. The tanks and armored artillery are in position, awaiting orders. All units prepare. The siege of the Qingchuan ruins is entering the countdown. 3, 2, 1, fire. Du Fei commanded over the communicator. In an instant, artillery from the east, west, south, and north unleashed a torrent of shells, raining down upon the interior of the Qingchuan ruins. The ground trembled with resounding blasts, explosions erupting everywhere within the ruins. Thick smoke billowing up, igniting the sky with flames. As the first round of bombardment concluded, before Du Fei could issue the command for a second wave of strikes, a terrifying, ear-piercing roar shattered the night sky. Suddenly, a colossal creature surged skyward from within the ruins, creating ripples in the surrounding air. Its head was 2 or 3 times larger than that of a typical time beast, its sunken eye sockets glowing ominously, while its rotund belly was covered in what resembled spiny scales. With a pair of bare wings unfurled and a long tail trailing behind, its size reached an astonishing 20 to 30 meters. My heavens! What manner of time beast is that? Its size is monstrous. This is beyond terrifying. All combatants stood on high alert, gazing upward in astonishment, their senses heightened. Invisible wings! Chu Zhengxiong exclaimed in shock, nearly tumbling to the ground in disbelief. Meanwhile, within the confines of the No. 1 Land King and No. 2 Land King armored vehicles, the expressions of Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian turned pale. Du Fei's eyes narrowed in sudden astonishment, taken aback by the emergence of such a formidable creature. Chu Zhengxiong regained his composure and immediately shouted into the communicator, Captain Du, we have a problem. That is a cloaked winged beast. In the communicator, before Chu Zhengxiong could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from the massive, cloaked winged beast, its slimy mouth revealing a row of sharp teeth. Suddenly, it flapped its bare wings violently, stirring a bizarre and furious airflow that rushed directly toward the No. 1 Land King armored vehicle. Gaga gaga. Roar. Following this, a multitude of time beasts surged from all directions of the Qingchuan ruins, including swarms of cloaked winged beasts in the sky. The ground and sky combined revealed a total of over 100 beasts, among which there were a dozen level 5 time beasts, with the remainder being uniformly level 4. Captain, be careful. The female soldiers in the No. 2 armored vehicle, including Xia Ying, along with Chu Zhengxiong and other commanders, simultaneously exclaimed in alarm. No one expected that the cloaked winged beast would target the armored vehicle where Du Fei was located first. Fire! Fire! Tata-ta-tata! Tata-ta-tata! Simultaneously, all the commanders at the 4 corners of the Qingchuan ruins unleashed a fierce barrage against the emerging time beasts, just as the cloaked winged beast charged toward the No. 1 Land King armored vehicle. An alert sounded, air raid warning. Threat detected against the armored vehicle. All-round automatic defense cannons activated. Instantly, a series of defensive cannons emerged from the front and rear of the No. 1 Land King tank. The next moment, bang 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 bang, bang 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 bang. Countless specially designed cannon shells erupted in a relentless spray, forming a net to intercept the descending cloaked winged beast. Boom! Boom! In midair, numerous silver cannon shells detonated like a carpet against the night sky, successfully intercepting the cloaked winged beast. Inside the control room of the No. 1 Land King armored vehicle, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing's gazes remained fixed on the detection instrument. However, the next second, both were taken aback. To their astonishment, the cloaked winged beast did not fall as they had anticipated. Instead, it instantly entered a state of invisibility and vanished from sight. Report to the captain. The surface of the cloaked winged beast appears to possess a layer of defensive energy. Our silver cannon shells have only inflicted minor damage. Report to the captain. It seems to have sensed the danger and is currently retreating. Due to severe signal interference, Missile lock is about to be lost. Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian quickly reported. Zizizi. Zizizi. The drone control screen flickered incessantly, the large red that had been locked onto by two predators appearing and disappearing intermittently. Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian fixated on the screen, their faces taut with anxiety, feeling an overwhelming tension. It was the first time they had encountered a creature of such caliber, a time beast of the wingback variety. Launch multiple missiles. Du fait commander decisively. Yes. Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian responded in unison, simultaneously pressing the buttons to release a volley of missiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two predators unleashed a total of 16 miniature missiles from different angles, racing toward the cloaked wingback. Boom, 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 boom. Roar. With the violent explosions in midair, anguished cries echoed through the fiery clouds. Soon after, a severed limb plummeted into the ruins of Qingchuan, stirring a cloud of dust. Commanders at all levels, including Chu Zhengxiong, who were directing the battle, were left utterly astonished at the sight. Report, Commander. The cloaked wingback has escaped the Qingchuan ruins. We only managed to sever a portion of its tail. Ganting reported, feeling a pang of regret over the firing of 32 specialized miniature missiles in one go. Report. Commander. The signals from the two predator drones have returned to normal. Sun Xiaoqian followed with her report. Order. Predator 1 to support the southeastern position. Predator 2 to assist the northwestern position. Yes, Commander. In the control room, Lu Ruobing glanced at Du Fei with a look of surprise, saying, I never expected there to be a winged back lurking within the Qingchuan ruins. Indeed, it is evident that this creature was the one disrupting the drone signals. Du Fei nodded. He recalled the knowledge he had acquired at the Senior Command Academy regarding such formidable entities. The cloaked wingback, unlike other time beasts, belonged to the boss level category. Among the time beasts, the bosses varied greatly, being fierce and powerful, endowed with a certain level of intelligence. The cloaked winged back not only possessed these traits, but also had a remarkably high reproductive capability. It often dominated a group of male time beasts, with its territory devoid of any female time beasts. Should it hatch a female or a time beast of insufficient ability, it would devour them entirely. The most notable characteristic of the cloaked winged back was its insatiable lust, continuously engaging in reproduction unless faced with a life-threatening danger that compelled it to cease mating or relocate. This was Du Fei's recollection regarding the cloaked wingback. The fact that so many mithril projectiles and missiles failed to vanquish it spoke volumes about its resilience. Du Fei pinched the bridge of his nose, murmuring to himself, This is the first encounter with a boss-level time beast, and I did not anticipate its defensive capabilities to be so formidable. I have seen on the Tianyan website that creatures of this Beast King caliber have been a headache even for the top 500 legions. Once, 3 high-level legions ranked within the top 1,000 encircled a time Beast King, and they nearly faced total annihilation. Just moments ago, although the luminous winged beast lacked the ferocity of the Beast King, it still represented a force of cataclysmic proportions. The fact that we managed to vanquish it is indeed a matter for celebration. Lu Ruobing exclaimed excitedly as she gazed at Du Fei. Upon hearing this, Du Fei nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, indeed, as you say, it is a cause for gratitude. He pondered the implications. Had the predator drone been responsible for the demise of that cloaked winged being, it would have been inconsequential. As a celestial, I would merely classify it as a casualty inflicted by an unidentified aerial object. However, if the one Land King tank had been the one to slay the elusive creature, it would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the celestial eye. A flicker of unease crept into Du Fei's mind as he contemplated whether the Land King tank's annihilation of so many level 5 temporal beasts would draw the attention of the Temporal Federation. Nevertheless, such concerns would have to wait. Securing the Qingchuan ruins was the priority at hand. Relay my orders. From this moment forth, the level 5 temporal beasts are to be left to the number 1 and number 2 predator drones. Advance simultaneously from the east, west, south, and north toward the interior of the Qingchuan ruins. Execute a final sweep with all our might. Yes. With Du Fei's command issued, the commanders, including Chu Zhengxiong, were elated to learn that the cloaked winged beast had sustained injuries and fled, invigorating their spirits. All forces advanced toward the city. Victory was within reach. The thunderous sound of collapse echoed as the walls of Qingchuan ruins crumbled, debris flying, while artillery illuminated the night sky before dawn. Amidst the fierce assault, The airborne, cloaked beasts plummeted from the sky, and the ground was awash with the blood and remains of the temporal beasts, their anguished cries resounding. The female combatants of the Wild Warfare Corps and the Iron Blood Brigade launched a final charge toward the Qingchuan ruins. Chapter 65. Control of Elements at Dawn. The skies began to lighten. Within the city of Qingchuan, smoke lingered, revealing a scene of devastation with dark blood flowing and chaos reigning. Beside houses entwined with vines, and in the overgrown squares, the remnants of shattered beast eggs and severed limbs littered the dilapidated vehicles. "Stay vigilant. Smash all the beast eggs," barked the 2nd Battalion commander, instructing his troops to search the right side ditch. 1st and 3rd Battalions, you are tasked with searching the houses and streets to the west. Yes. In one section of Qingchuan, the commander of the Iron Blood Brigade's 3rd Regiment, Dong Biao, was sweating profusely as he busily assigned cleanup duties. The distant sound of gunfire occasionally pierced the air, accompanied by the anguished howls of several temporal beasts. The female soldiers of the Wild Warfare Corps, armed with submachine guns, were dispersed throughout, collaborating with the Iron Blood Brigade to eliminate the remaining temporal beasts. The mission at the Qingchuan ruins was nearing its conclusion. The darkness that preceded dawn had passed, giving way to a promise of light. Inside a command vehicle of the Iron Blood Brigade, the brigade commander exclaimed, "We have achieved victory." Dong Jia, the adjutant, radiated immense excitement and joy as he addressed Chu Zhengxiong. "Indeed, we have triumphed. It is almost beyond belief." Chu Zhengxiong gazed at the scene before him, unable to contain the excitement bubbling within. At that moment, reality felt like a dream. Although the Qingchuan ruins represented merely a minor skirmish, what was astonishing was the presence of a level 5 time beast. One must understand the significance of a hunting ground featuring beasts of such caliber. Tasks within such territories are far beyond the reach of military factions like the Iron Blood Legion. Only elite legions ranked among the top 1,000 on the Celestial Eye leaderboard could even hope to undertake such challenges. Even more unexpectedly, the Qingchuan ruins not only house a level 5 time beast, but also concealed a beast king behind its stealthy wings. Consequently, the task's actual difficulty escalated significantly. Even if a top 1,000 ranked elite legion were to arrive, they would likely face utter annihilation. Only legions of divine stature could hope to conquer a hunting ground of beast king caliber. Yet at this very moment, the Iron Blood Legion, a faction typically deemed inferior, had achieved what only the most prestigious legions could accomplish. Remarkably, this hunting ground was established by a main division of the Revival Military District. Yet it was completed by an independent brigade from the Holy War Military District. Unbelievable for the Iron Blood Legion, which had fought valiantly for many years. This was truly a miracle among miracles. Chu Zhengxiong's emotions at this moment were beyond words. Of course, all of this was a gift from the Women's Field Brigade. Through this battle, he had witnessed the true strength of the Women's Field Brigade firsthand. Above all, it was the young Captain Du Fei who earned Chu Zhengxiong's heartfelt admiration. Although the number of participants from the Women's Field Brigade was fewer than 100, under Du Fei's leadership, their combat prowess rivaled that of 1,000,000 warriors. If they were developed further, they could very well match or even surpass the top 500 elite legions on the Celestial Eye leaderboard. With such an impressive ally before him, failing to seize this opportunity would be the height of folly. For the Iron Blood Legion to rise above, it was imperative to forge a closer relationship with the Women's Field Brigade, nurturing their bond until they became steadfast comrades. Lost in these thoughts, Chu Zhengxiong was overwhelmed with excitement. He even began to contemplate that with his daughter nearing her 18th birthday, why should he continue to dedicate so much time to the Federation? It might be wiser to save those 30 years and enlist her in the Women's Field Brigade instead. Inside the control room of the No. 1 Land King tank, Du Fei inquired through the communicator, "Xiaoying, what is the situation on your end?" "Report, Captain. The cleanup is nearing completion. Qingchuan City should be entirely cleared in approximately 30 minutes. "Excellent. Inform Commander Chu to converge at the eastern breach once the cleanup is finished." "Understood, Captain." Just as Du Fei finished coordinating with Xia Ying, another report came through his earpiece from Ganting. "Report, Captain. The severed tail behind the stealthy wings has been located. However, the Predator drone still encounters slight interference upon approaching." Upon hearing this, Du Fei furrowed his brow. Sensing the peculiarity of the situation, after a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Report the exact location of the severed tail's descent. A square to the west of Qingchuan City. Coordinates 731, 256. Understood, Du Fei acknowledged, turning to Lu Ruobing and instructing, proceed to 731, 256. Yes. Lu Ruobing nodded, her delicate face breaking into a smile, revealing a hint of excitement. After all, it was the tale of a formidable beast captured by the women's combat team, and she was eager to witness its true form up close. Approximately 5 minutes later, the number 1 land-based armored vehicle crushed the remnants of ferocious beasts in dense thickets. Arriving near coordinates 731, 256. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing disembarked from the vehicle, 2 predator drones hovering above, guiding them forward. Soon, an ancient pyramid, eroded by the passage of time, came into view, its surface entwined with gnarled vines and bizarre flora. Beneath the pyramid lay an arena-like clearing, overgrown with weeds and brambles. However, at the center of this arena, a large pit had been formed, with a shimmering air rippling outward, navigating through the vines. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing descended the stone steps of the arena. They quickly approached the edge of the pit, leaning over to gaze into its depths, where a tail measuring 5 to 6 meters in length came into view. This tail was as thick as 2 men embracing, adorned with glossy black scales that gave it an eerie appearance. Lu Ruobing involuntarily swallowed, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of trepidation. Du Fei's brow furrowed, but he soon discerned some anomalous phenomena. The severed end of the tail was brimming with dark green blood, yet none flowed outward. The blood appeared to be suspended, as if enveloped by an unseen force. Ding! Detected remnants of a beast containing special energy, capable of refining rare substances, control elements. A sudden system notification resonated in Du Fei's mind. He paused momentarily, pondering. Control elements? What could that be? Description of control elements. One of the mysterious elements unknown to the current world, often found within the bodies of boss-level beasts. Possesses extraordinary oscillation characteristics, capable of emitting oscillation waves of specific frequencies and wavelengths. Essential for synthesizing the miraculous metal, vibranium, a crucial mysterious element. Exhibits sound interference, oscillation counterattack, and formidable defensive properties. Click to expand further. Control elements are indispensable for synthesizing vibranium. What incredible fortune! Du Fei's eyes sparkled, unable to contain his elation. Chapter 66. On-site extraction. In the next moment, Du Fei took a deep breath, suppressing his exhilaration. You stay here, he instructed Lu Ruobing before grasping the nearby vines and stepping toward the pit. Be careful, Lu Ruobing cautioned with concern. Du Fei waved his hand at her, signaling her not to worry. According to the system's prompt, while the mere act of controlling elements could indeed highlight their properties, it posed no harm to the human body when not fully harnessed. Du Fei was quite aware of the safety concerns. Soon, he arrived at the severed tail hidden behind the cloaking wing. He crouched down, beginning to scrutinize it closely. The surface of the severed tail was covered with a thick layer of scales, dark and gleaming, appearing exceedingly sturdy. Each scale was roughly the size of a palm and adorned with sharp spikes over 2 inches long, exuding an impressive sharpness. Out of curiosity, Du Fei reached out to test the spikes atop the scales. Hiss! How remarkably hard! Du Fei was secretly astonished. It was important to note that his current physique was at the initial enhancement level 5. He could crush any ordinary stone with ease. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to pry the scales and spikes apart, they remained utterly unmoved, as unyielding as steel. Initially, Du Fei intended to take this severed tail with him, extracting the elemental control within it piece by piece, much like he would with mithril. However, it seemed that such a method was unfeasible. The severed tail was simply too hard, making it exceedingly difficult to cut. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei retrieved a vial of rare smelting agent from his system space. Following the system's instructions, he spent 50 reputation points to exchange for a container to store the elements from the technology repository. Indeed, he planned to attempt an extraction on site. Once prepared, Du Fei dripped a single drop of the smelting agent onto the severed tail. A minute passed with no reaction. He then dripped several more drops. However, 2 minutes later, still no response. What was happening? Du Fei furrowed his brow and re-examined the 5 to 6 meter long severed tail. Finally, gritting his teeth, he decisively poured the entire 500 milliliters vial of smelting agent onto the tail, drenching it from the break to the base. At last, there was a reaction. The surface of the tail began to ripple like water, gently undulating and surging. Before long, a miraculous scene unfolded. The side of the break began to transform. and the dark green blood was swiftly forced to the sides by an unseen power. Subsequently, a droplet of crystalline liquid, resembling egg white, slowly seeped out, causing the surrounding air to stir. Was this the elemental control? Without hesitation, Dufay immediately captured the liquid in the elemental storage container. Ding! Extraction successful. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 1 milliliter of elemental control. Just this little? After expending 500 milliliters of smelting agent. Only 1 milliliter of elemental control was extracted from such a substantial tale. Dufay gazed at the minuscule amount of elemental control at the bottom of the container, unable to suppress a silent lament. As Dufay stowed away the elemental container and the empty bottles of the smelting agent, he prepared to depart. Upon turning his head, he inadvertently noticed something peculiar about the severed tail. The scales that adorned it had lost their luster, appearing somewhat dull. Furthermore, the once formidable spikes upon the scales had dulled, lacking their former sharpness. Unable to resist, Dufay reached out once more, eager to ascertain the sensation. To his surprise, the texture felt remarkably soft. A gentle prod revealed that he could easily press into it. Dufay was taken aback. Just moments ago, that severed tail had been as tough as a spiked mace. Yet now it was as pliable as a sea cucumber. He suddenly comprehended the situation. The tail had lost its elemental control, resulting in this transformation. What did this indicate? It suggested that elemental control was indeed extraordinary. Dufay mused inwardly, contemplating that if those boss-level beast kings were to lose the elemental control within them, they might become as soft as a snail. Conversely, what if a human or a specific part of the human body were to be injected with such an element? Would it not allow one to strike the temporal beast with a single blow? However, Dufay deemed this line of thought somewhat unreliable. At that moment, a report came through his communicator from Xiang. Report, Commander. The cleansing of Qingchuan City has been completed. As per your orders, the Iron Blood Brigade, the No. 2 Land King battle vehicle, and my women's field infantry have all evacuated Qingchuan City and are en route to the Eastern Breach for assembly. Excellent. Dufay replied through the communicator, then climbed out of the pit. What were those liquids? Why do they seem to soften and shrink after flowing out? Lu Ruobing inquired, her curiosity evident as she gazed at the severed tail, her eyes blinking with wonder. She had observed Dufay's flurry of activity from the edge of the pit, aware that he was conducting an experiment with the smelting agent, yet oblivious to the nature of the liquids he had collected. That's a secret for now. Dufay responded with a gentle smile, then added, let us go. He preferred to keep the knowledge of the elemental control within the boss-level temporal beast, along with its characteristics and effects, to himself for the time being. Is of no use now? Lu Ruobing glanced back at the severed tail, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. After all, it was a part of a beast king, primarily acquired by the valiant efforts of the women's field infantry. For all the sisters, it represented a supreme honor, one that even the top 1,000 elite legions coveted. Lu Ruobing contemplated taking the severed tail back to the camp, envisioning crafting it into a pendant for her sisters to wear, not merely for show, but to greatly satisfy their sense of honor. It is of no use. Dufay understood Lu Ruobing's thoughts and chuckled. If you desire it, there will be plenty more in the future. Just you wait and see, she retorted playfully. Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at him and playfully scolded. Without delay, the two quickly returned to the control room of the No. 1 Land King battle vehicle. Drive. Head towards the eastern breach of Qingchuan City. Understood, Commander. Chapter 67. Time collection system in the Qingchuan ruins, to the west, 600 kilometers away. The sound of thunderous explosions resonated. Within a canyon, artillery fire raged, and the ferocious roars of beasts echoed as violent explosions shook the ground, causing rocks and trees to crumble incessantly. This was a hunting ground of the Shenyang military district. 3 divisions were launching a fierce assault on a large number of level 2 and level 3 time beasts within gorge. Not far from the canyon lay the command center of the 39th Division. Commander, it is anticipated that we will achieve victory in this Tangshan Canyon hunting mission within the hour. The 64th and 103rd Divisions have just reported and expressed their desire to invite us to continue forming new hunting grounds after this mission, said an officer, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the tall commander. Indeed, the strength of these 2 divisions is commendable. This mission has shown that they have not resorted to underhanded tactics. The commander nodded and ordered, replied to them that the 39th Division accepts their invitation. Yes. The officer turned to pick up the communicator, but suddenly remarked, Commander, something feels amiss. The commander's brow furrowed as he sensed the anomaly. A creaking sound resonated as the wooden command center began to tremble. Following that, the ground beneath their feet vibrated violently. What is happening? Before the commander could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from above the canyon, intensifying the tremors of the command center. Report, Commander. An emergency situation has arisen. A massive horde of beasts has appeared from nowhere. Commander, 3 level 5-time beasts have emerged behind the command center. We are surrounded by the beast horde. Instantly, the entire division's command center descended into chaos. The commander and the officer hurriedly dashed out of the wooden shelter. Commander, what is that? The officer pointed skyward. The commander looked up, his expression changing dramatically. Above them loomed an enormous cloaked winged beast, measuring 20 to 30 meters in size. Its massive head had deep-set eyes glowing ominously, and a bulging abdomen trailed a portion of its tail behind. Before the officer could finish his sentence, the commander, the officer, and the surrounding guards were engulfed in darkness. They had no time to utter a single cry before the colossal winged beast dove down like lightning. With a deafening boom, the earth trembled. The gigantic winged beast instantly obliterated the command center of the 39th Division. Following that, it let out a furious roar, flapping its bare wings as it charged towards the other 2 divisions. In an instant, the canyon echoed with the harrowing screams of tens of thousands of soldiers. A cacophony of anguish intertwined with the sight of blood and severed limbs scattered about. Within the confines of the Qingchuan ruins, the No. 1 Land King battle tank rolled forward at a deliberate pace towards the eastern breach of Qingchuan City. Due to the temporary illness of the female soldier assigned to operate the tank, Lu Ruobing, in a moment of spontaneity, took her place and assumed the driving duties herself. The sound of crunching filled the air as the shattered beast eggs beneath the tank's treads cracked under the weight, their dark green ichor splattering on either side of the road. A faint smile curved Lu Ruobing's lips. She seemed to revel in this sensation, finding it a delightful release to crush those beast eggs. It is noteworthy that the eggs of the time beasts hatch by absorbing radiation, and until they emerge, the liquid within is akin to radioactive water. According to the annals of federal history, tens of thousands of years ago, humanity had ventured to consume mutated beasts, including the flesh and eggs of the time beasts. However, this endeavor ended in disappointment, for the first individuals to partake in such culinary experimentation now lie beneath the grass, their graves long since nurtured into towering trees. Subsequently, a spark of inspiration struck the experts of the Time Federation, who proposed a plan to use the enemy's weapon against them. They suggested hatching the beast eggs and domestically training the young beasts for warfare. Yet, as the experts delved deeper into their research, they gradually uncovered that the eggs required exposure to wild radiation for incubation, and once separated from the maternal source, the hatching process was agonizingly slow. Tragically, before the eggs could hatch, several experts succumbed to exhaustion. Nevertheless, driven by the mission of the Federation to attain greater gains, the experts persisted until they finally succeeded in hatching a batch of time beasts. What they did not anticipate was the insatiable appetite of these young beasts. The experts dedicated immense time and resources to nurture them, only to discover, after considerable effort, that the time beasts were inherently ferocious, devoid of emotions, and unsuitable for domestication. Ultimately, those time beasts, painstakingly raised over countless hours, were met with a barrage of gunfire, resulting in a meager return on investment. In the end, the experts concluded that time beasts were fit only for hunting to procure time, while their domestication or consumption proved futile. Beside Lu Ruobing sat Du Fei, who, having just acquired 1 milliliter of controlled elements, felt quite content, observing Lu Ruobing as she gleefully crushed the beast eggs. He could not help but shake his head and smile in amusement, given that Lu Ruobing was driving the tank at a rather leisurely pace. It would take approximately another 5 minutes to reach the eastern breach of Qingchuan City. Thus, Du Fei leaned back, opened the system interface, and noticed some new developments. Ost, Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion, Auxiliary Women's Field Corps. Reputation, 6620. Affinity, 126. Physique, Primary Enhancement 5, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement. Friendly reminder, exposure to radiation has expanded the limits of your physique. You may continue to enhance it by an additional 5 points. Item, Universal Toolbox 1, Element Control 1 milliliter. My reputation has surged beyond 6,000 points, and my intimacy value has reached 126 points. This means I can exchange for some items. Du Fei casually glanced at the system interface, eagerly opening the technology repository. To his surprise, he discovered a considerable number of new items available. Light armor, blueprint requires 200 reputation points. Smart battle suit, blueprint requires 1,000 reputation points. Vibranium synthesis technology requires 100 intimacy points. URU synthesis technology requires 500 intimacy points. Smart laser defense system, blueprint requires 1,000 intimacy points. Time collection system, finished product requires 5,000 intimacy points. Time storage card, finished product, each requires 1 reputation point. Click to expand more. The time collection system? Du Fais dailyupdates. This was precisely what he had been yearning for. With this device, it would be akin to possessing a personal eye in the sky, albeit one that belonged solely to him. However, in the next moment, upon seeing the requirement of 5,000 intimacy points, his heart plummeted. How outrageous! Does it truly require that many? What do they take me for, the Lord of the Cave? Chapter 68. A Significant Harvest. Du Fei stared at the time collection system in the technology repository, offering a mild critique. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of excitement. He had previously contemplated how liberating it would be to possess a time collector akin to the Federal's eye in the sky, allowing him to escape their exploitation. To his astonishment, the technology repository indeed held such an item. With his own time collector, he could hunt the time beasts without incurring the Federal's commission. In due time, the harvested time would be stored on his own storage cards, eliminating fees and ensuring safety. Most importantly, he could later promote his storage cards externally. Currently, within the federalized jurisdiction, hunting time beasts incurs a 20 deduction, and using federal storage cards incurs a further 10, meaning 30 of the time is siphoned away by the Federation. Henceforth, within the range of his own time collector, even if he charged a nominal fee for these two services, the time gained would be immeasurable. The storage cards could be exchanged for just 1 reputation point each, but they are bound to the time collector and cannot be redeemed yet. In summary, this is merely a plan. After all, once the women's wild combat team possesses its own time collector, it would inevitably challenge the interests of the Federation. Such a plan must await the acquisition of strength sufficient to confront the Federation before it can be put into action. Regardless, the time collector is indispensable. Although it demands an exorbitant amount of intimacy points, it is undoubtedly worth the investment. It seems that merely touching the hearts of his subordinates is insufficient. Henceforth, a greater emphasis must be placed on nurturing emotional bonds. Du Fei found himself pondering Lu Ruobing, from whom he had garnered a considerable amount of intimacy points. He understood that to acquire more intimacy, he could not merely exploit a single source. Only by casting a wider net would the intimacy points soar, akin to the way reputation points do. With the control element already secured and intimacy points totaling 126, he proceeded to exchange for the vibranium synthesis technology. In the next moment, a notification resonated. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully exchanged 100 intimacy points for vibranium synthesis technology. As the system's voice faded, Du Fei's mind was flooded with an introduction to the properties of vibranium, the required raw materials, and the detailed synthesis steps. Vibranium, also known as Nirvana steel, is an extraordinarily remarkable metal. Its hardness surpasses that of mithril and possesses 2 astonishing attributes: the unconscious state and the semi-conscious state. In the unconscious state, its molecules remain relatively still, and its unique molecular structure renders it nearly indestructible, suitable for crafting shields and cold weapons. In the semi-conscious state, it can block radiation, automatically absorb thermal and kinetic energy, and boasts formidable counter-damage defense, making it ideal for armor and battlesuits. Standard vibranium requires control elements and Nirvana meteorites, currently rare and costly in this world. Active vibranium requires control elements, Nirvana meteorites, and rare materials smelting agents. Click to expand for more. This metal is indeed impressive. The expenditure of 100 intimacy points has proven worthwhile. Du Fei was already exhilarated after a brief overview of vibranium's characteristics. Particularly, the active vibranium battle suits crafted from this material would render the wearer invincible. Not only would personal safety be maximally assured, but each individual could engage in combat solo, even grappling with the beasts of time barehanded. With the source of control elements secured and rare material smelting agents readily exchangeable, only one component remained: the Nirvana meteorite. Although this meteorite is exceedingly rare and expensive in the current world, its mere existence suffices. Du Fei felt a surge of excitement, brimming with anticipation. At that moment, The number 1 Land King tracked vehicle came to a gentle halt, having reached the eastern breach of Qingchuan City. Observing Du Fei with his eyes closed and a smile gracing his face, Lu Ruobing could not help but murmur to herself, speculating that he was likely lost in a beautiful dream. Salute! As Du Fei and Lu Ruobing disembarked from the number 1 Land King, a resounding command rang out. The commanders of the Iron Blood Brigade and all soldiers, along with every female member of the Women's Field Combat Unit, stood at attention in unison. Du Fei smiled and returned the military salute to all the soldiers. He was a legendary figure. At this moment, every soldier in the Iron Blood Brigade understood clearly that without Commander Du, they too might have met their demise in the jaws of beasts, much like the 48th Division, and they would never have achieved the monumental victory at the Qingchuan Ruins battle. It can be said that it was Commander Du who salvaged the entire Iron Blood Brigade. As Du Fei, accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, gradually approached the space between the two armies, the various commanders and thousands of soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade gazed intently, their eyes following Du Fei's every movement, brimming with reverence and gratitude. Brodel du. We have triumphed. Chu Jingxiong strode forward and grasped Du Fei's hand firmly. Indeed, it has not been easy, Du Fei remarked with a sense of reflection. Without Commander Du, there would have been no victory in the Battle of Qingchuan Ruins. I am eternally grateful. Chu continued. Such words are unwarranted. It is under the leadership of Commander Chu that the Iron Blood Brigade has achieved this ultimate victory, Du Fei replied with a smile, patting the back of Chu Jingxiong's hand. This successful completion of our mission is certainly a testament to the brilliance of the Iron Blood Brigade. Indeed, Brodel du. You're always right, haha. Chu Jingxiong laughed heartily, then released Du Fei's hand. Regardless, you must allow the soldiers to express their gratitude. With a solemn demeanor, he turned to all the soldiers and proclaimed loudly, Today, we have emerged victorious. This is the greatest triumph since the inception of our Iron Blood Brigade. I trust that each of you understands the significance of this victory, including the value of your lives. All of this has been bestowed upon us by the Women's Field Corps. I hope each one of you will remember this moment. The gratitude of the Iron Blood Brigade is beyond measure, and we can only pledge that should the Women's Field Corps require our assistance in the future, we shall respond without hesitation, regardless of the peril. Now all together, salute to Commander Du and all the heroines of the Women's Field Corps. As Chu Jingxiong's words echoed, the soldiers raised their hands in salute. To face fiery trials, we shall not flinch. To face fiery trials, we shall not flinch. The voices of thousands of soldiers resonated passionately, reverberating through the skies above Qingchuan Ruins. In Du Fei's mind, the system's notifications surged like a tide. At that moment, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps were profoundly moved, their hearts shaken. With another wave of system notifications, Du Fei was overwhelmed with joy. What a bountiful harvest this was. Chapter 69. If one cannot attain, one shall annihilate at 7 in the morning. The mission at Qingchuan Ruins was declared a resounding success. The brigade commander received an urgent order from the military district, instructing all units to assemble outside the Holy War City within 3 days. The aide-de-camp, Dong Jia, approached and reported softly to Chu Jingxiong. Chu Jingxiong furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the urgency. Understood, he replied, then turned to Du Fei. Brother Du, I still have a plethora of words to share with you. Regrettably, due to pressing orders from the military district, he had to depart hastily, postponing their conversation for a later time. Truth be told, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of his daughter joining the Women's Field Corps. He initially intended to subtly gauge Du Fei's thoughts on the matter, but the sudden emergency command from the military district meant that the discussion about his daughter would have to wait. The military affairs come first. There is ample time ahead, remarked Chu, the brigade commander. Indeed, Brother Du speaks wisely. I relish hearing such words, Chu Jingxiong replied with a hearty laugh. Subsequently, the two men shook hands in farewell. Orders. Proceed at full speed to Holy War City. With that command, the Iron Blood Brigade mobilized, their engines roaring as they hurriedly departed. Relay my orders. All units retreat and return to the camp. Yes, Commander, came the response to Du Fei's directive. Booming sounds resonated as 2 Land King battle vehicles roared to life, followed closely by an ammunition truck and 2 transport vehicles filled with female soldiers. The Women's Field Corps swiftly evacuated from the Qingchuan Ruins, racing back to their camp. Inside the first Land King vehicle, a report came in. Commander, Hunters 1 and 2 have activated automatic defense mode. Ting had entered the control room, followed closely by Sun Xiaoqian. Du Fei nodded at the two, and their radiant smiles hinted at their purpose for coming. Next, Ting and Sun Xiaoqian flanked Lu Ruobing, sitting beside her. Indeed, within moments, Ting's face lit up with a greedy expression, and she whispered, "Commander, can you guess how much time we have accumulated now?" "How much?" Du Fei inquired with a smile. "We have amassed a total of 325,706 hours from hunting the time beasts. And after subtracting the troops' military salary of 198,000 hours, we are left with 127,706 hours." Ting exclaimed with excitement, continuing, "With the additional 10 million hours from Giao Dec, we now possess a total of 127,706 hours." Her words hung in the air. "That's incredible. Over 13 million hours. Indeed, I still find it hard to believe." Both Lu Ruobing and Sun Xiaoqian had already been aware of the commander acquiring Giao Dec's 10 million storage card. However, they had restrained their excitement and joy until now. Hearing Ting's report, they could no longer contain themselves, bursting with exhilaration. Who could have imagined that the Women's Field Corps had amassed such a fortune in less than a month? It felt like a dream. "Look at how excited you are. Is over 10 million a lot?" Du Fei looked at the three women and remarked, "This is merely a drop in the ocean. In the future, our time will be so abundant that you will lose count." Upon hearing this, the three lovely ladies simultaneously turned to Du Fei, sticking out their tongues and making playful faces. Could he truly consider over 10 million hours just a trivial amount? Furthermore, one cannot help but ponder how much time it must encompass. Regardless, I find immense satisfaction in the fact that we currently possess over 10 million hours. A blissful expression graced Ting's face, and, after a moment of contemplation, she turned to Du Fei. "We must be prudent with our expenditure." Sun Xiaoqian chimed in. "I too am immensely satisfied." Lu Ruobing cast a glance at Du Fei and added, "I share the same sentiment. Although we have an abundance of time, we must not squander it recklessly." After all, they had grown accustomed to a life of modest means. And with over 10 million hours at their disposal, how could they not feel content? Observing the trio of beauties, all exhibiting a frugal demeanor, Du Fei couldn't help but smile and shake his head. The Nirvana meteorite should be relatively easy to procure, albeit at a steep price. Should they discover in a couple of days that their newfound wealth had vanished, it would surely lead to tears of despair. After a moment of excitement, the three beauties appeared to be somewhat fatigued. Sun Xiaoqian rubbed her temples and stifled a yawn. Ting massaged her shoulders, while Lu Ruobing bent down to gently knead her long legs. Noticing their weariness, Du Fei inquired, "Are you all feeling tired?" Lu Ruobing looked up with a wry smile. "It's not so much fatigue. Perhaps it's just the intense radiation from the outdoors." "Captain, there's no need to worry about us. We are fine. We have the recovery pool, and a soak would do us good." Ting and Sun Xiaoqian assured him. Du Fei furrowed his brow slightly, wondering why he felt no fatigue at all. They had all previously soaked in the recovery pool. Had their bodies not benefited from it? This was a matter worth investigating upon their return. In a lavish mansion within the city of Revival, a muscular man, barefoot, approached the bedside of a middle-aged gentleman. "My lord, it is time to rise." The middle-aged man, groggy and bleary-eyed, grunted in response. "What time is it?" "It is 9 in the morning," the muscular man replied. "Ah, come here and assist me with my attire." The middle-aged man sat up and beckoned the muscular man closer. "Yes, my lord." As the muscular man approached, a satisfied smile graced the delicate, pale features of the middle-aged man. He then embraced the muscular man's neck and, in a soft tone, remarked, "My dear, you performed admirably last night. You nearly made me faint. Once I enter the cabinet, I shall reward you with a position." With that, he playfully tapped his fist against the muscular man's chest a few times. "Thank you for your patronage, my lord. I will strive to perform well and not disappoint your expectations." The muscular man beamed with excitement. "Come, give me a kiss." The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and tilted his head back. "Certainly, my lord." "Biagi." The muscular man obediently planted a kiss on the middle-aged man's face. Just then, the bedside communicator suddenly rang. "Wu Dague, do you still consider yourself a person?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face contorted with disgust and resentment as he addressed the communicator. "Wang Shuzhen, do not think that your high-ranking father intimidates me. To speak candidly, I am on the verge of entering the cabinet. At that time, all accounts, both new and old, will be settled. This serves as your final warning. Du Lei is the one I hold dear. If I cannot have him, neither shall you." With a resounding crash, The middle-aged man shattered the communicator in a fit of rage. Chapter 70. Know your place. Knock, knock, knock. Report. A voice called from outside. Kumin, Wu Dagui, assisted by a muscular attendant, was changing clothes, his face still etched with resentment. Sir, the 48th Division has encountered a mishap, announced a robust aide. His expression fraught with anxiety. What has transpired? Wu Dagui asked, taking a seat at the vanity without turning around. Is that useless Diao de Kui unable to hold his ground? Has he declared the mission a failure? And no, sir. The entire 48th Division has been annihilated at the Qingchuan Ruins hunting grounds, the aide stammered. What did you say? Wu Dagui spun around. With a clatter, the muscular attendant, who had just inserted an earring, dropped it onto the floor. The 48th Division has been completely wiped out? Is this true? Wu Dagui rose to his feet, demanding clarity. Sir, it is indeed true. The Sky Eye has just released the latest news. You must see for yourself. The aide swiftly activated the laser screen on the wall and accessed the Sky Eye website. As the cursor moved, the details of the Qingchuan Ruins hunting mission soon appeared. The 48th Division was prominently displayed, yet its name was marked in a somber gray. Below, the latest news regarding the Qingchuan Ruins hunting mission surged in popularity. The mission, which lasted nearly 20 hours, saw the complete destruction of the 48th Division of the Revival Military District. In the battle at the Qingchuan Ruins, tens of thousands of soldiers from the 48th Division suffered continuous defeats, losing position after position, ultimately leading to the fall of the command center. Numerous auxiliary corps from the Revival Military District hastily retreated, and since they did not exit the mission parameters, their rankings would be correspondingly lowered. While the 48th Division's hunting mission was deemed a failure, it was ultimately completed by the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military District. Armed with just a few thousand troops, the brigade bravely recaptured lost grounds, achieving a final victory. The Iron Blood Brigade's ranking soared from 9,856 to 3,217, reaping all rewards from this mission. Below the latest news regarding the Qingchuan Ruins mission, comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Good heavens, the Revival Military District? An entire division wiped out? They cannot compare to a single brigade of the Holy War Military District? What disgrace! One must wonder, how much sorrow does the Revival Military District endure? Let's hear it from below. Will there be a day of reckoning? What good are all those sea cucumbers? It is a pity that the hunting grounds stipulated the number of corps. Otherwise, the Revival Military District would have completed the tasks long ago. A tree without bark perishes, and the Federation has no rivals with the Revival Military District. Do you often curse in the face of the failures of the Revival Military District? At this moment, Wu Dagui's countenance was exceedingly grim, and he shouted sharply, useless! A bunch of useless fools. Observing Wu Dagui's fury, the aide hastily turned off the laser screen, and the muscular man beside him dared not utter a sound. After a moment, as Wu Dagui's emotions somewhat calmed, he murmured to himself, strange, according to Jiao Deku's report. A level 5 temporal beast appeared at the Qingchuan Ruins. Logically, the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military District consists of merely a few thousand men. With their equipment, it would be arduous to defeat a level 5 temporal beast. How could they achieve victory? It baffles me. Wu Dagui's face was filled with confusion. It is worth noting that he commanded 3 divisions, with the 48th Division being one of the principal forces. Although he had reprimanded them multiple times, he had also issued orders for a retreat if they could not hold their ground. He never anticipated that Jiao Deku would be foolish enough to lead the entire army to annihilation. While Wu Dagui did not mourn the loss of this main division, it nonetheless posed a certain negative impact on his imminent entry into the cabinet. Prepare a gift. I need to pay a visit to the general staff of the cabinet shortly. Having navigated the federal institutions for many years, Wu Dagui understood how to swiftly circumvent unfavorable situations. Yes, my lord. The aide nodded and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Wu Dagui called out to the aide and said, contact Yuan Shiji of the 109th Division. Understood. The aide immediately produced a communicator, which was quickly connected. I am Yuan Shiji, commander of the 109th Division. What are your instructions, my lord? A voice emanated from the communicator. Have you accomplished your task? Wu Dagui inquired. My lord, as per your directive, the father and daughter have been sent to the cabinet's heavy criminal mining site. Excellent. Wu Dagui nodded, then closed the communication channel. Murmuring to himself, Senior, if I cannot have you in this life, I shall not bear the surname Wu. The muscular man beside him, witnessing this, revealed a hint of jealousy and stepped forward to offer consolation. My lord, there are countless flowers in the world, Why be infatuated with a single bloom? Such an ungrateful person can be discreetly dealt with. Do not forget that you still have me. Silence. Wu Dagui's expression turned icy as he reprimanded the muscular man. What do you think you are? Remember your position. Do not forget that you are merely a tool. Yes, yes, my lord. The muscular man immediately broke into a cold sweat, nodding fervently. Chapter 71. A change may be coming within a grand base of the Revival Military District. A composed and capable secretary entered the office and quietly addressed an elderly man. Minister, as per your instructions, everything has been taken care of. The elderly man slightly nodded. Dressed in a black uniform with graying hair, he emanated an aura of authority without anger. At this moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing intently out the window. Minister, you have been standing for half an hour. Allow me to assist you back to your quarters for a brief rest, the secretary suggested. It is of no consequence. The elderly man gestured to his secretary and stood motionless by the window, the traces of astonishment still lingering on his weathered face. Su Zhong, you are an exceptional talent in the field of weaponry. Please share your thoughts on that small squad. I'm afraid I cannot say for certain. I am still at a loss, Secretary Su Zhong replied with a wry smile. Logically speaking, given their numbers and equipment, it would be quite challenging to eliminate mutated beasts. However, it is astonishing that they managed to slay so many level 5 time beasts. Even more unexpected is that they injured an invisible winged creature. One can only conclude that their weaponry possesses a lethal capability against time beasts, especially those two unidentified aerial objects, which even the sky I could not classify. Despite their seemingly outdated weaponry, their actual firepower surpasses that of the Federation's mithril particle weapons. I suspect that this small squad has mastered some advanced weapon manufacturing technology, the sophistication of which far exceeds that of the major military industrial groups. Furthermore, Minister, I just checked. That auxiliary women's field team had no combat prowess prior to the recent deployment of a commander. The very next day, they achieved a resounding victory in battle, propelling their combat ranking from over 300,000 to within the top 100,000. That commander graduated from a prestigious military academy. I suspect this is all closely related to him, Secretary Su Zhong analyzed. Indeed, that lad was a genius at the academy, the elderly man remarked. Secretary Su Zhong was momentarily taken aback and looked at the elder. Minister, do you know that commander? Not just know him. He is the son of Du Lei. The elderly man replied with a faint smile of resignation. Now, I understand, the secretary acknowledged. Alas, it seems change is on the horizon. Yet, that young man is quite audacious. The elder shook his head and, turning to Secretary Su Zhong, gravely instructed from this moment on, closely monitor that young man's squad. Any sensitive records and data from the sky, regarding them, must be deleted immediately. Yes, Minister. Secretary Su Zhong nodded affirmatively. At that moment, a voice from outside the door interrupted, filled with astonishment. Miss, report to the minister. The young lady has arrived. Before the guard could finish, a strikingly beautiful woman hurriedly entered. Miss, you're here. Secretary Su Zhong exclaimed in surprise. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, with delicate brows and enchanting eyes. Her lips a perfect shade of crimson. She wore an elegant gown that accentuated her tall figure, and although she was approaching middle age, her appearance was impeccably maintained, exuding an air of graceful nobility. However, a cloud of worry and melancholy shadowed her features, hinting at a sense of helplessness. This captivating woman was none other than Wang Shuzhen. As Wang Shuzhen entered, she gently called out to the elderly man. Upon hearing his daughter's affectionate address, the old man trembled slightly. His weathered face quivered, and a glimmer of surprise and emotion flickered in his eyes. This venerable figure was none other than Wang Shuzhen's father, Wang Jianqing, the minister of the inspection department in the 9th district of the Federation of Time. It had been a decade. He never anticipated that he would once again hear his daughter call him dad. Zhen, you have come, Wang Jianqing stammered, the corners of his mouth twitching, his eyes becoming somewhat misty. Memories surged forth, vivid and poignant. Years ago, a young soldier named Du Lei had saved Wang Shuzhen on the battlefield. From that moment on, she had developed an infatuation with him, leading to frequent encounters. However, due to their differing social standings, Wang Jianqing vehemently opposed the relationship between his daughter and Du Lei. Subsequently, upon learning of their connection, the young master of the Wu family, Wu Dagui, fervently sought to prevent their association and persistently proposed marriage. Ultimately, under Wang Jianqing's consent, his daughter was wed to Wu Dagui. Little did he expect that after the wedding, his daughter would seem transformed, becoming silent and withdrawn, never again uttering a word to him. In the ensuing years, Wang Jianqing heard whispers regarding Wu Dagui and realized that the political marriage he had orchestrated had irrevocably doomed his daughter's happiness. Regret consumed him, but it was too late. For 10 years, father and daughter had been estranged. "Zhener, I am sorry, I was wrong." Wang Jianqing's voice trembled as he turned away, revealing the deep-seated guilt etched on his face. "Father, let us not dwell on the past. Now, I beseech you to save Du Lei," Wang Shuzhen implored, kneeling before him with tears glistening like pear blossoms. "Zhener, rise and speak," Wang Jianqing urged, bending down to help her up, concern etched across his features. "What has happened to that boy?" Hearing Du Lei's name from his daughter again dispelled his previous aversion, replacing it with a flicker of care. Du Lei and his daughter had been unjustly imprisoned in a hard labor camp by Wu Dagui on fabricated charges. Wang Shuzhen's face reflected worry and urgency as she continued. "Father, I hope you can find a way." Chapter 72. Is the Heavenly Eye blind? A hard labor camp? Wang Jianqing furrowed his brow. Secretary Su Zhong was momentarily taken aback and glanced over as well. "I understand. Do not worry," Wang Jianqing said affectionately, looking at his daughter. "I will find a way." With that, he limped towards his desk, and Secretary Su Zhong hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. Observing this, Wang Shuzhen trembled slightly. "Father, your health." I am fine, Wang Jianqing replied, smiling and waving his hand dismissively, his spirits undampened by his physical condition at that moment. One of his legs is on the brink of disability, a lingering consequence from a battle fought decades ago. Wang Jianqing once served in an elite legion tasked with the eradication of a Beast King's lair, where they encountered a radiation source. Despite the Federation's continuous provision of anti-radiation serum to this distinguished unit, over 80% of the soldiers perished in the ensuing decades. For Wang Jianqing, merely surviving to this day is considered a stroke of fortune. Now, in the advanced stages of radiation sickness, his health is deteriorating rapidly, leaving him with little time left. However, the return of his daughter has brought him immense solace, allowing him to feel a sense of fulfillment even in his twilight years. Minister, the high-security penal mines fall under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. I fear we may not intervene. Secretary Su Zhong gently assisted Wang Jianqing to sit and whispered. Wang Jianqing nodded slightly, his face clouded with concern. Currently, the Guanyin Federation encompasses hundreds of regions, each with its own governing base city. The 6 major base cities, Revival City, Bright City, Holy War City, Hope City, South Flame City, and North Cold City, are all under the jurisdiction of the 9th District. Although the 9th District is relatively small, managing only 6 base cities and over 100 outer city outposts, the internal hierarchy is severely polarized, rendering the situation exceedingly complex, particularly within the cabinet, which holds a slightly superior status over other departments. Their dealings tend to be both domineering and ruthless. Years ago, the Wu family aligned themselves with the cabinet, choosing to side with them. It is rumored that Wu Dagui now possesses considerable backing and may soon ascend to become a cabinet member. Ordinarily, Du Lei and his daughter, being civilians of Revival City, would merely be sent to a standard penal mine even if found guilty. Yet, they have been dispatched to a high-security facility reserved for serious offenders. It is evident that the unfounded charges against them have been orchestrated by the cabinet. In the 9th District, rescuing someone from the cabinet is already a formidable challenge, compounded by Wu Dagui's interference, making the task exceedingly arduous. Dad, is it very difficult? Wang Shuzhen asked anxiously upon noticing her father's troubled expression. It's nothing, leave it to me, Wang Jianqing replied, a gentle smile gracing his face as he reassured his daughter. For her sake, he resolved to send Su Zhong to the cabinet on his behalf, confident that his former comrades would extend their support. Boom, boom, boom. The women's field combat unit sped swiftly along the rugged mountain roads. Calculating the distance, they estimated they would reach the camp in just a few more hours. Inside the control room of the number 1 Land King tank, Lu Ruobing quietly inquired of Ganting and Sun Shaoqian. Do we have any needles? Perhaps due to the excitement of having over 10 million moments, or perhaps from the prolonged wear of her old military uniform. A button on Lu Ruobing's chest suddenly popped off. You don't have any? With no outsiders present. Let us wait until we return to mend it, shall we? Ganting and Sun Shaoqian stifled their laughter, shaking their heads at her. Simultaneously, they cast a glance at Lu Ruobing's ample bosom before stealing a look at their own. They couldn't help but let out a silent sigh, feeling somewhat inadequate. Sister Ruobing, you are simply too well endowed, they exclaimed. Sister Ruobing, I can't shake the feeling that you've changed over these past few days. Is that so? Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian, one on each side, embraced Lu Ruobing and whispered conspiratorially in her ear. Oh, go away, you two little rascals. What are you talking about? Lu Ruobing playfully pinched each of them at the waist. Her cheeks flushed as she furtively glanced at Du Fei nearby. Ouch! Are we not allowed to speak? They retorted, laughter bubbling forth. In an instant, the three beautiful women were engaged in soft, playful banter. Du Fei, uncertain of the reason behind their sudden merriment, chuckled and shook his head, for the world of women was beyond his comprehension. He had overheard Lu Ruobing seemingly asking Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian for a needle to sew a button. After all, what needle was absent from his versatile toolbox? Yet, Lu Ruobing had not inquired of him, and he was disinclined to retrieve it. At that moment, a group of communication female soldiers erupted into a flurry of discussion. Look, the latest news from the Qingchuan Ruins battle has just been released. The Iron Blood Brigade has surged from rank 9856 to 3217, breaking into the top 5,000. Wow, the Iron Blood Brigade is really impressive now. The comments below exceeded 99.99, with many criticizing the revitalization military district. Hey, why isn't our women's field combat corps mentioned up there? Let me see. How strange. Indeed, we remain ranked at 97566, neither rising nor falling. What a disgrace. The group of communication soldiers pouted, continuously voicing their grievances. They knew that without the women's field combat corps, victory in the Qingchuan Ruins battle would have been unattainable. They believed their regiment had achieved remarkable results and deserved due recognition, not to mention their hopes of a significant ranking improvement. They were disheartened to find that their name wasn't even listed. This was clearly an affront and insult to the Women's Field Combat Corps. At that moment, Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian ceased their playful banter. They opened their smart tablets, quickly navigating to the Tianyan website. Upon reviewing the latest news, they exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes reflecting confusion. It truly is the case. The latest news does not mention the Women's Field Combat Corps at all. What's going on? The battle at Qingchuan Ruins is significantly larger than the previous Heishui River battle. Logically, there should be a record. However, Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian soon breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they were concerned that the news regarding the Qingchuan site mission might inadvertently expose certain confidential aspects of the Women's Combat Brigade. To their astonishment, the latest updates made no mention of the brigade at all, as though they had never participated in this battle. While this situation was perplexing, the three women felt a weight lift from their hearts. Let us cease further discussion. This is beneficial for us. Do you not comprehend? Lu Ruobing directed her gaze towards the communication soldiers. Understood. The soldiers nodded in unison. Given the sensitive nature of the Women's Combat Brigade's secrets, they certainly grasped the implications. Though they struggled to accept the loss of honor and couldn't help but voice their frustrations. Indeed, Lu Ruobing acknowledged them before approaching Du Fei, bending to place the smart tablet before him. Commander, what do you make of this? She inquired, pressing her hand firmly against her chest. What do I think? Du Fei furrowed his brow at the sight of Lu Ruobing, sensing her inquiry was not entirely earnest. Were it not for the attentive gazes of Gan Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, and the communication soldiers, he might have been tempted to pry her hand away. Well, he pondered, shaking his head slightly at Lu Ruobing. It remains unclear at this moment. After speaking, he focused intently on the latest news regarding the Qingchuan site, feeling a sense of oddity wash over him. The phenomenon was perplexing. How could such a scenario arise? Had the celestial eye lost its vision? Chapter 73. The Nirvana Meteorite. Du Fei scrutinized the latest news concerning the Qingchuan site mission. Contemplating for a while, could it be that the celestial eye had expelled the Women's Combat Brigade from the Federation? That seemed implausible, as their rankings still remained intact. This is utterly confounding, he mused, grappling with the mystery. Although this occurrence was advantageous for the Women's Combat Brigade, Du Fei felt a twinge of caution amidst his confusion. The pressing priority was to locate the Nirvana meteorite and swiftly procure the vibranium, he resolved inwardly. Thus, he positioned the smart tablet on his lap and accessed the resource trading website on the Celestial Eye, beginning his search. Upon entering Nirvana meteorite into the search bar, a plethora of related information immediately surfaced. Nirvana meteorite, the nemesis of radiation, a fountain of youth. Nirvana meteorite, a symbol of prestige and love. Nirvana meteorite, a treasure you deserve. Click the link below to enter our marketplace. Meteorites endure through time. One shall be eternally cherished. Nirvana meteorite bracelets, official store, each for only $99. Nirvana meteorite jewelry, quality assured, free shipping from the official store, stock of $99,999. Nirvana meteorite jewelry, installment options available, orders dispatched immediately. Authentic Nirvana meteorite, clearance sale? What on earth is this? Dufay opened the marketplace, utterly baffled. Is the Nirvana meteorite so common? Due to the absence of any recollections regarding the Nirvana meteorite from his school days, he now seems to have grasped its significance. The Nirvana meteorite in this realm resembles diamonds from the blue planet of a previous life, prized for their use in exquisite jewelry. The system indicates that the Nirvana meteorite is both rare and costly in this world. However, it appears to be abundantly available in the marketplace, currently undergoing a clearance sale. Surely, it cannot be this inexpensive, Dufay mused quietly. Meanwhile, Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian, feeling somewhat bored, noticed Dufay engrossed in his search. Shaking his head intermittently, their curiosity piqued, they gathered around him. Nirvana meteorite? The three beauties exchanged puzzled glances upon seeing what Dufay was investigating. Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged a knowing look, wondering if the captain intended to purchase jewelry made from the meteorite. Sister Ruobing looked quickly. The captain is selecting jewelry for you, they whispered enviously to Lu Ruobing. What nonsense! Lu Ruobing shot them a glare, yet her cheeks flushed slightly, as if a ton of honey had been poured into her heart. Do you know about the Nirvana meteorite? Dufay closed the website and turned to the three beauties. After searching fruitlessly for a long time, he discovered that the marketplace was rife with gimmicks, devoid of the genuine Nirvana meteorite he sought. The so-called clearance sale items were merely imitations. Yes, we know, Sun Xiaoqian exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The upper-class elite adorn themselves with jewelry made from Nirvana meteorites. They are exceedingly valuable, priced at over 100,000 per gram. However, most items in the marketplace are counterfeit, and one could easily fall victim to scams. No, I am referring to the raw Nirvana meteorite, Dufay interjected, gesturing dismissively at Sun Xiaoqian. Raw Nirvana meteorite? Instantly, Liu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged glances of surprise. Ganting replied, the raw Nirvana meteorite is quite rare. It is a sensitive mineral under federal control. Due to its certain radiation-resistant properties, only a minuscule amount of the essence of Nirvana meteorite is crafted into jewelry by the Federation and sold at exorbitant prices to the upper echelons of society. Most raw Nirvana meteorites are held by the elite, and it is said that the sanctuaries of the federal rulers are constructed from this very meteorite. Does this mean that raw Nirvana meteorites cannot be acquired on the market? Dufay froned, inquiring furté. As a precious item under federal control, he was concerned about the difficulty of obtaining it. Logically, they should be unavailable. However, anything can be found in the black market, Ganting contemplated before continuing. Many traders purchase various items from scavengers at low prices and then resell them. I believe raw Nirvana meteorites should also be available in the black market. Indeed, the black market might offer some possibilities, Dufay nodded, considering that it could potentially be cheaper. What is the transaction method in the black market? Dufay inquired again. To first access the black market trading network, select the desired items, negotiate a price, and then agree upon a transaction location before proceeding with the exchange, Ganting remarked. Can we inspect the goods on site? She inquired. That should be possible, but it requires mutual agreement, came the response. Very well, I have a task for you, Dufay said, directing his gaze toward Ganting with an air of authority. Quickly search the black market for Nirvana meteorite raw stones. Inform me immediately if any are available for sale. Understood, Captain, Ganting replied, standing tall. However, a moment later, she was taken aback. Captain, you don't intend to purchase Nirvana meteorite raw stones, do you? Indeed, Dufay replied with a smile and a nod. Huh? Sun Xiaoqian gasped in surprise. Purchasing Nirvana meteorites? Lu Ruobing also wore a puzzled expression, feeling a twinge of disappointment, realizing it was not for jewelry after all. Captain, Nirvana meteorites are quite costly. The refined essence crafted into jewelry fetches over 100,000 hours per gram. Even as raw stones, they are unlikely to be inexpensive. Let me check, Ganting said, bending down to open a website. In a short while, she unveiled the vague pricing for the Nirvana raw stones. Captain, look here. The specifications indicate a raw stone block weighing around 500 grams, with each priced at approximately 6 million hours, meaning you would need over 10,000 hours to acquire just 1 gram. Yes, about 1 kilogram should suffice, Dufay stated. Currently, we have only 1 milliliter of control elements. According to the synthesis ratio for vibrating gold, 1 milliliter of control elements, 1,000 milliliters of rare substance smelting agent, and 1,000 grams of Nirvana meteorite raw stone can yield nearly 2 kilograms of active vibrating gold in a semi-conscious state. Thus, 2 kilograms of active vibrating gold might suffice for crafting a battle suit. What? Exclaimed Lu Ruo Bing, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiao Qian in unison, their bodies trembling. What do you intend to do with such a large quantity of Nirvana raw stones? Lu Ruo Bing couldn't help but ask Dufay. It serves a purpose. Dufay replied. Captain, 1 kilogram of raw stones equates to 1,000 grams, and acquiring 1 gram requires over 10,000 hours. Thus, purchasing it would necessitate over 10 million hours. Gan Ting counted on her fingers, nearly in tears. Does this mean we are out of funds? Sun Xiao Qian murmured, her eyes wide in shock. Indeed, over 10 million hours at once, Lu Ruo Bing lamented, pressing her hands to her chest and leaning toward Dufay, tentatively asking, "Can't you at least reveal what it's for?" "That information must remain confidential for now," Dufay replied, casting a fleeting glance at her hands and adding, "You will know in due time." "Very well." Lu Ruo Bing nodded and then turned to Gan Ting, saying, "Stop sulking and execute the captain's orders." She had faith in Dufay. At that moment, she harbored no doubts regarding his every word. Lu Ruo Bing surmised that Dufay was on the brink of creating some formidable weaponry, understanding that advancement was the only solid truth. Although Dufay kept it a secret for the time being, he undoubtedly had his reasons. With a wry smile, Gan Ting helplessly shrugged her shoulders. The commander could not allow funds to linger in the account. Sigh, such a substantial sum of money vanished without a trace. Chapter 74. News from Husan. The following morning, the female combat unit returned triumphantly to the camp. Su Ning and a dozen female soldiers who had remained behind rushed out to greet them from afar. The sisters beamed with joy, embracing one another in celebration. Just as Dufay stepped down from the armored vehicle, he was met with a chorus of salutes. "Commander!" Su Ning and the other female soldiers saluted him in unison, their eyes brimming with admiration. Dufay smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. However, in the next moment, he noticed an issue. Su Ning and the remaining female soldiers appeared vibrant and full of life, while those who had just returned seemed somewhat lacking in spirit compared to them. Frowning, Dufay contemplated for a moment and beckoned to Su Ning. Surprised at first, Su Ning quickly regained her composure and approached him with excitement. "Commander, I entrust you with a task. Conduct a random check on a portion of the soldiers to assess their physical condition," Dufay instructed her. "Yes, Commander," Su Ning replied promptly, leading the medical personnel into action. Before long, the results of the examinations for some of the female soldiers were in. They had all suffered varying degrees of radiation exposure. Dufay studied the reports and clicked his tongue. The findings aligned closely with his suspicions. The rehabilitation pool could only alleviate their radiation exposure, but could not enhance their physical constitution. It seemed that only his own physique could undergo such fortification, he mused. For now, they would have to maintain this status quo, and whether their bodies could be further strengthened would have to be addressed later. Nonetheless, for all the female soldiers, this was already a significant improvement. After all, with the rehabilitation pool available, a simple soak would restore them to health. After a brief contemplation, Dufay turned to Lu Ruobing and instructed, "Let the soldiers rest for a while and send them in batches to the rehabilitation pool to eliminate the radiation." 2 hours later, all the commanders and soldiers gathered outside the camp. "I have matters to arrange." "Understood," Lu Ruobing nodded, promptly issuing orders to all the female soldiers. "Attention. All personnel are to take a temporary rest and assemble in 2 hours. Yes. Hurry, let us head to the rehabilitation pool for a soak. I want to indulge in a delightful experience. Keep up. My legs are a bit sore. Wait for me. My back aches. I can't wait to soak when we return. Who doesn't he feel the same?" The female soldiers were exuberant and lively, eagerly racing towards the rehabilitation pool, with many even shedding their garments as they ran. Xia Ying, with a cigar clenched between her teeth, exhaled a plume of smoke. This group of youngsters is becoming increasingly unruly. They seem oblivious to the need to prioritize the captain's comfort. Ganting responded, "Let's not forget how things were in the past. Now, When these sisters experience even the slightest discomfort, they feel compelled to vocalize their grievances in front of the captain. Sun Xiao Qian chimed in. Indeed, they're growing more delicate. Lu Ruobing cast a glance at Du Fei in the distance, shaking her head with a wry smile. It is certainly the captain's indulgence that has led to this. At that moment, the communicator crackled to life with a report from a female soldier. Reporting to the captain, there is an incoming signal. From where? Du Fei inquired into the communicator. The call originates from Outpost 83. Du Fei furrowed his brow. Husan? Previously, during a supply run at the outpost, he had requested Husan's assistance in gathering information about his father and sister, leaving the communication channel of the women's field unit with him before departing. Could it be that there is news? Connect the call and switch to the encrypted communication channel, Du Fei instructed. Understood. Moments latte. Husan's voice came through the encrypted headset. This is Husan, administrator of Outpost 83. Calling Captain Du. Calling Captain Du. Huleoj, it's Du Fei. Du Fei replied into the headset. Is there news from the City of Revival? Indeed, Captain Du, I just received some information. Is that so? I am grateful, Huleoj. Alas, the news is rather grim. You must brace yourself. Go on, Du Fei said, a chill running down his spine. Meanwhile, Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiao Qian exchanged worried glances before swiftly approaching Du Fei. What is happening? Why do they all leave? Xia Ying, perplexed, discarded her cigarette and followed suit. Shoo! Lu Ruobing gestured for silence, removing one of her wireless earpieces and placing it in Xia Ying's ear. Du Laudi, I have just received news that your father, Du Lei's private clinic has been confiscated by the Federation. Your father and sister, Du Xiaoye, have also been taken away, allegedly on unfounded charges, and sent to a labor camp. Husan's voice relayed through the earpiece. Upon hearing this, Du Fei took a deep breath, his expression stoic, already anticipating such an outcome. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Xiao Qian gasped in unison, their gazes fixed on Du Fei, concern etched across their faces. Even more anxious than he appeared. Do you know which labor camp they have been sent to? Du Fei steadied himself and asked. That is uncertain. However, sources indicate that your father and sister were taken by a group of cabinet guards, Husan replied. Understood. Thank you, Huleoj. There's no need for thanks. This is hardly good news. Du Laudi, do not be overly sorrowful. If there is anything else I can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask. Indeed, I require your assistance, Huleoj. Please procure 200,000 hours worth of food and ensure it is delivered to the women's field unit before nightfall. Is such a quantity truly necessary? Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Husan's voice trembled as he concluded the communication. Captain, this is utterly despicable. It appears that Wu Daguwei is deliberately targeting your father and sister. Lu Ruobing remarked, her expression taut as she turned to Du Fei. The Federation is becoming increasingly outrageous. They can apprehend anyone they please under baseless accusations. The higher-ups are tyrannical and corrupt. The protective regulation for the city's residents are merely a facade to them. Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian expressed their indignation. Damn it, Xia Ying exclaimed, lighting a cigar and taking a fierce drag. If they dare lay a finger on the captain's father or sister, I shall be the first to raise a banner in rebellion. Chapter 75. Camp planning. Noticing the four beautiful women in a state of agitation, Du Fei gestured for them to first attend to the radiation cleansing. As Lu Ruobing and her companions departed with furrowed brows, Du Fei fell into contemplation. Since his father and sister had been taken by the cabinet's guards, they would likely be sent to one of the cabinet control mines. There are dozens of such mines under cabinet jurisdiction. It seems I must resort to the most laborious method of searching through them one by one. 2 hours later, at the Women's Assault Brigade within the camp. All personnel, assemble. A resonant female voice commanded, and in an instant, the entire team formed a precise line. Du Fei's gaze swept over the assembled female soldiers, each standing proud and spirited, their visages radiant as if nourished by the dew of a blooming flower after soaking in the rejuvenation pool. You all performed admirably during the Qingchuan Ruins campaign. I hope you will continue to excel in the future. The victory we achieved in this battle is merely the first step towards our brigade's promising future. I believe that with diligence, our lives will only improve. Regarding the construction of the camp, I have devised some preliminary plans. Now, I will assign tasks. Ganting, you will be responsible for contacting Husan at the outpost to custom-make 2 sets of uniforms for each soldier and procure some everyday necessities. Additionally, acquire essential supplies for both the camp and the mines, such as crushers, rail transport vehicles, and lumbering tools. After handing over the procurement list, he added, "Is that clear?" "Understood, Captain," Ganting replied, saluting as she accepted the list. Songjia, once the rail transport vehicles return, you will lead the workers in laying down the tracks. First, we will use the processed waste or to construct a wall, and I will provide further instructions on reinforcing the outer layer later. Moreover, in your spare time, you will engage in lumbering to build houses. Here is a planning diagram. Ah, and what about streets, shops, and inns? Songjia exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise and excitement as she examined the planning diagram. Captain, are we preparing to create a city? This will merely be a small-scale inner city. Du Fei replied, his gaze sweeping across all the female soldiers. Once our city is constructed, your families will have the opportunity to become priority shopkeepers. Upon hearing this, a chorus of delight erupted. Really? That's wonderful. This is truly splendid news. Surely, we cannot be dreaming. Long live the commander. The female soldiers were overwhelmed with excitement, their applause resounding incessantly. With the continuous notifications echoing in their minds, Du Fei raised his hand to calm them and stated, however, I must remind you that this is merely our preliminary plan. Until it is fully established, confidentiality is paramount, including from your families. Understood, the female soldiers replied in unison. At that moment, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with emotion. Xia Ying, particularly touched, felt her eyes redden. She reached for the cigarette in her pocket, tempted to smoke, but ultimately refrained, deeming it disrespectful to the commander. Ying Bao, I know what you're thinking. Do not be disheartened. Xiao Lan is surely still alive. Lu Ruobing gently draped her arm over Xia Ying's shoulder, offering comfort. I believe we will find her in due time. She will undoubtedly reside in our city. Ah, let's hope, Xia Ying replied with a bittersweet smile, biting her lip to hold back her tears. It was rare to see Xia Ying on the verge of tears, and Lu Ruobing felt a pang of sadness, unable to resist glancing at Du Fei, a man whose greatness was beyond measure. Sun Shaoqian, you will continue to oversee ammunition production. Additionally, I have a revised set of specifications for the grenade launcher. We'll be phasing out the previous models. Du Fei continued to assign tasks. Considering the physical capabilities of the female soldiers, the earlier grenade launchers were deemed cumbersome and heavy. To alleviate their burden, Du Fei utilized 100 prestige points to exchange for a design blueprint of a lightweight grenade launcher. Understood, Sun Shaoqian replied, accepting the blueprint. Zhao Feifeng stepped forward. Du Fei called out to the line, recalling the elite talents Lu Ruobing had introduced from the female combat unit. A soldier with delicate features and striking looks. Upon hearing the commander's call, felt a jolt of surprise through her tall, alluring figure. She promptly stepped out from the ranks. Facing Du Fei with respect in her eyes, standing tall and saluting, present, Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. Such a beautiful young woman, her looks rivaling those of Lu Ruobing and her companions. Perhaps it was due to Du Fei's infrequent interactions with the female soldiers, compounded by Zhao Feifeng's worn-out uniform, that she had not previously caught his attention. Du Fei smiled and nodded at Zhao Feifeng. Ultimately, aesthetics were secondary to talent. You are proficient in agricultural cultivation? Yes, Commander. Zhao Feifeng replied, her chest heaving with excitement, nearly overwhelming her composure. She never anticipated that the commander would remember her. Ding. Affection level 5. Excellent. Our next step may involve developing agricultural cultivation. Although the current environment is not suitable, we must still prepare adequately. You are tasked with assisting Su Ning-er in researching the soil, selecting areas for cultivation within the planned boundaries that exhibit minimal radiation, and preparing them in advance. Du Fei contemplated that since the Federation could create a radiation-free sanctuary, perhaps he could achieve the same in the future. Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished, Zhao Feifeng replied enthusiastically before rejoining the group. With Du Fei's orders issued, the team dispersed. Songjia, Sun Shaoqian, and others, armed with various blueprints, began to study and allocate tasks simultaneously. The female soldiers, having been assigned their respective duties, busily engaged in their work, observing the fervor and enthusiasm of the female soldiers. Du Fei's face broke into a slight smile of satisfaction. Ganting, come here, Du Fei beckoned. Captain, I have another task for you. Du Fei looked at Ganting and instructed. Utilize the number 1 Predator drone to locate all the mining zones under the jurisdiction of the Federation's cabinet and inspect them one by one. Ganting immediately understood, her face lighting up with excitement. Once we find them, are we preparing a rescue? Du Fei nodded and added, I will send you their photographs afterward. Additionally, we must expedite the matter concerning the Nirvana meteorite, or... Understood, Ganting responded and swiftly made her way to the drone control room. With Du Fei having assigned Ganting her task and preparing for the rescue of his father and sister, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Their worries slightly alleviated. Captain, what shall we do? We can't just leave two stunning beauties idle, can we? Xia Ying teased, displaying her charming dimples as she looked at Du Fei. How about we keep you company for a chat? She finished with a playful smirk, deliberately gesturing towards Lu Ruobing. Lu Ruobing blushed, playfully swatting at Xia Ying's rear. Behave yourself. How could I let you two be idle? Du Fei remarked with a smile. In the past few days, a substantial amount of ore has been mined. You two will be responsible for refining the secret silver. All right. Lu Ruobing nodded happily, as she had long been yearning for the cabin on the mountain. Then we shall head up the mountain to prepare. Lu Ruobing glanced up Du Fei, then wrapped her arm around Xia Ying's slender waist as they turned to leave. Tonight, we will stay in the cabin. Is the bed spacious? It's decent. We can squeeze in. I'm at the captain's bed. How big is it? You mischievous girl, what are you thinking? Ha ha ha. With Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying playfully running towards the mountain, Du Fei watched their graceful figures, scratching his nose and murmuring, I should enhance my physique first. Chapter 76. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. In the air raid shelter, living quarters. Du Fei soaked in the recovery pool. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution enhancement has reached the limit. Consumption required to continue enhancement. The next moment, in his mind, the system interface materialized, revealing several changes. Ost. Du Fei. Position, Commander. Legion. Auxiliary Women's Field Corps. Prestige points, 58, 350. Affinity points, 119. Physical strength, primary enhancement 10, primary enhancement, advanced enhancement, super enhancement. General reminder, upon the next expansion of the physical strength limit, an additional 10 points of enhancement can be attained. Items. Universal Toolbox X1. Element Control 1 milliliter. Du Fei perused the system interface, feeling a sense of satisfaction. His prestige points had surpassed 50,000, the majority accrued from the Iron Blood Brigade. Moreover, after purchasing the vibranium synthesis technology, his affinity points, initially dwindling to a mere 20, had now increased to over 100. Regarding the prestige points, Du Fei intended to accumulate them for the time being. The technology repository housed numerous unexpected treasures, such as finished intelligent machinery and armed sentinels. However, even a C-grade armed sentinel required a minimum of 80,000 prestige points, while B-grade and A-grade ones demanded several 100,000 for exchange. Although he currently possessed over 50,000 prestige points, it was still far from sufficient. The blueprint for the intelligent defense system necessitated 1,000 affinity points. Du Fei gazed at the technology repository. Intelligent laser defense system blueprint requires 1,000 affinity points. This blueprint was precisely what Du Fei desired. With the camp construction plan having commenced, a comprehensive defense system was imperative, particularly in aerial defense. Only after establishing a solid foundation could he begin implementing the time collector plan. Yet, the intelligent defense blueprint required 1,000 affinity points for exchange, and he was still quite short of that. The increase in affinity points was somewhat sluggish, necessitating a faster pace to obtain them. At the very least, he needed to secure 1,000 points, Du Fei mused. His physical strength had indeed reached 10, a commendable enhancement, akin to a progressive increase. Once the next expansion of the physical strength limit occurred, he could elevate his enhancement by 10 points, bringing it to 20. Should the physical strength limit expand again, he could augment it by 20 points, and upon further expansion, by 40 points. Du Fei's gaze lingered on the physical strength section, a thrill coursing through him. Following this growth trajectory, his physical strength would undergo remarkable enhancement. It wouldn't be long before he became impervious to blades and bullets. After a moment, Du Fei emerged from the recovery pool, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him, more robust than before. Once dressed, he surveyed his surroundings. He spotted a steel rebar on the rock wall, used by the female soldiers to hang their clothes. Approaching it, he grasped the rebar and twisted it with force. Creak! The segment of rebar embedded in the rock wall bent under his strength. Incredible! Du Fei exclaimed inwardly, his excitement bubbling over. North of the revival base city, in a mountainous region 200 kilometers away, the steel walls are fortified with guards stationed every few paces. Within this enclosure lies a valley, more precisely, an open pit mining area. At the periphery of the mining zone, several caves serve as prisons for the incarcerated. The entire site is under strict surveillance. Numerous hummingbird drones hover incessantly overhead. A battalion of heavily armored federal soldiers patrols the area, maintaining vigilance. Within the mining site, the clamor of machinery fills the air, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Countless miners, clad in prison garb, toil under the watchful eyes of their overseers, engaged in strenuous labor. These miners, both men and women, young and old, bear the marks of hardship, their appearances disheveled and their bodies marred with scars. Move faster, you wretched insects. At this moment, a guard in protective gear wields a steel-tipped whip, pursuing an elderly man. Crack! The whip strikes the man's back with brutal force, reopening a previously scabbed wound. The elderly man cries out in anguish, his load tumbling from his grasp, landing heavily upon his foot. You lazy vermin. The guard continues his tirade, mercilessly striking the elder again and again. The old man collapses, clutching his head in despair, writhing on the ground. Stop! An indignant voice pierces the air as a middle-aged woman, accompanied by several female prisoners, steps protectively in front of the elder. The woman, in her 30s, possesses a dignified beauty, her elegance undiminished. Through her prison garb, the outline of a plum blossom tattoo can be faintly discerned on her chest. With resolute and piercing eyes, she glares at the guard, while her companions, armed with stones, stand poised like hawks. Are you attempting to rebel? Drop those stones. At that moment, two armed guards approach swiftly. In response to their warning, the women reluctantly discard their makeshift weapons. One guard strides forward, without hesitation, and strikes the woman on the forehead with the butt of his rifle. Crack! Caught off guard, she crumples to the ground, blood streaming from her forehead. Madam! The female prisoners exclaim in unison, rushing to her side. You insolent rebels! Do you mistake yourselves for the nobility of the Federation? You wretches deserve nothing but the harshest punishment. As the guards berate them, they incite another guard to unleash the whip upon the women. Just as the guard prepares to strike, a voice bellows, "Stop!" A burly middle-aged man strides forward, accompanied by a girl of around 15 or 16. Dressed in clean prison attire, he commands attention. The three guards pause, exchanging glances before retreating. To the guards in the mining area, the middle-aged man and the 15 or 16-year-old girl appeared akin to harbingers of misfortune. It had been stipulated that no harm should come to the father and daughter, nor should they be compelled to labor, and they were to be treated with due respect. A daily supply of fine rice and flour for their meals was mandatory. These two were hardly criminals. They were clearly esteemed ancestors. The guard were not the only ones left perplexed. Even the various levels of management within the mining area found themselves in a quandary, sensing that the directives from above were indeed peculiar. Old man, please bear with it for a moment, the middle-aged man said as he helped the elder to sit up, while the girl hurriedly opened the medical kit she carried, which had been specifically provided by the mining area at the request of the middle-aged man. Xiaoya, lend a hand, he instructed. All right, the girl replied, stepping forward to assist the elder as the man swiftly began to bandage him. Brother, I implore you to tend to our matron. A female prisoner half-kneeled before the middle-aged man, pleading earnestly. Very well, please wait a moment, he responded, completing the bandaging for the elder before approaching the woman. He squatted down and commenced the treatment, meticulously cleaning the wound, disinfecting it, and wrapping it with bandages, his deft movements executed with precision, finishing in under 2 minutes. Thank you, the woman said as she sat up, a glimmer of gratitude shining in her eyes. No need for thanks, it was but a small effort. The middle-aged man replied with a gentle smile. What shall I call you? The woman inquired. Dulé, he answered, then courteously asked. And you? May, the woman replied, smiling as she extended her hand. Dulé momentarily hesitated, then reached out to shake her hand. I presume you are of noble descent? He asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. May I be so bold as to inquire about your previous position in the Federation? With the assistance of several female prisoners, May stood and turned to Dulé, questioning him. I am neither noble nor a Federation official. I am merely a doctor, Dulé stated. A commoner? Surely not. How could a commoner be sent to the inner cabinet mining area? The disbelief was evident on her face as she glanced at the girl beside him. Is she your daughter? Indeed, he affirmed. We have observed you both these past days. Although you are criminals, the treatment you receive is remarkably favorable. May's brows furrowed in curiosity. I suspect your background is quite extraordinary. No background. I am simply a doctor, Dulé replied. a trace of helplessness crossing his face as he offered a parting remark to the woman before taking his daughter away. Wait, May called out. Dulé halted in his tracks. I wish to impart this to you. Where there is oppression, there is resistance, she advised, fixing her gaze on him. Remember, do not fall asleep tomorrow night. Meet me at Cave 3. With that, she turned and departed, leading the other female prisoners away. As they walked, one of the women supporting May asked, Matron, do you intend to take him away? A faint blush crept on May's face. Did you not notice how remarkable he is? Furthermore, my body requires the care of a physician. Chapter 77. Intelligent combat suit. As night descended, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying had just emerged from their baths, gently toweling their hair. Oh my, this wooden cabin is simply exquisite, exclaimed Ganting and son Xiaoqian as they entered, carrying a box, their eyes wide with admiration. The two eagerly surveyed their surroundings, envy etched upon their faces. It was their first visit to Lu Ruobing's wooden abode. Look at how delighted you two are. Did you not see the mission the commander assigned to Song Jia today? Xia Ying remarked, continuing to dry her hair. We are preparing to fell trees and construct houses. The commander stated that each of us will eventually have a cabin like this. Is that truly the case? How wonderful! Ganting and son Xiaoqian exclaimed, their excitement palpable. From now on, the sisters will no longer have to reside in the air raid shelter. Their enthusiasm stemmed largely from the stifling atmosphere of living in the shelter. Now, with the women's field combat unit equipped with a rehabilitation pool and mithril bullets, they need no longer fear radiation or temporal beasts. The prospect of living in such a splendid wooden cabin filled everyone with anticipation. Ruobing, how about I trade you this box of treasures for a night's stay here with Xiaoqian? Ganting proposed, gesturing towards the box they had brought. We can sleep on the floor. We want to be leaving tonight anyway. Son Xiaoqian chimed in. Let me first see what delightful items you have, Lu Ruobing said, patting over barefoot with a smile. Upon opening the box, her heart soared at the sight. Indeed, it was filled with splendid items. Hair dryers, combs, mirrors, luxurious sanitary napkins, and more. An entire collection of feminine necessities. We didn't spend a dime. These were all gifted to us by Hussein, Ganting remarked. We entrusted him with the procurement of so many items. I suspect he must have profited handsomely from it. Indeed, it is inevitable that he benefits, Lu Ruobing replied. The commander's intention is to spare us the hassle. As Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying took turns using the hairdryer, laughter filled the air. By the way, Ruobing, didn't the commander mention what the purchased Nirvana meteorite is for? Ganting inzuidet. Both Xia Ying and son Xiaoqian turned to Lu Ruobing with curiosity. Don't look at me. I am equally in the dark. The commander merely stated that it must remain a secret for now, as he surely has his plans. Lu Ruobing said, running her fingers through a strand of her dry hair, inhaling the fragrant aroma, her face betraying a look of enchantment. Let us not forget the commander's remarkable abilities. We shall continue to cooperate closely. We have been cooperating, yet our funds are rapidly dwindling, Ganting pouted, her expression troubled. She had been meticulously managing their finances. Today's procurement had cost over 2 million hours, leaving just over 11 million. If they were to purchase the raw Nirvana meteorite, they would undoubtedly return to square one. How could this not cause her anxiety? Why worry so? You must have faith in the commander, Xia Ying reassured her from the side. Yingbao is right. Lu Ruobing donned a fresh ensemble and gazed into the mirror, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. All right, you all continue your conversation. I shall step outside for some fresh air. With that, she turned and exited the wooden cabin. Summering raised an eyebrow, observing Lu Ruobing's retreating figure. Inside the cabin, a pile of camp planning blueprints lay upon the table. Dufay perused them for a moment before rubbing his temples and accessing the technology repository. Previously, he had noted 2 types of armor, and now he resolved to exchange them for further examination. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using 200 reputation points to exchange for a lightweight armor design blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, host, for using 1,000 reputation points to exchange for a smart battle suit design blueprint. As the system notifications concluded, images of the 2 armors, along with their manufacturing processes and performance descriptions, filled Dufay's mind. Lightweight armor, a conventional defensive armor that provides effective protection for vital areas of the body. Require materials. Options include steel, mithril, vibranium, URU, etc. Available styles: plate-style exposed armor or gem-like form-fitting undergarment. Smart battle suit, an unconventional intelligent defensive armor with stringent material requirements. Require materials. Options include liquid metal, active vibranium, URU, etc. Unique style, 3-piece set shoulder guard, wrist guard, knee guard. Performance description. Wearing the 3-piece set made from active metal allows for seamless activation via an intelligent device. Once activated, the set instantly transforms into a fully protective battle suit, offering comprehensive intelligent defense for the wearer. Click to expand for more. Du Fei conducted a brief comparison between the two armors. It was evident that the smart battle suit was superior. The first conventional armor was widely available, but had the drawback of needing to be worn constantly and failed to protect the head. In contrast, the smart battle suit required only the shoulder, wrist, and knee guards to be worn regularly. Upon entering combat, it could be activated at will, transforming the 3 pieces into a comprehensive protective suit. Convenient, succinct, and exceptionally practical. If this 3-piece set were crafted from active vibranium, it would undoubtedly be invincible. Once he acquired the Nirvana meteorite to synthesize active vibranium, he would be able to forge this remarkable set. Du Fei felt a surge of excitement. As for the conventional armor, he intended to use mithril for its construction, allowing the female soldiers to wear it initially. Considering ease of movement, it was preferable to create it as a gem-like form-fitting undergarment, offering the same protective effects when worn underneath. However, the crafting process was somewhat intricate, so he would delegate the task of its creation to Lu Ruobing and her team. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei leaned over the table and began sketching the designs for both armors, annotating their respective performances. Just as he completed his drawings, he caught a whiff of a delightful, fragrant aroma. Raising his gaze, he discovered Lu Ruobing had silently re-entered the room. She stood barefoot, as before, though her attire had undergone a slight transformation. Clad in a delicate camouflage ensemble, her hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, while the fitted short sleeves accentuated her ample curves. The shorts she wore revealed her enticingly long legs, fair and slender, exuding an undeniable charm. With a gulp, Du Fei found it hard to suppress his reaction. Chapter 78. I only have one share here. After swallowing, his Adam's apple bobbed again. Typically, Lu Ruobing, like her fellow female soldiers, was dressed quite conservatively. Yet now, in the dead of night, she chose to wear such revealing clothing for a visit. Was this not a deliberate provocation? In that moment, anger surged through Du Fei, his veins bulging as he nearly overturned the table. Noticing his unusual expression, Lu Ruobing felt a twinge of embarrassment and hurriedly explained, "Ganting and the others are here. It's a bit noisy over there. Do you mind if I sit here for a moment?" She bit her lip lightly as she approached him. "Not at all. Your arrival is quite timely," Du Fei replied, discreetly shifting the chair back a little. Taking a deep breath before continuing, "I have some newly designed blueprints here. It will be perfect for us to discuss them together." "Really?" Lu Ruobing's excitement was palpable. "Let me see." She quickly moved beside Du Fei, bending down to examine the table. "What blueprints are these?" Du Fei, seated nearby, felt a touch of awkwardness as he merely glanced at her. It was important to note that redeeming the intelligent laser defense system required a substantial 1,000 intimacy points. Surely, increasing intimacy points for the sake of camp construction was not excessive, was it? Cough. These are 2 sets of armor blueprints. One is for conventional armor, which I plan to craft from mithril as defensive gear for the soldiers. The other is for an intelligent battle suit, requiring a special metal that can only be synthesized from Nirvana meteorite, which is why I sought to procure it. "I see. I knew you were preparing to create a secret weapon." Lu Ruobing's eyes sparkled as she looked at Du Fei. "So, this intelligent battle suit is quite impressive?" "Impressive is an understatement. This intelligent battle suit is extraordinary. Its specific capabilities are as follows. Take a look at this blueprint." "Cool. Sit down so I can explain it to you properly." Du Fei gestured toward the blueprint with one hand, while the other naturally pulled her closer. Lu Ruobing was caught off guard and found herself seated on Du Fei's lap. "Commander, stay still. Let me explain." Du Fei frowned, focusing intently on the blueprint. Beep. Intimacy points 20. 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 In his mind, the system's notifications rang out incessantly. Oh my. The intimacy level escalated with astonishing rapidity, akin to a rocket's ascent. As Du Fei reveled in the soft embrace, he was momentarily taken aback. Delightful. This battle attire consisted of merely 3 pieces, namely, "Captain, please do not move." Its capabilities are as follows. Du Fei, brimming with excitement, was about to elaborate further when, quite unexpectedly, Xia Ying appeared at the doorway, playfully whistling. Subsequently, she deliberately shielded her eyes with her hand and entered, declaring, "I have seen nothing at all." We are merely examining the blueprints," he stammered. Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily extricated Du Fei's hand from her person, quickly tugging at her clothes to stand upright. "Ah, there's only one chair here," Du Fei explained. "Xia Ying is truly troublesome, interrupting at such a critical moment." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing scanned the room and, to her surprise, noted that there was indeed just a single chair. "Indeed, there is no place to sit." Lu Ruobing's expression slightly normalized as she echoed Du Fei's words. Since they had already been seen, and given that Xia Ying was her closest confidant, she thought it permissible to endure whatever teasing might ensue. "Oh, this place is rather comfortable to sit in." Xia Ying approached, casting a playful glance at Du Fei's lap before whispering a few words into Lu Ruobing's ear. Whatever she uttered caused Lu Ruobing's cheeks to flush once more. "You little rascal, what are you saying?" Lu Ruobing exclaimed, flustered. "Ha ha," Xia Ying laughed, her demeanor exuberant. "Captain, do not move. I need a favor." In her embarrassment and indignation, Lu Ruobing seized the opportunity while Xia Ying was distracted, lifting her and unceremoniously placing her in Du Fei's lap. Hey, what is happening?" Du Fei remarked, bewildered. Unprepared for Lu Ruobing's sudden maneuver, Xia Ying found herself seated on Du Fei's lap in an instant. The next moment, oh my heavens! Xia Ying's face turned beet red as she sprang up. Ding! Intimacy, level 20. Du Fei chuckled. What a delightful retaliation. Lu Ruobing also laughed, whispering to Xia Ying, "Now it's all even." The two beauties were engaged in playful banter when, report, came the voice of Gan Ting from outside. Lu Ruobing quickly adjusted her attire and positioned herself beside the table. Xia Ying, patting her pocket, turned around and lit a cigarette. Observing their guilty expressions, Du Fei found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Taking a deep breath, he called towards the door, "Come in." Chapter 79. The Nirvana meteorite has a lead, as Du Fei's voice echoed. "Captain." Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian entered. "What is the matter?" Du Fei inquired. "There is a lead on the Nirvana meteorite's raw stone," Gan Ting reported. "Excellent." Du Fei's spirit lifted, and he turned to Gan Ting. "What is the price?" The intermediary is a black market magnate. The price is yet to be negotiated. They request a face-to-face meeting the day after tomorrow at noon, with payment and delivery to occur simultaneously. Reply to them. That is agreeable. Very well. Ganting nodded, her delicate face slightly troubled. Observing her expression, Du Fei secretly smiled and beckoned them closer. "Come here. Let me explain why I intend to purchase the Nirvana meteorite." Instantly, the four beauties gathered around him. Here are two sets of armor blueprints, one for conventional armor and the other for an intelligent battle suit. To begin with the conventional armor, I plan to craft it from mithril, serving as a defensive equipment for the warriors. Considering the ease of movement and the need for secrecy, I designed this conventional armor to be worn underneath clothing. Each warrior will require one of these armors, and the quantity of mithril needed is substantial, so I urge you to intensify the refining process. This armor will also be entrusted to you for production. The second type is the intelligent battle suit, whose performance is unmatched by any existing combat attire worldwide. However, to create this suit, a special metal is required. Only the Nirvana meteorite and control elements can synthesize that metal. I have already identified the source of the control elements. Now, I merely require the Nirvana meteorite. Control elements? Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian simultaneously turned their gazes towards Du Fei, their eyes filled with curiosity, unfamiliar with such elements. They only knew that the Nirvana meteorite could resist radiation or be fashioned into jewelry. They were astonished to learn that it could also be used in the synthesis of special metals through an elemental process. "Take a look at this," Du Fei said, producing a container that held a drop of crystalline liquid. He had no intention of concealing the source of the control elements from them, as the rare substance's refining agent was in his possession and he was the only one capable of extracting it. Thus, informing them about the synthesis of vibranium would indeed be beneficial, enhancing their motivation to seek out the Nirvana meteorite and the source of control elements. "Isn't this the liquid extracted from the tail of the cloaked winged beast?" Lu Ruobing exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening. "Indeed," Du Fei affirmed with a nod, continuing, "it is now confirmed that any king-level time beast contains this control element within." Upon hearing this, The four beauties simultaneously displayed expressions of astonishment. Their leader was truly a rare genius. Leader, does this mean that the special metal synthesized from control elements and the Nirvana meteorite surpasses Mithril in performance? Xiaoying inquired, with Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian looking to Du Fei, eager for the answer. Yes, it significantly outperforms Mithril, Du Fei replied, nodding. This special metal is known as vibranium and possesses two distinct properties. One is the unconscious, conventional vibranium, which exhibits extraordinary resilience, suitable for crafting defensive shields and various cold weapons. The other is the semi-conscious active vibranium, which, in addition to its toughness, offers flexible resilience and counter-injury capabilities, enabling the creation of this intelligent battlesuit. As he spoke, Du Fei laid out the designs and performance specifications of the intelligent battlesuit before Lu Ruobing and the others. Intelligent battlesuit, crafted from active vibranium. The ensemble comprises a three-piece set: shoulder guards, wrist guards, and knee pads. The performance description states that when donned, this triad can seamlessly transition between various states. In its activated form, the three pieces automatically coalesce into a suit of armor, providing comprehensive and intelligent protection for the wearer. This suit is remarkably simple and practical. One merely needs to wear the shoulder guards, wrist guards, and knee pads over their clothing in everyday situations. Observe closely. There is an intelligent device on the wrist guard that facilitates the suit's effortless transition. Upon entering combat, a mere press of the activation button will set off a reactive interplay among the vibranium components, enabling them to circulate and instantaneously form a fully protective suit. Du Fei meticulously explained this to them. This intelligent armor is truly perfect, exclaimed Lu Ruobing, her astonishment evident as she patted her proudly protruding chest. I can hardly believe it. Indeed, it's astonishing. If one were donned such armor, bullets would surely bounce off, right? I feel capable of grappling with the chrono beast barehanded. Summer Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian chimed in, their excitement palpable. Currently, most federal soldiers are clad in forged steel armor, which, although highly protective, is also burdensome. It pales in comparison to the secret silver-beaded inner garments designed by the captain. However, this intelligent armor made of vibranium is a different story. To possess such a suit would be tantamount to invincibility, wouldn't it? Wearing it would mean never having to endure bullying again. And one could even stir up trouble in the base city without fear. You are correct. Theoretically, this suit is impervious to firearms. But we will only ascertain its true capabilities once it is produced, Du Fei remarked. Captain, if we were to acquire 1 kilogram of Nirvana meteorite, how many such suits could we create? Lu Ruobing asked eagerly. The tail extracted from the cloaked wing yielded only 1 milliliter of control element, sufficient to synthesize 2 kilograms of active vibranium, allowing for the creation of just 1 intelligent suit. Du Fei replied with a chuckle, then turned to them. Thus, whether it be conventional or active vibranium, both are urgently needed. Of course, with time on our side, we can procure Nirvana meteorites, while the control elements will require us to venture forth and extract them. I believe it won't be long before each of you possesses a suit of this caliber. As his words settled, Lu Ruobing, Summer Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Their breaths quickened. Summer Ying inhaled deeply, squinting her eyes. It seems we need to seek out the Beast King more frequently. Lu Ruobing frowned. It's not as simple as you envision. Even the top military legions find it challenging to hunt chrono beasts. I believe we can succeed. After all, we did manage to injure a cloaked winged creature. Didn't we? Sun Shaoqian remarked. True, but it took 32 micromissiles to bring down just 1 tail. The cost was exorbitant, Ganting lamented, her expression one of concern. Du Fei smiled gently and said, I concur with Xia Ying's perspective. We must pay more attention to the time beasts akin to the Beast King. After speaking, he withdrew a blueprint from the table and handed it to Sun Shaoqian. Create this weapon according to the parameters outlined. Understood, Captain. Sun Shaoqian responded as she examined the blueprint, momentarily taken aback. What is this? Du Fei chuckled. It's a tranquilizer gun. Chapter 80. Hitting a wall, a tranquilizer gun? The expressions of Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian turned to confusion. In the next moment, Lu Ruobing's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, I understand. I recall that the tail behind the cloaked wing was initially quite rigid, and then it became. Are you suggesting we use that rare substance as a melting agent to hunt the Beast King? Indeed, once the Beast King is injected with the melting agent, It will transform into a soft-bodied creature. We could not only hunt it with ease, but also extract elemental control on-site. Precisely, very astute. Du Fei cast an appreciative glance at Lu Ruobing. Feeling his admiration, Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly averted her gaze. What madness is this? His gaze is simply unbearable. Yet, she felt an indescribable joy within her heart. Hunting the Beast King using this method is simply splendid. This way, we shall each soon possess a suit of vibranium-intelligent battle armor. Sun Xiao Qian clapped her hands, her excitement causing her chest to heave. Little Hoof, you are mistaken. Is it only now that you realize the captain's brilliance? Xiaoying puffed a cloud of smoke into Sun Xiao Qian's face, continuing. I believe that as long as our women's combat unit has the captain at the helm, our future will undoubtedly flourish. Sisters, prepare to revel in delight. It's worth noting that Xia Ying had only ever admired this captain throughout her life. In just a month, the transformation of the women's combat unit was evident. She had witnessed it all, despite her usual lack of communication with Du Fei, since he had rescued her from the rehabilitation pool. She had vowed that her life belonged to him. Captain, I shall always heed your guidance. Feel free to use the funds as you wish. I will always support you without reservation. Gan Ting raised her small face, blinking her eyes earnestly. Upon reflection, she realized that the captain had not squandered resources. Every penny was meticulously allocated, and she was now entirely devoted. Our financial manager has finally come to her senses. Lu Ruobing smiled, then turned to Du Fei. Captain, we shall always stand by you. Seeing their heartfelt declarations, Du Fei smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, amidst the excitement of the four beauties, Du Fei briefly outlined the production details of the silver, pearl-like undergarment and the tranquilizer gun. Once Lu Ruobing and the others comprehended, Du Fei turned to Gan Ting and inquired, what is the status on the mining area investigation? We are still looking into it, Gan Ting replied. There are 296 mining areas distributed around the 6 Bay cities, of which 63 are under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. 8 individuals have been investigated thus far, yet the whereabouts of the esteemed elder and his companions remain elusive. Du Fei, furrowing his brow in contemplation, declared, Sun Xiaoqian, starting tomorrow, the camp will temporarily cease its guardianship, collaborate with Gan Ting, and ensure that Predator Number 2 is involved as well, intensifying the search efforts. Understood, Commander. Sun Xiaoqian responded promptly. And Gan Ting, do not forget about the Nirvana meteorite. Reply to the other party, confirming our meeting the day after tomorrow at noon. Yes. On the following day, the construction of the Women's Field Combat Corps camp commenced. Supply vehicles arrived in a steady stream, with Hussein personally assisting in unloading. His joy evident. Song Jia, Su Ninger, Zhao Feifeng, and others, armed with blueprints, directed operations on site. The female soldiers, alongside Qin Yuanshan and a group of miners, worked fervently, embodying a scene of bustling activity. The entire camp of the Women's Field Combat Corps radiated an atmosphere of liveliness and industriousness. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying faced significant tasks as well, diligently studying the intricate process of crafting the bead-like inner garments while continuously extracting secret silver. Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian were stationed in the independent control room for the drones, meticulously maneuvering Predator Number 1 and No. 2 to systematically inspect the mining areas under the cabinet's jurisdiction. The days swiftly passed amidst this intense flurry of activity, and it was not until nightfall that the female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Corps finally concluded their labors and retired for rest. In the 9th District, within the Ministry of Supervision, the atmosphere in the office was stifling. Father, Su Zhong has been gone all day without a word. Could he have encountered some difficulties? Wang Shuzhen expressed her anxiety, pacing back and forth while casting glances toward the door. Jin'er, maintain your composure. There is no need for concern. Wang Jianqing comforted his daughter from behind his desk. Witnessing her unease tugged at his heartstrings, amplifying his feelings of guilt. Over the years, he had been acutely aware of the profound bond between his daughter and Du Lei. He understood Wang Shuzhen's current emotional turmoil. Despite the challenges in requesting assistance from the cabinet, he held substantial faith in his former comrades. Now that his daughter had finally returned to his side, Wang Jianqing was resolute in ensuring she would not be disappointed again. He was determined to rescue Du Lei to atone for the mistakes of the past. Just as the father and daughter anxiously awaited news, Su Zhong returned, bearing a somewhat dejected countenance and a less than favorable demeanor. In that moment, both Wang Jianqing and Wang Shuzhen turned their gazes toward him expectantly. Su Zhong had departed from the Ministry of Supervision early in the morning to visit the cabinet and had only now returned. Although he sensed that Su Zhong appeared somewhat off, the father and daughter still harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing for positive news from him. Su Zhong, what transpired? Wang Shuzhen inquired hastily. What is the attitude of my acquaintances in the cabinet? Wang Jianqing also asked, unable to contain his impatience. It was futile. They are unwilling to assist, Su Zhong replied, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. What? Wang Jianqing's eyes widened as he inquired further. What about Song Mingyuan, Xiong Jinshan, and Jin Dafu? They too claim to be powerless. Su Zhong shook his head once more. It is crucial to note that these cabinet officials had previously benefited from Wang Jianqing's patronage. Yet, at this critical juncture, when their assistance was truly needed, they distanced themselves. Su Zhong visited the cabinet, seeking help from each individual. Some offered mere lip service, others outright declined, and a few simply refused to see him altogether. And what of Zhao Tianxing? Surely he would lend a hand? Wang Jianqing pressed on. Zhao Tianxing, alas. Su Zhong's lips twitched as he struck his fist against the office wall. It would have been better not to mention Zhao Tianxing at all. Just the thought of him sent a chill through Su Zhong's heart. In his attempt to rescue Du Lei, Su Zhong had represented the minister at the cabinet, only to encounter wall after wall of resistance. Nonetheless, he held on to the belief that even if no one else would assist, Zhao Tianxing would undoubtedly come to the minister's aid, for Wang Jianqing had once saved Zhao Tianxing's life on the battlefield, and it was through Wang Jianqing's support that Zhao Tianxing ascended to his position in the cabinet. Wang Jianqing had essentially bestowed upon Zhao Tianxing a second chance at life. However, Su Zhong was utterly blindsided when, upon presenting the minister's handwritten letter, Zhao Tianxing refused to even glance at it, dismissing any notion of assistance outright. Chapter 81. The Dawn Base. What, pray tell, is Zhao Tianxing's true disposition? Wang Jianqing's brow furrowed as he turned to Su Zhong. It was one thing for the others to decline help, given that his health had deteriorated over the years, and he had not maintained close ties with them. However, Zhao Tianxing was an entirely different matter. He could not possibly refuse to help. Minister, Zhao Tianxing did not even look at your letter, Su Zhong reported. Did not look? Indeed. This fellow now carries himself with great arrogance, as if he has become a different person. He seemed to know of my visit in advance, and, before I could even articulate my purpose, he deflected my requests. As Su Zhong spoke, his face contorted with rage. What infuriates me most is that Zhao Tianxing made it clear he could not assist, and even suggested that you— Suggested what? Essentially, he stated that you are nearing your end, and that all ties should be severed henceforth. What? Sever all ties? Wang Jianqing's body jolted, his countenance turning a pallid shade of anger. He could scarcely believe Zhao Tianxing's ingratitude. He should have let him perish on the battlefield. Wang Shuzhen seethed through clenched teeth. Had it not been for the minister's desperate efforts to save him and to elevate him to the cabinet, could Zhao Tianxing have achieved his current standing? Su Zhong, equally enraged, shared his sentiments. Enough, let us speak no more of it. Wang Jianqing gestured dismissively to Wang Shuzhen and Su Zhong, shaking his head. We can only conclude that the Wu family wields considerable influence within the cabinet. As these words fell, Su Zhong's muscles tensed, his gaze drifting to the window, while Wang Shuzhen fell into silence. Indeed, the Wu family's connections within the Federation were intricate and ever-expanding. They had not only established a firm foothold within the 9th District's cabinet, but had also extended their reach into other regions. Although the rescue of Du Lei may seem trivial, human nature is inherently pragmatic. Through this incident, it becomes evident that Wang Jianqing's associates, including Zhao Tianxing, have all been assimilated by certain latent rules within the cabinet. The higher they ascend in rank, the more they fear entanglement and trouble. Moreover, given Wang Jianqing's deteriorating health from radiation exposure, his demise is inevitable in the near future. They are not foolish at such a critical juncture. Who would dare to offend the forces backing the Wu family for the sake of a dying man? Father, does this mean that Du Lei and his daughter are destined to perish in the high-security mine for the rest of their lives? At this moment, Wang Shuzhen's eyes were reddened, and despair had essentially taken root in her heart. Zhener, remain calm for now. I shall ponder a solution, Wang Jianqing said, suppressing his sorrowful emotions. Ultimately, the Ministry of Supervision is merely an intelligence agency, while the cabinet holds a position superior to all departments. Although Wang Jianqing offered this consolation to his daughter, internally he felt a sense of helplessness and resignation. At that moment, a report came through the communicator from the classified office. What is it? Minister, the high-security mine area you instructed us to monitor has just encountered an emergency. The aide reported. What situation? Wang Jianqing inquired. The high-security mine has come under attack, and fierce fighting is currently underway. Quickly, redirect the footage to us, he commanded. Yes. The aide responded promptly. Su Zhong swiftly activated the office's laser screen, and both Wang Jianqing and Wang Shuzhen turned their gazes toward it. Soon, a video appeared on the laser screen. Under the night sky, countless shells were fired from the surrounding mountains, raining down upon the high-security mine. With a series of explosions, alarms blared piercingly, and flames erupted from the steel walls. The cries and curses of soldiers echoed, while the prisoners working at night scattered in panic, creating utter chaos throughout the mine. Minister, this is an attack initiated by the rebels, Su Zhong stated. Wang Jianqing, his expression grave, nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Wang Shuzhen anxiously observed the screen, her eyes fixated on the tumultuous crowd within the mine. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Father, look over there." She pointed toward a corner of the footage. Wang Jianqing and Su Zhong focused intently, their eyes narrowing simultaneously. It was Du Lei. Switch to the vicinity of mine shaft number 3. Su Zhong immediately commanded through the communicator. Yes. As the classified office responded, the laser screen shifted to the area near mine shaft number 3, revealing a group of figures. It's Du Lei and his daughter, Wang Shuzhen said, tears welling in her eyes as she covered her mouth in excitement. In the footage, Du Lei and his daughter, Du Xiaoya, were seen being shielded by a group of female prisoners as they rushed towards the mine entrance. Amidst the roaring cannon fire, they swiftly approached the entrance. One beautiful woman, smiling, gestured invitingly to Du Lei and his daughter. Then, under her guidance, Du Lei and his daughter, along with the female prisoners, streamed into the mine. Within half a minute, everyone had entered the depths of the mine. Minister, she is a rebel captured by the cabinet, and that woman is their leader, Su Zhong remarked. Wang Jianqing of the Dawn base furrowed his brow. Indeed, Su Zhong nodded. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuzhen became anxious. Does that mean Du Lei and his daughter have fallen into the hands of the insurgents? She immediately grasped Wang Jianqing's arm, her heart racing with urgency. Father, what should we do? Do not fret. I will devise a plan to rescue the young man, Wang Jianqing reassured, patting his daughter's hand. He turned to Su Zhong and commanded, investigate which legions are responsible for the eradication of the Dawn base. I shall personally communicate with their commanders. Understood, Minister. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Revival City, Wu Dagui was kneeling on the bed, engrossed in a game with a muscular man. A confidential officer rushed in, breathless, reporting, My lord, there has been an incident at the heavy crime mine. What happened? Wu Dagui inquired, panting. The heavy crime mine has been attacked by rebels, and Du Lei and his daughter are suspected to have been abducted. What? Wu Dagui exclaimed in shock. Quickly, connect me to Yuan Shiji of the 109th Division. At once. The officer promptly retrieved the communicator, establishing a connection swiftly. I am Yuan Shiji, commander of the 109th Division. What are your orders, my lord? Came the voice through the device. I command you to urgently intercept the rebels attacking the heavy crime mine. You must locate Du Lei and bring him back to me. Wu Dagui's emotions spiraled, and he let out a shrill scream into the communicator. Yes, my lord. Chapter 82. What kind of people are they? At the camp of the Women's Field Corps, in the workshop, Du Fei was meticulously analyzing the measurements of the female soldiers, occasionally marking symbols. He was deeply invested in ensuring that the mithril-infused undershirts would be comfortable to wear. Nearby, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying watched in admiration, patiently awaiting his guidance. Just then, an urgent voice broke through. Commander, one of the heavy crime mines under cabinet jurisdiction has suddenly come under attack by an unidentified armed organization. The No. One predator has seemingly located the old man and is waiting for your confirmation. An urgent report came through the headset from Ganting. On my way. Hearing this, Du Fei immediately abandoned his work and rushed to the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King tank. Xiang was taken aback. What is happening? Lu Ruobing touched her headset, her pretty face lighting up with surprise. It seems we have found the commander as father and sister. Saying this, she tugged at Xia Ying and hurriedly followed suit. In the independent control room, Ganting addressed the arriving Du Fei and the others. Commander, the attack on the heavy crime mine has just concluded. The fierce battle lasted less than 10 minutes, quite brief. During this time, the No. 1 predator conducted a search of the mine and discovered some information, preserving a segment of video. Please play it, Du Fei commanded. Certainly. The screen in the control room immediately displayed a video. A middle-aged man grasped the hand of a girl around 15 or 16, their silhouettes appearing against the backdrop of gunfire. Under the flickering light, a beautiful woman politely exchanged a few words with the man. Shortly thereafter, the man and the girl hurried into a mine, enveloped by a throng of female prisoners. "It is them," Du Fei nodded. "Excellent. We have finally located them." Joy radiated from Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian's faces. Have they not emerged from the mine since their entry? Du Fei switched to real-time footage, glancing at the mine displayed on the screen, inquiring further. Since their entrance, the number 1 predator has been on guard, and to this moment, no one has been seen exiting, Gan Ting replied. "Captain, I observe that those female prisoners do not appear overly anxious. Their demeanor seems rather composed." Lu Ruobing remarked with a furrowed brow. A spark of realization illuminated Xia Ying's eyes, prompting her to exclaim, "Could it be that the mine leads to an exit, and they are attempting to escape? That is indeed a possibility." Du Fei analyzed the footage, having contemplated the very same notion. Gan Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, immediately searched the areas surrounding the high-security mining district. "Understood." Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian nodded in unison, swiftly maneuvering the number 1 and number 2 predator stealth drones to conduct a thorough search of the vicinity. Du Fei and the others remained fixated on the control room screen. As the 2 drones soared and circled, the surrounding mountains and trees rapidly retreating in the visuals. "Captain, a swarm of hummingbird drones is flying southeast from the mining area," Sun Xiaoqian reported. "Follow them," Du Fei commanded. "Aye." Sun Xiaoqian promptly altered course, pursuing the cluster of hummingbird drones. Soon, a situation unfolded ahead. "Captain, it's the old man and his family." Gan Ting, piloting the number 1 predator, caught up as well. Along the mountain road bordering the high-security mining area, a group of female prisoners had gathered, assisting Du Lei and his daughter Du Xiaoye in removing the tracking devices from their ankles. At that moment, the swarm of hummingbird drones approached perilously close to the heads of the female prisoners, their bodies revealing ominous weapons, poised to enter firing range. The situation for Du Lei, Du Xiaoye, and the female prisoners was dire. Du Fei narrowed his eyes, "Bring those drones down." Before his words had fully faded, Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian had yet to take action. Suddenly, an armored vehicle burst onto the scene from the mountain road. It was an oddly modified old-model armored vehicle, its design peculiar. In addition to machine guns and cannons atop, a large signal dish jutted out. In an instant, the signal dish emitted an immensely powerful jamming wave. Buzzing. The control room screen flickered with blurry lines, and the number 1 and number 2 predators suddenly experienced a complete signal interruption. Beep, beep, beep. Predators are experiencing severe signal interference. The predator drone No. 1 autonomously activated its intelligent program, entering autonomous mode. Similarly, predator drone number 2 followed suit. As the control room emitted a warning, Du Fei and 4 beautiful women were taken aback. Fortunately, despite the intense interference, both drones had entered autonomous mode. In the next moment, the screen flickered with indistinct images revealing a swarm of hummingbird drones plummeting like kites severed from their strings, crashing into the rocky terrain and trees. Following that, Du Lei and his daughter Du Xiaoye, aided by the group of female prisoners, boarded an armored vehicle and swiftly drove into the forest. With the armored vehicle completely vanishing from view, the control room screen returned to normal, and the signals from predator drones number 1 and number 2 were instantly restored. Du Fei pondered aloud about the formidable signal-jamming vehicle and the identity of those behind it. "I'm not sure," Lu Ruobing replied, shaking her head. Her brows furrowed slightly. "They must have attacked the major crime mining area with the intent to rescue someone." "Goodness, such an armed organization exists?" She continued, incredulous. "How audacious they are to dare assault a federal mining area." "Indeed, I've never heard of any armed group openly opposing the Federation," remarked Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Xiaoqian in astonishment. It is important to note that the Women's Field Corps is an irregular military unit, entirely unaware of the existence of rebels. Furthermore, the Glorious Federation has always maintained strict confidentiality regarding information on rebels. This has led groups like the Women's Field Corps, armed organizations, and civilians to believe that no one would dare to oppose the Federation. In the minds of Lu Ruobing and her companions, the notion of a rebellious organization was non-existent. Even if there were individuals who wished to resist, they were too afraid to voice their dissent. Thus, witnessing the earlier scene left them utterly shocked. the organization that the group of female prisoners belonged to had the audacity to confront the Federation, and they found it utterly insane. Captain, do you think they will be all right? Lu Ruobing inquired. Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian all turned their gaze toward Du Fei, their faces reflecting concern. I believe they should be fine, Du Fei mused, observing the footage that suggested those individuals bore no ill intent toward his father and sister. However, the nature of the organization remained unclear. After a brief moment of contemplation, Du Fei commanded Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian. Initiate a search in that mountainous region and its surrounding areas. Avoid the signal jamming vehicle, and should you make any discoveries, refrain from alarming them. Understood. Chapter 83. Foolish girl, have you fallen in love? By the way, Captain Gan Ting remarked, accessing a message on the black market website. We have received a response regarding the trade of the Nirvana meteorite. The meeting point is at coordinates 902.57, scheduled for tomorrow at 11 a.m. Very well. What are the terms of the transaction? Du Fei inquired. The other party replied that due to the stringent control imposed by the Federation on the Nirvana meteorite, private transactions are strictly prohibited, and any discovered will result in confiscation, to ensure the safety of both parties' assets and personal security. This transaction will be facilitated by the local black market, with specific trading rules arranged temporarily by the operators of the black market. Temporarily arranged by the black market operators? Du Fei frowned. If that were the case, the uncertainties would be considerable. How far is the trading location from our camp? After a quick check, I found out that it is situated in the vicinity of Revival City, at the junction of North Cold City and Holy War City, nearly 500 kilometers from our camp. What is the road condition like? There's a main road between Revival City and North Cold City, and the traffic is relatively smooth. If we set off at 7 a.m. tomorrow, we should arrive by 11 a.m., Gan Ting responded. All right, then let's depart half an hour earlier tomorrow morning, Du Fei said. Turning to the four beautiful women, you four will accompany me. Yes. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian all nodded in unison. As night fell, the world was enveloped in silence. After a long day of toil, the miners had succumbed to slumber, leaving only the sentinels among the female soldiers awake. Inside the wooden cabin, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian had long drifted into dreamland. Despite sleeping on the floor, their faces bore sweet smiles in their sleep. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, sharing the same bed, lay back to back, both wide awake and unable to sleep. Particularly, Lu Ruobing tossed and turned, unable to find rest. What's wrong? Xia Ying turned over and inquired. I can't sleep, Lu Ruobing replied, staring at the ceiling and shaking her head. I see. Is it that your heart feels like it's being clawed by a cat? Xia Ying teased. Lu Ruobing frowned, saying, Yingbao, I think I'm doomed. Xia Ying playfully touched Lu Ruobing's warm earlobe and joked, Silly girl, you're in love. Perhaps, Lu Ruobing replied in a whisper. Ruobing, I actually think the captain has feelings for you as well. There's just a thin veil between you two that needs to be pierced. Although I've never been in love, I know that a man only needs a little coaxing to be yours. It's best to take the initiative. I suggest you go for it. Xia Ying advised Lu Ruobing. Oh please, do you think everyone is like you? Besides, the captain isn't that kind of frivolous person. Lu Ruobing chuckled at Xia Ying's humor, but soon composed herself, shaking her head slightly. You know I'm 5 years older than him. He is only 18 and still. What does being 18 have to do with anything? What are you worrying about? Xia Ying replied, exasperated, as she playfully slapped Lu Ruobing's backside, grinning. Didn't you feel anything when you were sitting in his lap? He is already a remarkable man, you know. I'm not talking about that. Can you be serious for a moment? Lu Ruobing shot Xia Ying a glare. The mere mention of recent events made her feel flushed all over. Lu Ruobing's face flushed, and she continued, What I mean is, he is currently preoccupied with our Legion's affairs. Camp planning, construction, future development, and on top of that, his father and sister are in uncertain circumstances. Just think about it. He is merely a young man, and all of this rests heavily upon his shoulders. The pressure must be immense. After a moment of silence, Xia Ying softly replied, I hadn't considered that, but you are indeed correct. The commander is under significant strain. Lu Ruobing exhaled deeply. Exactly. We cannot exacerbate his burdens due to personal feelings. Xia Ying nodded thoughtfully and added, Given the commander's overwhelming pressure, we must not rush matters. Otherwise, he may not be able to endure. Indeed, we must take a natural approach, Lu Ruobing remarked, gazing at the ceiling while gently biting her lip. It is nearly dawn. We should rest. Agreed. Ding. Intimacy level 50. Ding. Intimacy level 20. Just as Du Fei had fallen asleep, Two notifications sounds echoed suddenly in his mind. He jolted awake, bewildered by the disturbance in the middle of the night. Chapter 84. The Black Phoenix at 6:30 in the morning. The Women's Combat Division was already bustling with activity. Song Jia, Su Ninger, Zhao Feifeng, and all infantry, alongside the No. 2 Land King tank, remained at the camp. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and others accompanied Du Fei aboard the No. 1 Land King tank, setting off for a transaction at the black market. Let us go. With Du Fei's command, the No. 1 Land King tank sped out of the camp. With the protection of 2 stealth predator drones, they raced towards the coordinates 902-57. The trading location lay in the northwest, at the intersection of Revitalization City, North Cold City, and Holy War City, an area devoid of governance. Such places are known for harboring black markets, primarily gathering spots for ragtag legions and mercenaries. The black market also attracts impoverished armed groups, scavengers, and miners from private mines. These factions typically cannot afford the exorbitant supplies found in established strongholds, leading them to engage in underground trading. In summary, apart from regular armies, all manner of forces frequented these chaotic realms, making it a veritable den of iniquity. As the No. 1 Land King tank sped along, it encountered numerous level 1 and level 2 time beasts, all of which had been cleared away by the 2 predators beforehand. The journey thus proceeded without hindrance. Approaching 11 a.m., Du Fei and his companions arrived near coordinates 902-57, with a camp visible in the distance. The camp resembled a desolate city, with dozens of reconnaissance drones circling overhead. The walls of the camp were in a state of disrepair, patrolled by armed personnel. At the base of the wall, gaps were filled with rusted vehicles and discarded items. Soon, the No. 1 Land King armored vehicle arrived at the city gate, following the coordinates. Halt! A group of rugged, fiercely looking armed personnel brandished their weapons, blocking the way. We come for a transaction. Du Fei stepped down from the armored vehicle alongside Gan Ting. Where's the order? One of the burly men scrutinized Du Fei and Gan Ting, casting a wary glance at the vehicle's autocannon and machine gunners. The order is here. It was agreed upon for 11 o'clock. Gan Ting produced a smart tablet, opened the black market order interface, and presented it to the burly man. Upon seeing it, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately adopted a respectful tone. Please hold on. He then turned away and retrieved a communicator, calling the boss. What is it? A cold, indifferent female voice emanated from the communicator. The buyer for order number 1 has arrived. The burly man informed the communicator. Check the wind direction. Understood. The burly man nodded and gestured towards the city wall. Buzzing sounds filled the air as several reconnaissance drones swiftly dispersed from above the camp. After circling at a distance, the drones promptly returned. Boss, it's just an ordinary armored vehicle. No issues. The burly man reported into the communicator. Excellent. Escort the buyer to the VIP area. Understood. The burly man stowed away the communicator and addressed Du Fei. Just follow me with your armored vehicle. After saying this, he mounted a nearby dirt bike and revved the engine. Du Fei and Gan Ting nodded at the burly man and turned aboard the armored vehicle. Subsequently, the burly man led the way, with the No. 1 Land King following closely behind as they entered the camp. The interior of this camp was vast, with streets crisscrossing in every direction, bustling with people. The crowd was a mix of men and women, dressed in various styles. Some were tattered, while others draped themselves in blankets. It was evident that these individuals belonged to the lowest strata of society. In addition to the existing urban structures, there were hills, ravines, and forests in the distance, suggesting subsequent modifications to the area. The burly man guided the No. 1 Land King through the edge of the street, revealing an expanse of wild grassland ahead. Countless dilapidated dirt bikes lined the roadside, with many engaged in haggling. Once a price was agreed upon, they would promptly mount their bikes and speed away into the wild grassland. In the distance, the grassland was teeming with people, vibrant and lively. Accompanied by the roar of motorcycles, shouts, and screams, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Numerous riders sped through the grassland and hills on their battered dirt bikes. Du Fei furrowed his brows, gazing into the distance. Is that a racing venue? Gan Ting replied. Yes, those are daredevils. They are gambling with time. Xiaoying remarked that there are indeed wagers between factions, with some armed organizations specifically relying on such methods to buy time. Du Fei nodded thoughtfully in response. After approximately 10 minutes, a robust man guided the No. 1 Land King armored vehicle through an archway, entering the VIP section. This area served as a designated reception for esteemed clients within the black market, in stark contrast to the disarray of the previous locales they passed. The VIP section presented a much more refined environment. The thoroughfares here were spacious, frequented by well-dressed individuals, and the shops offered wares of a higher caliber. A single main road traversed straight to the innermost depths of this area. Soon, the brawny man came to a halt before an ancient edifice, surrounded by dozens of armed personnel standing vigil at the entrance. Du Fei disembarked the vehicle with Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, while Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian remained in the independent control room, maneuvering two predators, ready to respond instantly should any anomalies arise. Boss, the buyer for order no. One has arrived, the brawny man reported into his communicator. Understood. As the voice from the communicator faded, a young and strikingly beautiful woman emerged from the building, flanked by two armed female bodyguards, dressed in a form-fitting black leather skirt and clad in black stockings that accentuated her long, shapely legs. She appeared to be of a similar age to Lu Ruobing. Her tall figure, accentuated by the snug attire, conveyed an alluring silhouette, yet her demeanor bore a hint of aloofness. However, compared to Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, the woman's gaze held an intoxicating charm that was utterly captivating. Are you the buyers for order number one? The woman inquired, directing her attention towards Du Fei and his companions. Yes, Du Fei affirmed with a nod. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the intermediary for this transaction, known as Black Phoenix. The woman appraised Du Fei and his companions, a slight smirk gracing her lips. I shall establish the terms of this transaction. Chapter 85. Underground dealings I will arrange for both parties to meet, and as for the price, you may negotiate freely. Since this is your first transaction with us, only one of you may approach the seller. Black Phoenix stated, turning her gaze to Du Fei and the others. Have you brought the funds? Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exchanged a glance, surveying their surroundings, their brows furrowing in concern. Observing the vigilant expressions on the two women's faces, Black Phoenix offered a reassuring smile. Rest assured, our primary focus is business, and our reputation is paramount. When you conduct transactions here, the safety of each client's assets and personal security is of the utmost importance, so you need not worry. If you harbor any doubts, I can represent the seller in canceling this transaction. With that, she shifted her attention back to Du Fei, disregarding Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying. I have brought it, Du Fei replied, raising the storage card in his hand and addressing Black Phoenix with a calm demeanor. I will meet with the seller. Excellent. Then let us proceed. Black Phoenix responded without hesitation, turning and walking towards the building. Captain, do exercise caution, was the parting advice. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying expressed their concerns. It will be fine, Du Fei replied with an air of calmness. Though uncertain of any lurking dangers, his physical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Even if confronted by several burly men, he was confident in his ability to subdue them effortlessly. Thus, he harbored a degree of assurance regarding his own safety. As Du Fei prepared to follow, one of the female bodyguards obstructed his path, stating, weapons are not permitted. Upon hearing this, Du Fei promptly removed his sidearm and handed it to Lu Ruobing. Another female bodyguard stepped forward and thoroughly searched Du Fei, her hands exploring every nook and cranny of his attire. After completing her examination, she blushed and nodded to her companion. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying observed this interaction, their lips trembling in indignation. Had it not been for the team leader's silence, they would have been inclined to confront the bodyguard. Please proceed. The two female bodyguards gestured toward Du Fei. He nodded and followed them with an air of composure toward the building. Upon seeing him enter, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying immediately boarded the combat vehicle and made their way to the independent control room. Ting Ting, Xiaoqian. Closely monitor the situation within the building and ensure the team leader's safety. Lu Ruobing commanded. Understood. Respond to Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian, swiftly operating Predator 1 and 2 to observe the premises through the windows. However, in the next moment, they witnessed He Feng and the two female bodyguards leading Du Fei to an elevator-like lift where they all stepped inside. As a lift's gate closed, the indicator light on the adjacent wall flickered downward. Gan Ting furrowed her brow. This is bad. The team leader has descended to the basement. Attempt to contact the team leader, Xia Ying urged urgently. Team leader, can you hear me? Please respond. After several calls, Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian shook their heads. Clearly, the signal had been jammed. In an instant, the expressions of the four women grew tense, their hearts sinking. The lift descended with a series of mechanical clicks. Soon, Du Fei, Hei Feng, and the two bodyguards felt the sudden jolt as they reached their destination. Please, Hei Feng said to Du Fei. He nodded slightly and followed them out of the lift, entering a basement. This underground chamber was modest in size, approximately 100 square meters. At its center stood a round table fashioned from stone, with a large fan embedded in the vent above. Surrounding stone walls were adorned with a dozen wall sconces, their shadows concealing ominous gun barrels. Aside from the stone table, the space was barren and devoid of other furnishings. Du Fei surveyed the surroundings, frowning inwardly. Every corner of the basement lay within the range of gunfire, and should a conflict arise, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to escape unscathed. At that moment, the elevator gate on the opposite side of the basement opened, and 4 or 5 individuals emerged from within. They were the sellers for this transaction. After making her announcement, the Black Phoenix led Du Fei towards them. Upon reaching the stone table in the center, Du Fei realized that all of them were women. The leader was a woman in her 20s, tall and slender, clad in a camouflage outfit. The high neckline of her attire was stretched by her ample bosom, revealing an alluring cleavage. Through the partially open collar, one could faintly discern a plum blossom tattoo embroidered just below her chest. This woman could be described as a stunning beauty, with a delicate yet cold visage, exuding an aura of untamed ferocity. The other female attendants behind her were equally attractive, radiating a similar wild energy. Their camouflage outfits varied in condition. Some are brand new, while others bore rips and stains of blood. At that moment, as the female attendants noticed Du Fei's gaze lingering on a particular part of the short-dressed woman, their expressions soured. They glared at Du Fei with menacing eyes, while the short-dressed woman furrowed her brow slightly, casting a frosty glare in his direction, as if warning an intruder encroaching upon her territory. The tension was palpable, leaving Du Fei somewhat speechless. Was it merely curiosity about the tattoo that warranted such hostility? Lon, this is the buyer for our transaction, the Black Phoenix remarked, sensing the shift in atmosphere and smiling as she gestured towards Du Fei. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Phoenix, the short-dressed woman replied, her demeanor softening slightly as she nodded at the Black Phoenix, before addressing Du Fei directly. Are you here to purchase raw Nirvana meteorite for jewelry? As she spoke, Du Fei realized the black market operators were quite familiar with these sellers. In an instant, his thoughts refocused, and he calmly replied, Indeed, I hope to find quality material to profit from. Upon hearing this, a subtle change flickered across the short-dressed woman's face. After a brief pause, she cut to the chase, stating, Then please inspect the goods. With that, she waved her hand, and one of the female attendants produced a wooden box. Placing it on the stone table and opening it, inside lay 2 fist-sized stones, glistening black and reflecting shimmering rays of light under the dim illumination. These were indeed 2 pieces of raw Nirvana meteorite. However, a notable flaw was that both pieces exhibited some honeycomb-like cavities, with a few holes being relatively large. Du Fei felt a surge of delight, seemingly grasping why the short-dressed woman had displayed that earlier expression. It indicated that the quality of these raw Nirvana meteorites was not particularly good, suggesting that only a limited portion could be utilized for jewelry. Consequently, only smaller items, such as bracelets, could be crafted, while larger pieces would be nearly impossible to create. However, none of those present were aware that Du Fei had purchased the stones for the purpose of smelting and synthesis. The quality of the raw stones held no significance for him. He picked up 2 pieces of Nirvana meteorite raw stones, examined them with the ease of an expert, and then, with a dismissive curl of his lips, placed them back into the wooden box. Subsequently, he raised his gaze to the short-clad woman and casually inquired, What is the price? The short-clad woman glanced at the nearby Black Phoenix and, with a hint of unease, replied, The market price is 13,000 hours per gram. These 2 raw stones weighed over 1,000 grams, so rounding to a kilogram, the total amounted to 13 million hours. After speaking, the short-clad woman looked at Du Fei, awaiting his response. Chapter 86. The transaction completed, haha. Du Fei chuckled softly and regarded the short-clad woman, saying, 13 million hours is rather exorbitant. Could the price be lowered a bit? The short-clad woman shook her head. It was previously agreed upon in the order that this is the public price. It cannot be reduced. After saying this, she glanced again at Black Phoenix. Is it unchangeable? Indeed. Very well, if that is the case. Then there is nothing further to discuss. Du Fei similarly shook his head and waved his hand dismissively at the short-clad woman. Is that so? The corners of the short-clad woman's mouth curled slightly as she warned Du Fei, Let me inform you, this transaction is being coordinated by the market operator. Should you choose to decline, you will be responsible for the entire coordination fee. Upon hearing this, Du Fei furrowed his brow. So, you intend to force a sale? He rubbed his nose and turned to Black Phoenix. Is that true? Black Phoenix smiled, exceedingly polite, and affirmed what she said is correct. As her words fell, two female bodyguards beside Black Phoenix brandished their submachine guns. However, before the guns could be aimed, Du Fei swiftly grasped their barrels, somewhat conceding, and remarked, "Let's keep things amicable. After all, business is best conducted in good spirits. I never said I wouldn't proceed, haha," with a smile adorning his face. He released his grip on the gun barrels. Black Phoenix and the short-clad woman exchanged glances, a glimmer of triumph in their eyes, thinking, this lad is quite perceptive. Little did they expect, the next moment brought forth a gasp. The two female bodyguards, staring at the barrels of their submachine guns, simultaneously let out surprised shrieks. Black Phoenix, the short-clad woman, and several other female attendants all turned their gazes toward them. Upon seeing, their expressions shifted dramatically, eyes wide in disbelief. The ends of the two submachine gun barrels were bent like a faucet. Good heavens! How formidable is this man? What sort of creature is he? The two female bodyguards and several attendants looked at Du Fei, their faces pale and breaths quickening. Black Phoenix and the short-clad woman regained their composure, both shivering, their bodies trembling in astonishment. Feigning ignorance to conceal one's true strength, they exchanged glances, their scalps tingling with disbelief. This was utterly astonishing. That is indeed an exceptionally tough, high-alloy, stainless steel gun barrel. Yet he managed to bend it with such ease. The entire process appeared effortless. It hardly seemed as though he exerted any force at all. Goodness, if this man were to grasp any part of our bodies, would it not lead to immediate devastation? Is he issuing us a warning? My apologies for bending your guns. Du Fei turned to the two female bodyguards. Speaking with sincere intent, I will compensate you for the damage. No, there is no need for compensation. The two female bodyguards, regaining their composure, waved their hands vigorously, shaking their heads as though they were wind-up toys. Little brother, your true capabilities remain concealed. Hey Phoenix swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Compensate for what? There is no need for compensation. The fact that these gun barrels can be bent in your hands has already justified their existence. Thank you then. Du Fei nodded at Hey Phoenix, and then directed his gaze toward the short-clothed woman. Let us continue our business discussion. With that, he retrieved a piece of raw Nirvana meteorite from the wooden box, stating, "As you are aware, this raw stone, riddled with honeycomb patterns, is of inferior quality. If I were to purchase it for the price you suggested, 13 million an hour, I could only fashion some minor trinkets, which would be a significant loss." Just as this esteemed Hey Phoenix mentioned upon arrival, this trading market has always upheld the principle of credibility. Business thrives on mutual benefit and reciprocity. One cannot disregard the art of negotiation, can they? With this, Du Fei looked toward Hey Phoenix. Am I correct? Yes, you are absolutely right, little brother. Hey Phoenix nodded vigorously, then signaled to the short-clothed woman. Lon, grant me a favor and lower the price a bit. Initially, she had planned to sell low and buy high, or even to take the matter into her own hands. Little did she anticipate encountering such a formidable opponent. Even if she resorted to the weapons in the basement, it would only inflict 1,000 on the enemy, while costing herself 800. Moreover, those weapons would hardly pose a threat to this man. Hey Phoenix did not wish for her long-standing sisters to suffer due to this transaction. At that moment, the short-clothed woman shared similar thoughts. Upon receiving Hey Phoenix's glance, she understood that she too had to yield. The short-clothed woman turned to Du Fei. What price do you intend to offer? Du Fei replied nonchalantly. You tell me. How much can you reduce it? This. The short-clothed woman frowned. Please hold on a moment. With that, she turned and gathered her female attendants in a corner to discuss. Xiaotong, I would like to hear your thoughts. The short-clothed woman addressed her attendants. I believe these two pieces of Nirvana raw stone are indeed of poor quality. We should sell them at a lower price if possible, suggested one attendant. Indeed, those federal buyers we previously deceived have become wary and are no longer easily fooled. New buyers are hard to come by. Moreover, we are in urgent need of funds, as Aunt May has returned, and the base will undoubtedly need to expand its personnel and acquire more weapons, ammunition, and various equipment. Indeed, I believe that these two raw stones should be sold as soon as possible. We can wait for the next opportunity to acquire higher quality specimens to fetch a better price. The other female attendants chimed in agreement. After a brief discussion, the short-clad woman approached with several attendants in tow. Have you reached a consensus? What price are you willing to offer? Du fait inquiète. What price do you propose? The short-clad woman responded, directing her gaze towards Du Fei. 5 million hours, Du Fei stated, extending his palm in a tentative gesture. Agreed. The short-clad woman nodded without hesitation. Du Fei was momentarily taken aback, his hand hovering in midair. He had initially planned to negotiate upwards if necessary, but he did not anticipate her readiness to agree so swiftly. Suddenly, he felt as though he had overstepped, realizing he could have simply quoted 3 million hours. After a moment's reflection, he turned to the Black Phoenix and asked, I assume I am not responsible for any additional expenses? Upon hearing this, the Black Phoenix smiled. No additional costs. Very well, then it's settled, Du Fei affirmed, nodding in agreement. The short-clad woman also nodded in acknowledgement, addressing Du Fei. Please transfer the 5 million hours directly to Sister Phoenix. She then handed Black Phoenix a list. As per our usual arrangement, weapons, equipment, and provisions. Understood. It will be delivered tomorrow, Black Phoenix replied after reviewing the list. Swiftly, Du Fei transferred 5 million hours to Black Phoenix's storage card and secured the 2 pieces of Nirvana meteorite. The transaction was complete. With a sigh of relief, Du Fei gazed at the remaining millions in his storage card, feeling a surge of excitement. He had not expected to procure a kilogram of Nirvana meteorite and an advanced vibranium combat suit for merely 5 million hours. The short-clad woman and her attendants displayed expressions of satisfaction. Selling the inferior stones for 5 million hours was quite a commendable achievement. As for the Black Phoenix, the entirety of the transaction amount had been credited to her account, allowing her to profit handsomely. Although she had deceived Du Fei, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. May I inquire your name, young brother? Black Phoenix inquired, her alluring lips curling into a smile, her captivating eyes glinting with charm as she looked at Du Fei. Shall we become friends? At her words, the short-clad woman and her attendants paused in surprise, subsequently turning their gazes towards Du Fei. Du Fei, he revealed, omitting any pretense. He understood that the earlier aggressive sales tactics were part of Black Phoenix's long-standing business strategy, not solely directed at him. Now, sensing her genuine desire to form a connection, he recognized the sincerity in her invitation. Certainly, the root of the matter lies in the recent intimidation they experienced. Given the future necessity for an ample supply of Nirvana meteorites and the need for the women's field combat team to expand, Du Fei chose not to dwell excessively on the earlier occurrences. The primary concern is that the Black Phoenix operates within the underworld, engaging with a myriad of factions, thus possessing extensive connections and access to valuable information. One should not underestimate such individuals, for they can prove immensely useful. Consequently, when the Black Phoenix expressed a desire to forge a friendship, Du Fei did not decline, not merely due to her striking beauty, but also the significance of her name. Noticing Du Fei's acceptance, a glimmer of intrigue danced in the Black Phoenix's captivating eyes. She then took a pen and paper from her female bodyguard, scribbling a note and handing it to Du Fei. This is our communication channel. Feel free to reach out whenever you need assistance. Afterward, she cast a glance at Du Fei's robust physique and added with a knowing smile, You're always welcome to visit me. Do make sure to come. Absolutely, I shall. Du Fei replied, reciprocating by providing the Black Phoenix with the public channel of the women's field combat team. An external women's field combat team? You're the commander? The Black Phoenix inquired upon reviewing the note. Du Fei nodded with a subtle smile. At that moment, the short-haired woman and her companions exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. An external women's field combat team? Du Fei? Though they remained silent, each silently noted the name in their minds. Lan, this man is formidable and commands an external regiment. Have you considered a female attendant whispered into the ear of the short-haired woman? Indeed, I am aware. I will report this to Aunt May upon our return. The short-haired woman nodded, casting a discreet glance at Du Fei. He could be of great use to me. Just then, Du Fei happened to glance over, and the short-haired woman quickly averted her gaze elsewhere. Today's transaction was quite pleasant. Should there be more Nirvana meteorites in the future, we can continue our dealings and maintain a frequent association. Du Fei found himself intrigued by the short-haired woman. It is important to note that Nirvana meteorites are not akin to traditional mineral deposits. Much like the meteors of the past on Blue Star, their distribution is unpredictable. The craters from which they originate are often obscured by vegetation, making them difficult to discover. Even if found, any leaked information would swiftly be claimed by the Federation. Thus, Nirvana meteorites are indeed rare. Du Fei suspected that the short-haired woman and her group might have located a Nirvana meteorite site. He was inclined to inquire about the origins of the two Nirvana meteorites they possessed, but felt it would be futile, as they would likely not disclose such information to outsiders. Very well, we shall have the opportunity to continue our transactions in due time, the short-haired woman acknowledged. Nodding at Du Fei? Subsequently, it appeared they had no intention of lingering further. They bid farewell to the Black Phoenix and proceeded directly into the elevator. As the elevator indicator ascended, the group departed. Du Fei turned to the Black Phoenix and asked, which organization do they belong to? The Black Phoenix was momentarily taken aback. Shaking her head with a smile, I'm not quite sure. Upon hearing this response, Du Fei also smiled faintly and refrained from further inquiries. It was evident that the Black Phoenix was not being entirely truthful, yet this could be understood, as they were still not well acquainted. Upon returning to solid ground, the Black Phoenix elegantly approached a bar in the corner, gracefully seating herself on a crimson bar stool, facing Du Fei, under the soft red and green lighting. Her slender legs, clad in black stockings beneath a snug leather skirt, subtly crossed, extending an invitation towards Du Fei. Du Fei's trois bobed slightly. Had his mind not been preoccupied, he would have indeed relished the opportunity to share a drink. Perhaps another day, he replied, without lingering, and departed promptly. That man is rather intriguing, the Black Phoenix murmured to herself, her enchanting gaze following Du Fei's retreating figure, revealing a hint of dreamy contemplation. Look, it's the commander. The commander has returned. How wonderful. My goodness, I was worried sick. Upon seeing Du Fei emerge from the building, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian clutched their chests, bursting into cheers. It felt to them as if a century had passed in that brief interval. At that moment, the four beauties finally felt their anxieties dissipate. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying eagerly rushed to open the car doors. As soon as Du Fei entered, they each took hold of one of his arms. Commander, are you all right? They inquired in unison, inspecting him from head to toe, fearful of any missing parts. I'm fine. Everything went smoothly. Did we acquire the Nirvana meteorite? Lu Ruobing asked excitedly. Indeed, we have it, Du Fei nodded, then turned to Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian, commanding, search this area for a small squad composed of 5 women. Understood. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian replied in unison, swiftly making their way towards the independent control room. With a thunderous roar, as the number 1 Land King battle vehicle departed from the Black Market's VIP area, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xia Ying arrived at the independent control room. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian were already operating the number 1 and number 2 predators, conducting a comprehensive search around the recently traded building. They meticulously scrutinized the streets, structures, and passing crowds. However, as minutes passed, they found no sign of the 5 women the commander had mentioned. Widen the search area, extend it beyond the city walls, Du Fei instructed, fixated on the screen. Yes. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian replied promptly, immediately expanding the search radius to outside the Black Market encampment. 2 minutes later, movement was detected at the edge of the jungle on the west side of the Black Market. There, they discovered a trench resembling a tunnel. Du Fei's eyes lit up. He observed several figures hastily emerging from the trench. Indeed, it was the short-dressed woman accompanied by her 4 female attendants. There they are. Follow them. Du Fei commanded. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian nodded, promptly maneuvering the 2 predators to hover above the trench. Xia Ying gazed at the screen, her body suddenly trembling. An inexplicable excitement flickered in her eyes as she pointed at the woman in the short outfit on the screen, exclaiming, Guan Ting, quickly, zoom in. Just then, before Guan Ting could switch the camera, a signal jamming vehicle, topped with a large pot, emerged from the jungle. The air filled with a crackling sound, and instantaneously, the control room was filled with the alarm of signal interference, the screen displaying a flurry of static. Moments later, as the image stabilized, the woman in the short outfit and the jamming vehicle had vanished without a trace. They are rebels. Captain, it was such a signal jamming vehicle that rescued the old man last night. They must be members of the organization that attacked the serious crime mining area. Lu Ruobing, Guan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian remarked. Du Fei furrowed his brows, nodding thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Xia Ying remained transfixed, staring at the empty trench on the screen, lost in contemplation. Chapter 88. Xia Lan, as the number 1 Land King battle vehicle returned to the camp. Night had already fallen. The soldiers and miners, having toiled throughout the day, had retired early after dinner. Beneath two oddly shaped trees near the mining cabin, a red dot flickered in the darkness. Xiaoying sat under the tree, smoking. The ground was strewn with a layer of dried leaves as large as a fan, with Lu Ruobing seated beside her. Xingbao, I believe you must be missing Xia Lan too much, leading to an illusion, she suggested. Perhaps, Xia Ying replied, taking a deep drag from her cigarette, her gaze fixed on the distant darkness. However, at that moment, she gave me a feeling of familiarity and closeness. Yet after all these years, there has been no word from her, no knowledge of her fate. Even if she is alive, I wonder what she has become. It might be hard to recognize her even face to face. I can't quite explain it. Perhaps I have indeed been deluded. Xiaoying spoke to herself, her sorrow palpable. Xingbao, regardless of anything, I believe Xia Lan is still alive. You sisters will surely reunite, Lu Ruobing gently reassured, patting Xia Ying's shoulder before rising. I'll go take a shower, and we can talk later. Go ahead, Xia Ying replied. Lu Ruobing nodded and turned to leave. In front of the wooden cabin, Du Fei sat in a rattan chair, lost in thought. Seeing Lu Ruobing approaching, he stood and inquired, what is wrong with Xia Ying? Sigh, she misses her sister. Lu Ruobing softly sighed. She has a sister? Du Fei asked, momentarily taken aback. Yes, she is currently heartbroken, Lu Ruobing replied, her expression dim, worried that Xia Ying might be overwhelmed with sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, she looked at Du Fei with a hint of pleading. Could you perhaps go and comfort her? All right, I'll check on her, Du Fei responded before heading towards the two large trees. As he neared, he overheard a soft murmur emanating from beneath the tree. Lan, do you know? Sister is living quite happily now, enjoying 3 meals a day of fine rice and flour. Now, our sisters are living prosperous lives, all thanks to the arrival of a remarkable commander in our legion. He is a prodigious genius. Not only handsome, but also exceedingly kind to us. He even saved my life. Our camp is currently under construction, and the commander has expressed his vision of establishing a city where all families can reside. Xia Ying's voice trembled, and she began to sob softly. Lan, do you know? When I heard the commander's words that day, I longed to know your whereabouts. How I wish you could live with us. I truly miss you. Xia Ying was lost in her sorrowful musings, oblivious to Du Fei's arrival. After a moment, she realized the cigarette was burning her fingers and hastily discarded it, pulling out another. As she ignited it, she nearly jumped in surprise. You startled me, Commander. Upon recognizing Du Fei beside her, Xia Ying quickly wiped her tears and stammered. Commander, what brings you here? I heard someone was crying, so I came to check. Du Fei chuckled. Who would cry? This beautiful lady never sheds tears. Xia Ying lifted her sleeve to dry her eyes, then rummaged in her pocket for a cigar. After lighting it, she offered it to Du Fei. Would you join me for a smoke? Du Fei, bemused, accepted the cigar and sat beside her. As he took a puff, he coughed violently, nearly choking. You shouldn't inhale a cigar. Xia Ying couldn't help but laugh, gently patting his back. Never mind, just hold on to it. After a while, Du Fei regained his composure and inquired, do you have a younger sister? Upon hearing this, Xia Ying's expression darkened, and she nodded, yes. Do you not know her whereabouts? I do not, Xia Ying replied, inhaling deeply and shaking her head. I don't even know if she is still alive. Du Fei frowned. What happened? Do you really want to know? Xia Ying hesitated slightly. Du Fei nodded, blowing a puff of smoke from the cigar. Very well. Xia Ying took a deep breath, fell silent for a moment, and then looked at Du Fei. Are you familiar with test tube babies? Du Fei filmed. The Federation, in its quest to increase the population, has seen over 60 of births in the Bay City come from test tube babies, in addition to normal human reproduction. Each test tube baby, upon birth, has a fixed lifespan of 18 years, just like those born into families. The only distinction is that familial infants are raised by their biological parents, whereas test tube babies are either nurtured by the Federation or adopted by other families. Due to the fixed lifespan before the age of 18, individuals cannot be traded or exploited. This means that prior to turning 18, the Federation derives no benefit from them. Consequently, the Federation has decreed that, barring criminals, everyone may reside in the Bay City before the age of 18, attending various military academies to hone their beast hunting abilities. However, after reaching the age of 18, one's fixed lifespan inevitably comes to an end. To survive, one must venture beyond the city limits to hunt the time beasts, striving to earn precious time. From that moment onward, for those who leave the Bay City at the age of 18, it marks either the beginning or the end of life. In simpler terms, regardless of the path taken, they ultimately become instruments for the Federation to amass time. What I wish to convey is that both my sister and I are test tube babies. I am 3 years her senior, and she is not my biological sister. We were adopted by a family at a young age, Xiaoying said to Du Fei. Du Fei nodded again, acknowledging that in this world, the existence of test tube babies is considered a normal phenomenon. Xiaoying bit her lip and began to recount her story. The parents who adopted my sister and me treated us kindly. Unfortunately, when I was 6, the city of Revival fell victim to a beast tide, and my father perished at the jaws of a time beast, leaving only my mother and us sisters behind. A few years later, overwhelmed by the pressures of life, my mother sought a stepfather to support us. Little did we know that this stepfather was a volatile man, not only reckless but also deranged. After winning bets, he would squander his winnings in social gatherings, but whenever he lost, he would seize my mother's time. If she dared to resist, she would be met with brutal beatings, often left battered and bruised. My sister and I did not escape this fate. A mere glance of discontent would result in a beating, sometimes with a stick, other times more severely. Every time I was struck, my sister would shield me with her small frame, enduring the blows herself. Even while wounded, she would comfort me, insisting that she felt no pain. As Xiaoying spoke, her voice trembled and tears welled in her eyes. Captain, do you think she was foolish? Du Fei felt a pang of emotion, furrowing his brow in silence. Perhaps it was our status as test tube babies that rendered us unworthy of a blissful childhood. We envied the children of other families. In our eyes, those children lived in a paradise, while my sister and I were trapped in a nightmare. Since then, we yearned for adulthood, eagerly anticipating the day we could escape Revival City at 18. Yet, when my sister turned 13, misfortune struck. A look of fury crossed Xiaoying's face as she recounted. That day, our stepfather lost another bet. He first unleashed a brutal assault on our mother, then, in a fit of madness, seized her scant remaining time. In his cruel gaze, our mother perished. In a fit of rage, my sister seized a sharp knife and, catching him off guard, plunged it into him, killing him instantly. In that moment, my sister became a murderer, branded with a crime against humanity by the Federation, and was sent to a labor camp. On my 18th birthday, I encountered Robbing's mother and subsequently joined the Women's Combat Unit. Later, I learned that the labor camp where my sister was held had been attacked by a beast tide, resulting in numerous casualties, though some managed to escape amidst the chaos. After speaking, Xiaoying could no longer contain herself and collapsed into Du Fei's embrace, weeping for so many years. I have been in the dark about whether she is alive or dead. Sob. At that moment, Du Fei's heart was a tumult of emotions as he gently patted Xiaoying's back, offering comfort. Have faith that good people will be rewarded. Your sister is surely still alive. Suddenly recalling the scene from earlier when she had fixated on the drone screen, he inquired, why did you have such a strong reaction to the short-haired woman among the 5? I do not know, Xiaoying replied, but the moment I laid eyes on her, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. How old is your sister? 20. I heard you call her Lan. What is her full name? Xiaolang. Xiaoying wiped away her tears and responded. Du Fei's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that the Black Phoenix had referred to the short-haired woman as Lan. Considering that the woman was approximately 20 years old, he mused, is it mere coincidence that both the names and ages align so closely? Come, sit properly. Du Fei gently wrapped his arm around Xiaoying's slender waist, and she comfortably settled onto his lap. Your instincts might be correct. That short-haired woman is likely your sister. Chapter 89. Who do you wish to inquire about? As Du Fei's words fell, Xiaoying raised her face toward him, her beautiful eyes glimmering with hope. Are you certain? Not entirely, Du Fei said, brushing a strand of hair from her face. However, the short-haired woman is indeed named Lan. I just do not know her full name. What? She is also named Lan? Xiaoying's excitement was palpable. Yes, Du Fei nodded, continuing, I will inquire about her background from the Black Phoenix and the black market. Then we shall know for sure. However, considering that they had yet to establish a rapport with the Black Phoenix, and that the short-haired woman was part of a rebel organization, he understood that the identity of the rebels was not something easily disclosed. Associating with rebels was tantamount to opposing the Federation, which could lead to dire consequences. Thus, if he asked the Black Phoenix now, she would certainly not divulge the truth. Yet, to Du Fei's surprise, Xiaoying was filled with enthusiasm at his words, eagerly pleading, Captain, could you please inquire right away? Would you? Ding. Intimacy level 50. Du Fei swallowed hard, letting out a slight sigh. Alas, being soft-hearted is a malady. All right, I shall try. That's wonderful. Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with delight. Captain, you are so kind. Ding. Intimacy level 50. How is it that my intimacy level increased by 100 in such a short time? Du Fei felt a surge of joy within. Soon, he connected to the communication channel of the Black Phoenix. I am the Black Phoenix. Who is this? A cold voice emanated from the communicator. This is Du Fei, the leader of the women's field combat team, he replied. Captain Du? I never expected it to be you. Is there something you need at this late hour? The voice of the Black Phoenix instantly transformed into a gentle allure. Xia Ying furrowed her brow, unable to suppress a slight pout. I would like to request a favor from you, Du Fei said. Matters concerning Captain Du are my affairs. Feel free to command me as you wish. I am flattered, but I seek information about a particular individual. Who do you wish to inquire about? Black Phoenix asked. The woman named Lon, with whom I conducted business today. Could you provide me with her full name and details? Captain Du, have you taken a fancy to her? Black Phoenix inquired, a teasing tone evident in her voice. You're jesting. I merely wish to maintain our business relations and gain a deeper understanding, Du Fei replied earnestly. Captain Du, I sincerely apologize, but as you know, we operate under strict confidentiality in this line of work. Regardless of the client, we uphold our principles. The gentle voice of Black Phoenix resonated through the communicator, and after a brief pause, she continued. However, I can make an exception and divulge information about one individual to you. Upon hearing this, Du Fei felt a surge of joy. This woman was rather agreeable. Yet, before he could express his gratitude, Black Phoenix's voice echoed once more through the communicator. This time, it was laced with a seductive charm, filled with enticing laughter. If you wish to know more, we must have a private conversation. I await your arrival. With that, the connection was severed, leaving a trail of contemplation in its wake. Xia Ying was taken aback, and after a moment, muttered under her breath, what a vixen. Du Fei put away the communicator, frowning and shaking his head. Indeed, just as I suspected, we are not yet familiar enough for effective communication. Black Phoenix would never divulge the truth. Even if I were to meet her alone, the information she would provide would be embellished. I shall wait. I will find a way to uncover the truth, Du Fei said to Xia Ying. Xia Ying nodded, knowing they could only proceed slowly. She had just heard the conversation between Black Phoenix and the captain. Being a woman, she was quite perceptive. Xia Ying sensed that Black Phoenix was indeed flirting with the captain, and she was reluctant for him to take any risks alone. Just then, Ying bowed. I have finished washing. It is your turn now. Lu Ruobing approached, clad in a delicate sleep dress. The V-neck spaghetti strap design, crafted from soft, silky material, showcased Lu Ruobing's perfect figure exquisitely. This nightgown was incredibly comfortable, a purchase made by Gan Ting through Husan, who had bought 5 or 6 sets in total. It was considered a special perk for the female combat team as commanders. Lu Ruobing approached, and Xia Ying remained nestled in Du Fei's embrace, delightfully raising an eyebrow at her. You little brat, just a moment ago you were crying like a waterfall, and now look at how pleased you are. Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at her, then added, I see you are deliberately trying to lure the captain over to comfort you. Your timing is impeccable. Couldn't you have arrived a bit later? Xia Ying reluctantly released Du Fei and stood up, playfully gesturing towards him as she teased. Come on, it's your turn. You mischievous girl, becoming more outrageous by the day. Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed as she playfully smacked Xia Ying's backside, urging, hurry up and take a shower. Take it easy. Ha! With laughter, Xia Ying made her way towards the wooden cabin. As Xia Ying departed, Lu Ruobing approached Du Fei, smoothing her nightgown, and inquired, Commander, what do you think of this new nightgown I bought today? Does it look good? The nightgown was adorned with embroidered images of airplanes, cannons, handguns, and bullets. Du Fei couldn't help but silently scoff at the limited designs in this world, yet he stole a glance at her long, fair legs and replied, it looks nice. Really? Lu Ruobing exclaimed joyfully, lifting the hem of her nightgown and twirling slowly before Du Fei. In that instant, Du Fei found himself mesmerized, unable to contain himself. He pulled her into his embrace. Lu Ruobing gasped in surprise. Regaining her composure, she blushed deeply upon realizing she was cradled in Du Fei's arms. She attempted to break free, but felt weak all over and couldn't escape. Reluctantly, she playfully punched Du Fei's arm, pouting, keep your hands to yourself. Her words inadvertently reminded Du Fei. Ding. Affinity level 50. Ding. Affinity level 50. Chapter 91. A heavy burden as the system notifications chimed continuously. Lu Ruobing exclaimed in panic, not my new clothes. We can't, there are soldiers on guard nearby. She hurriedly pushed Du Fei away, lightly hitting him, you scoundrel. After saying that, she quickly stood up, covering her face, and fled in embarrassment. Inside the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King tank, Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian were glued to the screen, both gripping the control sticks tightly. Ting, should we save this video to the disk? Sun Xiaoqian gulped, her voice filled with longing. Just go ahead and wish for it. If Sister Roabing finds out we were spying, she'll gouge her eyes out. Ganting rolled her eyes at her. Are you saying we should delete it? I think it's a pity. Sun Xiaoqian displayed a reluctant expression, but ultimately, she deleted the 11 minutes and 47 seconds video captured by the Predator. At that moment, Ganting bit her lip and said, I feel a bit unwell. I need to use the restroom. Blushing, she dashed out of the independent control room. Seeing this, Sun Xiaoqian hurriedly set the two Predators to autonomous guard mode and followed suit. I'm coming too. Wait for me. In the workshop, the lights shone brightly, akin to daylight. Some design blueprints lay on the workbench. With the Nirvana meteorite now in hand, Du Fei's thoughts were consumed by the intelligent battlesuit. Despite the seemingly simple three-piece set, the intricate internal processes were quite complex. Without delay, once he descended from the mountain, Du Fei resolved to commence production that very night. After a moment of contemplation, he accessed the system interface to review some essential information. In the next instant, the system interface materialized in his mind. Host, Du Fei position, Commander Legion, Auxiliary Women's Field Corps Reputation Points, 60, 180 Intimacy Points, 169 Constitution, Primary Enhancement 10, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement, Friendly Reminder. Upon the next expansion of the Constitution limit, an additional 10 points of enhancement can be acquired. Items: Universal Toolbox, X1, Rare Substance Melting Agent 500 milliliters, Element Control 1 milliliter, Nirvana Meteorite, Rock Stone 1, 000 grams. Goodness, just yesterday, the intimacy points were merely over 300, and now they have astonishingly risen to over 1,000. The first thing Du Fei checked was the intimacy points, and, at that moment, his spirits soared as he fixed his gaze upon that section. Ah, splendid. The growth rate has indeed accelerated. Previously, intimacy points typically started at a mere 1 point. Now, some female soldiers have begun at 5 points, such as Su Ninger, Song Jia, and Zhao Feifeng. In contrast, Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian boasted even higher intimacy points, starting at 10. However, overall, the highest intimacy points were gained from Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, likely due to physical contact, as both now began at a minimum of 50 points. The intimacy points reflect the admiration of the female soldiers towards Du Fei, resulting in a varied accumulation. Du Fei mused that the team would likely expand in the future, leading to a substantial increase in the number of female soldiers. He even contemplated whether to document those who contributed significantly to the intimacy points and whether a computer would be necessary for management. Of course, this was merely a fleeting idea, considering the multitude of tasks at hand. Indeed, the intimacy points had surged remarkably tonight. Du Fei felt a wave of contentment wash over him, unable to resist murmuring to himself, if this trend continues, yielding a bountiful harvest of intimacy points, meticulous planning would be essential. The construction of the camp was a monumental undertaking, and the subsequent urban development would be grand beyond imagination, necessitating an exorbitant amount of intimacy points. Du Fei clenched his fist. For survival and a better future, he must strive diligently. In that moment, a heavy burden settled upon him, instilling a profound sense of responsibility. Chapter 92. The technology repository refreshes, considering that the camp's construction had commenced. While the Legion's development was a common occurrence and the Federation imposed no restrictions, the Women's Field Corps had ambitious plans for a city. Even the inner city would serve as a stronghold for the Federation. Du Fei contemplated the inevitable attention this would draw from the Federation, possibly leading to conflicts. At present, defense stands as the foremost concern. After a brief moment of contemplation, Du Fei accessed the technology repository, only to discover a plethora of newly refreshed items. The sight of these newly available resources left him utterly astonished. Hawk Falcon Unmanned Combat Drone. Blueprint requires 5,000 reputation points. Dragon Thistle Cruiser. Blueprint requires 100,000 reputation points. Destroyer Tracked Vehicle. Blueprint requires 5,000 reputation points. C-Class Intelligent Guardian. Mechanical Product Blueprint requires 80,000 reputation points. B-Class Intelligent Guardian. Mechanical Product Blueprint requires 150,000 reputation points. A-Class Intelligent Guardian. Mechanical Product Blueprint requires 300,000 reputation points. Realistic Guardian. Intelligent mechanism, female. Product requires 3,000 affinity points. Climate improvement device, product blueprint requires 3,000 affinity points. Aerial fortress, core product requires 200,000 affinity points. Goodness. After perusing each item, Du Fei took a deep breath, his emotions tumultuous and unsettled. The offerings within the technology repository had undeniably escalated in caliber. Not only did they feature more formidable drones and tracked vehicles, but they also introduced naval combat vessels. Additionally, a variety of intelligent guardians had emerged, and to his astonishment, a realistic guardian was also available. Most notably, an exorbitantly priced item had appeared, the aerial fortress. 200,000 affinity points. How astonishing. Du Fei gazed at the aerial fortress within the technology repository, his lips twitching. However, given its steep price, there must be a compelling reason behind it. He resolved to strive earnestly. Setting aside these thoughts for the moment, he first aimed to exchange for the intelligent laser defense system. Beep. Congratulations, host, for using 1,000 affinity points to exchange for a blueprint of the intelligent laser defense system. In the next moment, the conceptualization of the intelligent laser defense system, its manufacturing parameters, functionalities, and more, materialized in Du Fei's mind. Intelligent laser defense system, designed to fortify a designated area, capable of implementing comprehensive intelligent defense over that region's airspace. Primary defense weapon, intelligent laser cannon, available in both exposed and concealed variants, adjustable in quantity according to the defense area's requirements. Specific performance, powered by crystal energy, offering instantaneous and uninterrupted detection, early warning, and precise interception of incoming aerial assaults. Click to expand further. Excellent. This is precisely the type of comprehensive defense system required. Du Fei conducted a brief review and felt quite satisfied. Given the intricate details involved in this intelligent laser defense system, he planned to dedicate the next few days to thorough study. Before long, Du Fei cast aside all distractions and began preparations for crafting the intelligent battle suit. Unfolding the blueprints and adhering to the detailed parameters, he first set out to create 3 molds: shoulder guards, wrist guards, and knee guards. Once the mold is crafted, the next step involves synthesizing the active vibranium, which is then injected into the mold, followed by the installation of the reaction apparatus, traction device, activation mechanism, and so forth. In this manner, the trifecta of the intelligent battle suit is essentially complete. All that remains is to affix an energy crystal to each component. Theoretically, this appears quite straightforward. However, the actual execution proves to be rather challenging. Particularly, the core devices play a pivotal role, enabling the agile manipulation of the active vibranium to form a comprehensive defensive attire in an instant. Consequently, the fabrication of these devices is rather intricate. Du Fei anticipates that merely assembling the various components of the trifecta will consume an entire day. Subsequently, he selects several high-quality steel plates and commences the creation of the molds for the trifecta. In the workshop, as the machinery in Area 3 is set into motion to produce the parts, Du Fei immerses himself in his work. 2 hours later, the mold for the trifecta is completed. Without pausing, he proceeds to choose delicate modules, components, and chips. With unwavering focus, he begins crafting the intelligent devices for the battlesuit, continuing until dawn. The reaction apparatus for the trifecta is nearly finished, with only the traction and activation devices remaining. Progress is swift. By the end of the day, he should be able to don the intelligent battlesuit. Du Fei exhales deeply, a hint of excitement gracing his features. In the air defense shelter's living quarters, Lu Ruobing is soaking in the rehabilitation pool, her eyes closed as she gently massages her fair skin. After a restless night, due to some marks on her neck and chest, she hurriedly comes to the pool at dawn, anxious to remedy the situation before her sisters discover anything. Ah, Sister Ruobing, you're here for rehabilitation so early. At this moment, a few female soldiers, having completed their exercises, approach her. Lu Ruobing nods in acknowledgement and checks her body. Upon noticing the marks have vanished, she steps out of the pool to dress. What is this? She exclaims, spotting a type of plant. I have 2 growing here. Look over there, there are so many sprouting from the crevices. Sister Ruobing, come take a look. The group of female soldiers, preparing to disrobe for a soak, suddenly notices an abundance of tender plant shoots around the rehabilitation pool. Typically, the air defense shelter is barren. and the sudden appearance of greenery piques their curiosity. As the soldiers call out, Lu Ruobing, now dressed, promptly approaches. Upon seeing the scene, her eyes widen in surprise. Numerous vibrant green plant shoots have emerged from the ground beside the rehabilitation pool, in the crevices and in the uneven corners. How peculiar! I've never encountered this type of plant before, Lu Ruobing notes with intrigue. In this radiation-filled environment, common plant shoots often resemble insects, ice crystals, or fungi, presenting an array of bizarre and fantastical forms. Yet the vibrant green shoots before her are first. Qinger has arrived. Qinger as a biologist. Come take a look at this plant. Two female soldiers exclaimed upon spotting Su Qinger. Qinger, come here. Lu Ruobing waved at Su Qinger. Observing this, Su Qinger quickly approached and crouched down to take a closer look, her face instantly reflecting astonishment. She reached out to gently probe two tender shoots, scrutinizing them for a moment before exclaiming, "Cucumber! What did you say?" Liu Ruobing paused, turning her gaze towards Su Qinger. "Cucumber? Indeed, it is a cucumber," Su Qinger affirmed with a nod. "My goodness, how could cucumbers possibly grow here?" "Yes, it is truly unbelievable. It is said that such vegetables can only thrive in the purified lands of the Federation. I have never seen the tender shoots of cucumbers in my entire life." The female soldiers expressed their amazement, as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. "I understand now. It must be the effect of the rehabilitation pool," Su Qinger remarked while surveying her surroundings. A female soldier's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Qinger, with so many cucumbers, could it mean that we can—" "Not possible," Su Qinger interjected, shaking her head. "We cannot eat them. Without photosynthesis, it is unlikely for cucumbers to grow. Cucumbers are sun-loving plants, requiring ample sunlight during their growth period. A lack of sunlight would be detrimental, affecting their flowering and fruiting." Now it makes sense. The female soldiers' faces fell with disappointment. It would have been wonderful if cucumbers could grow here. If that were the case, we wouldn't need to buy them from a base, and we could enjoy fresh vegetables while saving so much time. Inside the workshop, after a night of diligent work, Du Fei had completed the assembly of the intelligent battle suit's traction device, with only the activation remaining. Just as he paused to take a moment's rest, Lu Ruobing entered the room. "Captain, I need to tell you something," she said. Upon seeing her, Du Fei instinctively wrapped his arms around her. "What is it?" That tickles. It's broad daylight, and the soldiers are about to come in." Lu Ruobing blushed, pulling Du Fei's hands from beneath her clothing. "I was saying, many cucumber seedlings have sprouted by the rehabilitation pool." "Cucumber seedlings?" Du Fei expressed a hint of curiosity upon hearing this. He quickly tidied up the items on his workbench and followed Lu Ruobing towards the living area. Before long, Du Fei arrived beside the rehabilitation pool, where several female soldiers were preparing to soak in the pool, some already having removed half of their clothing. Upon noticing Du Fei's arrival, they hurriedly donned their garments again, not particularly concerned for themselves, but rather worried about making the captain uncomfortable. They truly are green plants." Du Fei observed the cucumber seedlings around him, feeling somewhat astonished. Only in purified lands could such healthy green vegetation flourish. He then glanced at the nearby rehabilitation pool, a glimmer of realization illuminating his eyes. "I see now. The rehabilitation liquid can eliminate the radiation in the surrounding soil, while also improving its quality." Upon this discovery, Du Fei felt a subtle excitement within. Initially, he had intended to cultivate the land for the planting of vegetables and grain crops, worrying about how to eliminate the radiation in the soil. Now, however, the issue regarding cultivation seemed to have found its resolution. The rehabilitation solution could eradicate soil radiation, while the climate improvement device in the technology repository could purify airborne radiation. The dual approach of the rehabilitation solution and the climate improvement device promised to create a sanctuary within the camp, allowing for self-sufficiency in food production. Of course, this was merely Du Fei's preliminary idea. Its feasibility would require validation through practice. As a new day dawned, the Women's Combat Battalion camp bustled with activity. The female soldiers, alongside Chun Yuanshan and a group of miners, were fervently engaged in their tasks. Inside the independent control room, following Du Fei's instructions, Gan Ting operated the #1 Predator drone to continue searching for traces of the rebel organization. Sun Xiaoqian set the #2 Predator drone to autonomous guard mode, leading several capable assistants into the workshop to continue the production of weapons and ammunition. Exiting the living area, Du Fei observed the scene before him with a sense of satisfaction. Yet he couldn't help but think, one must remain vigilant in times of peace. The next step necessitated an expansion of the team. However, the immediate challenge was that the women's combat battalion was still impoverished to recruit personnel or assimilate other groups. Sufficient strength was essential. The foremost requirement was financial resources to guarantee the sustenance and various expenditures of the battalion. This was not a matter that could be resolved overnight. It required a steady and gradual approach. Nonetheless, Du Fei was confident about the expansion of the team. Given enough time, he believed it would not be long before the women's combat battalion would truly resemble a cohesive unit. Currently, the technology repository had refreshed with the Falcon unmanned combat drone and the destroyer track vehicle. These two new models of drones and vehicles should surpass the existing Predators and Land Kings in capability. Du Fei contemplated that although the women's combat battalion was not numerous at present, their combat strength needed to be augmented. These 108 female soldiers were personally trained by him. It was not the quantity that mattered, but the quality. Even as the team expanded in the future, he aimed to ensure that these 108 soldiers would be the elite among elites. Du Fei planned to acquire additional new unmanned drones and tracked vehicles. This way, the female soldiers would no longer have to expose themselves to the wilderness on foot. They would engage in combat entirely through vehicles and drones. Once equipped with beaded mithril undershirts, their safety would be substantially assured. However, recalling the previous Predators and Land Kings, which were modified versions, had alleviated some of the complications. To save costs and expedite the production of the new unmanned drones and tracked vehicles, he would need to pursue the route of modification. The challenge lay in the fact that the current balance was only a few million hours. Even a single old drone or tracked vehicle was quite expensive. At present, they couldn't afford to make such purchases. The sole solution lies in the extensive hunting of the time beasts to accumulate resources. Du Fei resolved that once the intelligent battlesuit was completed, he would personally lead a team to reap the rewards. After a brief moment of contemplation, he plunged into the workshop, resuming his labor. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, filled with curiosity about the intelligent battlesuit, flanked Du Fei, quietly observing his craftsmanship. 2 hours later, the activation device was finally completed. Without pausing, Du Fei began to install various components into the mold of the three-piece suit. As the devices were concealed within the suit, it was crucial to install them beforehand to ensure their integration with the injected active vibration gold. After approximately 10 minutes, the installation was finished. It was now time to synthesize the vibration gold. Following the synthesis ratio, 1 milliliter of control element, 1,000 grams of nirvana meteorite, and 1,000 milliliters of rare substance smelting agent could yield 2 kilograms of active vibration gold, with slight variations permissible in the ratio. Du Fei took a deep breath and first poured 1 milliliter of the control element onto the 2 pieces of nirvana meteorite ore. In the next moment, under the influence of the control element, ripples began to form in the air surrounding the container. The 2 pieces of ore slowly twisted like a twisted donut, intertwining and quickly merging into a single lustrous block of black metal, shimmering brilliantly under the light. Beside them, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with surprise. Is it truly synthesized so quickly? Is this the vibration gold? They whispered.